Chapter 1. Lingxi Sect. In a small courtyard by the medicinal fields, Guo Feilong gazed vacantly at the stars above. He pondered the nature of the life he would lead in the years to come. Having traversed into this realm of cultivation for 103 years, he had spent a century as an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect. Yet, due to his exceptionally poor aptitude for cultivation, after 100 years of relentless effort, he had only managed to reach the 6th layer of qi refinement. A mere half-step remained until he could attain the 7th layer. But that half-step felt as insurmountable as climbing to the heavens. For over 50 years, he had remained trapped at this bottleneck. The pathway to the 7th layer resembling a bank vault door. Impenetrable despite his relentless physical exertion, Guo Feilong realized that, given his spiritual root aptitude, even if he were to cultivate until his last breath, reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement would remain a distant dream. Cultivators enjoy a lifespan significantly greater than that of ordinary mortals, and as one ascends in cultivation rank, their longevity extends accordingly. Under normal circumstances, a qi refinement practitioner would live to around 150 years, at which point their bodily functions would rapidly decline, leading to a natural demise within a few days. At the age of 120, he estimated he had approximately 30 more years to live. In the sect, outer disciples over a century old, who perceived no glimmer of hope for a breakthrough in their cultivation, typically chose to apply to descend a mountain. They would settle in the mundane world governed by the sect, marry, raise children, and swiftly see out their remaining days. Only a select few opted to remain in the sect's celestial abode, living carefree lives until they succumbed to old age. I have lived 2 lives, enduring the monotonous routine of the 5-fingered girl. Every 7 or 8 days, I have had enough. I shall descend the mountain. I shall marry. I shall indulge in the pleasures of life. The following day, after conjuring a rain for the medicinal fields, Guo Feilong cast a low-grade spell, the flying cloud technique, summoning a cloud approximately 10 feet in diameter beneath his feet. The cloud soared towards the peak of Lingxi sect at a speed of about 80 miles per hour. In the world of cultivation, powerful sects and families often establish themselves within realms abundant in spiritual energy. The Lingxi sect's celestial realm was classified as a 3rd-grade realm, spanning over 1,000 miles in diameter, boasting thousands of peaks and hundreds of lakes, with tens of thousands of acres of cultivated spiritual fields. The spiritual energy in this realm was 3 times that of the outside world. The main peak of Lingxi sect towered over 48,000 meters, situated at the very heart of the celestial realm. From a distance, it resembled a mountain supporting the heavens. Standing atop any peak within the celestial realm, one could behold the majestic and towering main peak of Lingxi sect. Above the clouds, Guo Feilong, with his head of white hair and an air of ethereal wisdom, flew for over 2 hours before arriving at the outer sect disciples management office of Lingxi sect. He exchanged the contribution points he had accumulated over the years for 850 low-grade spirit stones, a selection of low-level elixirs, 1,000 taels of gold, and a banknote worth 100,000 taels of silver. Subsequently, he approached the supervisor responsible for managing the outer sect disciples, articulating his intention to descend the mountain to seek a wife and start a family. Supervisor Li, an inner sect disciple with superior spiritual roots, had already attained the 9th level of qi refinement by the tender age of over 80, qualifying him for foundation establishment. Upon successful foundation establishment, not only could he ascend to the status of an elder within the sect, but he would also gain an extended lifespan of nearly 500 years. However, aside from prodigies with earth-grade spiritual roots, the success rate for foundation establishment was quite limited. Those with upper-grade spiritual roots had a success rate of less than 3 to 4%, while those with middle-grade spiritual roots fared even worse, with a probability of less than 3 to 4 in 1,000. As for individuals with low-grade spiritual roots like Guo Feilong, a staggering 99% would find themselves unable to advance beyond the 7th level of qi refinement before their demise. Out of 100,000 with low-grade spiritual roots, only a handful could hope to become foundation establishment practitioners. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a potion known as the foundation establishment pill, which can significantly enhance the chances of successful foundation establishment. Nevertheless, the price of this pill is exorbitant, making it unattainable for most practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement. Guo Feilong had heard through the grapevine that Supervisor Li had paid a considerable price, even leveraging the goodwill of his long-deceased grandfather to secure his position. overseeing the outer sect disciples. His aim was clear: to collect gifts and spirit stones in preparation for purchasing the Foundation Establishment Pill. Having lived 2 lives and reaching the age of over 120, Guo Feilong was well versed in the intricacies of human relationships. Outer sect disciples, having been part of the sect for over a century, received a small town as a fief when they left the cave abode, endowed with the power of life and death to reward their contributions to the sect. The smallest of these towns had a population of fewer than 1,000, while the largest boasted over 10,000. The size of the town one could receive as a fief depended on the current judgment of Supervisor L in the office of the supervisor. Guo Feilong tapped his storage bag at his waist, and 100 low-grade spirit stones materialized on the table. The monthly salary for an outer sect disciple was 3 low-grade spirit stones, and their contribution points could also be exchanged for 2 low-grade spirit stones, resulting in a total monthly income of 5 low-grade spirit stones. After accounting for the spirit stones consumed during regular cultivation, it was exceedingly challenging to amass 20 low-grade spirit stones in a year. For an inner sect disciple, 100 low-grade spirit stones represented a considerable fortune. Supervisor Lee nodded in satisfaction, promptly storing the 100 low-grade spirit stones into his own storage bag. With a smile, he said, "In the eastern sect, within the vast expanse of the Wu Kingdom, lies Huangshe Town in Qingyang County, spanning a distance of 28,000 miles. Its population ranges between 1,300,000 and 1,400,000. Would you be willing to accept this?" Guo Feilong's eyes instantly lit up with joy as he replied, "Thank you, senior brother, for your consideration. I am willing to go to Huangshe Town, that a town with a population of 1,300,000 to 1,400,000 is indeed far superior to a small settlement with fewer than 1,000 inhabitants. In this fiefdom, the established rules are absolute. He is free to act as he pleases, a veritable local sovereign." Seeing his agreement, Supervisor Lee produced a token from his storage pouch, crafted from a material that resembled neither iron nor jade. He inscribed on it with his magical power, "Lingxi Sect, within the Wu Kingdom, Qingyang County, Lord of the Fief, Guo Feilong," and tossed it to him. "Drip your blood on the token to activate the formation inscribed upon it. Then, proceed to the registration desk in the main hall to record your ownership. Huangshe Town shall henceforth be your fief. The sect will send representatives every 15 years to ascertain whether the fief's lord is still alive. Should you pass away without any of your descendants possessing spiritual roots, the fief will revert to the sect's management. However, if any of your descendants continue to possess spiritual roots, the fief will remain theirs indefinitely. Furthermore, as an affiliated force of the sect, any commands issued by the sect must be obeyed by you and your descendants. Do you understand?" Guo Feilong nodded in acknowledgement. After leaving Supervisor Lee's office on the 2nd floor, he descended to the main hall. There, he completed the registration of his fief with an outer sect disciple responsible for such records. Employing the flying cloud technique, he stepped upon a white cloud and soared towards the Spirit Beast Hall, located 50 miles west of the main peak. Having cultivated in the Lingxi sect for a century, Guo Feilong had long desired to purchase a spirit beast. However, the exorbitant prices had always deterred him from making a purchase. Now, as he prepared to leave the sect, he felt it was time to acquire one. Spirit beasts possess formidable combat abilities. They serve not only as mounts for travel, but also as invaluable allies in battle. Guo Feilong had worked at the Spirit Beast Hall for over a decade, and he was well acquainted with the beasts. After much contemplation and careful selection, he spent 350 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a young flame golden-winged eagle of commendable quality. Spirit beasts are born as first-tier beings, akin to human cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. Upon birth, the flame golden-winged eagle is capable of breathing fireballs the higher its level, the greater the intensity and power of its flames. Moreover, the flight speed of the flame golden-winged eagle ranks among the fastest of mid to low-tier avian spirit beasts. A Qi refinement cultivator utilizing the flying cloud technique can reach a maximum speed of 150 miles per hour. In contrast, an adult flame golden-winged eagle can achieve an astonishing speed of 600 miles per hour. The disparity in their flight capabilities is thus monumental. Upon reaching adulthood, the flame golden-winged eagle evolves into a 5th-tier spirit beast. The potential to evolve into 6th, 7th, 8th, or even 9th-tier spirit beasts is largely contingent upon one's innate qualities. The juvenile flame golden-winged eagle he purchased possesses qualifications comparable to that of a mid-grade inferior spiritual root. With sufficient investment of spirit stones, there exists at least a 40% chance of it ascending to the 7th-tier spirit beast level in the future. Conversely, acquiring a 7th-tier spirit beast outright demands at least 5,000 inferior spirit stones, a sum that is beyond his current financial means. Consequently, Guo Feilong opted for this fledgling flame golden-winged eagle, which had only just been born a month prior, in the hope that it could one day surpass the seventh tier. The growth from juvenile to adult for a flame golden-winged eagle takes approximately 40 to 45 years. By the time this eagle reaches maturity, he himself would have long since returned to dust, buried beneath the earth as mere bones. Guo Feilong's intent in acquiring this young eagle is clear. Even in death, the eagle will endure. 1 Eagle, bequeathed through 3 generations, the hardships borne by him shall yield sweetness for his descendants. Though merely a month old, the young flame golden-winged eagle is already the size of a large rooster. Once fully grown, it will stand at least 5 to 6 meters tall, capable of easily accommodating 5 or 6 individuals upon its back. By dripping a drop of his life essence onto the Beast Master token and activating it with his magical energy, Guo Feilong established a telepathic bond with the juvenile eagle, enabling seamless communication. "Master, I am hungry," the young flame golden-winged eagle expressed through their mental connection, marking its first spoken words. Guo Feilong retrieved a piece of beef from his storage pouch, weighing approximately half a kilogram, and tossed it onto the ground. The little creature approached with an unabashed gait, unleashing a burst of orange flame upon the beef. Consuming cooked food is a customary habit for the flame golden-winged eagle. In no time, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, although the young eagle struggled to control the intensity of the flames. The fire blazed too fiercely, leaving the beef with a charred appearance. Unperturbed by the burnt exterior, the young eagle devoured the half-kilogram of roasted beef in just a few bites. Observing his spirit beast, Guo Feilong decided to name it De Fu, a name reminiscent of his childhood dog, the first he ever owned before his journey into this realm of cultivation. The little flame golden-winged eagle chirped joyfully, conveying its delight at having received a name. Guo Feilong then stored De Fu in the spirit beast pouch and invoked the cloud stepping technique, soaring towards the task hall atop the main peak of his sect. Whether inner or outer disciples, all must undertake tasks from the task hall to accumulate spirit stones and contribute to the sect's efforts. Some tasks are issued by the sect itself, while others are private assignments from elders directed at both inner and outer disciples. The Lingxi sect governs over a multitude of nations, totaling an expanse that is twice that of the entire earth. Within its borders dwell countless independent cultivators, alongside innumerable esteemed families. In the realm of cultivation, one can never escape the presence of rogues who engage in robbery and murder for wealth. The journey to Huangshi town spans over 28,000 li, and as a mere 6th-layer qi refining cultivator, he cannot guarantee his survival to reach that destination. Thus, he approached the mission hall, offering a reward of 50 low-grade spirit stones to post a task for an escort to Huangshi town, with the requirement that only cultivators at the 9th layer of qi refining may undertake it in the absence of foundation-building cultivators. Those at the 9th layer represent the pinnacle of combat prowess during the qi refining stage. Moreover, considering that they belong to the dominant Lingxi sect, it is commonplace for a 9th layer cultivator to dispatch 2 or 3 independent cultivators of the same tier. Without difficulty, an inner disciple of the Lingxi sect, without engaging in any tasks, receives a monthly stipend of 15 low-grade spirit stones. Those who are industrious and frequently undertake various sect tasks can accumulate nearly 50 low-grade spirit stones in total income each month. The round trip to the fiefdom of Huangshi town, totaling over 50,000 li, equates to less than a month's time for those inner disciples of the 9th layer. The sect retains 20% of the task reward, allowing the escorting inner disciple to pocket 40 spirit stones. This task is deemed exceedingly simple and effortless for the inner disciples at this level. As soon as Guo Feilong's task appeared on the mission wall, it was promptly taken up by an inner disciple at the 9th layer, a woman in her 40s who possessed a notable grace. In the cultivation world, aside from those of the same master, the hierarchy among disciples is primarily determined by cultivation level and status rather than seniority based on apprenticeship. The inner female disciple who accepted the escort task, despite her youthful appearance, is undoubtedly under 90 years of age, making her at least 30 years his junior. Thus, Guo Feilong respectfully addressed her as senior sister. After exchanging their names, they exited the mission hall. Just as Guo Feilong prepared to use the flying cloud technique, she spoke, "Junior brother Guo, my spirit beast is a 9th-tier Gale, iron-winged eagle. Traveling on my beast will expedite our journey significantly." In the next moment, she tapped the spirit beast pouch at her waist, and a radiant light burst forth. The Gale iron-winged eagle materialized before them, towering at 8 to 9 meters, its wings spanning over 20 meters, comparable in size to the largest helicopters. The flight speed of the ninth-tier Gale iron-winged eagle is astonishingly swift, capable of covering more than 700 li in an hour, truly living up to its name. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance to the passage leading outside the cave realm. The significance of this entrance is akin to that of the gates of an ancient capital, guarded day and night. Should enemies attempt to assault the stronghold of the Lingxi sect, this entrance would become a battleground. To secure the entrance to the cave realm is to safeguard the sect itself. Failing to secure the entrance to the cave realm poses a grave threat to the entire sect. Guo Feilong has completed the necessary procedures to descend from the mountain and exit the sect's cave realm. Upon leaving the sanctuary, he is no longer a disciple of the Lingxi sect, but rather the lord of a modest fief belonging to an affiliated power, forfeiting any benefits previously conferred by the sect. As he traverses the passage and steps into the outside world, he immediately senses the stark contrast in the density of spiritual energy. It is markedly more sparse than that found within the Lingxi sect's cave. Were it not for the prospect of a fulfilling life surrounded by numerous wives, akin to a local sovereign, he would never have chosen to abandon the sanctuary of the Lingxi sect. The ninth-tier spiritual beast, the Gale iron-winged eagle, can soar at speeds of 700 to 800 miles per hour under optimal conditions. However, it cannot maintain such velocity consistently. A more typical speed is around 500 miles per hour, with sustained flight for 16 to 17 hours, followed by a rest period of 7 to 8 hours. One could cover over 8,000 miles in a single day. The journey of over 28,000 miles would thus conclude in less than 4 days. If they were to rely solely on their own cloud-like flight, they would require no less than half a month to accomplish the same distance. They encountered no danger along the way, which is rather ordinary. After all, not everyone possesses a ninth-tier avian spirit beast. Even if someone were intent on committing murder for wealth, they would be unable to catch up with them. In the woods outside Huangshe town, Guo Feilong inscribed a magical mark on the task jade slip for the inner door female disciple he was escorting, signifying the completion of her mission. Upon her return to the sect, she could present the task certificate embedded within the jade slip to receive her reward. Junior brother Guo, until we meet again. He bid farewell, as the inner door female disciple soared away on the back of a ninth-tier wind-chasing iron-winged eagle. When will I, too, possess a ninth-tier flying spirit beast? The speed and convenience of travel are truly remarkable. Guo Feilong gazed enviously at the swiftly soaring ninth-grade wind-chaser iron-winged eagle, reminiscent of an ordinary elder. As he ambled towards Huangshe town, candied hawthorns, delightfully sweet, were available for merely 10 copper coins a skewer. Freshly steamed buns, both vegetarian and meaty, beckoned enticingly. The renowned 18-generational pancakes of Wu Dalong were offered at 3 copper coins each. The main street of Huangshe town bustled with a throng of passers-by, resonating with the continuous calls of various street delicacies. Guo Feilong had not savored candied hawthorn for over a century and yearned to purchase one for a taste. However, he found himself devoid of any small change. Before departing from the Lingxi sect's cave abode, he had prepared a substantial collection of gold, silver, and precious jewels. Along with banknotes, he presented the smallest denomination, a 10-tael silver note, to the vendor. The candied hawthorn seller appeared visibly troubled and replied, "Old sir, if you wish to enjoy some candied hawthorn, I shall offer you a skewer. However, I cannot provide change for this 10 taels of silver." 1 tael of silver equated to 1,000 copper coins, and for an ordinary individual in the realm of cultivation, earning a single tael of silver in a month was considered a lucrative income. Thus, his 10-tael silver note represented the savings of an average person over several years. Small merchants typically did not carry silver nor deal in thousands of copper coins. The candied hawthorn vendor, showing kindness towards this unfamiliar elderly gentleman with a head of white hair, graciously offered him a skewer of candied hawthorn free of charge, marking him as a benevolent soul. Guo Feilong casually picked up a string of candied hawthorns and pressed 10 taels of silver notes into the vendor's hand. "I shall reside in Huangshe town from now on, and you need only deliver me a string of candied hawthorns each day. Consider these 10 taels as a deposit." "Good sir, where do you reside?" "In a few days. You will find out." "Hey, good sir, do not leave so hastily." Guo Feilong's figure abruptly vanished from the street. The candied hawker rubbed his eyes and glanced at the 10 taels of silver notes in his hand, ensuring he was not caught in a dream. Who would pay 10 taels of silver in advance for candied fruits? Could it be that the elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair had lost his senses? No one acquires money as if it were blown by the wind. When he next encounters this old man, he shall simply return the 10 taels. Guo Feilong arrived at the pawnshop in Huangshe town, where he exchanged 10 taels of silver for copper coins meandering through the streets. Occasionally, he would savor the sweet and sour taste of a candied hawthorn. At other times, he indulged in a few delectable street snacks. Huangshe town now belonged to him as his private domain, though the townsfolk remained oblivious to this fact. He still needed to make a journey to Qingyang County, located 200 miles south of Huangshe town, to request the local authorities to send someone to make an official announcement. Only in this manner would the citizens of Huangshe town acknowledge him as their rightful lord. Concurrently, Guo Feilong intended to meet with the cultivators stationed in Qingyang County by the Lingxi sect, establishing acquaintance and exchanging communication jade slips. There was no urgency in traveling to Qingyang County. Guo Feilong discreetly visited Huangshe town for 3 days, not only discovering who the local tyrants were that oppressed the weak, but also hearing tales of the beautiful unmarried daughters from certain families. He would not permit any bullies in his domain. If there were to be one, it must be he himself. As Guo Feilong stepped upon the clouds, soaring across the bustling streets, the townsfolk merely expressed envy, devoid of any shock or astonishment. Cultivators, while considerably fewer in number than ordinary people, were not so rare as to be seen only once in a lifetime. In fact, many ordinary individuals had ancestors who were cultivators, making it entirely normal for them to witness a practitioner gliding through the skies. The realm of cultivation was vast and sparsely populated, with considerable distances separating villages, towns, and cities. After flying 50 or 60 miles from Huangshe town, Guo Feilong encountered his second town, and after another 70 or 80 miles, he found the third. Upon reaching Qingyang City, 200 miles away, he still had not come across a fourth town, only a handful of small villages with 30 to 50 households each. Qingyang City boasted a resident population of over 200,000, with its streets bustling and lively, where one could occasionally spot cultivators radiating auras of magical energy as they strolled. Having wandered in Qingyang County for a day, Guo Feilong encountered more than 30 cultivators, most at the second or third levels of qi refinement, with only 7 or 8 at the 4th or 5th levels, and none at his own 6th level. There were even a few cultivators who appeared older than him and had practiced for longer, yet remained at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Such circumstances were commonplace outside the confines of the Lingxi sect's cave heavens. After all, the rate of cultivation advancement is influenced not only by the quality of one's spiritual roots but also significantly by the availability of resources. For disciples of the Lingxi sect, their income from spirit stones is approximately double that of wandering cultivators at the same level. When considering the rich spiritual energy and various benefits available within the cave heavens, the income could be nearly 3 times that of independent practitioners. This substantial disparity in spirit stone earnings could lead to significant differences in cultivation levels between 2 cultivators with identical spiritual roots after many years. It was only in the 3rd year after his arrival in the world of cultivation that he rescued a near-drowning elder of the Lingxi sect, who was at the foundation establishment stage, thereby saving their life. Otherwise, with his mediocre quality of spiritual roots, he would not be qualified to join the Lingxi sect. To gain entry into the Lingxi sect, one must meet 2 criteria. First, the spiritual root must be of at least intermediate quality. Second, there must be an ancestor within 5 generations who served as a foundational elder of the Lingxi sect. Meeting either of these conditions suffices. The difficulty is akin to achieving a score of 600 in a college entrance examination. Regrettably for Guo Feilong, the foundational elder he rescued from the river succumbed to severe injuries, living only an additional 2 to 3 years. Had he survived, Guo Feilong would have had the backing of a foundational elder within the Lingxi sect. A mere gift of a high-grade elixir from such an elder could have spared him the plight of being trapped at the 6th level of qi refinement for 50 years without a breakthrough. During his 3 to 4 days in Qingyang City, Guo Feilong spent his time either in tea houses indulging in storytelling and performances or inquiring about the various cultivation families in Qingyang County. To his astonishment, his inquiries revealed that there were indeed over 100 cultivation families, both large and small, within the county. There are 9 cultivation families directly affiliated with the Lingxi sect, and including his own, the count rises to 10. The remaining families possess no designated territories. They reside in secluded mountain estates, employing dozens or even hundreds of servants. In a modest place like Qingyang, distinguishing the size of cultivation families is quite straightforward. Families with cultivators at or above the 7th level of qi refinement are considered prominent families, while those with cultivators at or above the 4th level are regarded as intermediate families. Families with cultivators below the 4th level are deemed minor families. to Guo Feilong's surprise. Among the multitude of cultivation families in Qingyang County, only 7 could be classified as prominent families, including the Li family from Hongsong Town. In Qigang Town, the Ma family. The Yang family of Yangjiobao and the Gongsun, Wang, Lu, and Su families in Qingyang City comprise the 7 prominent cultivation families within Qingyang County. Except for the Yang family of Yangjiobao, the remaining families serve as subordinate clans to the Lingxi sect. After spending 7 or 8 days in leisurely pursuits, Guo Feilong finally arrived at the Lingxi sect's stronghold in Qingyang City, the tallest and grandest edifice in the area, a 9-story iron tower, measuring 100 meters in diameter and over 30 meters in height. This 9-story tower, known as the Defense Tower, is an exquisite defensive artifact crafted through meticulous refinement. Upon activation of its defensive formation, it releases a protective barrier capable of withstanding continuous assaults from foundational-level cultivators for 7 days and nights. If a foundational-level cultivator is stationed within the tower, the barrier's defensive capabilities are further enhanced. Every city of county level and above within the territory of the Lingxi sect is equipped with such a defense tower. The higher the status of the city, the more advanced the grade of the defense tower. In this realm of cultivation, numerous malevolent creatures lurk in the shadows, posing the greatest threat to humanity. They feed on humans, particularly targeting cultivators as a source of sustenance for their own growth. These creatures are adept at disguising themselves as humans, exhibiting cunning and treachery. The primary objective of the cultivators stationed at the Lingxi sect stronghold is to monitor the area. Upon detecting the presence of these malevolent entities, they are to be eliminated immediately. Should they encounter particularly formidable creatures, the cultivators will seek refuge within the defense tower, awaiting the arrival of elders from the sect with higher levels of cultivation. Each defense tower possesses the ability to sense malevolent creatures. Should any of these entities approach within its detection range, the defensive formation will autonomously activate, sending a guiding light orb directly above the creature's head, akin to a glowing bulb suddenly appearing overhead at night, making it exceedingly conspicuous. However, nothing is absolute. Some exceptionally high-ranking or uniquely capable malevolent beings may evade detection by the defense tower. Fortunately, such creatures are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, these malevolent beings are notoriously cunning. They refrain from infiltrating the defense tower to slaughter the cultivators within unless absolutely necessary. Once a malevolent entity reveals its presence inside the tower, it risks attracting the pursuit of advanced human cultivators, marked by the guiding light orb above its head. Defense towers capable of identifying malevolent beings are available for purchase. During his century as an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect, Guo Feilong has spent over a decade engaged in various tasks at the artifact refining hall. Learning that the price for such exquisite defensive towers is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, an amount beyond the means of ordinary cultivation families. How he wishes to possess a defense tower of his own one day. Guo Feilong, filled with envy, gently touched the imposing iron gate of the defensive tower before stepping inside. The first floor of the tower housed an office hall, where 2 monks clad in the attire of the Lingxi sect's miscellaneous disciples were languidly sipping tea. The status and treatment of these miscellaneous disciples were exceedingly low, lacking even the qualifications to enter the sect's celestial realm. Yet, despite this humble position, being a miscellaneous disciple of the Lingxi sect was a coveted status that countless low-level cultivators aspired to attain. Much like civil servants on Earth whose salaries may not be exorbitant, yet offer a secure and stable livelihood. Among the 2 tea-drinking miscellaneous disciples, one was at the 2nd level of qi refinement, while the other had reached the 3rd level, though they appeared to be in their 40s or 50s. Their true ages remained an enigma. Such is the nature of cultivators. Age is perpetually shrouded in mystery. It is entirely possible for a maiden who seems to be merely 18 or 19 years old to actually be a golden core cultivator who has lived for over 1,000 years. Guo Feilong, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, stood in stark contrast to the 2 individuals before him, whose demeanor belied any regard for his prowess. As he entered through the door, they remained seated, leisurely sipping tea and engaging in conversation, exuding an air of superiority. Their dismissive attitude stemmed from their association with the Lingxi sect. Even the most lowly disciple among them, a mere servant, held a status that surpassed that of ordinary loose cultivators. Situated in a remote area, Qingyang County was bereft of resources and lacked any notable specialties. It was conceivable that a century could pass without a single foundational elder gracing the locale. When disciples of the Lingxi sect ventured beyond their territory, They were invariably adorned in the sect's official attire or bore insignia that signified their affiliation. Guo Feilong was neither a senior of the Foundation establishment stage nor a disciple of Lingxi's sect, which rendered their demeanor entirely understandable. One of the attendant disciples set down his teacup and inquired nonchalantly, "What brings you here, fellow cultivator?" "I have come to pay a visit to Steward Wei," Guo Feilong replied, producing the token of land from Huangshe town and casually tossing it for their inspection. "Ah, so it is Brother Guo." Upon seeing the land token, the two attendant disciples immediately rose from their seats with broad smiles, their attitude undergoing a complete transformation. Although Guo Feilong is no longer a disciple of the outer sect of Lingxi's sect, he remains an affiliated force directly under the sect, considered one of their own. His status and standing far exceed that of the menial disciples, who are akin to servants. Senior Brother Guo, Deacon Wei is resting on the second floor. Allow me to escort you there. The menial disciple, who had received the land token, returned it and eagerly guided Guo Feilong to the second level of the tower. Those who serve as deacons at the station are all inner sect disciples of Lingxi's sect, possessing the cultivation level of qi refinement at the 9th layer. They hold a position of authority akin to local emperors, wielding supreme power over life and death. During his few days in Qingyang City, Guo Feilong acquired a certain understanding of the number and cultivation levels of the cultivators stationed at Lingxi's sect. Steward Wei is at the 9th level of qi refinement, while the two deputy stewards both stand at the 8th level. Among the 10 enforcers, all are external disciples at the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement. In total, there are 13 individuals, representing the sect's presence at the county level. The title of local emperor is not to be taken lightly. Upon Guo Feilong and the servant disciple ascending to the second floor, they were greeted by the sounds of laughter and playful banter emanating from within a room. Once granted entry, Guo Feilong beheld a lavishly decorated chamber. The over 130-year-old Steward Wei sat at the bedside, each thigh graced by a youthful beauty seemingly in her teens. Additionally, 7 or 8 other young and beautiful maidens, all in their early teens, danced gracefully around the room. Their attire comprised sheer silk fabrics, rendering everything tantalizingly visible, an irresistible allure for any normal man. To Guo Feilong's astonishment, the leading dancer was revealed to be a cultivator at the 2nd level of qi refinement. After encountering Steward Wei, Guo Feilong offered a slight bow. "Guo Shidi, there's no need for formalities. Just call me Steward," Wei encouraged warmly. "You were once a disciple of Lingxi's sect as well. We are of the same sect, so feel free to address me as Shixiang from now on." Come. Wei gestured towards the enchanting maidens, his enthusiasm palpable. "Choose whichever you fancy. And the adjoining room is yours to indulge in joy." Guo Feilong was taken aback. Their first encounter was marked by such openness and generosity. However, this demeanor is quite commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Those who have traversed many years and experiences in the pursuit of immortality often view women as fleeting distractions, easily summoned and just as easily dismissed. With the abundance of 18-year-old women each passing year, why linger on a single blossom? Previously, Guo Feilong had heard numerous tales from his senior brothers while at Lingxi's sect's cave abode, recounting how certain cultivators would specifically nurture young and beautiful ordinary mortal dancers to entertain other practitioners of the Tao. Today, he has finally borne witness to such a sight. Were it not for the abundant spiritual energy within the sect's cave, which greatly aids in cultivation, they would likely prefer not to linger in such a place. This is due to the strict regulations that prohibit disciples and elders from engaging in intimate relations unless they are married within the confines of the cave abode. Many disciples from both the inner and outer sects, yearning for companionship, would undertake various missions outside, reveling in fleeting pleasures before returning to the cave to resume their cultivation. Guo Feilong traversed into this realm of immortal cultivation, diligently striving to cultivate and undertake tasks to earn spirit stones. He constantly fantasized about achieving immortality and living alongside the heavens, and given that the world beyond the cave abode was fraught with peril, he had never ventured out to indulge in the pleasures of life. Guo Feilong gently shook his head, declining with gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wei. Haha. Since Brother Guo is not inclined, I shall not press further. Come, let us indulge in some drinks. We shall not cease until we are inebriated," Wei Ting declared, waving away the dancing maidens and the two seated on his lap. Shortly thereafter, the chef presented a lavish spread of exquisite wine and delectable dishes. Cultivating immortality is not solely about arduous practice, nor is it a mere detachment from worldly affairs. One must also grasp the nuances of human relationships and forge friendships. As one ages, the significance of social connections becomes increasingly paramount. Wei Ting, an inner disciple of the Lingxi sect at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, extended such a warm welcome to Guo Feilong, who was merely at the 6th layer, for two primary reasons. First, everyone possesses a few acquaintances. Having spent a century as an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect, Guo Feilong must have cultivated some connections. Otherwise, how could a mere outer disciple, devoid of social ties, possibly be granted a fief in a town with a population of over 13,000? In the absence of personal grievances or animosities, why should either of them present a stern demeanor? It is far better to engage with amiable smiles, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Second, a modest banquet, of little monetary value, could strengthen their rapport. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Of course, had Guo Feilong been a wandering cultivator, Wei Ting would not have extended such a warm invitation. To the disciples of a prominent sect like Lingxi, wandering cultivators are regarded with disdain, viewed from a lofty perch. As the feast unfolded, both host and guest reveled in delight. Guo Feilong and Wei Ting exchanged imprints of their respective communication talismans, enabling them to converse through voice at any moment within a radius of 5,000 miles. Subsequently, they departed from the defensive tower, treading upon the white clouds, and descended into the official government office of Qingyang County to attend to mundane affairs. The county magistrate was not a cultivator endowed with magical prowess, but rather an ordinary individual directly appointed by the steward stationed by Lingxi sect, thus considered a semi-member of Lingxi sect. Upon understanding Guo Feilong's intentions, the magistrate of Qingyang County promptly assigned 2 officials to accompany him to Huangshe town to announce the matter of the land grant. Guo Feilong executed the flying cloud technique, conjuring a sizable white cloud beneath his feet, which effortlessly transported him and 2 constables towards Huangshe town. After a mere 2 hours, Guo Feilong had traversed the distance from Qingyang County to Huangshe town, located 200 miles away. Had it not been for the additional weight of the 2 passengers, the journey would have taken less than an hour and a half. At approximately 3:30 in the afternoon, the streets were bustling with pedestrians who regarded Guo Feilong's cloud-born arrival with a mixture of envy and reverence. Although the Lingxi sect enforced laws prohibiting cultivators from wantonly slaying ordinary individuals, it remained a simple task for a practitioner to discreetly eliminate a commoner if they so desired. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 officials struck the bronze gong they carried with them, calling out loudly, "Attention! Important announcement. From this day forth, the lands within Huangshe town shall belong to Master Guo, the esteemed immortal. All residents of Huangshe town shall henceforth be considered subjects of Master Guo. The power of life and death now rests entirely in his hands." Clang, clang, clang. Attention! Important announcement. From this day forth, the lands within Huangshe town shall belong to Master Guo, the esteemed immortal. All residents of Huangshe town shall henceforth be considered subjects of Master Guo. The 2 constables proceeded to separate, traversing the main streets of the town, ringing the gong and proclaiming to the townsfolk that this territory had now become the fief of Master Guo. Guo Feilong trampled upon the white clouds, hovering 50 meters above the town of Huangshe. As long as someone in the town gazed upwards, they would behold his flowing white hair, resembling that of a true celestial being. Guo Feilong had previously spent several days in Huangshe town, his head crowned with snow-white hair, leaving a profound impression on all who encountered him. He was recognized by the elderly vendor selling candied hawthorn, who felt the 10 taels of silver notes nestled in his pocket, akin to burning iron, and resolved to present them to Master Guo shortly. At this very moment, Guo Feilong's spirit was astounded, suspended within his consciousness, gazing at a 3-legged, 2-eared bronze cauldron. Just moments ago, 2 constables had struck a gong, announcing that Huangshe town was his fiefdom. In an involuntary reaction, his spirit had suddenly transported to his consciousness, where he beheld the bronze cauldron that had inexplicably materialized before him. The cauldron bore an ancient design, adorned with enigmatic runes that shimmered with a golden luminescence. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the cauldron, illuminating Guo Feilong's spirit. Information regarding this bronze cauldron manifested within his heart. After a brief moment, Guo Feilong absorbed the information, realizing that this bronze tripod, known in full as the Family Auspicious Tripod, served a remarkable purpose. The more family members there were, the greater the quantity of auspicious clouds produced within the tripod. These clouds, being consumables, held extraordinary power. They not only enabled him to break through the confines of his cultivation realm, but also enhanced the spiritual root qualities of his descendants. Furthermore, they increased the success rate of alchemical endeavors, improved the quality of crafted artifacts, and amplified the potency of formations. Remarkably, they could temporarily augment various divine abilities and the power of magical treasures by expending a sufficient quantity of auspicious clouds. Even someone at the 6th layer of chi refinement could confront and potentially vanquish cultivators of the foundation establishment stage, or even those at the golden core stage, an extraordinary capability indeed. It was well known that cultivators at the 9th layer of chi refinement might challenge those of a higher realm, successfully evading their pursuers during encounters. However, the notion of defeating an opponent from a realm 2 levels above one's own was unprecedented. To expand the number of family members and thereby acquire more auspicious clouds, there were 2 methods. The first method involved increasing his descendants. With each new descendant, a certain quantity of auspicious clouds would manifest within the tripod. Should any of his progeny possess spiritual roots for cultivation, the output of auspicious clouds would be significantly greater than that of those without. Moreover, the higher the quality of the spiritual roots among his descendants, the more clouds would be produced. The second method involved taking wives. Each additional wife or concubine would yield a certain number of auspicious clouds. If these wives or concubines were also cultivators, the quantity of auspicious clouds generated would far exceed that produced by marrying ordinary women. The higher the cultivation level of the wives and concubines, the greater the number of auspicious clouds. Remarkably, when those with spiritual roots among his wives and descendants broke through their cultivation levels, the tripod would also produce auspicious clouds. Additionally, the family auspicious tripod housed a spirit, and the earlier beam of information was emitted by this spirit upon recognizing its master. However, the spirit of the family auspicious tripod was quite frail and had entered a slumber for restoration, expected to awaken in approximately 10 years. As Guo Feilong's soul and consciousness returned to his body, he trembled with exhilaration, as if he were ready to let out a triumphant roar. Over a century had passed. Night after night, he had yearned for a magical ring from an elder, a legendary artifact akin to a golden finger, or perhaps the activation of a system. Today, his long-cherished dreams had finally materialized. He had unexpectedly become the master of the family's auspicious cauldron. A wife. He must take multiple partners. Children. He must sire many. The 2 officials from Qingyang County, who had accompanied him, exerted themselves in calling out throughout the town streets for nearly 2 hours, their voices hoarse from the effort. In a state of euphoria, having obtained the family's auspicious cauldron, Guo Feilong generously handed each of the officials a silver note worth 10 taels as a reward for their hard work. This sum was equivalent to 4 months' wages for the officials, who were overjoyed, bowing and expressing their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed master. We shall accompany you back to Qingyang County." Guo Feilong performed a hand gesture, and beneath his feet, a flying cloud materialized. "Thank you, esteemed master," he expressed gratefully. The 2 constables promptly stepped onto the cloud, which elevated all 3 of them into the sky. Guo Feilong addressed the townsfolk of Huangshi. By the 4th watch of tomorrow morning, each household must ensure at least 1 member arrives at the town square. For I have matters of importance and regulations to discuss with you. With that, Guo Feilong took to the skies aboard his flying cloud, heading towards the city of Qingyang. Upon his return, it was already evening, around 8:30 or 9. Lacking a proper residence, he had no choice but to seek lodging at the local tavern for the night. As he stepped through the threshold of the tavern, he overheard patrons at several tables in the bustling hall discussing him. "Do you think the immortal is summoning us to the square to announce his intention to marry? I have heard rumors." The older cultivators, often regarded as lecherous, tended to prioritize selecting beautiful maidens for concubinage to propagate their lineage. "I too suspect that the old cultivator intends to exert his dominion over us, seeking to take a wife or concubines, and urging us to recommend our fairest daughters. My daughter is merely 15, but fortunately, she is already betrothed, so I needn't worry about that Centenarian laying eyes on her. Li San, your perspective is rather narrow. If I had a daughter as beautiful as yours, I would personally deliver her to the old immortal's bed. If my daughter were to become his wife or concubine, the dowry would surely be substantial. With that, we could purchase a grand estate and take several younger wives. How delightful that would be. Wang Laowu, I possess more integrity than you. I wouldn't push my own daughter into the flames for the sake of a dowry. Thankfully, you have no daughter." As Guo Feilong approached the tavern's entrance, he could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment upon hearing their idle chatter. Were he to have a daughter in her teens, he would unequivocally oppose her marrying a man over a century old. Yet, as is often the case, people are hypocritical. The thought of himself, An elder of over 100 years, marrying a young maiden was one he would readily embrace. Ahem. He cleared his throat, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. Upon recognizing him, a cold sweat broke out among them. Discussing an immortal in their midst was a grave misstep, one that could invite dire consequences. Moreover, Guo Feilong was the lord of Huangshi, wielding the power of life and death over them. Thud, thud. In an instant, everyone knelt before him, their foreheads touching the ground in reverence, pleading for mercy. Please spare us, immortal. We shall never again dare to speak ill of you behind your back. Please, grant us your forgiveness. Guo Feilong is not a man easily slain. He champions the freedom of speech and does not impose punishment upon the common folk. With his head adorned in white hair, he possesses an ethereal demeanor as he proclaims, "Rise, all of you. This shall not be repeated. Should I hear further discourse about me, each of you shall receive 100 slaps upon your cheeks. Thank you, immortal master, for your mercy." They all rejoiced, standing up from the ground. The guests at several tables hastily produced a multitude of coins, casting them onto the table without counting, and fled as if escaping the possibility of his change of heart. The innkeeper and his few assistants also contemplated departure, yet found themselves without justification to leave, standing there with bated breath, afraid to exhale. "I am no man-eating demon. I am not so fearsome." Guo Feilong retrieved a 10-tael silver note from his sleeve pocket and placed it upon the counter. He spoke, "Please provide me with a clean room and a bucket of bathing water." The innkeeper, daunted by his presence, repeatedly exclaimed, "I dare not accept your money." Guo Feilong, in a state of displeasure, remarked, "Although I am the master of Huangshi town, I do not take advantage of my position to bully others. It is only just and proper that one pays for lodging and meals. This payment must be accepted, otherwise this tavern will cease operations by tomorrow." Indeed, esteemed master. "You are absolutely correct," replied the tavern keeper, perspiring profusely as he accepted the banknotes. He then produced a key and handed it over, instructing a servant to escort Guo Feilong to the finest guest room on the second floor. Upon entering the room, Guo Feilong released the creature from his beast pouch. "Master, I am hungry. I crave meat," the little one exclaimed eagerly as it emerged, demanding its sustenance. Guo Feilong retrieved 2 strips of beef from his storage bag, tossing them at Defu's feet. Defu opened his mouth and released a jet of flame, charring the beef to a crisp. Fortunately, the floor of the tavern's room was laid with tiles resembling porcelain, impervious to fire. Had it been wooden flooring, such a fiery breath from Defu could have ignited a conflagration. Over the past half-month, Defu had grown considerably, expanding from the size of an adult rooster to that of a full-grown goose. After devouring the burnt beef strips, Defu ambled about the room with an air of indifference, curiously surveying his surroundings. Before long, 3 tavern attendants arrived, each carrying 6 buckets of warm water, which they poured into the bathing tub. After they departed, Guo Feilong shed his garments. Despite being over 120 years old, he still possessed a well-defined six-pack. The path of immortality does not diminish the necessity of physical prowess. Practitioners of the arcane arts must hone their martial skills. It is commonplace for men to have abs and women to possess toned physiques. However, age had rendered his skin somewhat lax. Fortunately, as an immortal, despite the inevitable signs of aging, he was spared the blemishes of old age. Seated in the warm bath, Guo Feilong closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. His spiritual root was of a medium water attribute, which greatly enhanced his cultivation in water. Regrettably, he had been stuck at the 6th level of qi refinement for over 50 years. Now, his daily practice merely strengthened his physical capabilities without yielding any increase in magical prowess. The following day, in the morning, the square of Huangshi town was already bustling with people. The town mayor and other officials had arrived early, awaiting the proceedings. To secure their standing in Huangshi town, they brought along their unmarried daughters and granddaughters of suitable age, all of whom were fair of face. For those with wealth and power, offering their daughters and granddaughters to an immortal in exchange for influence was a lucrative endeavor, promising vast benefits for themselves and their entire families. Even if their daughters or granddaughters were reluctant to attend, not wishing to be chosen by an immortal or marry a man over a century old, they were compelled to accompany their families. Not only the town mayor, but also many others eager to seize the opportunity for power brought their beautiful daughters to the square. Should their daughters catch the eye of the immortal and be taken as wives or concubines, they might very well have a chance at becoming the mayor themselves. Just then, Guo Feilong stepped upon the white clouds and descended onto the elevated platform of the square. The mayor of Huangshi town led the crowd in a fervent call. "We welcome your excellency." In his subservient role, he was the first to prostrate himself before the ground. In the realm of fiefdom, the lord of the land is, indeed, the master of all the inhabitants within it, a truth well known throughout the world of cultivation. Thousands followed suit. Kneeling upon the earth. Rise, everyone. Guo Feilong's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly, as if he were speaking directly beside them. In the next moment, everyone rose to their feet. Today, I have summoned you for 3 matters at hand. Guo Feilong extended a finger and proclaimed, first and foremost, within my domain. No one shall engage in unscrupulous practices, nor shall they procure goods without compensation. Should one take what belongs to another, they must render payment. Furthermore, those who owe debts must fulfill their obligations. Repaying a debt is a fundamental principle. If one possesses wealth yet maliciously refuses to repay, I urge you to reflect upon this. When you found yourself in dire straits, who was it that extended a helping hand? Who treated you as a friend and lent you money to navigate through your troubles? After you have surmounted these challenges and regained your financial footing, neglecting to repay is an affront that cannot go unpunished. I assure you, I will see to it that justice is served. At this juncture, Guo Feilong's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his voice rising in intensity. The individuals I despise most in this life are those who, despite having the means, display the shamelessness of a pig unperturbed by boiling water and refuse to repay their debts. I grant you 7 days to return the principal along with interest. Should you fail to comply within this time frame, rest assured that I will be made aware, and all your possessions, your homes and lands, shall be confiscated. Moreover, your descendants for 5 generations shall be subjected to servitude. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd gathered in the square. They had not anticipated that Master Guo would champion the cause of the people rather than seek to select beautiful women for marriage. Among the throng, a portion suddenly knelt, bowing their heads towards Guo Feilong on the platform. Thank you, Master, for advocating on behalf of us humble folk, they expressed, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Their relatives, despite their wealth, were precisely the kind who would default on their debts. They had sought justice from the town mayor, only to find that he had accepted bribes from those debtors, leaving them with no recourse. They had resigned themselves to a lifetime of loss, yet today, hope flickered anew. Meanwhile, those who owed money trembled in fear, sweat beading upon their brows, relieved that the master had granted them a 7-day reprieve before imposing any punishment. Guo Feilong instructed those kneeling in gratitude to rise. He then recited the names of a dozen individuals, all known tyrants of Huangshe Town, notorious for their nefarious deeds and oppressive behavior. In any locality plagued by bullies, there invariably exists a shield of protection. Without such guardianship, these ruffians would find no fertile ground in which to thrive. In regions beyond their own, these villains are managed with an iron fist. No tyrant is allowed to fester on one's own territory. Should they breed future generations that follow in their footsteps, they too would face retribution. Though the act of extinguishing one's own lineage is unfathomable, inflicting harm, such as breaking a limb, is inevitable. However, should the oppressor be someone else, the act of elimination remains an option. Upon his initial arrival in Huangshe Town, during his discreet visits, Guo Feilong had already gleaned from the townsfolk who the bullies and their protectors were. The individuals he named were all stained with the blood of several lives. Among them were local officials, including the town mayor, who stood before the crowd, mistakenly believing they were being honored. Perhaps thinking Guo Feilong had taken an interest in their daughters or granddaughters. Yet, in the very next moment, a spectacle unfolded that left all present wide-eyed. Guo Feilong dramatically reached for his storage pouch, and a gleaming flying sword materialized, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Today, he declared, I shall establish a new order. With a menacing wave of his hand, Guo Feilong unleashed a flurry of swords that sliced through the air like lightning, targeting the mayor of Huangshe Town and his associates. How could mere mortals hope to evade the onslaught of a cultivator's flying swords? Before the mayor and his companions could react, the blades had already severed the necks of more than a dozen individuals. Thud, 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 their heads tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a halt. The corpses collapsed, leaving a gruesome scene painted in blood upon the earth. In the blink of an eye, vibrant lives were extinguished, their bodies severed from their heads. A collective gasp of horror echoed through the crowd. Father, grandfather, elder brother, younger brother. The relatives of those present rushed to their sides, some kneeling, others prostrating themselves before the lifeless forms, consumed by grief and tears. You monster, why have you slain my father? What enmity exists between us? A beautiful young woman glared up at Guo Feilong from the platform, her eyes ablaze with hatred. She was the youngest daughter of the mayor. Guo Feilong cast a fleeting glance in her direction, and as if addressing her, or perhaps all present, he spoke in a calm tone. The mayor of Huangshe Town, age 53, has held his position for 28 years, colluding with the local tyrant Dong Tianlin. Over the years, he has been responsible for the deaths of 17 individuals, the most recent of which occurred merely a month ago. Guo Feilong cast his gaze upon the daughter of the town mayor in Huangshe Town and remarked, "You cannot be oblivious to your father's deeds. Such a villain, if not by my hand, would inevitably meet his demise at the hands of others seeking justice." The young woman's complexion turned ashen, for she understood the nature of her father's character. Amidst the crowd, a young man in his 20s suddenly fell to his knees. Weeping uncontrollably, "My beloved, your vengeance has finally been avenged." Half a year prior, he had wed a stunningly beautiful bride from a neighboring town. The couple had shared a blissful love. However, a month ago, as they journeyed to tend to their fields, the mayor had abducted his enchanting wife. In a desperate bid to rescue her, he confronted the mayor at his residence, only to be severely beaten. The following day, his wife was found lifeless in the streets, her body marred with lash marks, a gruesome sight indeed. Tragically, she had been 3 months pregnant, resulting in a double loss. Yearning for retribution for his wife and their unborn child, he found himself powerless against the mayor, who was perpetually surrounded by a retinue of thugs. He had resigned himself to the belief that he would never achieve vengeance in this lifetime. Yet, to his astonishment, today, the immortal master has exacted retribution for his wife and child. With resounding thuds, heads struck the ground in gratitude. "Thank you, immortal master, for avenging my family." In the next moment, no fewer than 100 individuals were kneeling in the crowd, bowing their heads in reverence. Among them were those who had suffered at the hands of the mayor and his henchmen, and others who had lost loved ones to their tyranny. Each one was an ordinary citizen, devoid of power and influence. Had it not been for Guo Feilong's actions against the mayor and his ilk, they would have never seen justice in their lifetimes. Today, their deep-seated grievances have finally been avenged, and their hearts brimmed with boundless gratitude and respect for Guo Feilong. Guo Feilong pointed at the corpses of the mayor of Huangshe Town and others, declaring, "From this moment forth, all their properties and lands shall be confiscated. In 7 days, I will provide a certain monetary compensation to the families or individuals affected by their actions, based on the list of those they have harmed. Until I have spoken of these 3 matters, no one may leave the square. Those who defy this command shall face merciless retribution." Guo Feilong conjured a spell, and beneath his feet, a cloud materialized, lifting him to a height of over 20 meters, affording him a broader vista. Should anyone dare to flee and alert the family of the mayor of Huangshe Town, his flying sword would prove to be no mere ornament. "Today, I shall announce the second matter of significance." Guo Feilong extended 2 fingers and proclaimed, "From this year onward, all those who till the land shall only be required to pay 20% of their harvest as tax." "Thank you, master. Thank you, immortal teacher." Thousands of individuals, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt upon the ground. They were farmers who previously endured a staggering 60% tax. With an average yield of 300 jin per mu, they were compelled to surrender 180 jin, leaving them with a mere 120 jin for their own sustenance. In years of calamity, when crops failed or yielded little, these farmers would still owe debts to the government, as taxes were levied based solely on land ownership, irrespective of crop yield. Even in bountiful years, once taxes were deducted, the remaining grain barely sufficed to feed a family's basic needs, leaving them with scant savings, often less than 3 taels of silver by year's end. The plight of the farmers was dire, exacerbated by the local mayor and tyrants who devised cunning ways to extort and oppress them through usury. Before his journey into the realm of immortals, Guo Feilong himself hailed from a farming background and held a deep concern for the welfare of the agrarian community. By reducing the tax to 20%, he ensured that for every mu yielding 300 jin, farmers could retain 240 jin, only needing to submit 60 jin as tax. This change would not only enable them to feed their families well, but also provide surplus funds for clothing and an improved standard of living. In the square, thousands of grateful farmers knelt in appreciation. The promise of brighter days ahead was palpable. Who among them would not feel joy, excitement, and gratitude? Observing the throng of kneeling farmers, Guo Feilong felt a genuine happiness for their future. "All right, everyone, please rise," he urged, and as all stood up, a sense of hope enveloped the gathering. Guo Feilong declared, "Now, I shall speak of the third matter, which is to raid the homes of those vile bullies. From this moment forth, no tyrant shall be permitted within my domain." The square was filled with thousands of citizens, each invigorated as if electrified, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they shouted. Raid their homes. Guo Feilong had taken the lives of over a dozen individuals, all hailing from 9 distinct families. He divided the thousands of men, women, and children gathered in the square into 9 groups, instructing them to encircle the 9 local tyrants and wait for him to systematically confiscate their properties. It is often said that the rich perish in their wealth, while the poor languish in their poverty. During this plundering, Guo Feilong was astounded by the immense wealth amassed by the local officials, especially that of the town mayor. He discovered 200,000 taels of silver, 100,000 taels in silver notes, and an uncountable amount of copper coins, all piled high. The remaining gold, silver, and jewelry were valued at no less than 100,000 taels of silver. What delighted Guo Feilong the most was the revelation of 2,387 inferior spiritual stones and a superior defensive artifact, the Kunma shield, hidden within a secret compartment in the mayor's underground chamber. In over a century at Lingxi's sect, he had never encountered a superior artifact. His own flying sword was merely a medium-grade artifact. The market value of a superior defensive artifact begins at a minimum of 10,000 spiritual stones. Not only did Guo Feilong uncover spiritual stones and artifacts in the mayor's residence, but he also found 568 inferior spiritual stones and a medium-grade flying sword artifact in the secret chamber of another local tyrant. A medium-grade flying sword artifact typically ranges between 1,500 to 2,000 spiritual stones. In the realm of cultivation, it is not particularly unusual for an ordinary household to possess spiritual stones and artifacts. After all, who among us has not had an ancestor that dabbled in cultivation? Upon investigation, it was revealed that the mayor's family had settled in Huangshe town over 150 years ago, having migrated from another region. As for the origins of their ancestors, no one knows. Perhaps only the mayor, whom he had slain, was privy to that secret. However, it held little significance for Guo Feilong. In any case, the spiritual stones in the superior defensive artifact, the Kunma shield, now belonged to him. Concerning the governance of Huangshe town, Guo Feilong aspired to be a hands-off steward, preferring not to manage affairs personally. Thus, he sought to appoint a new mayor. Among the townsfolk's nominations, he selected an individual of high moral character and great prestige to oversee the town's matters. The former mayor's grand residence had now become his own, staffed by a cadre of over 50 new servants. Throughout his life, Guo Feilong had been a man of his word, rarely failing to honor his promises. He had vowed to compensate those who had suffered at the hands of the mayor and his henchmen, as well as the families of the deceased, and he intended to fulfill that promise. The injured would receive compensation ranging from 10 to 20 taels of silver, while those rendered disabled would be compensated between 30 to 50 taels. The families of the deceased would be awarded 100 taels each. In total, over 4,300 taels were disbursed in compensation, sourced from the wealth seized from the homes of the corrupt. This not only enriched those who had been oppressed by the town officials and bullies, but also augmented Guo Feilong's own fortune. He garnered the affection and respect of the populace, alongside a wealth unimaginable to ordinary folk. In the public square, before the gathered crowd, he executed the mayor and the bullies, seizing their assets, which left the debtors trembling in fear. On that very day, they repaid the loans with interest to the relatives and friends who had extended their hands in assistance during times of dire need. Guo Feilong once established a regulation stipulating that those who were financially capable yet maliciously refused to repay their debts must enter and exit through the main gate on their knees. Such individuals, who possess wealth yet choose to default on their obligations, deserve neither respect nor dignity. Their brazen disregard stems from an overly lenient legal system that has failed to impose adequate consequences. Ultimately, it is the absence of justice and fairness within the law that allows such behavior to flourish. Conversely, there are those who owe money to relatives and friends but are genuinely unable to repay due to their impoverished circumstances. For these individuals, Guo Feilong implemented a more compassionate approach, providing them with temporary employment opportunities. Once they earn sufficient funds to settle their debts, their compulsory work obligations will be lifted. As for the indolent who refuse to work, they will be met with a daily regimen of minor disciplinary measures. If they can endure it, they may continue to evade repayment. If not, they will promptly comply and engage in labor. There exists no debtor that cannot be reformed. Within a mere few days, the atmosphere in Huangshe town transformed for the better, and the citizens wholeheartedly embraced him as their leader. Guo Feilong harbored a disdain for being addressed as master by the multitude, preferring that they refer to him as lord or esteemed master. After attending to these sundry matters, He resolved to turn his attention to personal affairs and instructed his steward to summon all the matchmakers in the town: Matchmaker Zhang, Matchmaker Wang, Matchmaker Li, Matchmaker Ma, and Matchmaker Sunday. In this town, 5 professional matchmakers were indeed a considerable number. The 5 matchmakers sat upright in their chairs, their demeanor notably reserved as they gazed at Guo Feilong. "I am neither a man-eating demon nor a ferocious beast. There is no need for fear, so please, relax." Guo Feilong did not engage in idle chatter with the 5 matchmakers, but rather proceeded directly to the point. "I summoned you here to arrange a marriage for me. My requirements are quite simple, consisting of just 3 stipulations. First, the candidate must be under the age of 20. Second, the more beautiful she is, the better. Third, she must have a pristine reputation, free from any scandalous rumors, and possess exemplary conduct. If there are no suitable candidates in Huangshe town, feel free to seek out other villages or towns that meet my criteria. Upon successful completion of this task, I shall reward you with 20 taels of silver. Do not worry about my financial capacity. Rather, fear that you may not find enough young ladies to become my wives." Upon hearing this, the 5 matchmakers' eyes sparkled with excitement. 20 taels of silver represent 3 years' wages for a laborer in Huangshe town. If they could successfully arrange multiple matches for the esteemed lord, they would undoubtedly reap considerable profits. As for the bride price, Guo Feilong pondered for a moment and declared, "You should inform the family of the bride that the betrothal gift is set at 500 taels of silver. In Huangshe town, the average betrothal gift for an ordinary man marrying is approximately 2,025 taels of silver. A betrothal gift of 500 taels equates to more than 20 times that of an average person, rendering it an extraordinarily enticing offer for the common folk." Upon hearing the sum, several matchmakers could hardly suppress their yearning for a beautiful daughter to wed him. To them, 500 taels was indeed a staggering fortune. For Guo Feilong, he lacked neither gold nor silver. What he truly desired was a young and lovely wife to warm his bed. In Huangshe town, aside from the small merchants and vendors, he possessed a 30% stake in various lucrative enterprises. The town also held several metal mines, previously owned by the former mayor and local tyrants, which now belonged to him, coupled with agricultural tax revenues. He reaped at least tens of thousands of taels in profit annually, effortlessly supporting 1,000 or 2,000 individuals. Moreover, he currently held over 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, which could be exchanged for gold and silver. Each low-grade spirit stone could fetch a minimum of 5,000 taels, meaning his 3,000 stones could yield at least 15 million taels, sufficient to marry 15,000 beautiful brides. As the saying goes, money can accomplish wonders. The exorbitant betrothal gift of 500 taels was indeed persuasive. The following afternoon, one of the matchmakers, Granny's son, arrived with great enthusiasm. "My lord, I have found a young lady who meets your 3 criteria, and the arrangement has been settled." Granny's son announced. "Her name is Su Shui, and she is 28 years old. Whenever you have time, we can visit her family, or I can bring her and her parents here tomorrow." "I have time now. Let us go at once," Guo Feilong replied eagerly, rising from his seat. Su Shui's family resided in the northern part of Huangshe town. Her father was a bookkeeper for a cloth merchant, his abacus clicking rhythmically throughout the day. When Granny's son approached and mentioned the betrothal gift of 500 taels, Su Shui's father readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, regardless of whether Su Shui herself was agreeable to the arrangement. After Guo Feilong and son Meipa arrived at Su Mei's residence, they immediately set their sights on Su Shui, standing at approximately 168 meters. She possesses fair skin and exquisite features, with her elegantly arched eyebrows resembling a delicate painting. Her presence exudes the refined grace of a noble woman. With such beauty and figure, Su Shui, even without makeup, could effortlessly overshadow those glamorous celebrities enhanced by filters. A touch of subtle makeup would undoubtedly elevate her appearance to that of a celestial being. After Guo Feilong nodded in agreement to the marriage, Su Shui's father inquired, "My lord, when do you intend to arrange the wedding?" "I would like to prepare a bridal gown for Shui." Guo Feilong raised his head to gaze at the sky and remarked, "It will not do for today. The restaurant cannot prepare such an abundance of dishes. Let us postpone the wedding until tomorrow." Su Shui's parents and the matchmaker, son, were momentarily taken aback. "You wish to marry tomorrow? Are you truly in such a haste?" Little did they know, after gazing upon Su Mei's beauty, Guo Feilong, who had not taken a bride in over 120 years, was fervently eager to wed at that very moment. The following day, the wedding of Guo Feilong and Su Shui was conducted under the auspices of a host. The townsfolk of Huangshe were overjoyed by the union. For Guo Feilong had arranged an extravagant feast with 500 tables set up in the streets, allowing everyone to partake without the obligation of bringing gifts. Those desirous of a meal could simply sit and enjoy the offerings. The less affluent members of the community abstained from presenting gifts, while those of higher standing contributed generously, their monetary gifts surpassing the total cost of the lavish banquet by several-fold. As the family expanded, the family's auspicious vessel would yield a corresponding amount of good fortune. With the marriage of a bride, one could only wonder how much fortune was generated. Once Su Shui had drifted into slumber, Guo Feilong's spirit ventured into the sea of consciousness. The family's auspicious vessel floated serenely at the center of this ethereal realm, adorned with golden runes that shimmered with a fluctuating divine radiance. Guo Feilong gazed into the cauldron, which resembled a celestial realm. Floating within were 10 clouds, each the size of a fingertip, radiating vibrant hues. These auspicious clouds possessed numerous capabilities. They could enhance the innate quality of one's spiritual roots, amplify the potency of spells and divine abilities, temporarily augment the power of magical artifacts, improve the success rates of alchemy, artifact creation, and talisman crafting, and even guarantee a breakthrough through the confines of cultivation levels. However, these clouds seemed insufficient for elevating the quality of his spiritual roots. He decided to test their efficacy, contemplating whether they would suffice to propel him from the 6th to the 7th layer of qi refinement. In the next moment, with a flicker of his consciousness, the 10 clouds soared from the cauldron, swiftly navigating through his meridians. They arrived at a portal resembling the moon. Shattering this portal would grant him entry into the 7th layer of qi refinement. Boom, boom, boom. The clouds struck the portal like grenades, detonating upon impact. As the 9th cloud exploded against the portal, it shattered with a resounding crash, unleashing a torrent of pure primordial mana that cascaded down like a waterfall from the newly fractured portal. Guo Feilong's spirit deftly guided this pure primordial magical energy into his dantian, merging it with his inferior middle-grade water spiritual root. The spiritual root serves as a vessel for storing magical power. Without a spiritual root, an ordinary individual, even after refining the ethereal energy of heaven and earth into personal magical power, would find it dissipating and vanishing due to the lack of a storage medium. Each practitioner possesses a primordial portal within, and upon opening one, primordial magical energy surges forth to blend with the spiritual root, enabling it to expand and accommodate greater quantities of magical power. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the more formidable the force when colliding with the boundary portal, which elucidates why those with superior spiritual roots find it easier to transcend their limits. Concurrently, a higher spiritual root allows for a swifter conversion of the ethereal energy into magical power. Each pathway leading to the next level is obstructed, necessitating the use of magical energy to excavate. Only by clearing these passages can one hope to shatter the boundary. Each practitioner is allotted merely 1 hour a day to excavate pathways. Upon the emergence of the passage from the 7th to the 8th level, Guo Feilong wasted no time. After his spiritual root doubled in size through the integration of primordial magical energy, he commenced the excavation. In the qi refining stage, each passage to the subsequent level is twice the length of that leading to the preceding one, with a corresponding increase in hardness. This results in the time required to elevate each boundary being 2 to 3 times that of the previous level. With merely 2 hours a day allotted for the excavation of these passages, practitioners can accelerate their magical power production not only through high-quality spiritual roots, but also by extracting ethereal energy from spirit stones. Additionally, the consumption of elixirs can temporarily enhance the efficiency of a spiritual root in refining ethereal energy into magical power. While elixirs are somewhat more efficient than spirit stones, the optimal approach for rapid advancement combines both resources. Alas, elixirs are prohibitively expensive for the average individual. Guo Feilong had spent a century within the Lingxi sect, receiving but a single low-grade qi training pill every 3 months, while 5 low-grade spirit stones were bestowed upon him each month. At this moment, Guo Feilong reclined upon his bed, cradling 2 low-grade spirit stones in his hands, as his mediocre spiritual roots whirled with remarkable speed. As the roots spun rapidly, the ethereal essence of the world, invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rushing towards his body. The 2 low-grade spirit stones in his grasp emanated wisps of spiritual light, akin to smoke and mist, which flowed into his being. As the spiritual energy gradually dissipated from the stones, they diminished in size, resembling melting ice, until they ultimately vanished completely. After absorbing the 2 low-grade spirit stones, Guo Feilong procured another pair, continuing to draw the celestial energy within them to transform it into his own magical power. Boom, 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 within him. His magical energy surged like a rampaging dragon, relentlessly battering against the passage leading to the next realm, yet the progress remained exceedingly slow. Guo Feilong, through meticulous calculation, determined that under conditions of ample spiritual stones, with his middling quality of low-grade spiritual roots, it would take him at least 20 years to forge a path to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. In the absence of sufficient spiritual stones, this duration would extend to no less than 50 years. By then, he would have long succumbed to the embrace of the earth, reduced to a mere pile of bones. Regrettably, the auspicious clouds produced by his family's auspicious cauldron could not directly enhance his cultivation speed, nor could they aid him in excavating the path. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Guo Feilong concluded his training. The following day dawned. Guo Feilong emerged from the confines of the marital chamber and stepped into the courtyard. His wife, Su Shui, remained ensconced in slumber beneath the warm covers. In the realm of cultivation, one must master both the ethereal arts of spells and the physical prowess of martial techniques. At this early hour, with dawn barely breaking, the household maids and servants had yet to awaken. Guo Feilong withdrew a low-grade flying sword from his storage bag and commenced his martial arts practice in the courtyard. Should an ordinary person happen to observe his swordplay, they would be utterly incapable of discerning the fluidity of his movements. All that would be visible are the scintillating flashes of the sword, resembling a fan, as they danced in tandem with the motions of his arm. Simultaneously, Guo Feilong's footwork was remarkably swift, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the courtyard, as if several versions of himself were engaged in a playful chase. The clashes between cultivators are notoriously fierce and merciless, with a single misstep potentially resulting in grievous dismemberment. Most practitioners prefer to wield offensive magical artifacts during combat, engaging from a considerable distance to avoid immediate peril. At such distances, the magical tools collide in midair, allowing ample time for various reactions to unfold. Suddenly, a pigeon, raised by an unknown household, soared overhead, approximately 30 meters above the ground. Die! Guo Feilong swung his sword through the air towards the pigeon. With a swift motion, a translucent blade resembling a ripple of water shot forth. In an instant, the pigeon's head was severed from its neck, and it plummeted from the sky. Guo Feilong gestured with his left hand, conjuring a radiant thread of light that gracefully enveloped the severed head and body of the fallen pigeon, drawing them towards him. The art of telekinesis is a commonly employed technique among cultivators, allowing them to retrieve objects from a distance. He would instruct the maid to take it to the kitchen, where the chef would prepare a nourishing bowl of pigeon soup for Su Shui. Guo Feilong cast the pigeon upon the stone table in the courtyard and resumed his sword practice. After a period of honing his martial skills, he began to refine his technique of flying swords. Under the guidance of the incantation, the flying sword darted through the air like a flash of lightning, moving swiftly to and fro. Kuma shield, arise. Guo Feilong patted his waist storage pouch, summoning the exquisite defensive artifact, the Kunma shield. As he channeled his mana into the shield, a resonant sound echoed, and 4 beams of azure light erupted from it, transforming into 4 towering green shield-like projections that swirled around him like miniature planets orbiting a sun. Subsequently, Guo Feilong adeptly multitasked, maneuvering his flying sword to strike, while utilizing the Kunma shield to deflect its blows. In the realm of cultivation, combat experience is of paramount importance. A moment's negligence can lead to a tragic fate of dismemberment and demise. During his time at Lingxi's sect, disciples engaged in sparring sessions to hone their martial skills. Often, 3 or 4 cultivators of similar realms would besiege a single individual, enhancing both their cooperative tactics and the targeted individual's ability to withstand multiple adversaries. This starkly contrasts the tales he had previously read in cultivation novels, where each practitioner trained in solitude, emerging invincible in battle without ever sparring with others. Now, having departed from Lingxi's sect, he found himself devoid of sparring partners unless, by some chance, a descendant of his lineage took up the path of cultivation. The notion of seeking out other lone cultivators for practice was utterly absurd. Only a fool would consider it, for a combat practice partner could harbor malicious intent. Even a cultivator of 2 or 3 realms below could potentially bring about one's demise in such a scenario. It was akin to a fully grown man sparring with a 12 or 13-year-old child. A moment's carelessness could result in a fatal injury from a seemingly innocent opponent, leading to the loss of all his possessions. Time swiftly passed, and it had been half a month since his marriage to Su Shui. Yet 5 matchmakers had failed to present him with a suitable second candidate. It was not that these matchmakers had not brought forth young women for his consideration. Rather, while the girls they introduced were indeed attractive, they paled in comparison to Su Shui's beauty. Should he lower his standards for the sake of familial expectations? Settling for a girl of mere semblance to Su Shui? Guo Feilong pondered this dilemma while seated in contemplation. At that moment, the steward entered, announcing that matchmaker Li had arrived with a young lady and her parents for an arranged meeting. The steward informed him that this young lady was exceptionally beautiful. Guo Feilong's heart swelled with joy as he instructed the steward to bring over Li Meipa and her companions. This time, Li Meipa presented a young lady named Wang Yuyan, who, like Su Shui, was also 18 years of age. Standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, Wang Yuyan possessed a complexion as fair as that of mutton-fat jade, and her beauty surpassed that of Su Shui by a notch. Particularly striking was the ethereal aura that surrounded her. Resembling a celestial maiden who had gracefully stepped out from a painting, Guo Feilong instantly took a liking to Wang Yuyan. The very next day, he brought her home as his bride. The townsfolk of Huangsha rejoiced, for the streets were lined with tables of feasting, open for all to enjoy. As night fell, Guo Feilong lifted the red veil covering Wang Yuyan. Beautiful, exquisitely beautiful, as breathtaking as a celestial being descending from the heavens. In the stillness of the night, as his wife Wang Yuyan lay in a deep slumber, Guo Feilong's consciousness ventured into the sea of awareness. Upon gazing into the Family Auspicious Cauldron, he was astounded to discover an abundance of multicolored auspicious clouds within. With a sweep of his mind, he counted their number, and to his astonishment, there were precisely 600 clouds. Hiss! As Guo Feilong's consciousness returned to his body, he inhaled sharply. Marrying an ordinary individual devoid of spiritual roots seemed implausible, for it was inconceivable that the Family Auspicious Cloud Cauldron could generate such a multitude of auspicious clouds. Wang Yuya, without a doubt, possessed spiritual roots, albeit unbeknownst to her. Within the realm of cultivation, many remain unaware of their spiritual roots, as few cultivators offer to assess the spiritual potential of others' children. Such evaluations are not without cost, typically demanding a fee of no less than 1,000 taels of silver, a sum unattainable for the average family. Even if one were to sell their possessions to afford the 1,000 taels, few would seek a cultivator's assessment for their child's spiritual roots. The likelihood of 2 ordinary individuals without spiritual roots producing a child with them is exceedingly low, with a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Given that Wang Yuya's ancestry boasts no cultivators for 10 generations, her chances of possessing spiritual roots dwindle further, perhaps even below 1 in a million. Her parents, modest vendors operating a grocery store, are only marginally more affluent than farmers. It would be remarkable if they could gather 150 taels of silver, let alone the 1,000 required for a spiritual assessment. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Wang Yuya remains oblivious to her spiritual roots. In truth, even if her family managed to accumulate the 1,000 taels, it would be unlikely that they would spend it on assessing Wang Yuya's potential, as she has 2 older brothers and 2 younger siblings. In the cultivation world, where the concept of lineage preservation is deeply ingrained, a daughter, once married, often finds her ties to her family diminished. Any blessings within a household are typically bestowed upon the sons. One wonders what grade of spiritual roots Yuya possesses. Guo Feilong grasped the hand of the slumbering Wang Yuyan, a surge of pure magical energy flowing from her palm into him. Soon, his consciousness and power journeyed into Wang Yuyan's dantian, where he indeed beheld a spiritual root. The surface of the spiritual root crackled with tiny arcs of lightning, producing a series of sharp sounds. In the next instant, Guo Feilong's eyes widened in astonishment. The grade of Wang Yuyan's thunder spiritual root was, astonishingly, of medium quality within the earth tier. He had stumbled upon a true treasure. It is well known that individuals with earth tier spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Even within the Lingxi sect, any person possessing an earth tier spiritual root has nearly 100% chance of entering the foundation establishment stage, with a 2 to 3% likelihood of progressing to the golden core realm. In the Lingxi sect, those of the golden core stage are regarded as ancestral figures. He had indeed returned with a priceless gem. Guo Feilong's joy was boundless. It is noteworthy that a spirit root of the earth grade allows for a cultivation speed that surpasses his own medium grade root by 10-fold. He recalled an incident from 2 decades prior when an esteemed ancestor of the Golden Core stage from Lingxi sect brought back a child possessing a low-grade earth spirit root. The ancestor took the child as a personal disciple, and by the age of 20, the child succeeded in establishing a foundation, ultimately becoming an elder of the sect. In a moment of elation, the Golden Core ancestor rewarded this disciple with 10 counties of territory as a fief, evoking envy among the other foundation-establishing elders who typically received only a single county. Naturally, envy was understandable, as the child possessed a low-grade earth spirit root, granting him a 2 to 3% chance of becoming a formidable Golden Core cultivator in the future. Wang Yuyan's possession of a spirit root signified her potential as a cultivator, a fortuitous circumstance for Guo Feilong. The likelihood that their future offspring would inherit spirit roots was remarkably high. Furthermore, auspicious clouds could enhance the quality of spirit roots. He pondered the fate of his 600 clouds and wondered what level they could elevate his spirit root to. With that thought, Guo Feilong directed his consciousness into his sea of consciousness, guiding all 601 auspicious clouds into his dantian. Under his mental control, each cloud seamlessly penetrated his medium-grade water spirit root. Suddenly, his spirit root began to radiate, resembling a small azure sun. Upon the integration of the 356th cloud, his medium-grade water spirit root evolved into a superior low-grade water spirit root. As the brilliance of his spirit root surged once more, the 869th cloud melded into it, transforming the superior low-grade into a medium-grade low-grade spirit root. The luminescence intensified, and when the 336th cloud was absorbed, the medium-grade low-grade spirit root ascended to a medium-grade medium spirit root. Now, 265 clouds remained. Guo Feilong understood that the remaining auspicious clouds could not elevate his spiritual root to the upper tier of medium quality. Thus, he returned the remaining clouds to the cauldron. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged upon his newlywed bed, holding 2 lower-grade spirit stones to engage in cultivation. After 2 hours of practice, he opened his eyes, a broad smile illuminating his face. With his spiritual root now upgraded to a medium quality, his rate of cultivation had more than doubled. At this pace, provided he had ample provisions, he would require no more than 20 years, or at most 7 to 8 years, to open the pathway to the next realm. Regrettably, his current supply of spirit stones could not sustain a daily regimen of cultivation for 7 to 8 years. During the recent tower session, he had already consumed 14 lower-grade spirit stones. The stones he possessed would only support daily cultivation for a maximum of 8 months. Presently, he was cultivating alone, but starting tomorrow, he would be sharing the spirit stones with Wang Yuyan, and in the future, he could not foresee how many descendants would partake in this cultivation. He needed to devise a means to acquire more spirit stones. His century at Lingxi sect had not been in vain. He was skilled in alchemy, artifact crafting, and the cultivation of spiritual herbs, making him quite versatile. However, he lacked talent in alchemy and artifact crafting. His success rate for producing the most basic first-grade elixirs was dismally low, under 10%, rendering his alchemical endeavors a financial loss. The same applied to artifact crafting, where his success rate also fell short of 10%, leading to further losses. Consequently, he ceased to pursue advanced studies in these fields. Auspicious clouds could enhance the success rates of alchemy and artifact crafting. If he could achieve a success rate of 20%, he would break even. Anything beyond that would yield profit. The following day, after breakfast, Guo Feilong summoned Wang Yuyan to the basement, revealing to her that she possessed a spiritual root within her body, granting her the potential to cultivate immortality. For an ordinary individual, the loftiest aspiration would undoubtedly be to possess a spiritual root and ascend to the realm of immortals, soaring through the clouds and reveling in a carefree existence. Upon learning that she too could become an immortal cultivator, Wang Yuyan excitedly embraced him, her joy reminiscent of a childesque glee. In truth, Wang Yuyan was merely in her 20s, and her childlike demeanor was entirely fitting. Within the confines of the basement, he taught her how to absorb the essence of heaven and earth into her spiritual root, transforming it into magical power, and how to overcome the initial bottleneck of the qi refinement stage, ultimately becoming a practitioner of the first layer of qi refinement. Guo Feilong initially believed that even with Wang Yuyan's remarkable speed, it would take her at least 10 days to half a month to ascend to the first layer of qi refinement. However, to his astonishment, Wang Yuyan progressed far more swiftly than he had anticipated, achieving the status of a qi refinement practitioner in merely 3 days. With her earth-grade spiritual root, her cultivation speed was indeed extraordinary. Although a practitioner at the first layer of qi refinement possesses limited magical power, they are still capable of wielding flying swords to vanquish foes. Guo Feilong bestowed upon Wang Yuyan a mid-grade flying sword, a storage bag, and dozens of low-grade spirit stones. The addition of another cultivator to the family meant yet another individual requiring spirit stones for their cultivation. Guo Feilong intended to engage in alchemy to generate income. Alchemy necessitated an alchemical furnace, along with medicinal herbs and formulas. He possessed the formulas for first and second-grade pills. However, he was currently lacking an alchemical furnace and the requisite herbs. Qingyang County was merely a barren land for cultivation resources, with a sparse number of cultivators and no designated gathering place for them. Yet, at the intersection of 5 counties, 1,300 miles east of Qingyang County, lay an island in the heart of a lake. On the 10th day of each month, numerous cultivators would gather there to set up stalls, trading goods, and exchanging resources. This day marked the morning of the 10th day of July. Guo Feilong, treading upon the clouds, ascended to the heart of the lake, rarely seen in everyday life. Cultivators abound in this ethereal isle. Guo Feilong estimated that there were approximately 300 cultivators on the island at this moment. The presence of such a multitude of cultivators is, in fact, quite reasonable, considering it is a confluence of 5 counties. The smallest of these counties boasts over 50 towns, accompanied by an innumerable array of villages. In Qingyang County alone, there exist around 100 cultivator families, with the more prominent ones typically possessing 7 to 10 cultivators. Thus, it is entirely commonplace for a county to have 2 to 300 cultivators. When considering 5 counties, the presence of 1 to 2,000 cultivators is likewise expected. Hence, having 2 to 300 cultivators congregating here is merely a natural occurrence. Ordinary people seldom encounter cultivators, as they are perpetually occupied, either scouring the mountains and fields for spiritual herbs and medicines or diligently honing their mystical abilities and martial skills. Guo Feilong possessed little to offer to other cultivators. He had no need to set up a stall or meander through others' booths. When he encountered spirit herbs or elixirs that piqued his interest, he would engage the vendors in negotiation, purchasing what he could afford and moving on if unable to strike a deal. As the saying goes, one should not flaunt their wealth. Thus, Guo Feilong refrained from excessive selling of spirit herbs or elixirs, wary of attracting unwanted attention and becoming a target. It is worth noting that on this modest island in the lake, there were no fewer than 10 cultivators whose prowess surpassed his own, 3 of whom were at the 9th level of qi refinement. In the realm of cultivation, incidents of theft and murder among practitioners transpire every moment. As a 7th level qi refinement cultivator, it was wise for him to maintain a low profile. After acquiring approximately 200 low-grade spirit stones worth of spirit herbs and elixirs, Guo Feilong ceased his purchases. He required an alchemy furnace. So he retrieved paper and a pen from his storage bag and inscribed 5 characters on a wooden board, seeking alchemy furnace. High-quality alchemy furnaces were exorbitantly priced, while lower-quality options were relatively affordable. Shortly after he finished writing, a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator approached him. She appeared to be a beautiful, youthful woman of about 19. Yet her actual age was undoubtedly over 30, as those who achieved the 6th level of qi refinement before that age typically possessed medium-grade spiritual roots, qualifying them for recruitment by the Lingxi sect. I have a low-grade, upper-tier alchemy furnace for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, the woman announced. Guo Feilong promptly shook his head, insisting he could not afford it. Even if he had the means, he would not squander 5,000 low-grade spirit stones on such an item. It was not that the low-grade, upper-tier alchemy furnace was unworthy of that price. Rather, revealing 5,000 low-grade spirit stones in such a setting would indisputably broadcast to all. I am wealthy, I am affluent, and my cultivation is modest. Come and rob me. I also have 2 third-grade pill recipes. Would you care to buy them? They are offered at a mere 1,000 spirit stones each, a bargain for you, the fair and pure-looking female cultivator inquired. Guo Feilong shook his head, stating that he could not afford it. It wasn't that he truly lacked the means, but rather that he dared not make such a purchase. Hadn't he only dared to spend around 200 spirit stones on spiritual herbs and medicines? 1,000 spirit stones could undoubtedly incite thoughts of murder and theft in some individuals. He had no intention of courting death. The beautiful and pure-looking female protagonist left in disappointment. Shortly thereafter, Guo Feilong observed her in a nearby clearing, retrieving a low-grade alchemy furnace, several mid-grade flying swords, and a high-grade flying sword from her storage bag, all awaiting inquiries for purchase. With such a striking visage, could it be that her mind was as soft as tofu, devoid of reason? Guo Feilong pondered. A high-grade flying sword possesses a minimum value of 5,000 spirit stones. And coupled with that low-grade alchemy furnace, the total would exceed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If a mere 1,000 low-grade spirit stones could provoke murderous intentions, what of items valued at no less than 10,000 spirit stones? I have a low-grade alchemy furnace for 300 spirit stones. Would you care to buy it? At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator, appearing to be in his 40s, approached him with the inquiry. The price of the low-grade alchemy furnace, set at 300 spirit stones, was neither exorbitant nor trivial. Guo Feilong replied, I do not possess the full 300 spirit stones, only 290. If you are willing to sell, I shall purchase it. 290 spirit stones will suffice. The middle-aged cultivator agreed without hesitation, producing a low-grade alchemy furnace that materialized before Guo Feilong. Guo Feilong presented the other party with 290 spirit stones and, having secured the low-grade alchemy furnace into his storage pouch, he departed upon a cloud of mist. Today, he had only revealed a modest fortune of approximately 500 spirit stones, sufficient to deter any nefarious thoughts of murder and theft against him. Indeed, his assessment proved accurate. He returned safely to Huangshe Town, his fiefdom, even if a foundation establishment cultivator were to brazenly take his life within his territory. The Lingxi sect would seek retribution on his behalf. To audaciously murder the lord of the land in his own domain would be tantamount to slapping the Lingxi sect in the face, provoking their wrath. Upon his return, Guo Feilong summoned his 2 wives, Su Shui and Wang Yuyan, and informed them of his intention to enter seclusion for alchemical pursuits for 2 or 3 days, instructing them to seek him in the underground chamber should any matters arise. Moments later, Guo Feilong placed the alchemical furnace upon the floor of the basement and ignited the fire crystal at its base with mundane flames. Instantly, the furnace emanated an intense and searing heat. The fire crystal, a combustible material that produces high-temperature flames for alchemy, was inadvertently crafted by an ancient artificer in a moment of serendipity. Today, it has become a commonly employed source of fire for alchemists below the foundation establishment stage. Guo Feilong meticulously selected various spiritual herbs and elixirs, combining them in precise proportions and sequences as he embarked on the intricate process of alchemy. The art of refining elixirs is a profound test of one's innate abilities and talents. Even a cultivator at the golden core stage may find their success rate in concocting pills disappointingly low if they lack the requisite alchemical aptitude. A low success rate translates to financial losses. As the saying goes, while some may engage in perilous ventures, no one willingly pursues a losing endeavor. To aspire to be an alchemist demands not only talent, but also substantial financial resources. Without such means, even the most gifted individuals may find themselves fated to remain estranged from the world of alchemy. On this occasion, he procured 30 portions of spiritual herbs and medicines from the Heart Lake Island, each valued at 6 low-grade spirit stones, a sum that far exceeded his monthly earnings during his time as an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect. His alchemical talent was notably poor, with a success rate of less than 5% over 37 years in the alchemy hall. Fortunately, he had relied on ungraded common materials during that time, thus mitigating his financial losses. Otherwise, he would have long since faced ruin during those 37 years in the alchemy hall. One can only ponder how many auspicious clouds are needed to elevate the success rate of refining a first-grade elixir to a perfect 100%. Guo Feilong first attempted to cast a cloud of auspiciousness into the alchemical furnace. Each furnace would yield 10 pills, with a certain success rate determining how many would be true elixirs. The remainder would be ineffective dross. After a brief moment, the first round of alchemical refinement came to an end. Guo Feilong unleashed a surge of mystical power, causing 10 elixirs to soar from the alchemical furnace. Upon meticulous inspection, 7 were deemed successful, while 3 were classified as defective. Each first-tier cultivation elixir commands a price of 3 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, 7 such elixirs would yield a total of 21 low-grade spirit stones. The cost incurred for this batch of elixirs amounted to 6 low-grade spirit stones, resulting in a net profit of 15 low-grade spirit stones. He carefully placed the 7 first-tier cultivation elixirs into his storage pouch. Guo Feilong commenced the refinement of his second furnace of elixirs, utilizing a single cloud of auspicious vapor once more. This time, the success rate exceeded that of the first furnace, yielding 8 perfect elixirs and 2 defective ones. Subsequently, he proceeded to concoct his third, fourth, and fifth furnaces, employing a solitary cloud of auspicious vapor for each. The lowest success rate he achieved was 70%, while the highest reached 90%. He refrained from using 2 clouds of auspicious vapor, as it would be an imprudent choice, even with a perfect success rate, that would result in merely 10 elixirs. If he were to conduct the refinement in 2 separate sessions, the total yield could amount to 14 elixirs. 2.5 days later, Guo Feilong completed the refining of 30 batches of elixirs, yielding a total of 241 first-grade cultivation pills, with an aggregate value of 723 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the cost of 180 low-grade spirit stones, he amassed an impressive profit of 543 low-grade spirit stones in less than 3 days. Such exorbitant profits are truly remarkable. The cultivation pills are the most sought-after resource in the realm of cultivation, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe the demand as insatiable. However, selling such a substantial quantity of cultivation pills in Qingyang County poses a significant challenge. After all, apart from a few prominent cultivation families that possess a greater abundance of spirit stones, the majority of smaller families are rather impoverished. To the southwest of Qingyang County, 8,000 li away, lies a market for cultivation resources, a quaint town established by the Lingxi sect, teeming with numerous shops engaged in the trade of such resources. Guo Feilong intends to sell his elixirs at a modest price to the apothecary located there. Only the apothecaries within the realm of cultivation can afford to purchase such a substantial quantity of elixirs at once. However, there is no immediate rush. He can wait a month or 2 before making the trip. The pressing matter at hand remains the pursuit of a bride to continue his lineage. As Guo Feilong emerged from the basement, the noon sun had just passed its zenith, and he had indulged in a warm bath. To wed a woman possessing spiritual roots as a wife or concubine is to garner an abundance of auspicious clouds. Alas, the number of those endowed with such roots is exceedingly scarce, rendering the pursuit of such a spouse infinitely more challenging than marrying an ordinary woman. Furthermore, not all women with spiritual roots possess beauty. An unattractive woman, regardless of her gifts, would not capture his heart. He sought only those of exquisite appearance. A matter of utmost significance. The adage that effort begets reward holds true without exception. Several days later, Su Shui found herself with child. Cultivators age at a languid pace. While ordinary mortals succumb to the swift passage of time, Guo Feilong intends to concoct the timeless beauty pill, a potion designed to preserve the youthful allure of his wives. The timeless beauty pill is a first-grade elixir, with its primary ingredients being exceedingly expensive, costing no less than 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. For reasons unknown, the success rate of crafting the timeless beauty pill is remarkably low. Even the most esteemed alchemists achieve a success rate of scarcely 10%. Thus, despite its classification as a mere first-grade elixir, its price is exorbitantly high, reaching 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones per pill, with demand far outstripping supply, leaving many noble families' female cultivators unable to procure it. However, acquiring the essential ingredients for the timeless beauty pill is not merely a matter of desire. One must rely on serendipity. Oh, great fortune, when will you allow me to mature, so that my journeys may be swifter? Guo Feilong lifted DeFu into his arms and presented it with a spirit stone along with a first-grade cultivation pill. At that moment, DeFu had grown to a size comparable to that of an adult dog, and Guo Feilong had elevated its innate potential by a small degree using the auspicious clouds. It was no longer a mere hope for DeFu to become a 9th-tier spiritual beast. The prospect of achieving 8th-tier status was indeed promising. In pursuit of a suitable bride, Guo Feilong issued a proclamation in Huangshi town and the neighboring areas, offering a dowry of 2,000 taels of silver to any woman who met his criteria for marriage. The allure of wealth proved effective, for shortly after raising the dowry, numerous suitors began to arrive with their daughters for matchmaking, often several pairs each day. Guo Feilong welcomed all those who possessed beauty and grace. Over the course of the following month, he found himself continually marrying and celebrating wedding ceremonies. Alas, none of the brides possessed spiritual roots, all were ordinary women. With an expanding household, the need for additional living space became apparent. Initially, he believed his grand residence was ample, but as the number of wives increased, so too did the number of maids and servants, leading to a sense of insufficiency in available rooms. Consequently, he purchased adjacent properties to expand his home, aiming to construct several hundred, if not 1,000 new rooms. The responsibility for this expansion fell to his first wife, Su Shui, who also took great care of her family, engaging her father, the steward, to oversee the renovation project. The steward's involvement in the expansion was bound to yield substantial profits. Guo Feilong, in comparison, remained indifferent. After all, Su Shui's father was his father-in-law, and the benefits would not be lost to outsiders. After breakfast one day, Guo Feilong summoned all his wives to the hall and addressed them. I shall be departing for a period. Henceforth, all matters, great and small, will be overseen by my first wife, Su Shui. Should any pressing issues arise, my second wife, Wang Yuyin, will take charge. In the realm of immortality cultivation, a man, regardless of the number of wives and concubines he possesses, holds the most esteemed position among them for his primary wife, known as the First Lady. Following her are the two secondary wives, referred to as the second and third ladies, while the remaining are deemed as concubines. After imparting instructions regarding household matters, Guo Feilong departed from Huangshe town, embarking towards the immortal housing market located 8,000 miles to the southwest. On his journey to the market, Guo Feilong encountered several cultivators from Qingyang County. Some greeted him warmly, expressing a desire for future camaraderie, while others merely nodded in acknowledgement. Understanding the intricacies of human interactions, Guo Feilong recognized life as a mirror. When others smile, one should reciprocate with a smile, and when faced with hostility, one must respond in kind. After all, they all navigated the same circle in Qingyang County. The ideal mode of coexistence is one where mutual goodwill prevails, fostering a harmonious environment. During his 2 months in Huangshe town, Guo Feilong occasionally took the initiative to visit other cultivation families, particularly the prominent clans of Li, Ma, Yang, Wang, Lu, Su, and Gong Sun, each of which he had visited at least twice. His intentions were twofold: to forge friendships and to scout for unmarried female cultivators of exceptional beauty. Marrying an ordinary person would yield merely 10 clouds of auspiciousness, an insufficient return. The likelihood of their offspring possessing spiritual roots is also rather slim. However, if both partners are cultivators, the probability of their child inheriting spiritual roots increases significantly. Thus, for over a month, he has been contemplating the unmarried, beautiful female cultivators among other families. The advantages of marrying into these esteemed cultivation families are manifold. Not only would it enhance the number of auspicious clouds, but it would also raise the likelihood of offspring with spiritual roots. Furthermore, it would expand his network of relatives, as having in-laws from surrounding cultivation families would deter local cultivators from causing him trouble. In times of conflict, he could rally dozens, even hundreds, of relatives to his side. Although the world is rife with violence and greed, where some cultivators exhibit extreme selfishness, willing to sacrifice their kin for wealth, such individuals represent a mere fraction of the cultivation community. The majority of cultivators still place great importance on familial and friendship bonds, contrary to the brutal depictions found in some cultivation novels. Of course, cultivators are human and cannot entirely escape human nature. As long as one adheres to discretion regarding wealth and avoids inciting greed in others, coupled with a degree of personal strength, one will find themselves surrounded by numerous friends rather than foes. In essence, cultivators are not vastly different from ordinary people. When the stakes are sufficiently high, they are capable of any deed. Recently, Guo Feilong organized a banquet in Qingyang County, inviting all cultivators above the 7th level of qi refinement. Some attended out of respect, while others chose not to. During the feast, he mentioned his modest talent in alchemy, claiming a success rate of around 30% for first and second-grade medicinal pills. He offered his services for cost-effective alchemy in the future, thereby elevating his standing among the attendees. Their expressions softened, and they became more inclined to forge friendships with him. This illustrates the esteemed position of an alchemist within the cultivation world, as everyone seeks to befriend an alchemist. Not only are medicinal pills essential for cultivation, but they are also necessary for healing injuries. Alchemists are indispensable, unlike equipment makers or talisman crafters, whose status pales in comparison. After all, the artifacts produced by equipment makers are utilized over generations before breaking in battle, whereas medicinal pills are consumed far more rapidly. By revealing his identity as an alchemist, Guo Feilong is laying the groundwork for future prosperity. In the world of cultivators, a practitioner lacking the means to generate wealth, without any inheritance from ancestors, yet possessing abundant spirit stones, will inevitably arouse suspicion among their peers, leading them to question whether one harbors hidden secrets. Possessing an abundance of spiritual stones can lead to perilous consequences, as others may resort to nefarious means to eliminate you and seize your secrets for themselves. One must understand the virtue of discretion. It suffices to reveal only a fraction of one's true capabilities. However, one should not err on the side of excessive modesty. A semblance of strength must be displayed to instill a sense of caution in others. Only through this delicate balance can many endeavors proceed smoothly. Guo Feilong soared through the skies for over 10 hours each day, traversing a distance of 2,000 miles. After 4 days, he finally arrived at Shaoye village in the Xianfang city, located 8,000 miles away in Huangshe town. It stood as the sole market established by the Lingxi sect among more than 20 surrounding counties. The village boasted over 40 structures, each a formidable defensive tower crafted from exquisite magical artifacts, with every tower serving as a shop. There were establishments selling elixirs, magical tools, runes, and various spiritual herbs and plants, alongside an auction house, an inn, and a performance venue where artistry was displayed without the exchange of flesh. Some of these shops were owned by the Lingxi sect itself, while others were operated by different cultivation factions, each required to pay a substantial annual rent to the Lingxi sect. In a world where treachery and theft were commonplace, many cultivators preferred to keep their transactions shrouded in secrecy. Those who did not don masks would wear wide-brimmed hats to conceal their identities, ensuring that even acquaintances would struggle to recognize them. Guo Feilong, conforming to local customs, donned a tiger mask and exchanged his attire for a black robe before entering the Shiyo market of Shaoye village. As he stepped into the Lingxi pavilion, operated by the Lingxi sect, a young and beautiful female attendant approached him promptly. "Esteemed Taoist, are you interested in purchasing elixirs, magical artifacts, or perhaps array talismans?" she inquired. Her demeanor professional, clad in the garb of a Lingxi sect servant, her cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, adorned with a courteous smile. Without preamble, Guo Feilong, concealed behind the tiger mask, stated, "I am a low-tier alchemist seeking to collaborate with the Lingxi sect to provide elixirs for your sale." Although the Lingxi sect held dominance in the region, the number of alchemists within the sect was limited, making them eager for mutually beneficial partnerships. Indeed, anyone capable of bringing profit to the Lingxi sect was deemed worthy of an invitation to the second floor for tea. The servant courteously guided him to a room on the second floor, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. Our supervisor, Elder Sun, is currently engaged in discussions with other Taoists. Once Elder Sun concludes, she will come to discuss the collaboration with you. There are pastries and tea here. Please help yourself." "Understood," Guo Feilong replied, settling into a chair and refraining from touching the refreshments laid before him. After more than half an hour, Elder Sun, clad in a flowing white gown, entered the room. Upon seeing her, Guo Feilong was momentarily taken aback. He had unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Elder Sun, responsible for the sale of elixirs in this marketplace, was a 9th-level qi refinement practitioner named Sun Yufeng, appearing to be around 22 or 23 years old, exuding a charming yet languid aura, reminiscent of one recently awakened from slumber. Behind the mask, a smile involuntarily grazed Guo Feilong's face, his gaze akin to that of a father observing his daughter as he looked at Sun Yufeng, who had just taken a seat across from him. 35 years prior, he had a close friendship with a fellow outer disciple of the Lingxi sect, who had formed a Taoist couple with a beautiful outer sect female disciple, resulting in the birth of a little girl endowed with superior spiritual roots. That little girl was none other than Sun Yufeng, who now sat before him as Elder Sunday. Before the age of 15, she had been like a child he watched grow, incessantly calling him Uncle Guo and requesting stories from him. Since her ascension to the inner sect, their encounters had dwindled. After she became a disciple of an elder skilled in alchemy, this marked their second meeting in nearly a decade. Time had passed swiftly. The little girl who once wore split-crotch pants had now attained the 9th level of qi refinement, qualifying for foundational establishment, and had become a steward overseeing the elixir business in the local marketplace for the Lingxi sect. As Guo Feilong lost himself in nostalgia, Sun Yufeng, with her enchanting beauty and perpetual aura of languor, spoke, "The Lingxi sect is willing to collaborate with any alchemist. The acquisition price of elixirs will be set at 85% of the selling price, allowing our Lingxi sect to profit modestly. Alchemists who collaborate with us enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing spiritual herbs and medicines from the Lingxi sect store, significantly reducing their alchemical costs. Should you be an intermediate or advanced alchemist capable of refining elixirs suitable for foundation building and golden core cultivators, you will attain the esteemed status of guest alchemist within our sect. The refined, intermediate, and advanced elixirs will be purchased at premium prices. When acquiring spiritual herbs and alchemical materials from the Lingxi sect, one can benefit from discounts ranging from 15 to 20% for those who wish to refine specialized elixirs. Our sect will also assist in sourcing the necessary materials. While our purchasing prices for elixirs may not be the highest, we guarantee that our prices for spiritual herbs and medicines are the most competitive. After collaborating with the Lingxi sect, If you can generate a profit of 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones within a decade, even a novice alchemist may ascend to the status of guest alchemist. Guo Feilong, having spent a century as an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect, is well aware of what Sun Yufeng articulated. His decision to partner with the Lingxi sect stems from several compelling reasons. Firstly, the Lingxi sect stands as the local hegemon, the ruler of the battlefield spanning numerous nations, ensuring that they harbor no greedy intentions toward their partners, thus providing a sense of security. Secondly, he aspires to become a guest alchemist of the Lingxi sect, intending to procure spiritual herbs and medicines at reduced prices, including rare items that are otherwise unattainable. Thirdly, having devoted a century to the Lingxi sect, he harbors deep affection for it. If the sect were a nation, he would be a loyal citizen wishing for its prosperity. Fourthly, his fief, Huangshe Town, was granted by the Lingxi sect, and his family resides on its land. Should his descendants exhibit high-quality spiritual roots, he intends to send them to the Lingxi sect for cultivation. Lastly, in the realm of cultivation, while low-level practitioners can acquire various spells with relative ease, once one reaches the foundation building stage, such spells become exceedingly difficult to obtain. Possessing a formidable spell allows an individual to contend with several foundation-building cultivators of comparable rank simultaneously. Although the Lingxi sect may not be a dominant force in the vast expanse of the cultivation world, within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, it undoubtedly ranks as a premier sect of unparalleled strength. Guo Feilong did not remove the tiger mask adorning his face. Instead, he deliberately rasped, "Very well." Upon saying this, he retrieved a large porcelain vial from his waist storage pouch, containing 200 first-grade cultivation elixirs. Sun Yufeng scanned the vial's contents with her divine sense and remarked, "First-grade cultivation elixirs are priced at 3 low-grade spirit stones each at the shop's counter, totaling 600 low-grade spirit stones for 200. We will acquire them at 80% of the price, amounting to 480 low-grade spirit stones. By the way, esteemed alchemist, may I inquire your distinguished name? I shall prepare an identification token for you." The term distinguished name is akin to a pen name for authors. Guo Feilong casually replied, "Wuhan." Sun Yufeng produced a token from her storage pouch, activated a small formation inscribed upon it with her magical energy, inscribing the 2 characters Wuhan before handing it over. She continued, "Alchemist Wuhan, if you place a drop of your life blood upon this token, you will henceforth be recognized as our cooperative alchemist of Lingxi sect. Presenting this token at any Lingxi sect pharmacy will entitle you to the corresponding privileges." Guo Feilong exerted his magical power to extract a single drop of his vital blood from the tip of his finger, which fell upon the token. In the next moment, the formation etched upon the token absorbed this precious drop of blood, ensuring that henceforth only he could wield its power. Anyone else who possessed the token would find it utterly useless. Guo Feilong, clutching 480 low-grade spirit stones, collaborated with the Lingxi sect to acquire an alchemist's token. He descended from the 2nd floor to the grand hall on the 1st floor, seeking the female servant disciple who had previously guided him upstairs. "I wish to purchase 100 sets of herbs and materials for refining 3rd-grade cultivation pills," he stated, presenting the token he had just received. The female servant swiftly retrieved 100 sets of herbs and materials for the 3rd-grade cultivation pills from a storage pouch behind the counter. She calculated aloud. Each set of herbs for refining 3rd-grade cultivation pills costs 24 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 2,400 stones for 100 sets. With a discount of 10, the final amount comes to 2,160 low-grade spirit stones. Guo Feilong retrieved 160 inferior spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over to the other party. He then placed the token and 100 3rd-grade cultivation pills into his storage pouch before exiting the alchemy shop of Lingxi sect within this marketplace. The distance from Xiaoya village to Huangshe Town spanned 8,000 miles. At his flying speed, the round trip would require a total of 8 days. Guo Feilong had no intention of squandering time on the road, so he secured a room at the defense tower and in Xiaoya village, paying the modest sum of 1 inferior spirit stone per day. The room was rather compact, approximately 30 square meters in size, devoid of windows. Once the door was shut, it isolated him completely from the sounds of the outside world. The entire inn had been ingeniously transformed from an exquisite defensive artifact, the defense tower, ensuring a remarkably secure environment. Buzz. Guo Feilong tapped his storage bag, and a radiant light burst forth, revealing a low-grade alchemical furnace upon the floor of the room. Subsequently, he commenced the refinement of 3rd-grade cultivation elixirs. In this realm of cultivation, 1st, 2nd, and third-grade elixirs are utilized by practitioners in the qi refinement stage. Fourth, fifth, and sixth-grade elixirs are employed by those in the foundation establishment stage. Seventh, eighth, and ninth-grade elixirs are reserved for golden core stage cultivators. The ability to concoct first, second, or third-grade elixirs designates one as a low-tier alchemist, while the capability to produce fourth, fifth, or sixth-grade elixirs elevates one to a mid-tier alchemist. Those who can refine seventh, eighth, or ninth-grade elixirs are regarded as high-tier alchemists. The status of an alchemist is exceedingly esteemed. Should a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement manage to concoct a fourth-grade elixir, they would be accorded the privileges of a foundation establishment cultivator within any sect of the cultivation world, enjoying a warm reception. During his first attempt at refining third-grade cultivation elixirs, Guo Feilong employed 2 clouds of auspicious energy, resulting in 6 successful elixirs and 4 failed ones. The market price for a third-grade cultivation elixir is 12 low-grade spirit stones. The cost for 2 amounts to 24 low-grade spirit stones, rendering his profits from this batch to be 48 low-grade spirit stones, even selling at an 80% discount to the Lingxi sect. He would still gain 39 low-grade spirit stones. As he prepared to refine his second batch of third-grade cultivation elixirs, Guo Feilong employed 3 auspicious clouds, resulting in a remarkable yield of 10 pills. The 10 third-grade cultivation elixirs possess a total value of 120 inferior spirit stones. The acquisition price stands at approximately 96 inferior spirit stones, and after deducting the cost of 24 inferior spirit stones, this batch yielded a profit of 72 inferior spirit stones. Utilizing 3 auspicious clouds to refine third-grade cultivation elixirs does not guarantee a full yield every time. There are instances of producing 9 pills. Yet the occurrence of 8 pills has not been noted. Time swiftly passed. After 8 days, 100 batches of third-grade cultivation elixirs were completed, culminating in a total of 923 third-grade cultivation elixirs. Guo Feilong once again arrived at the medicinal herb shop of Lingxi sect. At that moment, the hall of the shop was bustling with several patrons purchasing elixirs. Wishing to keep the quantity of his wares discreet, Guo Feilong addressed a female disciple of lesser rank, expressing his intent to ascend to the second floor. Upon reaching a room on that level, he unveiled 923 pieces of third-grade cultivation elixirs. This substantial quantity instantly altered the demeanor of the female disciple, who regarded him with newfound respect. She calculated aloud, noting that each third-grade elixir was valued at 12 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 11,076 stones for all 923 pieces. After applying a purchase rate of 80%, the overall sum amounted to 860 low-grade spirit stones. Guo Feilong completed a transaction with his counterpart, joyously stowing away 860 inferior spiritual stones into his storage bag. After deducting the cost of 160 inferior spiritual stones, he had amassed a profit of 700 inferior spiritual stones from alchemy over the past 8 days, averaging an impressive gain of 840 inferior spiritual stones daily. In stark contrast, during his century-long tenure as an outer sect disciple in Lingxi, he earned a meager average of 5 inferior spiritual stones per month, totaling a mere 60 inferior spiritual stones annually. Over a decade, this amounted to 600 stones, and across a century, a paltry 6,000 stones. In just 8 days of alchemical pursuits, he had eclipsed his total earnings from 100 years. It is akin to an individual with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Over a year, that sums to 120,000 yuan, and over a decade, 200,000 yuan. For any ordinary person, receiving such a windfall of 12 million yuan would undoubtedly classify them as wealthy. Of course, the astonishing feat of generating such an abundance of spiritual stones in just 8 days was largely attributable to the beneficence of the auspicious cloud. With the cloud's presence, he could effortlessly utilize common alchemical techniques to produce elixirs with ease. Without the auspicious cloud, the prospect of refining even first-grade cultivation elixirs would be daunting. Out of 10 attempts, he might only succeed in producing 3 or 4 elixirs, incurring significant losses. Guo Feilong inquired of the female apprentice, by the way, "Do you have the spiritual herbs and elixirs for refining the facial refinement pill?" As a member of the apothecary staff, it is imperative to be well-versed in the various spiritual herbs, elixirs, and pills available in the shop. The apprentice pondered for a moment and replied, "It appears we still have 2 sets of the spiritual herbs and elixirs for the facial refinement pill. Allow me to check." After a brief absence, The apprentice returned promptly and affirmed, "Indeed, we have 2 sets remaining." Guo Feilong felt a surge of joy within him. He decided to purchase 2 more portions of the youth-preserving pill, along with 200 portions of third-grade cultivation elixirs and their requisite herbs. The primary ingredient for the youth-preserving pill alone cost 1,000 spirit stones, and after accounting for the additional herbs, the total expense for a single batch amounted to 1,350 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, the materials for 2 batches required 2,700 low-grade spirit stones, coupled with the 2,160 for 100 batches of third-grade cultivation elixirs. The initial sum of 860 low-grade spirit stones dwindled by 860 stones. Although the youth-preserving pill is merely a first-grade elixir, its success rate in production is exceedingly low. Even for master-level alchemists, successfully refining 10 or 8 pills from 100 batches is considered commendable, with a success rate of less than 10%. For alchemists of lesser skill, the ability to produce the youth-preserving pill hinges entirely on luck. This formidable challenge in its production has rendered the youth-preserving pill, despite its first-grade classification, remarkably expensive. Each pill commands a price of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, often with no market availability. Many seek to procure it but find it elusive, with successful acquisitions often being mere strokes of fortune. Should the youth-preserving pill be auctioned, it is not uncommon for it to fetch between 30,000 to 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon returning to his own room, Guo Feilong commenced the refinement of the youth-preserving pill. Given the rarity of the primary material, he understood that future opportunities for procurement were uncertain. Therefore, for the first batch, he opted to utilize 3 clouds of auspicious energy. The outcome yielded 4 successful pills and 6 failures, causing Guo Feilong considerable distress. He lamented not employing an additional cloud. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that he hadn't relied on a single cloud, for that would likely have resulted in the production of none at all. The auspicious clouds merely enhance the success rate of elixir production, but do not guarantee it. To achieve a higher success rate, one must employ more clouds. In the second batch of the youth-preserving pill, Guo Feilong used 5 clouds, resulting in a complete success, yielding 10 youth-preserving pills. In the marketplace of Xiaoya village, there are 3 auction houses, one owned by the Lingxi sect, while the other 2 belong to larger cultivator associations, which possess greater influence than the Lingxi sect and have branches in various locales. Guo Feilong exchanged his tiger-headed mask for a wolf-headed one and entered the business hall on the first floor of the Lingxi sect's auction house. He was greeted by a female disciple responsible for menial tasks. Upon expressing his intention to auction the Dingyan Dan, the disciple promptly escorted him to the office of Zhao Dizhu, the steward in charge of the auction, located on the 2nd floor. Zhao Dizhu appeared to be in his 30s, possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. He was extraordinarily tall, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches, with a robust physique that suggested he had practiced some form of body refinement technique. In the realm of cultivation, the distinction between levels of cultivation and the arts of spells and techniques is paramount. Practitioners of body refinement treat their physical forms as vessels for cultivation. Exceptional body cultivators can withstand attacks from magical artifacts with their bare hands. Within the same realm, a body cultivator can simultaneously contend with 3 or 4 non-body cultivators, demonstrating remarkable prowess. However, as is the nature of all things, there are advantages and disadvantages. During combat, body cultivators expend their magical energy at an accelerated rate. Should they find themselves depleted of magical power during a fight, their physical defenses and strength would significantly diminish, rendering them vulnerable to fatal consequences. "Please, take a seat," Zhao Dizhu said as he poured himself and Guo Feilong each a cup of tea. "At our Lingxi sect auction house, we charge a commission of 10% on the final sale price of auctioned items. The Dingyan Dan is a rare elixir, and we will leverage the connections of the Lingxi sect to promote it for 10 days, ensuring that a wider audience is made aware, thus attracting more participants to the auction. What are your thoughts on this arrangement?" Guo Feilong nodded, certainly. He then produced 3 beauty-preserving pills and handed them to Zhao Dizhu, who in turn provided him with a certificate for the auction of the pills. With this certificate in hand, he would be able to acquire the spiritual stones from the auction. The Lingxi sect would not investigate the true identities of the auctioneers, nor would they resort to heinous acts of murder and theft out of greed. Even if an ordinary individual brought treasures to the Lingxi sect's auction house, they would be compensated without fail in full spiritual stones. For cultivators at the qi refinement stage, tens of thousands of spiritual stones represent a significant fortune. Yet for the Lingxi sect, which spans territories of over a dozen nations, it is but a mere trifle, ensuring that their disciples and elders do not deviate from established protocols. On that very day, the news of the beauty-preserving pills being auctioned in Xiaoya village spread rapidly to all counties within the state of Wu. Across the 37 counties and over 2,000 districts of Wu, there are no fewer than 200 sects and cultivation families boasting foundation establishment stage cultivators. The allure of the beauty-preserving pills is unparalleled for the exceptional young women belonging to these sects and families, as who does not wish to preserve their youthful allure? In less than a day, numerous female cultivators arrived in Xiaoya village, among them a foundation establishment level woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. A prodigy of a certain clan who achieved foundation establishment before the age of 35. Even if one could retain the appearance of someone aged 30, it is far better than gradually aging into an unattractive crone. In truth, the appearance and physique of cultivators can also undergo remarkable transformation with breakthroughs in their realms and the extension of their lifespans. For instance, a foundation establishment cultivator nearing the end of their life at 500 years old may appear as if they are in their 70s or 80s. Once they break through to the golden core stage, gaining a lifespan of 2,000 to 3,000 years, their appearance is rejuvenated to that of a youthful 18 to 20 years old. As they age and approach the end of their lifespan, their countenance will increasingly reflect their age. This is why many high-level cultivators, whose actual ages may exceed 1,000 or even several thousand years, appear as if they are merely in their teens or 20s. Relying on breakthroughs to regain youth is not a sustainable solution. Only through the consumption of beauty-preserving pills can one stabilize their appearance and physique. For those high-level cultivators, after restoring their youthful allure, the first course of action is often to procure a beauty-preserving pill to maintain their youthfulness. Although not classified as a high-grade elixir, the beauty-preserving pill is exceedingly sought after. In the following days at Xiaoya village's marketplace, throngs of cultivators, predominantly female, flocked to the area. Guo Feilong sauntered through the streets of Xiaoya village, encountering numerous beautiful female cultivators, among whom he noticed several at the foundation establishment stage. He couldn't help but think how much auspicious energy his family could amass if he were to take all these enchanting women as his wives. Upon returning to his inn room, Guo Feilong retrieved a third-grade cultivation pill and consumed it, commencing his pursuit of advancing through the realm's passage. The efficacy of the third-grade pill was approximately twice that of a first-grade one. Had he been able to utilize third-grade cultivation pills daily during his century at Lingxi's sect, he would have long since attained the 8th layer of qi refinement. Time passed day by day, and soon the day arrived for the auction of the Dingyan pill. Before departing, Guo Feilong donned a dog-headed mask, one of many animal masks he had prepared. After all, he was merely a 7th-layer qi refinement cultivator. And there were those capable of ending his life. Concealing his appearance and identity provided a measure of security. As he walked through the bustling marketplace, he noticed many others sporting masks and hats. His ordinary dog-headed mask drew no attention to him as a lowly 7th-layer cultivator. Before long, Guo Feilong entered the auction house. The first floor served as the service hall, the second as the administrative office, and the third housed the auction platform. The 4th through 9th floors accommodated guests participating in the auction, with the 3rd floor's viewing area visible below. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were designated for general seating, while the 7th and 8th floors were reserved for private VIP rooms. Only those at the foundation establishment stage could ascend to the inn. To access the 4th floor auction, a deposit of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was required to secure an auction paddle. Upon returning the paddle after the auction, the deposit would be refunded. This 1,000 spirit stone fee effectively deterred many low-level wandering cultivators and minor cultivation families, preventing overcrowding at the auction. The auction in Xiaoya village's marketplace was of modest stature, unlike larger auctions with stringent qualifications for participants. Only those at the foundation establishment stage, or those willing to place deposits of tens of thousands of spirit stones could gain entry. After paying the 1,000 spirit stone deposit, Guo Feilong ascended to the 4th floor, casually selecting a chair to sit down. As time progressed, the number of attendees grew, and the chairs on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors were nearly filled with cultivators. The chairs surrounding Guo Feilong were occupied by several young female cultivators, chattering incessantly. Among them were both masked and unmasked individuals. The latter showed no fear of being recognized while purchasing items, indicating their substantial backgrounds or formidable personal power. At that moment, A strikingly beautiful young female cultivator appeared on the auction stage on the third floor, striking a small hammer against a bronze gong. According to the auction's rules, once the gong sounded, loud chatter was prohibited. Welcome, esteemed friends and venerable seniors, to the auction hosted by our Lingxi sect in the village of Xiaoya. This auction will feature a total of 37 items. The first item up for bid is a body refinement technique known as the Golden Body Secret. The grade of this technique is indeterminate, as only the upper portion is available. However, it is capable of elevating one's physical body to a level comparable to a top-tier defensive magical artifact. Should one acquire the complete Golden Body Secret, it is conceivable that their physical form could reach the realm of a magical treasure. The starting bid is set at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 500 low-grade spirit stones for each subsequent bid. The enchanting female host rapped the gong once more, declaring, "The bidding commences now." The prospect of obtaining the complete body refinement technique of the Golden Body Secret, which could potentially elevate one's body to the level of a magical treasure, captivated many attendees. The number of cultivators raising their bidding cards grew increasingly, as many reasoned that even without the complete technique, achieving a physical state on par with a top-tier defensive magical artifact would still be immensely profitable. It is crucial to understand that a physical body reaching that level would be impervious to attacks, even from a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator wielding a flying sword, who would be unable to inflict any harm. Moreover, a foundational cultivator in the early stages would require multiple strikes to vanquish an individual whose physical prowess equated to that of a top-tier magical artifact. Guo Feilong harbored a keen interest in the Golden Body technique. Financially, he possessed over a dozen youth-preserving pills, indicating he was not lacking in spirit stones. At that moment, the bidding for the Golden Body technique had escalated to 13,500 spirit stones, and the number of bidders had diminished significantly. Soon, the price surged to 15,500 spirit stones, yet no further bids emerged. 15,500 spirit stones, once, announced the beautiful host from the auction stage on the third floor. Pausing for 5 or 6 seconds. 15,500 spirit stones, twice. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? After another 5 or 6 seconds, as the host prepared to call for the third time, Guo Feilong raised his bidding paddle and declared, "I will add 500 spirit stones." The host's gaze shifted towards him as she remarked, "This esteemed friend has raised the bid by 500 spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, we shall count 16,000 spirit stones as the first call." At this juncture, no further bids were forthcoming. Consequently, it came as no surprise that the Golden Body technique was successfully acquired by Guo Feilong. Having won the item at the auction, Guo Feilong was subsequently invited by the auction staff to a private room on the 7th floor. Inside this chamber were 3 inner sect disciples of the Lingxi sect, all at the 9th level of Qi refinement, 2 men and 1 woman, who had been dispatched by their sect to assist at the auction. On the 9th floor, an elder of the foundation establishment stage was overseeing the proceedings. "Esteemed friend, here is the Golden Body technique. Please proceed with your payment of spirit stones," one of the female Qi refinement disciples said with a smile. Guo Feilong presented the auction receipt for the Dingyan Dan, stating, "I currently lack sufficient spirit stones. The Dingyan Dan is what I have placed here for auction. The payment can be deducted from the spirit stones earned from its sale." The female cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement replied, "In that case, let us settle the Golden Body technique's cultivation method alongside the spirit stones from the auction of the Dingyan Dan after the event concludes." Agreed, Guo Feilong nodded, then exited the private room. Instead of returning to the 4th floor, he ascended to the 6th floor, where he casually found an unoccupied chair to await the conclusion of the auction. The subsequent auctioned items typically fetched final prices ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, with few items selling for less than 10,000 spirit stones. The auction house exhibited keen business acumen, scheduling Guo Feilong's 3 Dingyan Dan for the final 3 auctions. Most cultivators attended the auction in Xiaoya village specifically for the Dingyan Dan, unaware that 3 were available, mistakenly believing there was only 1. When the first Dingyan Dan was put up for bid, the atmosphere became extraordinarily intense. Ultimately, it sold for an astounding 41,500 low-grade spirit stones, purchased by a female foundation establishment cultivator on the 9th floor. Guo Feilong had initially thought that the prices of the 2nd and 3rd Dingyan Dan would be significantly lower, given the high price of the first. However, to his astonishment, both the 2nd and 3rd Dingyan Dan sold for even higher prices. all acquired by the same female cultivator from the 9th floor. The lengths to which women would go to preserve their youthful beauty were indeed astonishing and somewhat terrifying. As the auction concluded, numerous cultivators departed. Guo Feilong once again entered the room on the 7th floor. The female cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement addressed him. Your 3 essence retention pills were auctioned for a total of 126,500 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting a 10% auction fee and the 16,000 low-grade spirit stones for the auction of your golden body technique, we are to provide you with 97,850 low-grade spirit stones along with the jade slip containing the golden body technique. The female cultivator then handed him a storage pouch filled with spirit stones and a jade slip inscribed with the golden body technique. Upon receiving the storage pouch and the jade slip, Guo Feilong used his divine sense to count the spirit stones before departing the auction and returning to his room at the inn. At that moment, Guo Feilong pressed the jade slip containing the golden body technique against his forehead, allowing his divine sense to perceive the technique within. The jade slip could be viewed 10 times before it would vanish. Cultivators possess remarkable memories, able to memorize every word after a single glance. After reviewing the golden body technique, Guo Feilong furrowed his brow slightly. The technique itself posed no issues. It was indeed genuine. The concern lay in the auxiliary medicinal concoctions required for cultivating the golden body technique, which were rather costly. One would need no less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to cultivate one's body to a level comparable to that of a superior grade magical artifact. Guo Feilong previously understood that the cultivation of the body by practitioners was exceptionally costly. It is not merely expensive, it is akin to a voracious consumption of one's resources. Nevertheless, the golden body technique is remarkably powerful. Even its incomplete upper portion can elevate the physical form to a level comparable to that of a superior grade magical artifact. Should one acquire the subsequent body cultivation methods of the golden body technique, there exists a genuine possibility of refining the body to a caliber akin to that of a magical treasure. If the physical form could indeed be cultivated to such an extent, a Qi refinement stage practitioner could contend with a foundation establishment stage practitioner. However, it is crucial to note that Qi refinement stage practitioners possess limited magical power. Thus, even with a body refined to the level of a magical treasure, they would ultimately succumb to the might of a foundation establishment stage practitioner. In this realm of cultivation, whether it be divine abilities or body refinement techniques, all necessitate magical power as their foundation. Absent magical power, everything becomes ephemeral. After a brief moment, Guo Feilong relinquished his residence. Donning a tiger-headed mask, he ventured into the bustling market and entered the Lingxi sect's medicinal shop, where he expended 12,000 low-grade spirit stones to procure an ample supply of spiritual herbs and elixirs sufficient for 2 individuals, enabling the cultivation of the golden body technique to a level comparable to that of a low-grade magical artifact. Subsequently, he proceeded to a shop specializing in formation arrays, where he invested 15,000 spirit stones to acquire a protective array disc for his residence. Once set up at home, it would withstand 3 assaults from early foundation establishment cultivators, rendering it impervious to attacks from Qi refinement practitioners. This measure served as a form of insurance for his household. Considering the perilous realm of cultivation, rife with man-eating demons, without adequate defenses, one could scarcely rest in peace. These malevolent creatures had a particular penchant for devouring cultivators, as consuming them proved far more nourishing and conducive to enhancing their own cultivation levels than feasting upon ordinary humans. In the eyes of these demons, while an ordinary person might be considered a delectable treat, a cultivator was akin to a walking, human-shaped elixir. Guo Feilong not only sold defensive formations but also procured a substantial quantity of offensive talismans, including thunder talismans, fire talismans, and ice blade talismans, among others. Now, even when confronted by cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he possesses a 70% assurance of defeating his adversaries. This confidence stems from his acquisition of nearly 30,000 spirit stones worth of talismans. Activating these talismans requires merely a slight expenditure of spiritual energy, allowing him to unleash formidable magical assaults. Even through attrition, he could potentially exhaust a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. The remaining 30% uncertainty regarding his ability to defeat such opponents arises from the fact that affluent cultivators are not solely limited to him. Others, too, possess wealth. Particularly, those prodigious cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who hail from various sects, are the chosen elites. They are often core members of esteemed families, endowed with resources that surpass his own, ensuring that they are never at a disadvantage. Guo Feilong profoundly remembered a saying: one should never belittle the practitioners of the world merely because one possesses a modicum of skill. The art of feigning weakness to vanquish the strong is not a secret held by him alone. Many are well aware of it. After procuring all that he required, Guo Feilong formed a hand seal, and, as a cloud of white mist began to envelop his feet, preparing for flight, he suddenly recalled an important matter. Subsequently, he made his way to a prominent sect of cultivation, the 10,000 Beast sect, where he visited the spirit beast market in Shaoya village. This marketplace boasted a myriad of spirit beast varieties, including those that soared through the skies, scurried across the ground, and swam in the rivers. The 10,000 Beasts sect not only sold spirit beasts, but also offered specialized elixirs designed to expedite their maturation and enhance their cultivation capabilities. The spirit beast elixirs were a rarity, even beyond the reach of the Lingxi sect, which lacked the formula to produce them. The 10,000 Beasts sect wielded greater influence than the Lingxi sect. Had it been weaker, the Lingxi sect would have long since seized the formula for the spirit beast elixirs. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. The strong prey upon the weak. If one cannot purchase, then one must resort to theft. The principle is dictated by the strength of one's fist. After perusing the offerings at the 10,000 Beast sect, Guo Feilong expended 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a 9th-tier spirit beast, the Ice Flame Hound, which naturally commanded the arts of ice and flame, was swift in its movements, and exhibited a ferocious disposition, surpassing most practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement. Moreover, all spirit beasts inherently possessed the traits of body refiners. Their tough hides and robust physiques provided defenses akin to magical artifacts. Initially, Guo Feilong intended to purchase a 9th-tier avian spirit beast. However, the store in Shaoya village lacked any such creatures. Each year, the 10,000 Beast sect could hardly cultivate many 9th-tier avian spirit beasts, rendering them exceedingly rare, due to their swift flight capabilities. These 9th-tier avian spirit beasts were highly sought after, leading to their swift sales. Reservations for these creatures required considerable deposits of spirit stones, with customers often waiting decades for their turn. Presently, if he were to reserve a 9th-tier avian spirit beast, he would be forced to wait 30 years for the opportunity to possess one. 30 years was a luxury he could not afford. Guo Feilong named the 9th-tier spirit beast the Ice Flame Hound, Erha, due to its striking resemblance to the breed, albeit in a much larger form. Excluding the length of its tail, it measured approximately 7 to 8 meters from snout to rear. When standing, its height exceeded 4 meters, dwarfing even the African elephants found on Earth. After securing Erha in his spirit beast pouch, Guo Feilong procured an adult 7th-tier avian spirit beast, the Flame Golden-Winged Eagle, from the One Beast sect, spending 7,500 low-grade spirit stones, and named it the Guo. This name harmoniously complemented his juvenile Flame Golden-Winged Eagle, De Fu, symbolizing great wealth and auspiciousness. In this realm of cultivation, the treatment of spirit beasts destined for resale is particularly cruel. They are subjected to sterilization procedures when they are still very young. Regardless of gender, the spirit beasts purchased cannot reproduce. This practice ensures that spirit beasts become mere consumables, compelling buyers to acquire them from the spirit beast sect and other major sections. After acquiring 2 spirit beasts, Guo Feilong also purchased several spirit beast pills. At this point, only around 20,000 low-grade spirit stones remained in his storage pouch. Unable to think of any further purchases, he commenced his journey back to Huangshe village. Guo Feilong stood atop the ethereal clouds, traversing an impressive distance of 120 to 130 miles in a single hour. Over the course of 16 to 17 hours daily, he covered an astonishing 2,000 miles. Now, he began his return journey. He perched on the back of his majestic 7th-tier spirit beast, the Flame Golden-Winged Eagle, which soared at an average speed of 370 to 400 miles per hour for the same duration, allowing him to cover over 6,000 miles in a day. As he approached Huangshe town, still over 2,000 miles away, the weary eagle, having flown for several hours, could no longer continue. Guo Feilong instructed it to descend before a serene mountain lake. After feeding the eagle over 100 pounds of beef, he summoned it into the spirit beast pill and then released his 9th-tier Frostfire Hound, Erha, from another pouch at his waist. "I'm hungry, master," Erha exclaimed, wagging its tail eagerly upon emerging from the spirit pouch. Towering larger than an African elephant, the Frostfire Hound devoured an astonishing 400 pounds of beef before finally feeling satiated. After quenching its thirst at the lake's edge, Guo Feilong took his place atop the hound's broad head, directing it towards Huangshe town. The 9th-tier Frostfire Hound, Erha, could run at an average speed of 450 miles per hour. When exerting itself to the utmost, it could reach a remarkable speed of 800 miles per hour. Albeit only for a brief period, as such intensity would leave it panting and exhausted after 20 to 30 minutes, necessitating a pause for rest. As time progressed, with approximately 300 miles remaining to Huangshe town, Erha suddenly came to an abrupt halt, nearly unseating Guo Feilong from its head. As Guo Feilong was about to lose his temper, the husky softly whimpered, emitting a low bark. Guo Feilong understood the meaning behind its bark. It signified that, ahead, in the woods 4 to 5 miles away, there seemed to be a scuffle or a clash of powers. Indeed, there were two scents belonging to humans, one emanating from a demon and another from an unknown spirit beast. Ordinary dogs possess keen noses, but it is needless to mention a 9th-tier spirit beast. Its sense of smell is so acute that it can detect scents from 100 miles away. Guo Feilong harbored no doubts about the words of the husky. He had no desire to embroil himself in the battle taking place 5 or 6 li ahead. He instructed the husky to make a wide detour to the right. It was better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Even if he were to assist the human cultivators, it was uncertain whether he could vanquish the demon. There was a high possibility that, even if he were to slay the demon and save others, the demon's essence would still be of immense value to human cultivators. The demon's core alone could fetch no less than 5,000 spirit stones. In pursuit of wealth, it was likely that after slaying the demon, those he had saved might turn against him, their benefactor. His philosophy was simple. If one lacked the capability, it was best to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Interfering without strength could easily lead to one's own downfall. Had he been a foundational or golden core cultivator, he would have certainly rushed to aid those two human cultivators, effortlessly dispatching the demon with a mere strike. However, the more Guo Feilong sought to avoid trouble, the more it seemed to gravitate toward him. Among the two young female cultivators of the 9th layer of Qi refining engaged in battle with the demon, one exclaimed, "Sister, my treasure-seeking mouse has sensed the presence of cultivators and spirit beasts nearby. They are taking a detour away." The other cultivator, upon hearing this, displayed a look of elation and replied, "We are no match for this 9th-tier demon, and it is only a matter of time before we perish. Since that person, who is avoiding confrontation, can detect us from such a distance, they must also be a 9th-tier cultivator. Moreover, with their spirit beast, if we join forces, we may yet have a chance to defeat this demon. Junior sister, let us pursue them." The two young, beautiful female cultivators of the 9th layer of Qi refinement swiftly landed upon the 9th-tier treasure-seeking mouse, simultaneously wielding their flying swords to fend off the demon's attacks while urging the mouse to accelerate toward Guo Feilong's direction. "Master, those two cultivators are chasing after us along with the demon," the husky barked. "Damn it." Guo Feilong uttered a curse, urging, "Quickly increase your pace. We must shake them off." The husky, panting heavily as it ran, barked, "Master, you previously commanded me to run at my utmost speed. I have yet to recover my stamina and cannot run any faster." Guo Feilong felt a twinge of regret. He pondered why he had felt compelled to test just how swiftly the husky could run during his moments of idleness. "Fellow cultivator, please, wait a moment." Suddenly, a figure soared overhead, landing 30 meters ahead of Guo Feilong and the husky, a female cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Without even casting a glance at the appearance of the opponent, Guo Feilong resolutely instructed the Era, "Run to the left." The Era immediately complied. Darting away without hesitation, only a fool would linger. Lin Feiyu was seething with indignation. How could this individual be so timid, oblivious to the fact that demons are humanity's arch-nemesis? "Since you choose not to stand with us against these fiends, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." In the next moment, her hands glimmered with a dusty yellow radiance. She bent low, positioning herself with her rear elevated, squatting upon the ground. Her fair and delicate hands suddenly pressed forcefully against the earth. With a resonant hum, a circle of dusty yellow light emanated from her center, swiftly expanding across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the circle surpassed Guo Feilong and the others, rapidly extending outward. "What sorcery is this?" Guo Feilong alerted the husky, preparing himself for battle. In one hand, he wielded a superior quality flying sword purchased from the marketplace in Xiaoye village, while in the other, he held a high-grade Kunma shield. "My friend, your only option now is to join me and my junior sister in confronting that 9th-tier demon." As Lin Feiyu spoke, A sudden earthen yellow light curtain erupted from the ground 100 meters in front of Guo Feilong and the husky. Soon, a massive earthen yellow barrier enveloped them and the demon, resembling a great bowl cradling its contents. This was the most formidable earth attribute defensive spell among the superior grade protections. Such defensive spells could also serve as a prison, capable of trapping opponents of the same realm for a quarter of an hour. Lin Feiyu spoke rapidly. Friend, you should join us in vanquishing the demon. That 9th-tier fiend has already been injured by my junior sister and me. If we flee now, it will rampage through the nearby villages, slaughtering innocent lives to regain its strength. For the sake of the common people and the world, we cultivators must bravely eliminate all demons. Only then can humanity thrive. Lin Feiyu hoped that through these noble ideals, Guo Feilong would sincerely unite with them to exterminate the 9th-tier demon. Though his cultivation level was only at the 7th layer of Qi refining, the combat prowess of the 9th-tier spirit beast, the Ice Flame Hound, was formidable, capable of acting as a meat shield to confront the demon directly, thereby creating opportunities for her and her senior sister to strike. If Guo Feilong did not cooperate, it would be exceedingly difficult for the two of them to defeat the 9th-tier demon. Foolish, brainless, endowed with nothing but brawn, for the prosperity of humanity. One must also consider one's own strength. If you lack the power yet insist on battling demons, you are merely offering them a feast, Guo Feilong berated inwardly. The husky, hearing Guo Feilong's thoughts, wondered why he compared being insulted to a dog's blood rather than that of a horse or pig. Despite the disdain he harbored for the foolishness of his companions, the situation had escalated, leaving him with no choice but to join forces with them against the demon. Guo Feilong nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a figure hurtled from the sky, crashing forcefully onto the ground between them. Junior sister. Lin Feiyu gasped in surprise and hurried over to help the fallen individual. Senior sister, Shangguan Mingyue coughed up a mouthful of blood, sorrowfully stating, "Little good we perished in an attempt to save me." Moments ago, in a bid to thwart Guo Feilong, Lu Feiyu had rushed to intercept him, intending to unite forces against the 9th-tier demon. Shangguan Mingyue, accompanied by her 9th-tier spirit beast, the treasure-seeking mouse, Gui Wei, was also grappling with the formidable 9th-tier demon. The demon's physical form rivaled that of a magical artifact, and its combat prowess surpassed that of human cultivators of the same rank by a considerable margin. While senior sister Lin Feiyu engaged Guo Feilong, Shangguan Mingyue and her treasure-seeking mouse found themselves in an exceedingly precarious situation. At the critical moment, had it not been for her 9th-tier spirit beast, which intercepted a lethal blow, it would have been her demise instead of that of Gui Wei, the treasure-seeking mouse. You two must not dwell in sorrow just yet. The 9th-tier demon approaches. Guo Feilong activated the Kunmu shield, surrounded by 4 luminous barriers composed of energy, which revolved around him and the husky. At that moment, a 9th-tier demon emerged from the forest, advancing step by step towards the trio and their canine companion. Its head resembled that of a lizard, adorned with blood-red scales that gleamed like iron armor, comparable to a superior defensive artifact. The creature possessed 4 arms, each ending in talon-like hands with claws over a foot in length, resembling gleaming blades under the moonlight. Towering at least 6 or 7 meters, it sported a long, thick tail bristling with sharp bone spines, reminiscent of a spiked mace, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The 9th-tier demon spoke in a deep, resonant voice. I have merely consumed a few thousand ordinary humans and dozens of cultivators, yet your Lingxi sect has relentlessly pursued me for years. Were it not for my discretion in concealing my true nature, consistently disguising the crime scenes as the work of a 7th-tier demon, leading you to erroneous conclusions, I would have long perished at the hands of you feeble and despicable human cultivators. Foolish human cultivators, tonight I shall feast upon the 3 of you and that dog, thereby ascending to the rank of a greater demon. Ha. With that, the demon's gaze fixed upon Guo Feilong, declaring, "You are the weakest. My custom is to eliminate the weak before the strong." Without waiting for further words, the demon charged at Guo Feilong and the husky. However, the demon, cunning and deceitful, suddenly veered mid-stride, aiming for Lin Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyue instead. Die! The demon's claw, sharp as a blade, swung towards the injured Shangguan Mingyue's chest. With a resounding thud, she managed to deflect the attack with her flying sword, yet the overwhelming strength of the 9th-tier demon sent her spiraling away. The demon's formidable defense, immense power, and swift movements rendered it terrifying in close combat. Only those adept in body refinement could hope to contend with it. Good heavens, the 9th-tier demon is ferocious. Guo Feilong thought, his heart racing. Although Shangguan Mingwei was injured, she was still a 9th-level Qi cultivator, yet she was struck away like a mere scarecrow. This illustrated the stark disparity in power within the same realm, as the 9th-tier demon effortlessly overwhelmed human cultivators of the 9th level. Friend, quickly have your dog entangle it while we attack from a distance, preventing it from closing in. Lu Feiyu urged anxiously. Are you suggesting I use my dog as a shield? What if it dies? I purchased it with my hard-earned money. You will owe me. Guo Feilong grumbled inwardly. Yet he could not stand idly by. After all, he was ensnared within the barrier, and once the 9th-tier demon dispatched the 2 9th-level female cultivators, he would undoubtedly become its next target. Guo Feilong, upon encountering Lu Feiyu, a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, found himself in a state of distress as the high-grade flying sword failed to pierce the scales of the 9th-tier demon. It dawned on him that the auspicious clouds could not only temporarily augment the potency of divine abilities, spells, and martial techniques, but could also enhance the efficacy of magical treasures, artifacts, formations, and talismans. With this revelation, Guo Feilong relinquished his grip on the Kunma shield, allowing it to autonomously dance and rotate around him. His freed right hand retrieved from his storage pouch a 9th-grade talisman inscribed with a lightning attribute attack, equivalent to the spell casting of a Qi refinement cultivator with a lightning spiritual root at the 9th layer. The effectiveness would depend on you, auspicious clouds. Guo Feilong swiftly infused the 9th-grade lightning talisman with the auspicious clouds. He was uncertain of the extent to which the clouds could amplify the talisman's power, yet, driven by the urgency to eliminate the 9th-tier demon for his own survival, he directly infused it with 10 auspicious clouds. Go! Guo Feilong activated the 9th-grade lightning talisman in his hand with his magical powers, his consciousness locking onto the 9th-tier demon, before hurling it forth. The 9th-grade lightning talisman transformed into a thunderous sphere, measuring 1 meter in diameter, and swiftly struck the chest of the 9th-tier demon. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air. The 9th-tier demon, whose body was comparable to a magical artifact, was instantly torn asunder, obliterated beyond recognition. Guo Feilong was astounded. Never having anticipated the immense power of the 9th-grade lightning talisman, blessed by auspicious clouds. Lin Yufei and Shangguan Mingyue, both cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, gazed at him in astonishment. Friend, what grade of talisman did you just employ? Its power is truly remarkable. Lu Feiyu, recovering from her shock, inquired. The might of the lightning orb from the talisman had genuinely left both of them in awe. The power of a talisman is equivalent to the cultivation level of the practitioner. A first-grade talisman seals the supernatural abilities of a practitioner at the 1st level of Qi refinement. A second-grade talisman encapsulates the attacks of a practitioner at the 2nd level, and so forth. A 9th-grade talisman contains the assaults of a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Both Lu Feiyu and her junior sister Shangguan Mingyue, being practitioners at the 9th level, could unleash attacks equivalent to that of a 9th-grade talisman. However, the strikes from practitioners at this level do not inflict significant damage on 9th-tier demons, whose bodies are comparable to magical artifacts. Otherwise, the two would have already dealt with that 9th-tier demon. Additionally, their 9th-grade spirit beasts were also slain during the assault on the 9th-tier demon, as their attacks struggled to breach its defenses. Even a practitioner in the early stages of Foundation establishment would require considerable effort to vanquish a 9th-tier demon. Guo Feilong, perched atop the head of the great canine, feigned a visage of sorrow, proclaiming, "The talisman I just employed was a thunderball spell sealed by a cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage. It was my sole ace, my ultimate weapon, now lost to me. A spell sealed by a late Foundation establishment cultivator could undoubtedly obliterate the corporeal form of a 9th-tier demon." Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyue felt a twinge of guilt for dragging an unfamiliar cultivator into a confrontation with a 9th-tier demon. Not all cultivators in the realm of immortality are self-serving, especially within a powerful sect like Lingxi's sect. Disciples are instilled with the ethos of sacrificing their lives for the sect and upholding the prosperity of humanity by vanquishing demons. Whether one believes this or not is another matter. Under such teachings, there are always some naive and righteous disciples willing to lay down their lives for the sect, eager to engage in battle against demons. Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyue are indeed such individuals of righteousness. In truth, even if they were unable to defeat the 9th-tier demon, they could have fled. Their decision to confront the 9th-tier demon head-on, resulting in the loss of 2 9th-tier spirit beasts, stemmed from the knowledge that if they fled and left the demon unchecked, the innocent villagers nearby would become its prey. Even nearby cultivators risked being slain. their flesh and souls consumed to enhance the demon's cultivation and transcend its current limits. This ninth-tier demon was no ordinary foe. It was on the cusp of becoming a great demon, surpassing typical ninth-tier demons by a considerable margin. A great demon is akin to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage among humans. Otherwise, Lu Feiyu and Shengwan Mingyue, both at the ninth level of qi refinement, along with their two ninth-tier spirit beasts, would not have been unable to contend with a single ninth-tier demon. Even if they could not triumph, at the very least, they should have been able to reach a stalemate. After all, the ninth-level qi refinement cultivators of Lingxi's sect are not comparable to those of lesser sects and families. The ninth-tier demon had nearly transcended to the realm of great demons, leaving its adversaries in disarray. The talisman sealed by a late foundation establishment cultivator is valued at 300,000 spirit stones, yet remains a rarity, unattainable even for those wishing to purchase it. Not all foundation establishment cultivators possess the talent to craft talismans. Many lack the aptitude to create even one. Even those proficient in talisman crafting among late foundation establishment cultivators face countless trials and expended energy before successfully producing a single talisman. Feeling remorseful, Lu Feiyu and Shengwan Mingyue exchanged glances, and Lu Feiyu spoke. "The life-saving grace you bestowed upon us today shall never be forgotten. Given that this ninth-tier demon is on the verge of becoming a great demon, its demonic core could fetch a minimum of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. We implore you to accept this. Moreover, its claws and the scales adorning its body constitute exquisite materials for refining superior magical artifacts, capable of fetching a handsome sum of 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. I shall bestow these upon you, dear friend, to compensate for the losses incurred from your use of foundational talismans during the late stages of foundation establishment. In the future, should either my junior sister or I successfully reach the foundation establishment, we shall undoubtedly repay you for the losses you have suffered today. Furthermore, presenting the head of this demon to our sect's demon eradication hall will yield substantial rewards, which we shall also share with you. The two of them exhibit admirable qualities. Guo Feilong could perceive their sincerity through their eyes, devoid of any pretense or hypocrisy. Such integrity is a rarity in the realm of cultivation. Rather than seizing the demon core, he spoke candidly. I shall not conceal from you both that I was once a disciple of the Lingxi sect. However, due to my advanced age, I felt the prospect of breaking through the foundation establishment stage was hopeless. I departed from the sect and became a member of a small affiliated family under the Lingxi sect. The nearby Huangshe town is my domain. Noticing that you both have sustained serious injuries, I propose that you take refuge at my residence for a short while to recuperate before continuing your journey. The two women exchanged glances, their spirits lifted. Then we shall impose upon you for a span of 10 days. Both were gravely injured, and with their protective spirit beasts now perished, they were vulnerable to any malevolent cultivators they might encounter. They were driven by a strong sense of justice, but they were far from naive. Ah, friend, you should keep the demon core, said Shengwan Mingyue, gesturing as a blood-red demon core soared from the shattered body of the demon, directly landing before Guo Feilong. With a wave of his hand, Guo Feilong summoned his magical energy to envelop the demon elixir, which then floated before the two women. He spoke, esteemed friends, I have a matter I wish to solicit your assistance with. I intend to purchase a supreme defensive artifact, a protective tower, from the Lingxi sect to safeguard my family. Allow this demon elixir to serve as payment for the tower. In truth, he could also auction off 3 facial rejuvenating elixirs at the auction house, which would equally suffice to acquire the supreme defensive artifact. After all, such a tower could be procured for merely 100,000 spirit stones. However, as a former outer disciple of the Lingxi sect, he pondered the implications of his ability to afford an artifact of such value. Should he proceed with the purchase, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the discerning, potentially inviting considerable trouble. Now, however, the situation had shifted. He had effectively saved 2 inner disciples of the 9th level of qi training from the Lingxi sect. Exchanging a demon elixir for a supreme defensive artifact would raise no eyebrows, and others would deem it entirely reasonable. This would also serve to inform the various cultivation factions in Qingyang County of his extensive connections within the Lingxi sect, as he was the savior of 2 inner disciples, thereby ensuring that anyone contemplating harm against him would think twice, considering the 2 9th-level disciples. With a flick of her hand, Shengwan Mingyue returned the elixir, worth over 100,000 spirit stones, back to Guo Feilong. She then stated, the debt of gratitude for your life-saving assistance cannot be repaid. A mere supreme defensive artifact should not require your payment. Once I recover, I shall return to the sect's cave abode and select the most comprehensive supreme defensive artifact, personally installing it for you. The defensive tower was not merely a singular artifact, but a composite one, akin to the construction of a building. I am sincerely grateful. Esteemed friends, Guo Feilong replied, his face alight with joy. He accepted the elixir without further hesitation, storing it within his spatial pouch. The exorbitant price of the demon elixir stemmed from its status as a primary ingredient in the creation of the mirror-breaking pill, which was specifically designed to assist cultivators in overcoming minor bottlenecks in their realms. A mirror-breaking pill crafted from a 9th-grade demon elixir significantly enhances the probability of cultivators beneath the 9th level of Qi training breaking through to the next realm. Such elixirs were rare and difficult to refine, with each 9th-grade mirror-breaking pill valued at 100,000 spirit stones, often available only at exorbitant prices, with many unable to procure even a single pill despite possessing spirit stones. Upon reaching the 9th level of Qi training, cultivators qualify for foundation establishment. Success in this endeavor not only grants them several hundred additional years of lifespan, but also allows for a rebirth of youth, elevating their status far above that of those in the Qi training phase. In the stillness of the midnight hour, Guo Feilong returned to his home in Huangshe town with his two beautiful companions, Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei. After instructing the steward to prepare rooms for them, he retreated into the chamber of one of his lovely concubines. During his recent visit to Xiaya village, whether in the alchemy of elixirs or in battles against demons on the way back, he had expended over 200 clouds of auspicious energy. Once back in Huangshe town, Guo Feilong made it a point to visit the recuperating Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei daily, as they were disciples of a venerable ancestor from the Lingxi sect, thus forming valuable connections for his future. As time passed, one by one, his wives began to conceive, much to Guo Feilong's surprise. While cultivating the golden body technique, he discovered that infusing auspicious energy into the medicinal bath significantly accelerated his training speed. This revelation promised to allow him to master the golden body technique in the shortest possible time, achieving a state akin to that of a superior magical artifact. Among his 30-plus wives, the only one possessing spiritual roots was Wang Yuyan, who also engaged in the practice of the golden body technique. Remarkably, her training speed exceeded his own by several times, a fact that stirred feelings of envy within Guo Feilong. The reason for Wang Yuyan's rapid advancement lay in her medium-grade earth spiritual roots, enabling her to efficiently refine the medicinal components within the bath, transforming them into nourishing energy for her flesh and bones. It is worth noting that her exceptional talent allowed her to reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement in just 3 months, a feat that Guo Feilong recalled taking him nearly a decade to achieve. Guo Feilong placed great importance on marrying and taking concubines, thus he increased the bride price significantly. For any young and beautiful woman who met his criteria and agreed to marry him, he was willing to offer a bride price of 2,000 taels of silver. Moreover, he promised a reward of 50 taels to any matchmaker who successfully arranged a union. The allure of this generous sum attracted many who were not originally matchmakers to join the profession, specifically to find young and beautiful women for him. In the towns surrounding Huangshe, young and attractive girls began to arrive frequently, becoming his cherished wives and concubines. However, it was unfortunate that among the 20 or so new beauties he had taken, none possessed spiritual roots. Nevertheless, the number of auspicious clouds had increased by over 200 due to these new unions. After recuperating for half a month in his home, Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei returned to the Lingxi sect. Time flew by, and they had already been back in the sect for over a month. At this moment, in the basement, Guo Feilong stood before the alchemical furnace, preparing to concoct the elusive breakthrough pill for the Qi refinement stage. Though he had no immediate use for it, he considered that his descendants might benefit from his efforts. After a considerable period, 10 remarkable 9th-tier breakthrough pills materialized in his palm, which he carefully placed into his small porcelain vial before storing it within his spatial pouch. Among all the elixirs, only the 9th-tier breakthrough pills for the Qi refinement stage are classified from 1 to 9, a system established to better delineate their worth. Otherwise, 9th-tier pills are typically reserved for the esteemed golden core cultivators. The 9th-tier breakthrough pill for Qi refinement can fetch a price of 50 to 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, surpassing even the value of the appearance enhancement pill. This disparity arises from the fact that, while female cultivators often prioritize their looks, most male cultivators place little importance on their appearance, regardless of whether they retain the visage of their youth. As long as their cultivation level is high, Even those who appear aged can attract beautiful young female cultivators as wives or concubines, and power and wealth become easily attainable. 2 days later, Guo Feilong arrived at the Zhou family estate in Qingyang town, a reputable sect with a lineage spanning over 4 centuries. At its zenith, the Zhou family boasted more than 20 cultivators, once reigning as the most prominent family in Huangshi town. The estate resembled a small fortress, with walls towering 6 to 7 meters high, housing over 5,000 residents, the majority of whom were ordinary members of the Zhou clan lacking spiritual roots. In contemporary times, the Zhou family had diminished in influence, with an ever-decreasing number of members possessing spiritual roots, creating an air of stagnation. In the past few decades, the family had produced a mere 4 cultivators. The patriarch of the Zhou family appeared to be in his 60s, with a robust demeanor and a head full of white hair. In truth, he was over 90 years old. Having remained stuck at the 6th level of qi refinement for more than 30 years, unable to ascend to the 7th level. Guo Feilong, the lord of the fiefdom in Huangshi town, is a practitioner of the 7th level of qi refining. Furthermore, he arrived at the Zhou family with the formidable 9th-tier spiritual beast, the Ice Flame Hound. The 4 cultivators of the Zhou family greeted him with the utmost enthusiasm, ushering him into the reception hall of the Zhou residence. Guo Feilong is over 20 years senior to Zhou Jiejia, and his cultivation level surpasses hers by a minor realm. The patriarch of the Zhou family affectionately refers to him as Brother Guo. The 2 elderly gentlemen, both with hair as white as snow, engaged in casual conversation for a while. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the Zhou family patriarch inquired, "Brother Guo, is there a specific reason for your visit to our Zhou family?" Guo Feilong chuckled, revealing to Zhou Laodi that his visit to the Zhou family was to propose marriage, as he had set his sights on Zhou Zhiruo. Zhou Zhiruo, the great-granddaughter of the head of the Zhou family, was only 29 years of age, possessing a low-grade upper spiritual root and currently at the 3rd level of qi refining. Her beauty was undoubtedly exceptional, standing approximately 175 centimeters tall. With skin as fair as milk, she exuded a remarkable gallantry that rivaled that of any man. Upon hearing Guo Feilong's intention in the reception hall, Zhou Zhiruo's expression twisted in indignation as she retorted, "You, an old man over 120, wish to marry me? How shameless! My great-grandfather would never allow such a union." The other 2 cultivators from the Zhou family were equally incensed. The notion of a cultivator marrying a mere girl in her teens could be understood, for a cultivator could offer an ordinary woman an endless array of riches and luxuries. However, female cultivators, who could thrive independently without the need of a man, would not stoop to marrying an elderly man, who would soon be a mere memory in the earth. The expression of the head of the Zhou family also darkened, for Zhou Zhiruo was his most cherished great-granddaughter, a jewel he had held dear since her childhood. "Though my Zhou family has seen better days, not as prosperous as it was 200 years ago, and lacks any cultivator above the 7th level of qi refining, we possess a steadfast spirit. Guo Daoyu, I must insist that you take your leave. I shall not push Zhiruo into the flames of despair." At over 120 years of age, Guo Feilong's existence is hardly a secret in Qingyang County. A cultivator of the qi refinement stage at such an advanced age, if unable to advance to the foundation establishment stage, can expect to live only another 20 to 30 years. His great-granddaughter, Zhou Zhiruo, is merely in her 20s. Should she truly wed Guo Feilong, she would inevitably become a living widow in 2 or 3 decades. In this realm of immortality, it is customary for men to take multiple wives, while women seldom marry more than once. At that moment, the members of the Zhou family regarded her with discontent, yet Guo Feilong remained unfazed, choosing not to depart, but rather to address them, saying, "Esteemed friends of the Zhou family, please do not be angered just yet. Allow me to present the bride price I am prepared to offer, and then you may decide whether to permit Taoist Zhou Zhiruo to become my wife. No matter what bride price you offer, I shall never marry you. My great-grandfather would never consent to such a union," Zhou Zhiruo retorted, her anger palpable. Guo Feilong retrieved a 9th-grade mirror-breaking pill from his storage bag and proclaimed, "This is the esteemed 9th-grade mirror-breaking pill. Its efficacy is well known among you all, as it significantly enhances the likelihood of a qi refinement stage cultivator breaking through to the next minor realm. If the head of the Zhou family possesses this 9th-grade mirror-breaking pill, it is likely he will soon achieve the status of a 7th-layer qi refinement cultivator. I am aware that the Zhou and Li families have been at odds for over 2 centuries. Several of Zhou's mineral resources have been consumed and usurped by the Li family. Consequently, The Zhou family's income from spirit stones has dwindled to a mere trickle, making it exceedingly difficult to sustain their daily cultivation. Should the Zhou family agree to wed Zhou Zhihua to me, in addition to this 9th-grade mirror-breaking pill, I shall offer an additional 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and 200 first-grade cultivation pills as a bridal gift. As for the mineral resources that the Li family has appropriated from the Zhou family, once I am wed to Zhihua, I can assist in reclaiming them under the auspices of a son-in-law of the Zhou family. The lavish bride price he offered caused the head of the Zhou family to be utterly captivated, his eyes gleaming with desire. He exclaimed, "Is what Brother Guo says truly the case?" His address shifted from Taoist Guo to Brother Guo. Guo Feilong remarked, "Indeed, it is true. Very well. I consent to this marriage proposal." The head of the Zhou family inquired, "When does Brother Guo intend to marry and take my Zhiru as his bride?" Before Guo Feilong could respond, Zhou Zhiru interjected, "Great-grandfather, I refuse to marry. I refuse to marry." Preposterous. The head of the Zhou family admonished, "You were born and raised in the Zhou family. All your needs provided by us. Marrying Brother Guo would be a contribution to our entire Zhou clan of thousands. The decision to marry cannot rest solely with you. Old Zhou Zhiru is your granddaughter. Take her home and let her parents enlighten her thoughts." A middle-aged cultivator, appearing to be in his 40s, replied, "Yes, father." This middle-aged man was Zhou Zhiru's grandfather, who proceeded to escort her away. The head of the Zhou family once again inquired when Guo Feilong would come to claim his bride. Guo Feilong remarked, "Let it be tomorrow then. These 2,000 spirit stones shall serve as the betrothal gift. When you come to wed, you shall also present the 9th-grade breaking mirror pill along with 200 first-grade cultivation elixirs, delivered alongside the bridal dowry to the Zhou family." The head of the Zhou family joyfully replied, "Very well, we shall adhere to Brother Guo's arrangements." After Guo Feilong departed from the Zhou family, the members of the Zhou clan began to persuade Zhou Zhihua. "Zhihua, marrying Brother Guo is not such a bad thing." The benevolent patriarch of the Zhou family said with earnestness, "Consider this. Brother Guo is already over 120 years old. How many more years can he possibly live? At most, he has another 30 years before he is laid to rest. You, on the other hand, are only 18. In the prime of your youth, akin to the morning sun, with a long future ahead of you. You are well aware of the circumstances surrounding our Zhou family. We are being suppressed by the Li family to the extent that we barely have enough resources for our daily cultivation. Once you marry Brother Guo, his wealth will become yours upon his passing. The fact that he can offer a betrothal gift worth 60 to 70,000 spirit stones indicates that he possesses considerable wealth. Furthermore, he recently saved 2 inner disciples of the Lingxi sect who are at the 9th level of qi refinement. They are both prodigies and may very well become foundation establishment cultivators in the future. These 2 disciples will serve as your support, and within Qingyang County, no one would dare to provoke you. Zhihua, do not feel that marrying an older man is a loss. My great-grandfather is over 90 years old, and just last month married a concubine 2 years younger than you. Look at your uncles and cousins. Which one of them does not have multiple wives, and which one does not have daughters the same age as you? If our family were to fall, think of your parents, your younger siblings, and the thousands of members of the Zhou clan. What fate would await us all?" After saying so much, seeing Zhou Zhihua still wearing an unwilling expression, the patriarch grew angry and said, "Ah, you are the most cherished descendant of our great-grandfather. For the sake of the Zhou family, do not blame him for being ruthless." In the next moment, the patriarch sealed Zhou Zhihua's cultivation, rendering her unable to escape the Zhou family. Zhihua's parents, you must persuade her well. If Zhihua runs away or something unfortunate happens, you will meet the ancestors of the Zhou family. With that, the patriarch left Zhou Zhihua's room. Her parents, in their hearts, did not wish for their precious daughter to marry an old man nearing the grave. However, in the face of family interests, when sacrifices must be made, anyone can be sacrificed, and everyone must be willing to sacrifice. The following day, Guo Feilong, clad in a groom's attire, rode upon the majestic 9th-order spirit beast, the Frostfire Hound, to the Zhou family to claim his bride. He arrived alone, without the company of anyone else. For the Zhou residence lay nearly 200 miles from Huangshi town. For an ordinary person, such a journey would require 4 to 5 days for a round trip. However, for a cultivator seeking a spouse, the process is typically much more straightforward. His solitary arrival was not deemed impolite. Rather, it was quite customary. After confirming that the bride was indeed Zhou Zhihua, Guo Feilong took her back to Huangshi town. The townsfolk were treated to a lavish feast at no expense, relishing the opportunity to dine abundantly. They all hoped that their lord would frequently marry, so they could indulge in sumptuous, complimentary meals daily. As night fell, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, shimmering brilliantly. Guo Feilong gently pushed open the door to the bridal chamber, revealing the flickering amber flames of the red candles within. As the door swung open, a gentle breeze danced through, causing the flames to sway like ethereal sprites in a graceful ballet. Lifting the bride's crimson veil, he beheld Zhou Zhiruo, the bride. Such beauty! How exquisite she appeared! At just 18, the young maiden radiated the essence of youth and vitality. Even Guo Feilong, an old man of over 120 years, felt his heart race with excitement. When the bride, Zhou Zhiruo, eventually drifted into slumber, Guo Feilong's spirit arrived in the sea of consciousness, peering into the family's auspicious cauldron. Upon counting, he discovered an increase of 360 auspicious clouds within. He calculated that by acquiring a mid-grade female cultivator, he could amass the equivalent of 360 clouds, equivalent to taking on 30 ordinary wives. Zhou Zhiruo, born into a family of cultivators, was cherished as the jewel of her household, leading a life of opulence and never having faced hardship. In her heart, she was utterly reluctant to marry Guo Feilong, an old man nearing his grave. Yet, such was the nature of the world. As she practiced daily with 2 spirit stones and a 3rd-grade cultivation pill, it dawned on her how delightful it was to wed a wealthy elder. While living in the Zhou family, she had only 2 low-grade spirit stones a month and could afford a 1st-grade cultivation pill once every 3 months. After marrying Guo Feilong, she received 2 low-grade spirit stones and 1 3rd-grade cultivation pill each day, equivalent to what she would have accumulated in 5 months at her previous home. Gradually, her resistance to Guo Feilong diminished, and eventually, she accepted her fate. Aside from his graying hair and slightly loose skin, Guo Feilong was not unattractive. Ordinary women, no matter how beautiful, could not compare to female cultivators, whose skin possessed the elasticity and smoothness of a newborn's. Less than 10 days after marrying Zhou Zhiruo, Guo Feilong sought a proposal from the Murong family, located 300 miles away, a medium-sized cultivation family that had been established for over 2 centuries in Xinjiang County. The family head, in his 50s and at the 5th level of qi refinement, was considered quite young and accomplished among lesser cultivation families. The Murong family had a young daughter named Murong Shui, possessing a mid-grade spirit root. In her teenage years, with rosy lips and white teeth, her brows elegantly drawn, and her eyes sparkling like stars. Coupled with her naturally cute, doll-like face, she was both stunning and adorable. Standing approximately 148 centimeters tall, her petite figure was perfectly proportioned, akin to the golden ratio, with skin as fair as warm jade and at least a D-cup figure. It can be said that Murong Shui was a true D-cup loli, and Guo Feilong had developed a fondness for her when he encountered her while strolling through Xinjiang County. Guo Feilong placed 4,000 spirit stones and 100 3rd-grade cultivation pills on the table, declaring, "Master Murong, these are my betrothal gifts for marrying Miss Murong Shui. Should you consent to this union, these treasures shall henceforth belong to the Murong family." The head of the Murong family, along with the other cultivators present, gazed with glistening eyes at the spirit stones and pills, their mouths watering with desire. The Murong family had resided in Xinjiang County for over 2 centuries, yet they had never encountered such a bounty of spirit stones and 3rd-grade cultivation pills. This was undoubtedly a considerable fortune for them. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. Coupled with Guo Feilong's cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement and his accompanying 9th-tier spiritual beast, the Ice Flame Hound, his prowess was evident. The head of the Murong family mused, "My 7th brother and my 3rd uncle have long harbored dissatisfaction regarding my position as the family head. Their cultivation is on par with mine, and they have always sought to usurp my title. If I marry my daughter to Guo Feilong, my position as the head of the Murong family will be as secure as Mount Tai. With these spirit stones and cultivation pills, given my above-average spiritual root, I could become a 7th-level qi refinement cultivator within 30 years. Once that old man passes, I can assist my daughter in seizing power and inheriting his wealth. Who's to say I couldn't ascend to the 9th level of qi refinement and strive for foundation establishment? Should I reach foundation establishment, the Murong family would bask in unparalleled glory." With such thoughts, the head of the Murong family promptly agreed to the marriage. The consent of his daughter, Murong Shui, was of little consequence. In the realm of cultivation, The matrimonial affairs of children were dictated by their parents and the elders of the family. Only if a daughter possessed unrivaled prowess within the clan could she break free from familial arrangements and pursue her own marital desires. The following day, the citizens of Huangshe Town were treated to yet another lavish feast, free of charge. Morong Shui, possessing a gentle and obedient demeanor, was akin to her companion, Zhou Jirua, both endowed with above-average spiritual roots. After her marriage, the family's auspicious cloud count increased by 360. As time passed, the young and beautiful maidens within a radius of several hundred miles around Huangshe Town found themselves wed to Guo Feilong, a testament to the allure of wealth and power. That morning, a colossal ninth-tier avian spirit beast descended from the skies into his courtyard. The beast lowered its body, nearly brushing its chin against the ground. Two young, beautiful maidens dismounted from its back, appearing to be no older than 18 or 19. "Wadao, do you not recognize us?" the maiden on the left inquired, her face adorned with charming dimples, adding to her allure. "Of course, I recognize both of you, esteemed friends," Guo Feilong exclaimed in astonishment. "I never anticipated that. In just over a month, both of you would appear so remarkably youthful. If I am not mistaken, Lu Daoyu and Shengwan Daoyu have now attained the foundation establishment stage. Have you not? Henceforth, shall I address you both as seniors?" The two young women who descended from the ninth-tier flying spirit beast were none other than Lu Feiyu and Shengwan Mingwei, who had recently returned to the Lingxi sect after recuperating from their injuries. Upon their return, their master, a venerable golden core ancestor of the Lingxi sect, procured for them two exceptionally high-quality foundation establishment pills from afar. Subsequently, they entered seclusion to cultivate and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Their efforts bore fruit, as both successfully established their foundations, becoming foundation establishment cultivators and esteemed elders of the Lingxi sect. After stabilizing their newfound cultivation for several days, they set out to fulfill their promise to Guo Feilong to construct a superb defensive tower for his family. Lu Feiyu and Shengwan Mingwei are both individuals filled with gratitude. "You are our benefactor. How could we allow you to address us as seniors? We shall continue to refer to you as a fellow cultivator," they replied with smiles. "Moreover, you share a connection with our master." Guo Feilong was taken aback and inquired, "The master of you two is indeed the venerable golden core ancestor of the Lingxi sect. Yet, I do not recall any connection I may have with the golden core ancestor. If there were such a connection, I would not have remained merely an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect, nor would I have been stuck at the 6th layer of qi refinement for over 50 years. Lu Feiyu elucidated, "More than a century ago, my friend rescued an elder of the Lingxi sect, which granted you the status of an outer disciple." Upon returning to the cave abode of the Lingxi sect, the two of them retrieved Guo Feilong's records from the sect, and after perusing them, they gained a clearer understanding of his circumstances. Guo Feilong nodded and replied, "Indeed. I did save the elder of the sect and became a disciple of the Lingxi sect's outer circle." Lu Feiyu remarked, "The elder you rescued, Elder Chen, is the full brother of my master. Hence you share a certain connection with my master. Unfortunately, your spiritual root aptitude is rather poor. My master, having observed you in secret back in the day, found it impossible to accept you as a formal disciple. Nonetheless, she instructed the elder responsible for managing the outer disciples to ensure you would not be mistreated. Thus, as a disciple of the outer circle for over a century, you have not faced any bullying, have you?" "Indeed, I have never been bullied," Guo Feilong nodded, then smiled wryly. "I initially thought it was due to my wide circle of friends that no one dared to trouble me, but it seems it was your master's protection after all." Upon their return to the Lingxi sect's cave dwelling, the two women were curious about Guo Feilong's background, particularly why a former outer disciple of the Lingxi sect possessed a talisman sealed by a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It was quite the coincidence that the elder Guo Feilong had saved was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator skilled in talisman crafting and possessed a lightning attribute spiritual root. The two women conjectured that the lightning ball talisman Guo Feilong had used that day was a gift from that elder. Subsequently, Guo Feilong led the two women to the designated location for the defensive tower. The women retrieved iron plates from their storage bags, each plate designed to assemble the defensive tower's formation. With the efforts of two foundation establishment cultivators, along with Guo Feilong's assistance, they spent a full 2 days completing the assembly of the exquisite defensive tower. The tower, with a diameter of 100 meters, stood 9 stories tall. The first floor featured a height of over 5 meters, while the remaining floors each measured approximately 3. 6 meters. Floors 2 through 9 were spacious, allowing for limitless possibilities in terms of design and room configurations. Friend Guo, this is the formation plate for the exquisite defensive tower. Only by activating this formation plate will the tower truly become a top-tier defensive artifact. Please drop your blood and infuse your spiritual energy to activate the formation plate. Shangguan Mingwei said as she handed over a formation plate from her storage bag. Guo Feilong took the array plate, infused it with his blood, and channeled his magical energy. A resonating hum echoed as the array plate emitted a radiant glow. The defensive tower responded in kind, illuminating layer by layer. On each iron plate, runes appeared, concealing messages within the metal. My dear friend Guo, remarked Shangguan Mingwei, the defensive tower continuously absorbs the vital energy of the earth to maintain its operation. However, once the defensive barrier is activated, the energy absorbed from the earth will no longer suffice, and you must supply spirit stones to the control center of the tower. Guo Feilong understood this well. The defensive barrier was only necessary when facing foundational stage cultivators. Under normal circumstances, even without the barrier, Qi refining stage cultivators could not breach the tower's defenses. Otherwise, it would not be a superior magical artifact. Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei did not linger long. After ensuring the tower was in order, they departed on a 9th-tier flying spirit beast. Humans are not adept at flying. Even foundational stage cultivators can only achieve a speed marginally faster than that of 9th-tier flying beasts. It is more prudent to travel using these creatures than to expend magical energy on flight. Before their departure, Guo Feilong bestowed upon each of the 2 women a beautifying elixir, which delighted them immensely. Such elixirs are rare treasures, not easily obtainable at will. After they left, Guo Feilong summoned Su Shui's father, his father-in-law, and instructed him to find a construction team to renovate the defensive tower from the 9th level down to the 1st. Before Guo Feilong traversed into the realm of cultivation, he was a scholar of interior design, meticulously planning the layout of each floor and the number of rooms, leaving the execution to others while he merely financed the endeavors. In the ensuing days, Guo Feilong frequently ventured forth to visit other cultivation families, regaling them with tales of his own defensive tower and his fateful connections with 2 foundational stage cultivators from Lingxi's sect. In essence, he donned the skin of a tiger to amplify his own stature, ensuring that all cultivation families in Qingyang town were aware of the formidable backing he had from 2 esteemed elders of the Lingxi sect. Within a mere span of days, the Guo family garnered the illustrious reputation of being the foremost cultivation family in Qingyang, prompting Wei Ting, the steward of Lingxi sect stationed in Qingyang County, to take the initiative to visit Huangshe town. Aware of Guo Feilong's penchant for youthful and beautiful maidens, Wei Ting graciously presented him with a pristine 19-year-old girl of striking beauty. In the days that followed, Guo Feilong frequently visited various cultivation families in Qingyang County, bestowing gifts as he sought to wed the young and lovely female cultivators of their lineage, all blessed with spiritual roots. Guo Feilong offered a more substantial betrothal gift. Some presented more spiritual stones, while others provided a greater quantity of elixirs. Furthermore, he possessed the esteemed backing of 2 foundation establishment elders from the Lingxi sect. Consequently, those prominent immortal cultivation families found themselves without justification to decline his marriage proposals, despite his advanced age of over 120 years. Remarkably, within a mere 4 months, Guo Feilong managed to wed almost all the young and beautiful female cultivators in Qingyang County. At present, excluding the ordinary wives without spiritual roots, he has amassed a total of 23 wives and concubines who possess spiritual roots. Such a large household, comprising numerous cultivators with spiritual roots, necessitates considerable sustenance. Guo Feilong had ventured to more distant and diverse cultivation markets on 2 occasions, procuring medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs and amass spirit stones. He had also presented 4 refining beauty pills and 4 mirror-shattering pills at the Lingxi sect's auction. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to support his numerous consorts, each endowed with spiritual roots. After all, he provided an exceptionally high cultivation allowance for his wives and concubines with spiritual roots, offering each 2 low-grade spirit stones daily, along with a 3rd-grade cultivation pill. This amounted to a minimum of over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones consumed monthly. In addition to the substantial bridal prices he had previously paid for so many women of spiritual lineage, to an ordinary cultivator, such expenses would be astronomical. On this day, while immersed in a medicinal bath, Guo Feilong's body suddenly radiated with golden light. He had finally mastered the first layer of the golden body technique. Guo Feilong exhaled a breath of stale air, his bright eyes opening wide. From this moment forth, as long as his magical energy remained abundant, his physique would rival that of a low-grade magical artifact. With a splash, he emerged from the medicinal vat, his once sagging skin now taut and firm. It was as if he had reverted to his youth, brimming with vitality. The golden body technique had rejuvenated each and every cell within him. Even without the infusion of magical energy, his body was impervious to the blades of ordinary mortals. He reached for his garments and donned them before stepping out of the door and into the courtyard. This courtyard, expansive and designed for training, was equipped with numerous iron-crafted wooden stakes. For a cultivator whose physical form was akin to that of magical treasures, mastering the art of hand-to-hand combat was essential, rendering him invincible in close quarters. Guo Feilong approached a steel post and struck it with a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, an impression approximately 2 to 3 millimeters deep appeared on the steel surface. A flesh and blood body capable of leaving such a mark on steel is a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person who, even wielding a heavy hammer, would struggle to create such a profound indentation. At that moment, Guo Feilong retrieved a low-grade flying sword from his storage pouch, launching it towards the steel post with a diagonal slash. With a piercing sound, the low-grade flying sword penetrated 2/3 into the steel post before losing its force. After sheathing the low-grade flying sword, Guo Feilong produced a mid-grade flying sword and, employing the same magical energy, delivered another strike to the steel post. This time, the steel post was severed, showcasing a sharpness far superior to that of the low-grade flying sword. Guo Feilong sheathed his second-grade flying sword and approached another iron stake. As his thoughts stirred, the magical energy within his dantian surged throughout his entire being in an instant. In the next moment, a faint golden light enveloped his skin, a manifestation of the golden body technique wherein each cell of his body naturally transformed into a golden essence, hence the golden radiance upon his skin. Bang! Guo Feilong wielded his hand like a blade, striking fiercely against the steel post. With a sharp sound, his palm cleaved the iron post in two. A substantial segment of the steel post plummeted to the ground, shattering the marble floor beneath. Indeed, it rivaled low-grade magical artifacts, demonstrating the ability to withstand them with mere bare hands. Guo Feilong felt a surge of joy. From this moment forth, even if someone were to launch a covert attack from behind, striking him with a flying sword, he would no longer be afraid. Low-grade flying swords could not harm him. Medium-grade flying swords could only graze his skin, leaving mere scratches without penetrating his muscles. However, high-grade flying swords remained a lethal threat. Such exquisite artifacts were valued at no less than 10,000 spirit stones, a sum beyond the means of most cultivators. Even among the inner disciples of the Lingxi sect, who had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, it was remarkable if 3 or 4 out of 10 possessed a high-grade flying sword. As the realm of a cultivator ascended, the resources required for cultivation exponentially increased, rendering the daily expenses substantial. It was implausible for one to amass 10,000 spirit stones to procure a high-grade flying sword. The disparity in power among flying sword grades was stark. When a low-grade flying sword collided with a medium-grade one 300 to 500 times, it would shatter like a porcelain vase struck by a hammer, breaking into dozens or even hundreds of irreparable fragments. Similarly, a medium-grade sword, when faced with a high-grade sword under the same circumstances, would also explode into shards. A low-grade flying sword would disintegrate into pieces after merely 30 to 50 strikes against a high-grade one. In a confrontation between two equally skilled cultivators, one wielding a low-grade flying sword and the other a medium-grade sword, the former would inevitably perish when their weapon shattered, succumbing to the latter's superior armament. In this hierarchy of realms, cultivation level reigned supreme, with artifacts serving as mere adjuncts. A cultivator of higher rank could effortlessly dispatch a lower-ranked opponent with a mere physical strike, even without the aid of magical artifacts. For instance, a foundation establishment cultivator could easily slay a qi refinement 9th level practitioner, armed with a high-grade flying sword. This exemplified the vast gulf in cultivation levels. A golden core cultivator could, with a mere thought, obliterate a qi refinement practitioner from hundreds of meters away. Such a master could strike down a mountain with a palm imbued with their magical energy, an awe-inspiring display of power. As it stood, Guo Feilong had summoned over 20 of his consorts, all cultivators, to the spacious training courtyard of his residence. Among them, the most proficient had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, while the remainder, including Wang Yuyan with her middling earth-grade spiritual root, were all at the second level. In the Qi refinement stage, the magical energy of each level was double that of the preceding one. Currently, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his energy equated to the combined total of 32 second-level practitioners. These 32 cultivators could simultaneously wield 32 flying swords, while Guo Feilong, as a 7th-level practitioner, could only manage a single sword, rendering him defenseless against the onslaught. Even a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator would find themselves overwhelmed by the collective might of 32 second-level practitioners. When the number of lower-tier cultivators reached a certain threshold, they could indeed challenge and overcome those of higher realms. Thus, Guo Feilong addressed his 20 consorts at the 2nd level. Draw forth your first-grade flying swords and engage me in a coordinated assault. I wish to hone my martial skills. Whoever's flying sword strikes at my vital points, throat, heart, back, or head, shall be rewarded with 2 low-grade spirit stones each time. As the saying goes, great rewards will surely summon brave souls. Without the incentive of spirit stones, none of his 20 or so enchanting wives and concubines would dare to truly aim for his vital areas. Indeed, upon hearing that a successful hit on his vital points would yield 3 spirit stones, the eyes of all his beautiful consorts sparkled with excitement, as if gazing upon a mountain of spirit stones. Let the contest begin. As Guo Feilong spoke, a faint golden glow enveloped his skin. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the radiance was not too conspicuous. Had it been night, he would have resembled a luminous little golden figure. Surrounded by more than 20 concubines of the 2nd level of Qi refining, they stood at a distance of 30 to 40 meters from him. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. In the next instant, over 20 first-grade flying swords shot towards him from every direction, their speed comparable to that of a bullet fired from a handgun. For an ordinary person, evading such swift projectiles would be impossible. Yet, Guo Feilong was no ordinary individual. He was a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refining, possessing keen eyesight, agility, and remarkable speed. His body soared through the arena, creating afterimages as he deftly maneuvered. In the face of the onslaught from the 20 flying swords, he evaded those he could, while deflecting others with his fists and feet. For the few that he could not dodge, he skillfully avoided critical areas, allowing the swords to strike other parts of his body instead. His primary aim was to protect vital areas such as his head, heart, and throat. In the state of the golden body technique, his physique was akin to that of a low-grade magical artifact, impervious to harm from such weaponry. Before long, however, he was pierced in the back by one of the concubines. Had it not been for the golden body technique, that strike would have surely been fatal. Approximately an hour later, his more than 20 cultivator concubines ceased their assault, as their magical energy had been entirely depleted, rendering them incapable of controlling the flying swords any longer. Each collision between Guo Feilong's body and the flying sword consumes a portion of his magical energy. After enduring an hour-long assault from over 20 practitioners at the 2nd level of Qi refining, his magical reserves have diminished significantly, leaving him with approximately 20% of his power. The replenishment of magical energy is akin to the restoration of human stamina. It does not require deliberate cultivation for recovery. The spiritual roots in his dantian automatically absorb energy from the heavens and the earth, gradually replenishing his magical energy. However, the rate of recovery is considerably slower compared to the proactive absorption of spiritual energy from the surroundings. My dear husband, I have struck your vital points 3 times, resulting in a total of 9 spirit stones, said the charmingly innocent Murong Shui, extending her delicate white palm. Guo Feilong chuckled lightly and presented her with 9 inferior spirit stones. Then, with a flick of his hand, the other concubines who had aimed for his vital points also approached to receive their share of spirit stones. A few concubines, who had not targeted his vital areas, pouted in discontent, their faces etched with displeasure. Guo Feilong remarked, Come, you few have not achieved merit, but have certainly endured hardships. I shall reward each of you with 2 low-grade spirit stones. Thank you, my husband. You are truly wonderful, they exclaimed, their faces brightening with joy. In Huangshe town and the neighboring settlements, there remained no beautiful young maidens who met his standards for marriage. Virtually all the eligible and lovely female cultivators within the entire Qingyang realm had already been taken as wives. Life was indeed blissful for those who had found their partners. Months swiftly passed. Today marked the due date for Su Shui, who was the first to become pregnant. In the morning, she bore him a son. The arrival of their first child filled Guo Feilong with immense joy, prompting him to arrange a lavish banquet on the street for 3 days. Anyone who uttered auspicious words of blessing would be welcome to partake in the feast. Cradling his son in his arms, Guo Feilong felt a twinge of regret. The child possessed no spiritual root and thus could not embark on the path of cultivation. For ordinary laborers, to live to 60 years was considered a long life, with most living only to their 40s or 50s. Even the affluent, while spared from physical toil, typically had short lifespans, averaging around 60 to 70 years. However, if cultivators regularly employed their magical energies to care for the bodies of common folk, it was not uncommon for them to live into their 80s or 90s. "My husband, what shall we name our child?" Su Shui, still recovering from childbirth, asked in a faint voice. Guo Feilong pondered for a moment, struggling to conjure a fitting name, when suddenly, the name of a character from a television drama came to mind. He declared, "Our child shall be named Guijing." Guijing. Su Shui reflected for a moment and replied, "A splendid name." The family's auspicious cloud cauldron flourished. The greater the number of family members, the more clouds it produced. Marriage and childbirth are distinct. Wives and concubines joined the family through union, while descendants are born of blood ties. Though the first son was an ordinary individual without spiritual roots, his arrival alone generated 30 auspicious clouds for the family, a fact that delighted Guo Feilong for an extended period. Currently, he had over 80 wives and concubines. Assuming each bore a child annually, he could expect more than 80 offspring, yielding a remarkable total of 2,400 auspicious clouds. Such an abundance could be utilized for alchemical pursuits, transforming into a surplus of spiritual stones. Wang Yuyan and Zhao Xinxin were pregnant within days of each other, approximately a week after Su Shui gave birth. Both Wang Yuyan and Zhao Xinxin subsequently welcomed their children. Wang Yuyan's child was a daughter, whom Guo Feilong named Guixiang. She possessed superior spiritual roots, contributing 1,000 auspicious clouds to the family's cauldron. Zhao Xinxin, being an ordinary individual devoid of spiritual roots, bore a daughter as well, named Guiyu, generating 30 auspicious clouds, but her offspring lacked spiritual roots. In the days that followed, other pregnant wives and concubines approached their due dates, with some even sharing the same delivery day. On one occasion, Guo Feilong's wives collectively gifted him 13 children. Regrettably, none of the children born to women without spiritual roots exhibited such abilities. As time progressed, all wives and concubines completed their childbirth, and, under Guo Feilong's diligent efforts, Su Shui and Wang Yuyan found themselves pregnant once more. However, the likelihood that the children of his wives with spiritual roots would inherit such traits remained slim. On average, only 2 out of 10 children possessed spiritual roots, while the rest were ordinary individuals without them. Currently, 5 children bore spiritual roots, 3 boys and 2 girls. Yet, they were still quite young, unable even to call out to their parents. Guo Feilong cherished each of his 80-plus children dearly. However, with an overwhelming number of children, he found it impossible to engage with each one individually. In order to ensure that all 80 children maintained robust health, Guo Feilong personally devised a medicinal bath regimen aimed at enhancing their well-being. Each child immerses themselves in the medicinal solution for an hour daily, thereby safeguarding them from serious illnesses and ensuring they lead healthy lives until the end of their days. On this particular day in the basement, after concocting over 100 third-grade cultivation pills, Guo Feilong utilized auspicious clouds to elevate his spiritual root to a superior mid-grade level. While such a spiritual root may not rival the earth-grade roots within the Lingxi sect, it nonetheless qualifies as an exceptionally gifted one. As his spiritual root ascended to a high-quality tier, the pace of his cultivation, particularly with the golden body technique, accelerated significantly. Before long, 2 years had swiftly elapsed. Guo Feilong's cultivation had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, and he had also attained the 2nd layer of the golden body technique, rendering his physique comparable to a mid-grade magical artifact. Over the past 2 years, he had refrained from taking a wife or concubines, largely because he wished not to marry an ordinary woman devoid of spiritual roots. Additionally, all eligible female cultivators from Qingyang County had already been taken by him. To find a young and beautiful female cultivator with spiritual roots, he would have to venture to other counties, a task fraught with difficulty. Cultivators exist within their own circles, much like the villagers of yore, who only interacted with those from their own village. Thus, the prospect of marrying a woman with spiritual roots from another county was immensely challenging. leading him to remain without a wife or concubines for the time being. Despite the remarkable strength of a cultivator's body compared to that of an ordinary person, they too have their limits. Upon emerging from the basement, Guo Feilong instructed his ninth-tier spirit beast, the Ice Flame Hound, to guard the premises. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, they were to show no mercy and eliminate the intruder. He then mounted his seventh-tier spirit beast, the fiery, golden-winged eagle, and swiftly took flight towards the market of Xiaya village, situated 8,000 miles away. The Lingxi sect boasted numerous cultivation markets, each approximately 15,000 miles apart. During his 3 years as the lord of Huangshe town, Guo Feilong had visited a total of 8 cultivation markets, primarily to auction rare elixirs, such as the youth-preserving pill and the mirror-shattering pill. He had acquired nearly all the primary materials for the youth-preserving pill across the 8 markets, and all of his over 80 wives and concubines had consumed the pill, ensuring that their youthful beauty would remain unchanged until the end of their days. With the speed of a 7th-tier flying spirit beast, the journey of 8,000 miles was completed in just over a day and a half. Guo Feilong first procured a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs and elixirs at the alchemy shop of Lingxi sect, followed by an acquisition of numerous third-grade cultivation pills. He then made his way to the Shiyun Trading Association's general store. The Shiyun Trading Association is a formidable force among cultivators, specializing in a diverse array of transactions, offering everything from magical artifacts and elixirs to talismans and formations, leaving no item untraded. Guo Feilong entered the Shiyun Chamber of Commerce's grocery store, where a young and beautiful female attendant approached him with a professional smile. With a gentle and steady tone, she inquired, "Esteemed friend, our Shiyun Chamber of Commerce offers a myriad of goods and accepts various items. How may I assist you today?" Guo Feilong glanced around the hall. Apart from a few attendants, there were scarcely any patrons. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he softly addressed the young female staff member. "I wish to purchase a dual cultivation manual. Do you happen to have any in stock?" At his advanced age, seeking such a manual seemed rather improper, causing the beautiful attendant's cheeks to flush slightly. She then replied, equally softly, "Indeed, esteemed friend, do you seek a single-sided enhancement or a mutual cultivation approach?" Guo Feilong whispered. "They are complementary." The young and beautiful female cultivator nodded and inquired, "We have inferior, middle grade, and superior dual cultivation techniques, but none of the exceptional grade. The dual cultivation methods differ from other techniques. They are categorized into 4 grades: superior, middle, inferior, and exceptional, each capable of enhancing one's cultivation. The higher the grade, the faster the improvement. I desire the superior grade," Guo Feilong asserted, as he was not lacking in spirit stones and did not inquire about the price, simply wanting the superior dual cultivation technique. The female shop assistant replied, "We have 3 types of superior complementary dual cultivation techniques, priced at 10,000 spirit stones, 11,000 spirit stones, and 13,000 spirit stones, respectively." "Then I shall take the one priced at 13,000 spirit stones," Guo Feilong decided, opting for the most expensive volume. In the realm of cultivation, the quality of items invariably correlates with their price. One would never encounter a situation where something costly was of poor quality. Particularly in trade establishments, there is no room for deceit at the expense of their reputation. The stakes for customers are exceedingly high. A minor shortfall could tarnish future business, while a significant blunder could lead to dire consequences. Having exchanged 13,000 inferior spirit stones, a jade slip containing the technique was placed into Guo Feilong's hands. He immediately pressed the jade slip to his forehead to absorb its contents. The dual cultivation technique inscribed within was named Dragon and Phoenix, presenting auspiciousness, designed to benefit both parties involved and capable of regulating both time and quantity. Guo Feilong, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, carefully placed the jade slip into his storage pouch and departed from the Shiyun Merchant Association's general store. Over the past 2 to 3 years, he had crafted alchemical pills, earning over 2 million spirit stones, thus he was exceptionally affluent. Upon exiting the general store, Guo Feilong made his way to the beast sect, donning a monkey mask. His numerous wives and concubines, fully aware of his prowess as an alchemist and the wealth it brought, softly implored him for a spirit beast. A spirit beast represents the most loyal guardian, capable of swift escape in critical moments. With an abundance of spirit stones at his disposal, Guo Feilong decided, during this visit to the small Yi village's alchemy market, to generously acquire a spirit beast for each of his more than 20 wives and concubines. Guo Feilong has a particular fondness for avian spiritual beasts. The price for a 7th-tier avian spiritual beast is approximately 50,000 to 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. He purchased 27 of these 7th-tier avian spiritual beasts, expending nearly 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. Among them, some possess swift flight abilities, while others are somewhat slower. To ensure fairness, his 27 cultivation wives will draw lots to determine which 7th-tier avian spiritual beast each will possess. After completing his purchase of the avian spiritual beasts, Guo Feilong initially intended to depart from the beast sect shop. However, upon reflection, he considered that having acquired 7th-tier avian spiritual beasts, it might be prudent to procure a few 8th and 9th-tier terrestrial beasts as well. An increased number of spiritual beasts at home would enhance their safety. The world of cultivation is far from tranquil. It is fraught with demons that prey on humans and use cultivators as sustenance, as well as demonic cultivators and rogue cultivators. Demonic cultivators are human practitioners who have harnessed the characteristics of demons to create dark arts, augmenting their cultivation through the flesh and souls of others. Although they are human, they are no different from demons. Rogue cultivators, lacking families or sects, often band together in groups ranging from 3 to 5 to dozens, hunting down other cultivators or seeking to exterminate small clans for plunder. Defensive towers provide substantial protection against demons, detecting threats within hundreds or even thousands of meters. However, they cannot distinguish between demonic cultivators and rogue cultivators. Ensuring the safety of one's home is paramount. Guo Feilong purchased 9 9th-tier terrestrial beasts at a price of 50,000 spirit stones each, totaling 450,000 spirit stones. He also acquired 28th-tier terrestrial beasts at 17,000 spirit stones each, intending to gift one to each of his cultivation wives. As a result, his household now boasts nearly 67th, 8th, and 9th-tier spiritual beasts. Even a foundational stage cultivator would find it challenging to contend with such numbers. The magical power of a foundational stage cultivator is not infinite. They can indeed be overwhelmed and defeated by a multitude of chi-refining stage cultivators and their spiritual beasts. Guo Feilong's expenditures on spiritual beasts at the beast sect amounted to over 1 million spirit stones. Despite Guo Feilong feeling a pang of heartache, he realized that more than half of the spirit stones in his storage bag had vanished. After leaving the beast sect and confirming that he was not being followed, Guo Feilong rented a room at an inn, replacing his monkey-faced mask with a black hat. He then procured various supplies from the other cultivation shops in the area. Knowing that spirit beasts required a substantial amount of food daily, he purchased an abundance of beef and mutton. Upon returning to Huangshe Town, he began raising sheep and cattle, ensuring a self-sufficient supply of food for his spirit beasts. Once back, he distributed the spirit beasts among his 27 cultivation wives and concubines through a drawing, each face alight with joy. Those who had been coerced into marriage by their families now felt fortunate to have wed the right person. The 7th, 8th, and 9th-grade spirit beasts they received were assets that most cultivators could only dream of acquiring in their lifetimes. Moreover, each of them would receive 60 spirit stones monthly, a fortune previously unimaginable. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, 3 years had passed. The children born that year to Guojing and his companions have already turned 5 years old. Guo Feilong intends to send his children, who are over 5 years old and possess spiritual roots, to Lingxi sect. This sect stands as the local sovereign, commanding territories across more than 10 nations, and boasts a comprehensive array of earth-level divine spells, as well as techniques for body refinement. Upon becoming elite disciples within the inner sanctum of Lingxi sect, one may study the coveted earth-grade divine spells, which are rare and difficult to attain. The auctions only feature incomplete earth-grade divine spells and do not offer the complete versions. To gain greater strength, one must join a more formidable cultivation force and become an elite disciple within their inner circle. Lingxi sect has 2 methods of recruitment. The first entails a public recruitment ceremony held every decade, requiring a spiritual root aptitude of at least medium grade and an age of 8 or older. The second allows for recruitment based on having at least medium grade spiritual roots, regardless of age, if a foundation establishment elder expresses a willingness to accept one as a disciple. On this day, Guo Feilong summoned his 5 children, all of whom possessed spiritual roots and had just turned 5. At birth, they all exhibited inferior spiritual roots, none reaching medium grade. However, Guo Feilong was delighted to have elevated their spiritual roots to a medium level using auspicious clouds, expending significantly fewer clouds than he had when enhancing his own roots, about a third less. I have called you 5 here to inform you that in 10 days, I shall send you to Lingxi sect to learn from the masters, so you should prepare yourselves, he announced. As soon as he spoke, the 5 little ones protested, crying out, Father, I do not wish to go and learn from masters. I do not want to leave you and mother. Their tears were contagious, and soon all 4 joined in weeping. It is rare for children of 5 or 6 to desire separation from their parents, and equally, parents are reluctant to part with their children. As the 5 children sobbed, their mother's eyes glistened with tears, unable to bear the thought of separation. Yet, becoming a disciple of Lingxi sect is a blessing for the children, and despite her reluctance, their mother understood the necessity of Guo Feilong's decision. 10 days later, Guo Feilong, accompanied by his 5 children who had just turned 5, mounted the back of a grand 7th-tier flying beast, soaring towards Lingxi sect. The journey of over 28,000 miles was completed in just 5.5 days. The cave heaven of Lingxi sect is strictly off-limits to outsiders, with entry permitted only for guests invited by the sect's higher-ups. Guo Feilong is no longer a disciple of the Lingxi sect, nor a guest invited by its higher echelons. He is deemed unworthy to enter the mystical realm of Su Lingxi. At the entrance of the Lingxi sect's cave, Guo Feilong took out a communication jade slip and sent a voice message to both Lu Feiyu and Shangwan Mingwei, conveying his intentions. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feiyu arrived at the entrance of the Lingxi cave. Guo Feilong clasped his hands in greeting and remarked, I shall rely on you, Taoist Lu, to look after my 5 children in the days to come. Lu Feiyu, having consumed a stabilizing countenance pill, retained the youthful appearance of 18 or 19 years, a transformation from her foundational cultivation. Her voice was melodious as she replied, There is no need for such formality, Taoist Guo. You have saved my life, and I shall treat your children as my own kin. She then inquired, By the way, Taoist Lu, why is Taoist Shangwan absent? Guo Feilong had just dispatched a message to Shangwan Mingwei. Lu Feiyu explained, My junior sister is not within the sect's cave. She accompanied our master to a distant location a few days ago. Ah, I see, Guo Feilong responded. Guo Feilong suddenly addressed Lu Feiyu, saying, Taoist Lu, I have a favor to ask of you. Let us speak privately. He left his 5 children at the entrance of the Lingxi sect's cave and ascended to the sky with Lu Feiyu. He continued, Taoist Lu, I have recently experienced a remarkable breakthrough in alchemy, as if a door has been opened to me, and my skills have advanced by leaps and bounds. I wish to inquire if you possess the capability to assist me in acquiring the alchemical formulas for at least 4th-grade cultivation pills, as I aspire to challenge myself and attain the rank of intermediate alchemist. Although he had spent over a decade as an outer disciple in the alchemy hall of the Lingxi sect, he had only been exposed to the formulas for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-grade pills used by Qi refinement stage cultivators, lacking the qualifications to access the 4th, 5th, and 6th-grade pills utilized by foundation establishment stage cultivators. The price of a 4th-grade pill, typically consumed by foundation establishment cultivators, is tenfold that of a 3rd-grade pill used by Qi refinement cultivators. Lu Feiyu shook her head and replied, The formulas for the 4th, 5th, and 6th-grade cultivation pills, intended for foundation establishment cultivators, cannot be disclosed to those outside our sect. Guo Feilong had been an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect for a century, well aware of the established rules. The 4th, 5th, and 6th-grade elixirs consumed by foundation-building cultivators represent a crucial source of income for the Lingxi sect, and naturally, such information could not be disclosed to outsiders. Guo Feilong elucidated, What I intend is not for Lu Daoyu to provide me with the alchemical formulas of Lingxi sect, but rather to inquire whether Lu Daoyu knows where I might obtain the formulas for foundational-level cultivation elixirs. At this juncture, Lu Feiyu, resting her chin thoughtfully in her hand, pondered for a considerable time. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization as she remarked, 15,000 miles east of our Lingxi sect's territory lies the city of Wanhua, a sanctuary for cultivators. I once accompanied my master there. It is a bustling hub teeming with countless practitioners and boasts numerous auction houses and large commercial guilds. Occasionally, these auction houses and guilds offer formulas for elixirs suitable for foundational cultivators. You might consider paying a visit. This is the first time Guo Feilong has heard of Wanhua City. He mused to himself. Indeed, with different realms come different perspectives. A place unknown to him is already familiar to the foundation-building cultivators. He expressed his gratitude to Lu Daoyu for the information. Guo Feilong cupped his hands in thanks and descended to the ground alongside Lu Feiyu, who was accompanied by her 5 daughters. As they entered the ethereal domain of Lingxi sect, Guo Feilong embarked on his journey home aboard a grand carriage. Upon returning to his residence in Huangshe town, he did not immediately set off for Wanhua City. The distance to the easternmost border of Lingxi sect stretched an astonishing 15,000 miles. Furthermore, an additional 150,000 miles must be traversed, culminating in a staggering total of 162,000 miles. Along the way, he would need to navigate through 2 other formidable cultivation forces akin to Lingxi sect before reaching Wanhua City. Such a protracted journey would demand over a month for a one-way trip. Thus, a round trip would extend over 2 months. Being no foundational cultivator, he could not evade the lurking dangers posed by marauding cultivators who preyed on the unwary. Presently, relying on alchemy, the third-tier elixirs suitable for qi refinement cultivators could easily sustain a family. It would be prudent to await the enhancement of his own strength before embarking on the venture to Wanhua City in the days to come. Guo Feilong experiences great joy each day. On this particular day, a stroke of good fortune arrives. As the matchmaker Wang has found a suitable woman for him in a distant town, Guo Feilong, astride his magnificent 7th-tier avian steed, eagerly transported the matchmaker, Wang, to the residence of a young lady. The girl, named Jiang Qiuzhu, was a striking beauty, undoubtedly scoring above 9.3 in allure at the tender age of 19. Jiang Qiuzhu hailed from a once prosperous family. Her grandfather, during his lifetime, was regarded as one of the wealthiest individuals in their town. However, 2 years prior, her grandfather succumbed to illness, leaving her father to inherit the family estate. Unfortunately, her father was a notorious gambler, and after the old man's passing, there was no one to rein in his excesses. The allure of the gambling den proved too great, and within a year, he had squandered their considerable fortune, accruing a debt of 2,000 taels of silver, an amount that weighed heavily on their already strained finances. Coincidentally, the matchmaker, Wang, was intent on securing a wife or concubine for Guo Feilong, offering a reward of 50 taels for her efforts. Over recent years, she had tirelessly scoured distant locales, including Huangshe town, in search of young and beautiful maidens. Her serendipitous arrival in this town led her to the enchanting Jiang Qiuzhu's father. Having heard of Guo Feilong's illustrious reputation as a wealthy and indulgent immortal, was aware that he was known for his generosity in bridal gifts, offering a substantial dowry of 3,000 taels. At this moment, Jiang Qiuzhu's father regarded Guo Feilong with utmost deference, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Master Guo, I graciously accept the bridal gift. When do you intend to wed my daughter?" Guo Feilong was quite pleased with Jiang Qiuzhu and remarked, "There is no time like the present. Let us take her home and marry today. From now on, you must refrain from gambling. Should you squander all your money, I shall not be responsible for you." Jiang Qiuzhu's father promptly nodded in agreement, assuring, very well. I shall absolutely refrain from gambling in the future. If I do, I will consider myself a fool." Guo Feilong was indifferent to whether he would gamble in the future. His only concern was the possibility of his friend seeking him out after incurring losses, which would be quite bothersome. Suddenly, Jiang Qiuzhu tugged at his arm. Her voice filled with a plaintive tone as she said, "Master, before we leave, could we please visit the town head's residence?" She explained that the town's gambling houses were owned by the town head, and she wished to inform them that if her father ever returned to gamble, he should be expelled. She did not want to see her father squander all their money. Naturally, Guo Feilong acquiesced to this minor request and subsequently took her to the town head's home, where he issued a warning before escorting her back to Huangshe town. That very day, the two held their wedding ceremony, pledging their vows. To their delightful surprise, Jiang Qiuzhu possessed a spiritual root. Although it was of the inferior grade, it was still far superior to having no spiritual root at all. By marrying her, their family's auspicious cloud cauldron gained over 2,000 auspicious clouds. Time flew swiftly, and before long, 3 years had passed. Guo Feilong delivered 3 more batches of children to Lingxi sect. One batch consisted of 4, another 7, and the last 5. All of whom became disciples under the tutelage of Lin Feiyu and Shangwan Mingyue. This added to the initial 5 children he had sent to Lingxi sect. Guo Feilong currently has 21 offspring, all of whom have become disciples of the Lingxi sect. Each year, he sends such a multitude of children, all possessing medium-grade spiritual roots, to the sect, leaving Lu Feiyu and Shangwan Mingyue utterly astonished. The 2 women exchanged wry smiles and remarked, "Friend Guo, you truly possess the gift of procreation. How fortunate you are." They were well aware that Guo Feilong had around 80 to 90 wives and concubines, capable of fathering such a number of children annually. And they also knew he had over 30 wives devoted to the cultivation of immortality. Guo Feilong's face flushed with embarrassment as he spoke. I find myself in an unavoidable situation. If I were to pass away in the future, I wish for my family to remain intact. Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyuan nodded in agreement, understanding his plight. At over 130 years of age, Guo Feilong knew that if he could not establish a solid foundation as a foundational stage cultivator, he might only have another 16 or 17 years to live. With that time, his children would surely make some progress on their own paths of cultivation, ensuring that the family he had founded would not fall apart. By the way, esteemed friends, I have prepared some third-grade elixirs and a few spirit stones. I kindly request that you distribute them to my children on a monthly basis. Guo Feilong handed each of them a storage bag. All right, Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyuan responded as they accepted the bags. Within the Lingxi sect, many of the inner and outer disciples were from their families, who provided abundant resources for cultivation, such as elixirs and spirit stones. Guo Feilong returned to Huangshe town. After a fortnight, he ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement, becoming a practitioner of this esteemed level and qualifying for foundational cultivation. Yet, the process of establishing a foundation is a profound endeavor. Without the aid of celestial materials and earthly treasures, one can only forge a low-grade foundation platform. Conversely, utilizing these extraordinary resources allows for the creation of medium-grade, high-grade, or even exquisite foundation platforms. The varying qualities of these platforms correspond to different capacities for storing spiritual energy. To illustrate numerically, a low-grade foundation platform can contain 10,000 units of spiritual energy, while a medium-grade platform holds 12,000, a high-grade platform 14,000, and an exquisite platform a remarkable 16,000. The foundational period is further divided into 4 minor realms: early, mid, late, and perfect completion. Each subsequent minor realm possesses the ability to store double the spiritual energy of its predecessor. Moreover, the higher the quality of the foundation platform, the swifter the recovery of spiritual energy. The celestial materials and earthly treasures required for foundation establishment are rare and invaluable, often deemed fortuitous finds. To acquire these sought-after resources, one might venture into the dark forest, hoping for a stroke of luck. Within this forest resides a peculiar creature known as the spirit, some of which harbor the coveted materials for foundation cultivation, referred to as spiritual entities. The periphery of the dark forest is shrouded in mist, barring entry to beings above the qi refinement stage. Only those of the qi refinement tier may pass. However, discussions of the dark forest shall be postponed for now, as it is a veritable slaughterhouse for practitioners at the qi refinement stage, fraught with peril. Time hastens, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months have elapsed. This afternoon, within a medicinal bath, Guo Feilong's skin erupted with a brilliant golden radiance. He had cultivated the golden body technique to its 3rd tier, rendering his physique comparable to a high-grade magical artifact. Ha! He laughed maniacally. From this moment forth, no foundation-building cultivator could slay him, should he employ the auspicious clouds. He might also be capable of vanquishing foundation-building practitioners. Emerging from the medicinal bath, Guo Feilong summoned all his wives and concubines to the hall for a family meeting. Each wife and concubine cradled an infant under the age of 1, accompanied by 2 or 3 small children. A decade had passed since he wed Su Shui, and during this time, his 80-plus wives and concubines had borne him a total of 654 children. Had it not been for the formidable memory of cultivators, he might have struggled to recall their names or recognize their mothers. Many children were absent, as those over the age of 5 were currently attending lessons, learning to read and write. In this world, there were no 4 books or 5 classics, no 3-character classic, nor the 100 family surnames. Only the rudimentary skills of literacy and composition were imparted. Gazing at his wives and the multitude of children, Guo Feilong smiled and announced, I shall embark on a distant journey soon, returning in as little as 2 months, or perhaps 3 to 4 months at most. During my absence, all significant and trivial matters shall be overseen by my first wife, Su Shui, and my second wife, Wang Yuyan. As is customary, Su Shui will manage the family's finances and the education of the children, while Wang Yuyan will be responsible for cultivation arrangements and handling unforeseen events. Furthermore, I have recently set up a new formation for our household. Shortly, I shall activate the Grand Array and distribute the entry tokens to those with cultivation. As he spoke, Guo Feilong retrieved a formation plate from his storage bag and infused it with a surge of magical energy. In the next instant, a beam of light shot forth from the plate, activating the grand formation. A faint cerulean light curtain, visible to the naked eye, rose from the periphery of the Guo family estate, forming a vast semicircular shield that enveloped the entire household. Over the past decade, Guo Feilong had not only achieved remarkable progress in alchemy, but had also made significant strides in the realms of formations, artifact crafting, and talisman production. However, all of his accomplishments were intrinsically linked to the auspicious clouds. Without them, he felt he would be nothing. It was simply a matter of lacking the innate talent, a fact he could hardly blame himself for. Much like his struggles with learning English, where he excelled in both mathematics and language arts, yet found himself utterly unable to grasp the intricacies of English. One could argue he was not lacking in intelligence, having represented his school in a citywide mathematics competition and securing second place. Yet, his English grades consistently fell short of passing. It was not due to a lack of diligence. Rather, the language eluded him entirely. Similarly, there were classmates who were completely inept in mathematics, astonishingly dull in that regard, yet excelled in English, achieving remarkable scores in listening, reading, and writing. There were also students who struggled across the board in mathematics, language arts, and English, unable to grasp even the most basic concepts. Yet, they shone in sports, singing, or performing arts. He vividly recalled a girl from his school days who, despite her academic struggles, possessed a stunning singing voice. Through online live streaming of her covers, she amassed over 7 million fans and earned a daily income of 250,000 yuan. Talent is indeed a mysterious phenomenon. Those who can do, while those who cannot remain unable. After activating the grand formation, Guo Feilong distributed several formation tokens to over 30 of his wives and concubines. The grand formation he had arranged cost more than 300,000 low-grade spirit stones and materials, and the cerulean light curtain that enveloped the Guo family could withstand the assaults of early-stage foundation establishment cultivators for 7 to 8 days, while Qi refinement stage practitioners would be utterly incapable of breaching it. Its defensive capabilities surpassed even those of a top-tier magical artifact. This was due to the incorporation of auspicious clouds in the formation materials, which significantly enhanced the formation's power. With this defensive formation in place, Guo Feilong felt assured of his family's safety. Additionally, he had discreetly set up demonic aura sensing formations throughout Huangshe town, unbeknownst to others. Should any demon step foot into the town, the sensing formation would activate, causing a luminous orb to appear above the demon's head, thus alerting the practitioners within his household. That afternoon, after lunch, Guo Feilong, under the watchful eyes of his numerous wives and children, mounted his grand steed and soared into the sky. Days swiftly passed. Guo Feilong exited the borders of the Lingxi sect and entered the territory of the Shenfeng sect. The Shenfeng sect, although not as formidable as the Lingxi sect, governs the lands of 4 countries and is home to 4 golden core cultivators. In this realm of cultivation, any sect possessing a golden core cultivator is granted a nation as their fief. The descendants of these golden core cultivators ascend to become the royal family of that nation. Should a golden core cultivator perish, their royal lineage is afforded a period of 200 years to produce a successor of the same caliber. Failure to do so within this time frame results in the forfeiture of their fief and the dissolution of their royal status. To gauge the strength of a cultivation sect, one need only count the number of nations within its domain. Each nation signifies the presence of a golden core cultivator. Although the Shenfeng sect may not rival the Lingxi sect in strength, it is still a sect fortified by golden core guardians. Thus, it is prudent to avoid conflict with its practitioners whenever possible. Engaging in disputes on another's territory invariably leads to one's own detriment. Among the various golden core factions, an unspoken rule exists. They refrain from unjustly targeting the inner disciples and foundation establishment cultivators of one another, unless those individuals engage in wrongdoing within their own sect's territory, in which case they may face lethal consequences. However, if one from another sect appears to be in distress, the situation can quickly become murky. It is all too easy for accusations to arise, leading to dire repercussions based on mere allegations. Upon departing from the Lingxi sect, one must embrace a demeanor of utmost discretion. While traversing the domain of the Shenfeng sect, Guo Feilong encountered several skirmishes among cultivators. On a few occasions, those at a disadvantage sought his assistance. While it is unfortunate for those who find themselves in peril, it is crucial to remember that not all are innocent. Some may be fleeing the consequences of their misdeeds. regardless of whether the supplicants are virtuous or vile. They remain strangers to Guo Feilong. By minding his own affairs, he can minimize trouble. Each time he was approached for aid, he promptly instructed Daegu to retreat, as the matters of others did not concern him. Thus, after 4 days of travel, he traversed the Shinfeng sect and entered the territory of the Qianyuan sect. Previously, Lu Feiyu had provided him with a map to Wanhua City. Having crossed the Shinfeng sect, he now needed to navigate the Qianyuan sect and then traverse the vast Weiyang River, which spans 30,000 miles in width, before reaching the grand Wanhua City. One must ponder, if the river measures 30,000 miles across, how extensive must it be in length? Even the most formidable cultivators at the Golden Core stage remain ignorant of the true length of the Weiyang River. Despite flying upstream for an entire year, they have yet to reach its source, and after another year flying downstream, the location of the river's outlet remains a mystery. When Lu Feiyu presented him with a map, she advised that crossing the Weiyang River is best done by utilizing the boats at the riverside docks, for the river is fraught with peril. Inhabited by numerous powerful aquatic spirit beasts, even a mighty Golden Core practitioner could fall victim to a spirit beast of equal rank if fortune were to turn against them. The boats at those docks are all affiliated with the Qianyuan sect, which has established a pact with the formidable aquatic spirit beast of the Weiyang River, ensuring that they do not attack Qianyuan vessels. Each year, the Qianyuan sect bestows abundant cultivation resources, typically found only on land, upon these underwater sovereign beasts. The strength of the Qianyuan sect surpasses that of the Lingxi sect, as the former encompasses over 20 nations within its domain. On the third night within the Qianyuan sect's territory, under the luminous moon, Guo Feilong sat cross-legged in the woods, cultivating as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him like water. This ethereal energy was refined into magical power, stored within his water attribute spiritual root. Nearby, a 7th-tier avian spirit beast, the flame golden-winged eagle, stood guard, half asleep yet vigilant. At that moment, several figures soared through the sky towards him. Caw, you cannot escape. The grasp of the underworld. Following these figures was a robed figure shrouded in black, who unleashed a palm strike into the void, conjuring a massive blood-red handprint that swiftly descended upon the fleeing individuals. With a resounding crash, 2 were instantly obliterated into mist, while the others coughed blood, sustaining injuries. The sounds of battle reverberated through the air, reaching Guo Feilong as he opened his eyes. He promptly leapt onto the back of the golden-winged eagle, intending to distance himself from this turmoil. However, before the eagle could take flight, 3 figures approached him. "Friend, do not depart. If you can save our lives today, we shall repay you greatly in the future." These 3 figures were all women, the very ones who had descended from the sky in their flight from danger. Among them, one was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, while the other 2 were at the 7th layer. In stark contrast, their pursuer, the black-robed figure, was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Guo Feilong was not one to be swayed merely by the presence of women. He remained rational and resolved to leave, unwilling to meddle in their affairs. "Ladies, I apologize, but my strength is limited." As he prepared to depart, the black-robed figure cackled ominously. "Anyone who sees my face must perish. Grasp of the underworld." Boom. The black-robed figure unleashed a palm strike from afar, a colossal red handprint descending towards Guo Feilong and the 3 women. "Friends, let us combine our efforts. If we can hold out for just a quarter of an hour, reinforcements from the Qianyuan sect will arrive, and this demonic cultivator will undoubtedly perish." The woman at the 8th level of Qi refinement raised her hand, unleashing a flame that surged forth like a fiery serpent, soaring towards the immense blood-red palm print, which spanned no less than 50 meters. "Sister Sun, we are here to assist you," cried 2 women at the 7th level of Qi refinement. One summoned a flying sword to pierce the blood-red imprint, while the other conjured a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm. Guo Feilong furrowed his brow, not anticipating an encounter with a demonic cultivator here. Demonic cultivators are human practitioners who have mastered the arcane arts of demons. Each demonic cultivator is a malevolent force, ruthless and merciless in their actions. Furthermore, they are among the most formidable beings within their realm. Rarely can a cultivator of the same level confront a demonic cultivator in a one-on-one battle and emerge victorious, as demonic cultivators practice both physical and magical cultivation, boasting a corporeal strength rivaling that of demons, alongside formidable arcane skills. Unlike demons, who can transform into human forms and conceal themselves among mortals, demonic cultivators are inherently human. Unless they actively employ their demonic abilities, they remain indistinguishable from ordinary practitioners. Suddenly, A thunderous clash erupted as fiery serpents, flying swords, lightning, and a blood-red handprint collided, producing a resounding roar. Gaha! A trifling spell dares to show off before me, utterly unaware of its own limitations. As the words of the black-robed demonic cultivator echoed through the air, the flames and lightning extinguished simultaneously, and the flying swords fell in mournful defeat. The three female cultivators coughed blood, their spells shattered, leaving them severely wounded and utterly dispirited. I am in need of a few principal souls for my myriad souls banner, and you four are just perfect. The black-robed demonic cultivator raised his hand once more, aiming a palm strike at Guo Feilong and his companions. Despair etched across the faces of the three female cultivators, as they had been part of a formidable team of over 10 members, tasked with investigating a massacre perpetrated by demonic cultivators that had decimated a county and its 7 towns. Their original formation had been robust, led by 2 9th-layer Qi refinement seniors, accompanied by 5 8th-layer and 9 7th-layer disciples. To their astonishment, the black-robed demonic cultivator at the 9th layer was actually the steward of the Qianyuan sect stationed in that county. Their team had managed to trace the clues back to this black-robed steward. However, before they could strike, the black-robed demonic cultivator initiated the attack. Commanding the disciples of a sect within the county, the demonic cultivator's minions were also practitioners of the dark arts. The battle quickly turned overwhelmingly one-sided, with both 9th-layer seniors falling easily to the black-robed demonic cultivator. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining cultivators fled, intent on reporting the true identity of the demonic cultivator to their sect. As they fought and retreated, the black-robed demonic cultivator pursued mercilessly. Ultimately, they stumbled upon Guo Feilong, who was meditating in the woods. Upon realizing he was also at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, they wasted no time in seeking his aid. If this elder could delay the black-robed demonic cultivator for just 15 minutes, their earlier distress signals would summon foundational cultivators stationed in nearby cities to their aid. Boom. At that moment, the immense crimson handprint descending from above was shattered by Guo Feilong with a single punch. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I am not to be trifled with. I simply prefer to avoid unnecessary troubles, but do not presume that I am afraid. Guo Feilong stood upon the clouds, his entire being radiant with a golden light, akin to a figure forged from pure gold. This formidable ally possesses incredible strength, capable of shattering the blood-red palm imprint with a single punch. We are saved, truly saved. 3 female cultivators from the Qianyuan sect were overwhelmed with joy, tears of ecstasy streaming down their faces. One among them produced a bamboo tube, a signaling artifact, into which she infused her spiritual energy. Whoosh! A beam of light shot into the heavens, bursting forth in a dazzling display akin to fireworks, transforming into a colossal sphere of light. This served to pinpoint the location for the approaching foundational stage cultivators of the Qianyuan sect. It turns out to be a physical cultivator. No wonder he had the audacity to bark at me. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to face a demonic cultivator. The black-robed demon chuckled ominously, his body enveloped in a crimson aura of power, resembling a swirling mass of red flames suspended in the air. In the next moment, the black-robed demon began to transform, growing from the stature of an ordinary human to an imposing height of 3 to 4 meters. His head morphed into that of a monstrous beast. His body adorned with crimson scales, his hands became talons akin to those of an eagle, while his feet morphed into hooves reminiscent of a donkey's. From his back sprouted a pair of blood-red wings. Cackling wickedly, he proclaimed, "To perish under my demonic transformation is a privilege. Perish now." With a powerful flap of his blood-red wings, the transformed black-robed demon soared forth with the speed of lightning, appearing instantaneously before Guo Feilong. His claw-like hands poised to strike at Guo Feilong's chest. Bang! Guo Feilong raised his hand and struck a powerful fist into the palm of his opponent. Both he and the black-robed demon cultivator were jolted back, stumbling more than 10 meters, yet Guo Feilong was propelled even further. Guo Feilong felt a tingling sensation in his fist. From the recent clash, he immediately realized that his opponent, having transformed into a demon, possessed physical strength comparable to that of a superior magical artifact. In contrast, his own golden body technique, at its 3rd level, was only on par with an upper-tier magical artifact. He was outmatched in terms of physical power. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated your physique to rival that of a superior artifact. It is indeed a pity to contemplate its destruction. How I long to fashion your body into a puppet, the robed demon murmured to himself. Alas, time is not on my side. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. I must first eliminate you. and then deal with those three. I cannot afford to jeopardize my current standing as a disciple of the Qianyuan sect due to trifles. Die. In an instant, the robed demon reappeared before Guo Feilong with the swiftness of lightning, his claw-like hand lunging toward Guo Feilong's heart. The one destined for death should be you, Guo Feilong retorted coldly, delivering a punch aimed at the demon's hand. As he struck, 10 clouds of auspiciousness coalesced into his fist. Bang! Their fists collided once more. Ah! The robed demon screamed in agony as his hand was shattered, leaving only a bare forearm. Fingers and palm had completely vanished. How could this be? Your body has suddenly gained such strength, comparable to an inferior magical artifact. The demon gazed at him in terror. A body of such caliber would be insurmountable even for a foundation-building cultivator. You certainly talk too much. A murderous intent flickered in Guo Feilong's heart. Seizing the moment while the energy from the 10 clouds still surged in his fist, he retaliated against the robed demon, delivering a second punch aimed at his chest. Bang! This blow created a gaping hole in the demon's chest. However, the robed demon did not perish. For a demon's heart is not situated in the same place as that of an ordinary human. It had been relocated to the abdomen. The robed demon turned to flee, not forgetting to cast a menacing glance over his shoulder, declaring, "You shall wait. The grudge of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future." Guo Feilong harbored a profound disdain for those who fled from him after being bested in combat. He continuously infused the clouds beneath him, each infusion of auspicious vapor quickening his pace. By the time he had infused the 7th cloud, his speed surpassed that of the swiftest 9th-tier avian spirit beasts. However, the blood-red wings of the robed demon behind him were no slouches, each flap propelling it faster than a 9th-tier avian spirit beast. Upon infusing the 10th cloud, Guo Feilong's velocity had increased significantly, far outpacing that of the black-robed demon. As he closed the distance, he delivered a punch to the demon's head without hesitation, though it regrettably met only air. After all, the black-robed demon was no novice, seasoned by countless battles. Avoiding a strike was a matter of course. Yet, its flying speed could not match Guo Feilong's, rendering escape impossible. It could only evade Guo Feilong's assaults, afraid to confront him directly. The disparity between magical artifacts and treasures was akin to that between a foundational-level cultivator and one at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Friend, we harbor no enmity. Why not accept 100,000 spirit stones in exchange for my life? The black-robed demon, having suffered a shattering blow to its arm, began to plead for mercy, attempting to barter its life with wealth. Friend, you must not allow him to escape. Demons are loathed by all. If he is released, who knows how many innocent lives he will exploit for his dark practices, cried 3 female disciples from the Qianyuan sect, genuinely fearing that Guo Feilong might spare the black-robed demon for the sake of spirit stones. 200,000. How about 200,000 spirit stones for my life? The black-robed demon, now panicking, felt the sting of a kick that shattered its left calf. 300,000. Surely that will suffice. It roared, filled with frustration at encountering such a formidable adversary, one whose cultivation had surpassed even its own monstrous transformations. 300,000 spirit stones would tempt even foundational cultivators. The 3 disciples continued their anxious cries. Friend, you must not let him go. He is a demon, and demons bear grudges. Should you release him for spirit stones today? He will surely seek vengeance in the future. For 100,000. For 100,000, along with 3 foundational pills, spare my life, and I swear I shall never seek revenge. The black-robed demon, now desperate and fearful, pleaded loudly as its other arm met a similar fate. At this moment, Guo Feilong scoffed and remarked, "Once you are slain, your spirit stones and foundation establishment pills will rightfully belong to me. There is no need for your generosity." "No, you cannot kill me," the dark-robed demonic cultivator hastily retorted. "The spirit stones and foundation establishment pills are not in my possession. I have hidden them away. Should you take my life, you will gain nothing." Guo Feilong shattered his skull with a single punch and declared, "If I cannot obtain it, then so be it. Do you truly think I care for spirit stones or foundation-building pills? I shall not be deceived by your cunning and insidious ways. Who can say if trusting you would lead to my downfall? It would be far wiser to eliminate you instead." Guo Feilong extended his hand, retrieving a storage bag from the corpse of the black-robed demonic cultivator, and then, without a backward glance, he sped away into the distance. Behind him, 3 female disciples of the Qianyuan sect stood in stunned silence, puzzled as to why he fled as if in haste. Did he not desire their gratitude? Is there truly such a thing as selfless deeds? Little did they know that Guo Feilong's immediate departure after slaying the black-robed demon was driven by a fear of the Qianyuan sect's foundational cultivators arriving. As the saying goes, to ensure one's safety, one should avoid confronting beings more formidable than oneself. While he could best a ninth-layer Qi refinement demon, he could not guarantee victory against a foundational cultivator of a higher realm. Moreover, who could discern the intentions of the arriving foundational cultivators? If they were malevolent, the storage bag he acquired from the slain demon could become the very reason for his demise should he refuse to surrender it. The thought of relinquishing spoils obtained through his own struggles was revolting to him. Furthermore, as a ninth-layer Qi refinement body cultivator, having defeated a ninth-layer Qi refinement demon, he could not be certain that the opponent would not demand he cultivate to a level comparable to a magical artifact. Would they simply allow him to walk away? Human intentions are as inscrutable as the depths of the stomach, thus, caution is paramount. In less than 10 minutes, after traversing more than 100 miles, the energy of the cloud beneath him waned, and Guo Feilong descended to the ground. The range of spiritual perception for a foundational cultivator in the initial stage extends up to 10 miles. For those in the mid-stage, it reaches 15 miles. And for those in the late stage, it can extend to 20 miles. The most accomplished foundational cultivators can sense up to 25 miles. Even if a late-stage foundational cultivator were dispatched to rescue the 3 female disciples of the Qianyuan sect, finding him would be an impossible task. The mountains were steep and the forest dense. Guo Feilong had learned his lesson. In future outdoor training, he must conceal his presence and refrain from exposing himself. This was the second time he had been discovered while resting and cultivating, only to have someone rush to him for aid. He found a cave and slipped inside, where an ordinary black bear lay sleeping soundly. After slaying the bear and stowing it in his storage bag, Guo Feilong summoned his 9th-tier spirit beast, the Ice Flame Hound, to guard him while he resumed his cultivation. Although a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement qualifies to attempt foundational cultivation, there remains a pathway beyond the 9th layer, a path leading to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. If one could excavate this passage and shatter the gate, they would ascend to the 10th level of Qi refinement. However, the length of the path leading to the 10th level remains unknown. It is said that the distance varies from individual to individual. Some may dig and suddenly reach the end, while others may toil for a lifetime without ever uncovering its conclusion, as if it were an endless journey. Historical texts record that attaining the 10th level of Qi refinement signifies reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. During the foundation establishment phase, achieving success equates to creating an exceptional foundation platform. According to the literature, among 100 practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement striving to carve a path to the 10th level, only 3 or 4 on average manage to reach the end. The bottleneck at the 9th level, preventing ascension to the 10th, poses a challenge akin to breaking through a significant realm, leaving many outside the threshold, unable to attain the perfect state of the 10th level of Qi refinement. Guo Feilong possessed the auspicious clouds, and he harbored no fear of encountering bottlenecks in his cultivation realm. Rather, he was concerned that the path to the 10th level of Qi refinement might be excessively lengthy. In the blink of an eye, his training came to an end. At this moment, the dawn had just begun to break, yet the sun had yet to rise. Cultivators, despite their ethereal pursuits, are still human and require sustenance. However, it is not uncommon for them to sustain themselves for extended periods without food. For instance, foundational cultivators may go a month or 2 with only a single meal, and those in the golden core stage can often endure a year or 2 without eating at all. Should they possess elixirs, regardless of their nature, consuming them can prolong their survival significantly. Historical texts recount that formidable beings in the nascent soul stage can truly transcend the need for physical nourishment, drawing energy solely from the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, the realms of golden core and foundation establishment were still distant aspirations for him. He was but a humble practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, and the necessity of food remained. He retrieved several flatbreads from his storage pouch and began to eat. Beside him, his 9th-tier spirit beast, the Frost Firehound, gazed at him with longing, yearning for a morsel of bread. Guo Feilong tossed a cake to it, and then threw the black bear he had slain the previous night at the feet of the Siberian husky, allowing it to feast. The 9th-tier spirit beast, the Ice Flame Hound, possessed an innate ability to breathe fire and manipulate ice. A blast of its orange-hued, searing flames singed the bear's fur, followed by a gust of frigid air that extinguished the flames, encasing the bear in a thick layer of ice. Subsequently, another wave of intense heat vaporized the ice into steam, only to be succeeded once more by a breath of icy wind. This cycle repeated several times. and the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Guo Feilong wielded his flying sword to sever a paw from the bear, meticulously removing the charred fur. He skewered it with the sword and instructed the ice flame hound, Husky, apply a gentle flame for roasting. A contrasting low-temperature flame emanated, causing the skewer to spin rapidly. Soon, the pot turned a rich golden brown, exuding savory oils and an irresistible fragrance. Very well, just a bit longer, and it will be perfect. With a flick of his wrist, the sword returned to his hand. From his storage bag, he retrieved chili powder, cumin, salt, and honey, sprinkling them over the golden, oozing bear paw. Taking a bite, he found it delightful. A second bite confirmed its exquisite flavor. The husky raised its paw, pointing at the roasted bear, signaling for a share of the spices. With a wave of his hand, the seasonings flew towards it. The husky, in a comical yet dignified manner, began to sprinkle the condiments over the bear. Before long, both were satiated. The husky had abstained from the bear's entrails, devouring everything else, including the bones, with great enthusiasm. While indulging in their meal, Guo Feilong opened the storage bag of the black-robed sorcerer. Inside lay approximately 150 to 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, the origin of which hinted at the nefarious deeds committed to amass such wealth. Numerous cultivation pills were also present, among which one vial contained 5 vividly red pills, exuding a strong scent of blood, clearly not of benevolent origin. The oppressive aura emanating from a black flag he extracted from the sorcerer's storage was palpable, accompanied by eerie wails that unsettled the mind. This item must indeed be the infamous soul banner spoken of by the black-robed sorcerer. Guo Feilong immersed his consciousness into the surface of the 10,000 souls banner. Instantly, he beheld countless souls, some fragile and feeble, while others were fierce and malevolent spirits. Guo Feilong is well-versed in the art of artifact forging and recognizes that the Wanhun banner is but a semi-finished product rather than a completed one. Even in its unfinished state, it possesses the caliber of a remarkable magical instrument. If the countless souls within were unleashed, it could obliterate a city housing tens of thousands of inhabitants in less than 10 minutes. This object is profoundly malevolent. Should it be employed in combat, one would undoubtedly be perceived as having turned to demonic cultivation, rendering its possession perilous. If the practitioners of demonic arts were to discover it, they might very well attempt to seize it. Upon returning to Huangshi town, I shall entrust it to my son, so he may present it to the Lingxi sect, thereby earning contributions for the sect. Aside from this Wanhun banner, there are no other extraordinary items in my possession, nor are there any techniques that lead to demonic cultivation. Even if such knowledge existed, Guo Feilong would not entertain it, for he could never commit to the slaughter of countless innocent lives in pursuit of ascendance. In the ensuing days, whenever he encountered villages or towns, Guo Feilong took refuge in the inns or taverns therein. If the journey did not lead to such settlements, he would either seek shelter in a cave to rest and cultivate or have his canine companion excavate one on the mountainside. In any case, he avoided resting in the open. After several days, Guo Feilong arrived at the docking port established by the Qianyuan sect along the Weiyang River. Adjacent to the port was a market for cultivators, where they could indulge in food, drink, and entertainment, as well as procure medicinal pills and magical artifacts for their practice. The port was home to over 20 vessels of varying sizes, each ferrying to the harbors of different cultivation factions across the river, among which one of the larger ships sailed to the port of Wanhua City every 10 days. Guo Feilong's arrival was quite fortuitous, as this afternoon marked the day the vessel set sail for the domain of Wanhua City. Passage on the ship incurs a fee of 300 spirit stones per person. The ship is equipped with sleeping quarters, which require an additional charge. Standard rooms cost 10 spirit stones per day. Exquisite rooms are priced at 30 spirit stones per day, while luxurious accommodations demand a sum of 100 spirit stones per day. Guo Feilong exchanged spirit stones to board a vessel of considerable magnitude. The ship, measuring approximately 1,000 meters in length and over 200 meters in width, comprises 8 tiers, surpassing the largest aircraft carriers on Earth by several folds. Crafted not from wood but from refined iron, this medium-grade magical artifact is impervious to damage, even by formidable cultivators at the Golden Core stage. The number of cultivators destined for Wanhua City far exceeded Guo Feilong's expectations. There were nearly 10,000 individuals aboard. Calculating with an estimate of 300 spirit stones per person, the total fare for 10,000 passengers amounted to 3 million spirit stones. The journey spanned 5 days, and the accommodation expenses for these 10,000 individuals on board would be at least 1 million spirit stones. Thus, the total expenditure for this venture would reach 4 million spirit stones. The return journey would likely involve another 8,000 individuals, yielding a total of 800,000 spirit stones over 10 days. Furthermore, there were an additional 20 to 30 vessels catering to various other cultivation factions across the waters. This port undeniably serves as a vital source of revenue for the Qianyuan sect, aptly described as a gold mine in terms of daily income. Most of those embarking on this maritime journey to the other side of the cultivation realm were primarily engaged in trade, dealing in spirit herbs and medicines for alchemy, as well as materials and ores for crafting. Some, however, sought merely to broaden their horizons. The cultivation realm across the Weiyang River is known as the Northern Frontier Continent, while the continent housing the Lingxi sect is referred to as the Arctic continent, characterized by its barren resources, which pale in comparison to the thriving prosperity of the northern frontier. In the ancient texts that Guo Feilong perused within the Lingxi sect, it is recorded that the vast expanse of the northern frontier, spanning tens of millions of miles, is not considered substantial within the realm of cultivation. It is said that there exist other territories such as the central continent, the southern wilderness, the eastern domain, the Western Isles, as well as various overseas lands. In essence, the realm of cultivation is exceedingly vast, far surpassing our Earth in scale. Indeed, the territory of the Lingxi sect alone is several times greater than the combined land and ocean area of the Earth. Moreover, the Arctic continent boasts over a dozen cultivation sects akin to the Lingxi sect. The Weiyang River, with a width of 30,000 miles, resembles an endless ocean, rendering the opposite bank invisible. As the afternoon approached, the grand vessel commenced its voyage. The ship glided through the river at a speed of approximately 250 miles per hour, capable of traversing 6,000 miles in a single day. Those at the 9th level of Qi refinement are regarded as advanced practitioners among the lower-tier cultivators. Guo Feilong did not feign poverty by opting for a modest room, costing merely 10 spirit stones. Nor did he indulge in the opulence of a luxurious suite priced at 100 spirit stones. Instead, he chose an exquisite room that required 30 spirit stones. This chamber, exceeding 30 square meters, surpassed the grandeur of most five-star hotels on Earth. The flooring was adorned with pure gold, and the wall decorations were either gilded or silver-plated. The vessel boasted an array of entertainment options, including tea houses for conversation, music, and theatrical performances, as well as establishments for socializing. Notably, the entertainment venues were distinct from the brothels. The technicians in the entertainment quarters were female cultivators possessing spiritual roots, each one a paragon of beauty, offering their talents rather than their bodies. However, should the price be sufficiently enticing, these cultivators might consider selling their companionship as well. In contrast, the brothels were staffed by ordinary women devoid of spiritual roots, all under the age of 22, and each exceptionally attractive, boasting at least an 8.5 rating in both looks and figure. For the cost of 10 spirit stones, one could enjoy the company of a wife or concubine for a day, with the freedom to relish such pleasures in the privacy of one's room. The entertainment quarters and brothels constituted significant sources of revenue for the ship. Some cultivators, in their desire to engage with the talented women of the entertainment quarters, often treated spirit stones as mere trifles, akin to water. In his leisure, Guo Feilong decided to visit the brothel aboard the ship, where he requested the company of a strikingly beautiful female cultivator of the second layer of Qi refinement. Although the women of the brothel did not engage in physical intimacy for sale, they were permitted to indulge in affectionate embraces and flirtations. During their light-hearted conversation, Guo Feilong learned that all the women working at the brothel had come voluntarily. None were coerced into their positions. They possessed mediocre spiritual roots and lacked any notable family background, making it exceedingly challenging for them to acquire resources for cultivation. Due to their attractive appearances, they often found themselves at the mercy of more powerful cultivators. In pursuit of cultivation resources, they willingly took up roles as brothel entertainers, benefiting from a lucrative income in spirit stones. Should they encounter a generous patron, the tips received could equal the annual or even several years' worth of income for an ordinary low-ranking cultivator. Additionally, some women sought to establish connections with wealthy patrons. It is important to note that female cultivators are not dissimilar to ordinary women. Some are breathtakingly beautiful, while others may be exceptionally unattractive, with the majority falling somewhere in between. Beautiful female cultivators are rare in the realm of cultivation and are highly sought after by male practitioners. Certain Foundation establishment cultivators specifically visit the ship's brothel to seek out alluring women, intending to take them home as wives or concubines. After a brief exchange, Guo Feilong inquired, "How many spirit stones would it cost for an intimate encounter with you?" Without hesitation, the young and lovely cultivator replied, 20 spirit stones for one encounter, and 100 spirit stones for an entire day. Her response was delivered with practiced ease. For ordinary low-ranking chi refinement cultivators, earning 3 spirit stones in a month is typical. Thus, 20 spirit stones represent the income of 6 to 7 months of labor for them. This equates to a common person on Earth earning approximately 4,000 yuan a month, amounting to 24,000 to 27,000 yuan over 6 to 7 months, a sum that is quite exorbitant and beyond the reach of the average individual. A full day's service at 100 spirit stones translates to a value of several 100,000 yuan, making it an indulgence only the affluent can afford. Indeed, in the face of such immense temptation, many young women find it difficult to resist the allure of wealth. Suddenly chuckled and said, "I sincerely apologize. I was merely teasing you too. I certainly do not possess such abundant spirit stones. It is manageable to engage with the courtesans, but should any deeper connection arise." Guo Feilong found it difficult to accept. His household was filled with beautiful wives and concubines, each more enchanting than the last, rendering any pursuit of fleeting pleasures unnecessary. Primarily, he suffered from a sense of cleanliness. However, the temperament of the courtesan aboard the vessel was rather pleasant when he jested with her. She responded with laughter and offered him a toast without a hint of anger. After spending over 2 hours in the establishment, Guo Feilong departed, having spent 20 spirit stones. This place was truly a den of extravagance. On the deck of the ship, numerous individuals were captivated by the picturesque scenery of the river, akin to a voyage across the sea. They could also observe various spirit beasts leaping from the water's surface. There were strict regulations aboard the vessel. No one was permitted to hunt the spirit beast in the river. This was a covenant between the Qianyuan sect and the royal spirit beasts of the river. Should anyone aboard attempt to slay a spirit beast, the Qianyuan sect's representative would swiftly eliminate that individual. Guo Feilong stood atop the deck, extracting strips of beef jerky from his storage bag and casting them into the river, where they were eagerly consumed by a river turtle that had been trailing the vessel. This turtle, a 6th-tier spiritual beast, boasted a shell as large as a room and swam with a speed surpassing that of the boat, effortlessly keeping pace. Not only were spiritual beasts present in the river ahead of him, but also in the waters before other crew members on the deck, all vying for a morsel. Additionally, there was a water spirit resembling a dolphin that performed acrobatic displays, showcasing intricate swimming maneuvers and graceful leaps for the cultivators aboard the ship. The cultivators, in their generosity, tossed various land-based morsels to the performing aquatic creature, which regarded the flesh of terrestrial beings as a rare delicacy. Some generous cultivators even offered spirit stones to those water spirits that labored diligently in their exhibitions. Such a harmonious interaction between cultivators and spiritual beasts was a rarity. In other locales, encounters with spiritual beasts typically ended in either slaughter or capture, with the possibility of the cultivators themselves falling prey to these formidable creatures. As night descended, while Guo Feilong was engrossed in his cultivation within his chamber, he suddenly sensed an aura of malevolence emanating from the adjacent room. This sinister presence lingered for but a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace, leaving him to question whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination. The essence of this malevolence hinted at either demonic entities or dark cultivators. Could it be that such beings were aboard the vessel? Guo Feilong pondered for a moment and dismissed the notion. On this vessel, not only were there formidable golden core cultivators from the Qianyuan sect stationed, but a plethora of arrays and devices designed to detect the presence of demonic auras were also in place. Should any demons or malevolent cultivators dare to board the ship, it would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps there were others like him, possessing a demonic artifact or weapon from which an ominous aura emanated. Guo Feilong is rather inclined towards this possibility. He is here to embark on a boat to the city of Wanhuiqing, not to meddle in the affairs of others. Regardless of whether the neighboring room is occupied by demons or malevolent cultivators, it bears no relevance to him. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, on the 3rd day of their voyage, more than a dozen vessels, each over 100 meters in length, approached from the opposite direction, surrounding their large ship. Encountering other vessels on the river is commonplace. Yet, when the blood-red banners appeared on those dozen ships, panic erupted among the crew of the Qianyuan sect's 1,000-meter vessel. As they shouted in alarm, "It is the Wanma sect. The Wanma sect is attacking our ship. Quickly, activate the defensive shield." What? The Wanma sect? Countless cultivators aboard the ship were engulfed in fear. Guo Feilong had also heard of the 10,000 Demons sect. This sect is composed entirely of demonic cultivators. Unlike other cultivation forces, the 10,000 Demons sect possesses neither territory nor headquarters. Within the sect, only superiors can locate their subordinates, while the latter are unable to seek out their superiors. The bonds among the members of the 10,000 Demons sect are either that of master and disciple or of blood relations, resulting in an unwavering unity during conflicts. Suddenly, an alarming cry pierced the air. The ship's defensive formation has been breached. Quickly, send a distress signal. This terrified scream sent chills down the spines of everyone aboard. If the ship could not activate its defensive barrier, it would mean the demonic cultivators of the 10,000 Demons sect could board and engage them in close combat. The audacity of the 10,000 Demons sect, daring to hijack a vessel belonging to the Qian Yuan sect, was unfathomable. Did they not fear that the ancestors of the Qian Yuan sect would uproot the 10,000 Demons sect from this world? At that moment, within the ship's most opulent chamber, a tall, imposing middle-aged man suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was hovering 100 meters above the ship. He was Chao Man, a formidable golden core cultivator tasked with safeguarding the vessel for the Qian Yuan sect. With Chao Man's presence, the numerous cultivators on board felt a surge of confidence, their fears of the 10,000 Demons sect dissipating. Since the 10,000 Demons sect dares to assault your ship, rest assured we have made thorough preparations, declared the old woman, a golden core demonic cultivator, who emerged from the 10,000 Demons sect's vessel. Your ancestor, the half-step nascent soul elder, has already perished on the battlefield beyond the domain. How could our Qian Yuan sect ancestor possibly be dead? You old hag are courting death, shouted a golden core cultivator from the Qian Yuan sect, raising his hand to strike the old woman with a palm attack from afar. Boom. A gigantic palm imprint, thousands of meters wide and imbued with terrifying golden core energy, descended toward the 10,000 Demons sect ship. Merely a trivial trick, the old woman from the 10,000 Demons sect retorted, pointing her staff at the massive palm imprint. Boom. A brilliant crimson beam erupted from her staff, resembling a spear intent on piercing the heavens. With a thunderous clash, the colossal hand and the staff's bloodlight collided, sending shockwaves of terrifying energy rippling outward, raising waves of 30 meters on the river's surface. Children of the 10,000 Demons sect, unleash your slaughter upon the great ship. Whatever spirit stones and elixirs you seize shall be yours. Kill. Kill with abandon. This world shall eventually belong to us demonic cultivators. The old woman from the 10,000 Demons sect then transformed into a monstrous form, towering 7 to 8 meters tall, her body covered in red scales, with bat-like wings sprouting from her back. Kill them all, she bellowed. Turn their flesh and blood into blood essence pills, and their souls into vengeful spirits. The 10 vessels of the 10,000 Demons sect emanated a crimson glow, forming a sanguine barrier that ensnared the grand ship of the Qian Yuan sect within its confines. One after another, practitioners from the 10,000 Demons sect soared forth from the vessels, advancing towards the Qian Yuan sect's ship. The cultivators aboard the vessel braced themselves for battle, aware that this encounter would culminate in either the demise of the 10,000 Demons sect's disciples or their own annihilation. There would be no holding back. They resolved to fight with all their might. The foundation-building cultivators of the Qian Yuan sect rallied every available practitioner. Among the demon cultivators of the 10,000 Demons sect, there were both Qi refinement and foundation establishment stage members. Although their numbers were just over 2,000, each was exceptionally formidable. The Qian Yuan sect boasted nearly 8,000 cultivators aboard their grand ship, outnumbering their adversaries. Yet their foundation-building practitioners were fewer than those of the 10,000 Demons sect. Upon engagement, the cultivators on the Qian Yuan sect's vessel found themselves at a disadvantage. As a member of the ship's cultivators, Guo Feilong found himself compelled to engage in a fierce battle against the disciples of the 10,000 Demons sect, the demonic cultivators. Adept in both physical and magical techniques, possessed bodies that rivaled the finest artifacts. The skirmishes aboard the vessel revealed a stark disparity in power within mere minutes. Hundreds of cultivators had succumbed to the onslaught of the 10,000 Demons sect, while only a handful of their adversaries had fallen. The chasm between the two sides was alarmingly vast. As the saying goes, the tall tree in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. In order to avoid drawing undue attention from the foundation establishment demons, Guo Feilong refrained from revealing his 9th-tier spirit beast, the Ice Flame Hound. He had witnessed several formidable 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, whose remarkable prowess led them to dispatch multiple demons from the 10,000 Demons sect, only to attract the ire of foundation establishment cultivators, resulting in their untimely demise. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a staff struck from behind. Guo Feilong had no time to evade and could only activate the golden body technique, enveloping his form in a faint golden glow. The iron staff collided with the back of his head, yet he remained unscathed. Such was the advantage of a physique akin to a superior grade artifact. Had any other ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivator endured such a blow, their skull would certainly have shattered, leading to an instant death. Guo Feilong did not bother to ascertain the identity of the assailant behind him. With a swift motion, he retaliated with his sword, cleaving his opponent in two at the waist. The flying sword in his grasp was a supreme magical artifact, and as a body cultivator, his strength was formidable, allowing him to effortlessly slay the Qi refinement stage cultivators of the 10,000 Demons sect. In the midst of the battle involving thousands of cultivators, an array of magical artifacts emerged, resulting in continuous casualties among the ranks. As long as he was not targeted by the Foundation Establishment stage cultivators of the 10,000 Demons sect, Guo Feilong harbored no fear of any Qi refinement stage adversaries. While engaged in combat, he remained vigilant, observing the duel between two Golden Core Grand Cultivators in the skies above. Guo Feilong understood well that the outcome of the confrontation between these two Golden Core experts would ultimately determine the fate of this battle. Boom. At that moment, from a ship belonging to the 10,000 Demons sect, a menacing figure surged forth, exuding an aura of terror. This was yet another Golden Core demon cultivator. Chao Man. 2 centuries ago, when I first entered the Golden Core stage, you pursued me relentlessly for 3 days and nights. Today, I shall forge your soul into the principal spirit of my 10,000 souls banner, avenging the grudge from your relentless pursuit back then. The newly emerged Golden Core demon cultivator brandished the 10,000 souls banner, unleashing a torrent of malevolent spirits that soared into the air, conjuring a thick, ominous cloud that obscured the sun. The Golden Core Grand Cultivator of the Qinyuan sect, Chao Man, felt a shift in his expression. Having relied on the might of his magical artifact to stalemate with the seasoned-old of the 10,000 Demons sect, the sudden appearance of this additional Golden Core demon cultivator drastically altered his circumstances. Upon witnessing this, Guo Feilong felt a chill run through his heart. He never anticipated that merely stepping outside would lead him to such a predicament. I must devise a plan to escape. Should the formidable Golden Elixir cultivator, Chao Man of the Qinyuan sect, be slain or flee, we, the Qi refinement and Foundation establishment practitioners, would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter before the might of a Golden Elixir master. Guo Feilong's mind raced with thoughts, desperately contemplating how he might escape. Clearly, fleeing into the air was no longer an option. The blood-red barrier set by the 10,000 Demons sect had effectively sealed off that route. With a sudden splash, a cultivator was slain by a demon and fell onto the surface of the river. Guo Feilong's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope as he resolved to seize an opportunity to slip away from the riverbed. Although the Weiyang River was teeming with ferocious spirit beasts eager to attack human cultivators, it was certainly a preferable fate to being killed by demons. After Guo Feilong made his decision, he fought fiercely against the demonic cultivators while deftly pilfering the storage bags from the deceased cultivators. Moments later, the battle among the high-level Golden Core cultivators in the skies concluded with a clear victor. Chao Man, a Golden Core master from the Qinyuan sect, had lost an arm and was hastily fleeing into the distance, pursued relentlessly by 2 Golden Core masters from the Mo sect. The downfall of the Qinyuan sect was inevitable, plunging everyone into despair. Many began to leap into the river, hoping to escape beneath the water's surface. However, to their horror, they discovered that the depths were infested with Mo sect cultivators, including several foundational cultivators with water spiritual roots. These water spiritual root cultivators thrived in the aquatic environment, evading suffocation effortlessly and exhibiting agility akin to that of a fish. In contrast, other spiritual root cultivators found themselves at a significant disadvantage underwater. While they could survive for hours, their combat abilities were severely diminished. Fire spiritual root cultivators, in particular, were rendered powerless in the water, unable to unleash their spells and facing a dire suppression. Those who had jumped into the river were swiftly annihilated by the lurking cultivators of the Mo sect. Guo Feilong observed the disciples of the Mo sect within the water, a hint of hesitation creeping over him. However, upon noticing 2 formidable Golden Core cultivators from the Mo sect returning from the distant sky, pursuing Chao Man of the Qinyuan sect, he realized that further indecision was not an option. In the next instant, Guo Feilong wielded his sword, swiftly slaying an 8th-layer Qi refining demon cultivator, before plunging into the depths of the river. As he submerged, two demon cultivators from the Wanma sect promptly approached him in the water. Guo Feilong, a practitioner of the water spirit root, thrived in the depths of the river, moving with an innate grace akin to that of a fish. He refrained from entangling himself with the two demonic cultivators from the 10,000 Demons sect and quickly darted towards the riverbed in a desperate bid for survival. Wisps of auspicious clouds intertwined with his golden body technique, and in the blink of an eye, the strength of his physique surged to a level comparable to that of a top-tier magical artifact, subsequently elevating to that of a low-grade treasure. His speed in the water increased exponentially, prompting a water spirit root foundational cultivator from the 10,000 Demons sect to pursue him for a considerable distance. Yet, realizing that he could not catch up, the pursuer ultimately conceded. In the water, a cultivator's consciousness faced significant resistance, rendering its range considerably narrower than that in the air. Guo Feilong continued to swim towards the riverbed, venturing further into the depths. He descended, the depth unknown, perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 meters, or even 4,000 or 5,000. At last, Guo Feilong reached the riverbed. Without a moment's hesitation, he burrowed into the muddy silt. Fortunately, being a cultivator of the water spirit root, his skin was capable of generating oxygen in the murky depths, sparing him from suffocation. Meanwhile, with the return of two golden elixir stage cultivators from the 10,000 Demons sect, not a single one of the over 10,000 cultivators aboard the ship survived. Their flesh and blood were transformed into blood spirit pills by the 10,000 Demons sect. For demonic cultivators, these pills were akin to miraculous elixirs, capable of enhancing cultivation and increasing the likelihood of breaking through to higher realms. Their souls were collected by the 10,000 Demons sect, destined to be forged into vengeful spirits within the 10,000 souls banner. The two golden elixir cultivators scanned the river with their spiritual senses, discovering over 100 cultivators who had escaped several miles away. After dispatching them from a distance through the river's waters, they then directed the grand vessel of the Qianyuan sect toward the horizon. Guo Feilong's decision to delve into the riverbed's muck was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Even the spiritual consciousness of a great cultivator at the golden core stage cannot penetrate through several kilometers of water to reach the depths of the silt. Within the mire, Guo Feilong remained unaware of whether the practitioners of the 10,000 Demons sect had departed. He dared not venture out recklessly. After enduring a lengthy 7 or 8 hours, he finally emerged from the sludge and swam towards the surface of the river. Above, the night had fallen, and a gentle rain was falling. Guo Feilong leaped from the water, his hands forming a mystical gesture. A white cloud materialized beneath his feet. He surveyed his surroundings. All that met his gaze was the tumultuous river, apart from knowing which direction led upstream and which led downstream. He had no inkling of which way led to the shores of Qianyuan sect or to the banks of Baihua City. Judging by the location where the large ship was besieged by the myriad demons, he found himself in the very heart of the river, approximately 15,000 li away from either bank. The waters were teeming with aquatic spirit beasts, some of which were comparable to those in the Foundation establishment stage. These spirit beasts were known to attack solitary individuals or small groups, displaying a predatory nature. The aquatic creatures at the Foundation establishment level were also capable of flight, exhibiting considerable speed, though they were not particularly fond of soaring through the skies. Damn it, never mind. I shall choose a direction at random and take flight. With the aid of the auspicious cloud, I could enhance the power of the golden body technique. And even if I were to encounter a spirit beast at the Foundation establishment level, it would be powerless against me. Guo Feilong firmly set his sights on the leftward direction and began to soar towards it. He hesitated to release his 7th-tier avian spirit beast, the Guo, for the waters of the Weiyang River were notorious for their predilection for hunting avian spirit beasts. After a brief flight, Guo Feilong suddenly beheld a colossal tortoise emerging from the water's surface, its shell larger than a house. The great tortoise spirit beast raised a robust limb, as thick as an elephant's leg, and waved amicably at him, as if greeting an old acquaintance. Guo Feilong paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that this was the very 6th-tier giant tortoise he had once fed with beef strips while standing on the deck of a grand ship. It was indeed a rare delight that this magnificent creature still remembered him. Guo Feilong retrieved a piece of beef from his storage pouch and tossed it down to the 6th-tier tortoise. The tortoise caught the morsel with its mouth and, after savoring it, playfully tapped the water's surface with its flipper, signaling its desire for more. During his time at Lingxi sect, Guo Feilong had served as an outer disciple in the Spirit Beast Hall for over a decade, tending to spirit beasts, including this very tortoise, which had granted him some understanding of its expressive gestures. Any spirit beast that harbors goodwill towards humans typically displays a non-threatening gaze. Conversely, if a creature is filled with animosity, its eyes convey a fierce demeanor. Should it feel fear, it will unmistakably reveal a countenance of trepidation. Guo Feilong was absolutely certain that the sixth-tier giant turtle on the river's surface regarded him with a friendly gaze devoid of any aggressive intent. Guo Feilong tossed several pieces of beef weighing 5 to 6 pounds to the sixth-tier giant tortoise, then soared before it and cautiously inquired, "Do you know in which direction Wanweiqing lies?" To Guo Feilong's delight, the sixth-tier giant tortoise actually comprehended his question, turned around, and raised its claw to point forward. Guo Feilong produced several strips of beef and inquired, "Brother Turtle, would you be able to carry me to the dock at Wanhua City? I shall provide you with ample beef daily, as well as a generous supply of spirit stones. If this is feasible, please nod. If not, simply shake your head." The sixth-tier giant tortoise promptly nodded and raised its paw, indicating its back. Guo Feilong felt a surge of joy in his heart as he descended upon the shell of the sixth-tier giant tortoise. As the saying goes, to make the horse run, one must ensure it is well fed. Without uttering a word, Guo Feilong produced several strips of beef for the great turtle, simultaneously offering it a dozen or so spirit stones as well. The fortunate turtle, benefiting from this generosity, glided across the river's surface like a circular speedboat, moving with greater swiftness than any large vessel. This sixth-tier turtle was indeed quite gluttonous. It would frequently halt, extending its long neck to gaze at Guo Feilong with its disproportionately small eyes, conveying a clear demand for more strips of beef and spirit stones. Guo Feilong smiled and offered the great turtle some beef jerky and spirit stones. With this sixth-tier colossal turtle as his transport, he journeyed unhindered. For the aquatic spirit beasts regarded him as mere sustenance for their formidable companion. This magnificent turtle could glide across the water's surface at a speed of approximately 350 miles per hour, allowing it to cover 7,000 to 8,000 miles in a single day. 2 days later, Guo Feilong caught sight of land in the distance. He beheld a bustling port, filled with vessels of various sizes. "Brother Turtle, let us avoid the port and steer towards that secluded area over there. I wish to disembark from that point," he instructed. He tossed several pieces of beef jerky and spirit stones into the turtle's mouth. In response to this offering, the turtle, obedient and docile, promptly altered its course towards the uninhabited shoreline. Upon reaching the deserted land, Guo Feilong generously bestowed all the beef jerky upon the sixth-tier turtle, in addition to a gratitude fee of 100,000 spirit stones. The turtle, as large as a dwelling, effortlessly consumed the stones, which would sustain it for an extended period and potentially facilitate its evolution by 2 or 3 minor realms. With a gentle nudge of its head against him, the turtle exhibited a hint of reluctance before submerging into the river, vanishing from sight. Guo Feilong released his seventh-tier flying spirit beast, De, and soared atop its back to the dockside of the cultivation market. As he traversed the bustling streets of the market, he was astounded and taken aback by the shocking news. The Wanma sect had emerged from the shadows and had declared war on the Qianyuan sect, situated across from the river. In Guo Feilong's understanding, demonic cultivators were akin to rats scurrying across the street. Once discovered, the entire cultivation world would rally against them. The Wanma sect had evaded detection while lurking in the dark, but now, having exposed themselves, they would surely face annihilation. What further astonished Guo Feilong was the revelation that the Wanma sect boasted 3 late-stage golden core cultivators who, by slaughtering numerous ships belonging to the Qianyuan sect, had utilized the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of cultivators to concoct a significant quantity of blood spirit pills, thereby breaking through to the false infancy realm. This false infancy realm exists as a nebulous state between the golden core and the nascent soul stages. Fundamentally, these cultivators remain golden core practitioners, yet they possess a fraction of the capabilities attributed to those of the nascent soul stage. The emergence of 3 false infancy cultivators from the Wanma sect enabled them to conquer the Qianyuan sect's third-tier cave, heaven, in less than a day, resulting in the virtual annihilation of its golden core practitioners, with countless foundation and chi refining stage cultivators also falling victim to the carnage. Presently, the entirety of the Qianyuan sect's territory has been claimed by the Wanma sect. The obliteration of the Qianyuan sect is a cataclysmic shock for the cultivation forces on the Arctic continent, and naturally, sects such as Lingxi sect would never tolerate the existence of a demonic sect like the Wanma sect. In response, the cultivation factions of the Arctic continent, including Lingxi sect, mobilized 12 false infancy cultivators to assault the 3 demonic cultivators of the Wanma sect. However, the outcome was merely a slight advantage. as they found themselves utterly incapable of dealing with the trio of false infancy demonic cultivators. Consequently, the cultivation forces of Lingxi's sect and others from the Arctic continent sought assistance from the northern border continent. After all, the malevolent practitioners of demonic arts, who utilize the flesh and souls of ordinary humans and cultivators to refine elixirs and artifacts, can easily find accomplices. Indeed, once the forces of demonic practitioners grow stronger, they pose an unprecedented calamity to all nearby sects of cultivation. Just as the Lingxi sect and other cultivation factions of the northern polar continent were preparing to dispatch dozens of false infant realm reinforcements from across the Weiyang River to obliterate the 10,000 Demons sect, an unforeseen event transpired that astonished everyone. The unexpected news was the arrival of an envoy from the Alliance of Human Cultivators, announcing that the 10,000 Demons sect had joined their ranks, expressing a desire to set an example for all demonic practitioners and to contribute to the efforts of humanity on the extraterrestrial battlefield. Furthermore, it was stated that the Qianyuan sect had failed to thwart the 10,000 Demons sect due to the depletion of their heavenly fortune. Henceforth, the territory of the Qianyuan sect would now belong to the 10,000 Demons sect. The practitioners of the 10,000 Demons sect were prohibited from committing acts of villainy against other cultivation factions or the populace within their own domain, and were permitted only to refine elixirs and artifacts using the flesh and souls of those condemned to death. Thus, the northern polar continent's cultivation realm witnessed the emergence of its singular demonic sect. It remains unclear what the Alliance of Human Cultivators is contemplating. Allowing demonic practitioners to brazenly occupy territory, could this not be inviting danger? However, the voices of the common cultivators hold little weight. Those dissatisfied with the demonic sect's territorial claims can only remain silent. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Alliance of Human Cultivators, the 10,000 Demons sect is a mere entity that could be effortlessly eradicated, unable to stir significant turmoil. The willingness of the 10,000 Demons sect to participate in the extraterrestrial battlefield might, in fact, be perceived as beneficial by the Alliance. Upon hearing this news, Guo Feilong was momentarily rendered speechless. The information was extraordinarily unusual. As the saying goes, the Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. The establishment of a demonic sect in possession of territory could herald the emergence of a second, third, or even countless more demonic sections. The practitioners of demonic arts, once universally reviled, have suddenly become a legitimate presence. It seems the heavens of this cultivation realm are on the verge of transformation. Guo Feilong's heart was heavy with apprehension. However, he thought, when the sky falls, there are tall ones to bear it. It was not for him, a mere qi refining stage cultivator, to worry. His sole responsibility was to care for his family. In this realm of cultivation, he procured some ordinary beef and mutton strips and mounted the back of the mighty 7th-tier spirit beast, Dog Y, setting off towards Wanhua City. After 4 days and covering over 20,000 miles, he finally arrived at the bustling large-scale cultivation market, Wanhua City. In the polar continent's cultivation world, foundation-building cultivators were a rarity, yet in this northern frontier, they were frequently encountered. Wanhua City was a place where cultivators and ordinary mortals coexisted, with cultivators comprising at least 1/10 of the population, a sight Guo Feilong had never witnessed in the Lingxi sect and other regions of the polar continent. The regulations in Wanhua City were strict. Any cultivation sect found to have indiscriminately killed ordinary people faced severe penalties. For the death of a single mortal, the cultivator would lose an arm, one that could never regrow, even with the finest elixirs. Should 2 ordinary lives be taken, both hands and legs would be severed, also irreparable. If 3 were slain, the only outcome was death. In Wanhua City, the status of ordinary people surpassed that of any cultivation faction Guo Feilong had previously encountered. Likewise, ordinary mortals were forbidden from insulting cultivators through words or actions, a grave misstep that could lead to fatal consequences. If a cultivator were to kill in such circumstances, and evidence was present, the punishment would merely require the cultivator to provide a modest amount of snacks as recompense. Moreover, the abduction of women by any cultivation vessel was strictly prohibited. If discovered, the perpetrator faced capital punishment. This city belonged to the Wanhua sect, whose disciples were entirely female, with no male presence whatsoever. Within the sect's domain, women held a superior status to men. They were the heads of households, could inherit family fortunes, and children bore their mother's surname. Additionally, the establishments of entertainment in Wanhua City, including brothels, operated in a manner contrary to other places. Here, the performers were men, while women were the patrons. Even an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles could summon handsome young men in these establishments. In essence, within the Wanhua sect's influence, respect for women was paramount. Failing to adhere could jeopardize one's very life. Female cultivators in the Wanhua sect were also permitted to marry and bear children. Wanhua City boasted numerous shops and auction houses run by cultivators, its prosperity far surpassing that of the largest market in the Lingxi sect. Guo Feilong first visited several auction houses to inquire whether there were any auctions for the medicinal pills and formulas suitable for cultivators at the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades of the foundation establishment stage. After questioning 7 establishments in succession, he finally found the information he sought. The 7th house, Shenlong Auction House, was set to hold an auction in 10 days, featuring the medicinal pills and formulas for cultivators at the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades of the foundation establishment stage. Guo Feilong was unaware of the number of spirit stones required to acquire the cultivation elixirs or formulas suitable for foundation building practitioners of the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks. However, within the various apothecaries of Wanhua City, one could readily purchase the renowned beauty pill. This elixir is the most sought after among the disciples of the Wanhua sect, and its price significantly surpasses that of similar offerings from the Lingxi sect. Guo Feilong directly procured the ingredients to concoct 100 batches of the Dingying pill, a miraculous elixir. He secured a room at an inn, where he commenced his alchemical endeavors. After 4 days of meticulous preparation, the process culminated in the creation of 1,000 Dingying pills. Rather than resorting to the auction house, he knew that every apothecary in the city, frequented by cultivators, would eagerly acquire the Dingying pills at a premium. The Lingxi sect, having a branch apothecary in Wanhua City, became the recipient of 10 Dingying pills, which Guo Feilong sold without leveraging his status as a renowned alchemist of the sect. Each pill fetched a price of 40,000 lower-grade spirit stones, amounting to a total of 400,000 stones. Subsequently, adorned in a conical hat, Guo Feilong ventured into various apothecaries, selling 10 Dingying pills at each establishment. Within the span of 2 days, he successfully disposed of all 1,000 pills. Furthermore, he procured an additional 300 portions of the requisite herbs for crafting the Dingying pill, nearly depleting the primary materials available in Wanhua City. Although he purchased these 300 portions, he refrained from further alchemical work, intending to reserve them for the future wives he hoped to marry. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the auction arrived. Guo Feilong entered the auction wearing a tiger mask. There were at least 80 individuals adorned in similar masks, and he was not the sole one among them. This disguise facilitated the concealment of their identities, allowing them to obscure their wealth from prying eyes. Guo Feilong exhibited no interest in the other items at the auction. Before long, it was time for the bidding of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade foundational cultivation elixirs. Such recipes for foundational stage cultivators hold little value for major sects of cultivation. They are only of significance to the medium-sized families possessing foundational stage practitioners. Moreover, the emergence of 4th, 5th, and 6th grade alchemists is not a common occurrence, resulting in minimal competition. Ultimately, the outcome was, Guo Feilong expended 800,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a 4th grade cultivation pill, followed by 2.5 million low-grade spirit stones for a 5th grade cultivation pill, and ultimately 8 million low-grade spirit stones for a 6th grade cultivation pill. In total, he spent 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Had it not been for his prior preparation of numerous youth-preserving pills, his reserves would have been insufficient. After securing the items he desired, Guo Feilong initially intended to depart from the auction house. However, at that moment, the enchanting female cultivator presiding over the auction announced, "Next up for bid is the mid-level cultivation method of the body refinement technique, the Golden Body Sutra. The starting bid is set at 1 million low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 100,000 spirit stones and no upper limit." Upon hearing the mention of the mid-level Golden Body Sutra, Guo Feilong found himself rooted to the spot, as if ensnared by a spell, his gaze fixated on the auction stage. Having already completed the upper-level training of the Golden Body Sutra, his physique was comparable to that of a high-grade magical treasure. Should he master the mid-level technique, his body would surely rival the quality of an exquisite magical artifact, or perhaps even a low-grade treasure. The bidding for the mid-level Golden Body Sutra progressed at a leisurely pace, seemingly reflecting a lack of interest from many participants. Guo Feilong pondered for a moment and then felt a sense of acceptance. Some individuals may possess the upper portion of a cultivation technique but lack the foundational lower segments, rendering them incapable of progressing in their practice. It is akin to constructing a building. Without establishing the first 3 floors, one cannot hope to ascend to the 4th, 5th, or 6th. Additionally, some may have embarked on the cultivation of the golden body technique, yet the cost of the medicinal baths required for each successive layer escalates significantly, beyond the means of the average practitioner. Even though the bidding was not excessively fierce, the mid-level segment of the golden body technique was undeniably a remarkable body refinement method, having reached a price of 3 million spirit stones. After all, the majority of body refinement techniques can only elevate the practitioner's physique to the level of low-grade magical treasures or mid-grade artifacts, with only a select few capable of attaining the status of high-grade artifacts. At 6 million spirit stones, would there be any further bids? If not, that would mark the first call at 6 million spirit stones. With a resounding clang, the beautiful host struck the copper gong on the table and smiled as she inquired, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 6 million spirit stones? If not, I shall proceed to the second call." Before she could finish her sentence, Guo Feilong raised his bidding paddle, declaring 7 million spirit stones. He had increased the bid by 600,000 spirit stones in an instant. The charming host at the auction table turned her gaze towards him, smiling as she announced, "This esteemed friend has bid 7 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, this will be the first call at 7 million spirit stones." With a decisive clang, she called for the second time at 7 million spirit stones. Again, the gong sounded for the third time, and with that final strike, she proclaimed, "Congratulations to this esteemed friend. The mid-level golden body technique has been secured for 7 million spirit stones." Ultimately, the golden body technique fell into the hands of Guo Feilong. Having procured all necessary items, he found no reason to linger at the auction house. Upon returning to the inn where he was staying, Guo Feilong placed the jade slip containing the core teachings of the golden body technique upon his forehead and began to study the cultivation methods. After reviewing the techniques outlined in the jade slip, Guo Feilong realized that his supply of spirit stones was woefully inadequate. The golden body technique was akin to a ravenous beast that devoured spirit stones. The core teachings detailed the requirements for ascending to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, which translated into the following quantities of spirit stones. To reach the 4th level, one needed 5 million spirit stones, granting a physique comparable to a top-grade magical artifact. For the 5th level, the requirement soared to 20 million spirit stones, bestowing a form akin to a low-grade treasure. And finally, to attain the 6th level, one needed a staggering 80 million spirit stones, resulting in a physique on par with a mid-grade treasure. Moreover, the journey to cultivate the golden body technique to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels was not merely a matter of purchasing the requisite medicinal baths with spirit stones. One's innate spiritual root and physical constitution also played a crucial role. The better the spiritual root, the swifter the cultivation. In the case of a poor spiritual root, the transition from the 3rd to the 4th level could take 200 to 300 years, while progressing from the 4th to the 5th might require 700 to 800 years, and from the 5th to the 6th could demand a millennium or more. This scenario merely reflects the challenges faced by those with subpar spiritual roots. If one's physical constitution were also lacking, one might encounter a bottleneck in physical cultivation. For instance, even if one had mastered the peak of the 3rd level of the golden body technique, an inability to withstand the advancement to the 4th level could result in stagnation, forever trapped at the pinnacle of the 3rd level. However, these concerns were of little consequence to Guo Feilong, as his spiritual root had already been elevated to the upper echelon. Were it not for the exorbitant amount of auspicious clouds required to elevate his spiritual root to the lowest grade of the earth tier, he would have already achieved that transformation. In the realm of cultivation, an upper-grade spiritual root was considered the mark of a prodigy. In a prestigious sect such as Lingxi sect, one would immediately become an inner disciple upon entry, eagerly sought after by numerous elders wishing to take them under their wing. The various benefits and privileges afforded to them would far exceed those of ordinary inner disciples, positioning them as a lead among their peers. As for the quality of his physique concerning physical cultivation, Guo Feilong harbored no worries. Should he encounter a bottleneck, he could simply utilize auspicious clouds to facilitate his breakthrough. Yet, he found himself somewhat short on auspicious clouds. With a sigh of melancholy, Guo Feilong resolved that upon returning home, he would continue to take a wife, acquire concubines, and bear children. The cultivation level of his descendants would enhance the auspicious clouds within the family cauldron, symbolizing the powerful rewards of the lineage. Elevating the cultivation realms of children with spiritual roots equated to an increase in auspicious clouds. Guo Feilong intended for all his children, regardless of their spiritual roots, to practice the golden body technique. Having the rare opportunity to visit Wanhua City, Guo Feilong spent the following days crafting the dinging pill, aiming to accumulate more spiritual stones. In the realm of cultivation within the North Border continent, there were numerous formidable powers akin to Wanhua City, each surpassing the Lingxi sect in strength. Fearing that selling the newly concocted dinging pill at the local alchemist shops might reveal his ability to produce them in abundance, Guo Feilong refrained from further sales. Before departing from Wanhua City, he purchased 49th-tier avian spirit beasts at the price of 150,000 spiritual stones each from a specialty store, followed by acquiring 109th-tier terrestrial spirit beasts for 50,000 spiritual stones each. Altogether, he expended 11 million spiritual stones, in addition to nearly 20 million stones spent at the auction, totaling approximately 30 million spiritual stones over his days in Wanhua City. Indeed, without sufficient funds, one could hardly make purchases. Before leaving, he not only acquired 149th-tier spirit beasts but also invested 10 million spiritual stones in the medicinal materials required for the golden body technique's elixir. The 1,000 dinging pills he sold had yielded 40 million spiritual stones, all of which were spent, even dipping into his original capital with an additional expenditure of over 2 million spiritual stones. In the subsequent month and a half, Guo Feilong visited 4 other cultivation markets of similar scale to Wanhua City, selling 1,000 dinging pills at each, garnering another 40 million spiritual stones. Concurrently, he depleted the primary medicinal materials for the dinging pill within those markets, as the pill proved to be a lucrative source of income. He invested heavily in the spiritual herbs required for the elixir associated with the golden body technique, since all his wives, concubines, and children with spiritual roots must cultivate this technique. He speculated that, with the demon sect establishing its foothold in the Arctic continent's cultivation realm, it was inevitable that other demonic sects would also emerge. The future existence of the Lingxi sect remained uncertain. Guo Feilong's acquisition of so many 9th-tier avian spirit beasts was a precaution against the worst-case scenario. If the Lingxi sect were to face an unfortunate downfall in the future, he would lead all his wives, concubines, and children aboard flying spirit beasts, circumventing the influence of the demonic sects, and migrate to the cultivation realm of the northern frontier continent. Not only had Guo Feilong procured the spiritual herbs and medicines necessary for the golden body technique, but he had also acquired a multitude of rare spiritual herbs that were notoriously difficult to obtain within the Lingxi sect. Having secured all the required items, Guo Feilong intended to return to the northern polar continent's cultivation realm. To embark on this journey, he would first need to traverse the Weiyang River. The Wanma sect had claimed dominion over the territory of the Qianyuan sect and had established a cooperative agreement with the king-level spirit beast residing in the Weiyang River, utilizing large ships to ferry cultivators back and forth between the northern polar continent and the northern frontier continent. Guo Feilong harbored profound distrust towards the Wanma sect, a sect known for its nefarious practices. Even if no misfortune befell him during his voyage, what if calamity struck on his return journey from the Wanma sect to the Lingxi sect? There exist vessels capable of traversing the Weiyang River safely to the Arctic continent and the northern frontier continent, even on the side of the northern frontier's cultivation realm. Guo Feilong resolved not to pass through the territory of the Wanma sect, for the dangers posed by demonic cultivators were far too great. Instead, he planned to take a circuitous route back to the Lingxi sect via other cultivation forces. After several days of inquiries and reconnaissance, he meticulously charted his return path. On that particular morning, around 9 o'clock, he arrived at the harbor of the Tianxian sect. 5 days later, the majestic vessel of the Tianxian sect docked at the harbor of the treasure artifact sect on the Arctic continent. As Guo Feilong found himself amidst a sea of white clouds, he soared towards the bustling cultivation market located at the port of the treasure weapon sect. Unbeknownst to him, the current state of affairs within the northern polar continent's cultivation realm was in dire need of exploration. After all, the presence of the 10,000 Demon sect, a notorious faction of demonic cultivators, openly claiming a stake in the area, could not have been without significant repercussions for the cultivation community. The treasure weapon sect boasted strength comparable to that of the Qianyuan sect, primarily due to its proficiency in crafting magical artifacts. Each disciple was equipped with formidable gear, making them formidable adversaries in battle. Situated adjacent to the ominous 10,000 Demons sect, the treasure weapons sect engaged in maritime trade, rendering them rivals in the lucrative shipping industry. Given the fear and trepidation that surrounded the 10,000 Demons sect, the treasure weapons sect's shipping business had recently flourished, witnessing an influx of passengers. Consequently, the bustling market at the treasure weapons sect's port experienced a remarkable surge in activity, with the number of cultivators increasing 3- to 4-fold compared to previous times. Guo Feilong casually entered an inn within the bustling market, requiring no inquiries. He merely settled in the grand hall on the first floor to savor exquisite dishes and fine wine. There, he could overhear the conversations of fellow cultivators at nearby tables, discussing the current state of the 10,000 Demons sect and several surrounding sections. After listening for a while, Guo Feilong couldn't help but marvel at the ruthlessness of demonic cultivators, whose relentless pursuit of ascendance was marked by their merciless tactics. In the present realm of the 10,000 Demons sect, the ordinary populace faced an abundance of stringent capital punishment laws. Any minor infraction could lead to a death sentence. Then, those condemned to death would become the sacrifices for the 10,000 Demons sect's cultivation. Ordinary individuals living within the 10,000 Demons sect, if they exceed the age of 45, must annually pay a substantial tax. Should they fail to remit this tax for 3 consecutive years, they face the death penalty, being seized by the sect's cultivators to be refined into elixirs. Common folk wishing to depart from the 10,000 Demons sect to relocate to other realms of cultivation find themselves utterly powerless. It is impossible for them to traverse thousands of miles on foot, as the wilderness is fraught not only with ordinary beasts, but also with more ferocious spirit beasts. Furthermore, the 10,000 Demons sect has instituted a household registration control system, forbidding ordinary citizens from moving between counties. The populace of one county is confined to its borders. Venturing into another county is punishable by death. Merchants, too, are restricted to trading within a handful of designated counties, and any attempt to conduct business in prohibited areas will likewise result in a death sentence. For the common people within the 10,000 Demons sect, escape is virtually impossible. Even the cultivators within the sect are fleeing, terrified of being captured by the sect's members to be turned into elixirs. In a mere month or two, the once resplendent realm of the Qianyuan sect has transformed into a veritable paradise for demonic cultivators. Yet, the 10,000 Demons sect is not entirely insular. It engages in trade of high-quality resources with other sections. Cultivators who obtain commercial tokens can conduct business within the 10,000 Demons sect's territory, receiving the sect's protection. After spending over an hour in an inn, Guo Feilong gleaned the information he sought from other patrons. The current cultivation world of the northern polar continent still appears to thrive in peace, showing little impact from the 10,000 Demons sect on surrounding powers. The 10,000 Demons sect maintains a policy of non-interference with neighboring sects, each tending to their own affairs, living in a semblance of harmonious coexistence. However, Guo Feilong harbors an unsettling feeling that the 10,000 Demons sect is akin to a lurking beast, destined to reveal its fangs and strike at the surrounding sects sooner or later. Having settled his bill, Guo Feilong exited the inn, and with a swirl of white clouds beneath his feet, he soared away from the port city of the Baoqi sect. In a secluded area, he selected a 9th-tier flying spirit beast from his storage bag, and, after 10 days of traversing the Baoqi sect, he entered the territory of the Tai sect. The Tai sect stands on par with the Lingxi sect, boasting over a dozen golden core cultivators and an ancestral figure at the nascent soul stage. 8 days later, Guo Feilong passed through the Tai sect and entered the domain of the Shinfeng sect. Beyond the Shinfeng sect lies the Lingxi sect. However, on the 3rd day of his passage through the Shinfeng sect, an unexpected incident occurred. He chanced upon a Foundation establishment cultivator who suddenly unleashed a sword strike directed at him from afar. With a swish, a sword chi, dozens of meters long, materialized, hurtling towards him and his 9th-tier flying spirit beast with the swiftness of lightning. Guo Feilong produced a 9th-grade lightning talisman, infusing it with several wisps of auspicious clouds, and hurled it towards the incoming sword chi. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, erupted from the talisman, colliding with the sword chi unleashed by the early Foundation establishment cultivator. Both the lightning and the sword chi disintegrated in a simultaneous explosion. As Guo Feilong directed the 9th-tier flying spirit beast to descend to the ground, he inquired, "Esteemed senior, this is our first encounter, devoid of enmity. Pray tell, why do you seek to take my life?" He understood that such a question was ultimately futile, as it could not alter the adversary's intent to kill him. In the realm of cultivation, higher-ranked cultivators may slay those of lower rank without justification, or indeed for any reason they deem fit. Yet, he felt compelled to inquire, for a perplexity lingered in his mind. When they had first crossed paths, Guo Feilong sensed that the Foundation establishment cultivator bore no murderous intent towards him, at most. He had perceived a condescending gaze typical of a senior looking down upon a junior. However, after they had separated by nearly 200 meters, the early Foundation establishment cultivator had inexplicably turned hostile, as if something had abruptly shifted within his thoughts. With over a century of experience, Guo Feilong pondered the sudden change in his opponent's intent to kill him, an intention that had previously been absent. What could have prompted such a transformation? He yearned for clarity on this matter. The ominous cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment remarked, "I had no intention of targeting you initially. But my suspicion regarding the 9th-tier spirit beast, the treasure ferret, has led me to believe that you possess an immense aura of spirit stones, an abundance, indeed. This is the reason for my intent to slay you. Now, do you have any further questions? If not, prepare to meet your demise." This early-stage Foundation cultivator was resolute, eschewing unnecessary verbosity as he succinctly stated his motive. With a flick of his hand, he directed his flying sword towards Guo Feilong. Although the opponent wielded an exceptional artifact, it was not on par with the level of a true treasure. In response, Guo Feilong summoned a golden aura that enveloped his body, a manifestation of the golden body technique that rendered him comparable to a superior-grade artifact. The exceptional artifact flying sword could indeed inflict harm upon a body akin to a superior-grade artifact. However, Guo Feilong, having melded with several clouds of auspicious energy, found himself now equivalent to an exceptional artifact. Nevertheless, his adversary was not merely a chi refinement stage cultivator, but rather a Foundation establishment practitioner of a significantly higher realm, wielding an exceptional flying sword with powers several times greater than that of a 9th-layer chi refinement cultivator. Guo Feilong would never dare to jest with his own life. The auspicious clouds were as if they were free, elevating the golden body technique to a level comparable to that of a low-grade magical artifact. Only then did he cease infusing the golden body technique with more auspicious clouds. With a clang, the exquisite flying sword of the Foundation establishment stage cultivator struck Guo Feilong's head, instantly producing a sound of metal colliding. The body, akin to a magical artifact, proved somewhat difficult to slay. The Foundation establishment cultivator furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by Guo Feilong's ability to refine his body to such an extent. Even among Foundation establishment cultivators, it was rare to attain a physical prowess comparable to that of a low-grade magical artifact. Any body-refining technique in the world is inextricably linked to the support of spiritual power. Once one's internal spiritual power is depleted, the body-refining technique collapses, rendering it incapable of achieving the prowess of a low-grade magical artifact. The Foundation establishment cultivator seemed to be speaking to himself, yet it also appeared he was addressing Guo Feilong. As he altered his sword technique, the flying sword that had been repelled by Guo Feilong soared through the air, spiraling back to strike once more. Upon realizing why his opponent had suddenly harbored murderous intent, Guo Feilong felt a surge of excitement. He had yet to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the next moment, he retrieved a talisman sealed with 9th-grade sword chi from his storage bag, equivalent to the full-force magical sword chi attack of a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator. As he infused the talisman with 100 auspicious clouds, he sensed that if he did not activate and throw it soon, it would explode in his hand. Guo Feilong faced the early Foundation establishment cultivator and cast a 9th-grade sword chi talisman. Boom! The released sword chi manifested as a blade stretching 100 meters long, cleaving towards the early Foundation establishment cultivator. What immense sword chi! The cultivator was taken aback, realizing his flying sword had been seized by Guo Feilong's bare hands, rendering it immobile and unable to return. He scarcely had time to retrieve a shield-like magical artifact from his storage pouch and could only muster a protective barrier of magical energy before him. In an instant, the 100-meter-long sword chi struck the magical barrier as if a heavy hammer had crashed against a window pane. The protective barrier shattered instantly, scattering into a myriad of luminous fragments that returned to the heavens. The sword chi dimmed slightly yet continued unabated, crashing down upon the head of the early Foundation establishment cultivator, silencing any cries of despair. It cleaved him from head to groin, resulting in a complete and utter demise. Even his soul within the sea of consciousness reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a ninth-tier spirit beast, a treasure-seeking ferret, burst forth from the left side of the cultivator's lifeless body. Small in stature and adorned in pure white fur, the ferret, unable to fly, flailed its limbs and tail in panic as it plummeted towards the ground. Guo Feilong waved his hand at the ninth-tier spirit beast, the treasure weasel, and with a flicker of his magical power, the little creature was drawn toward him, struggling fiercely. "Settle down," Guo Feilong threatened it. "Otherwise, I shall slay you and roast you for a feast." The intelligence of spirit beasts is generally quite high, and being domesticated, they can typically comprehend human speech with ease. The treasure-hunting weasel was instantly frightened into stillness, resembling a timid puppy. Guo Feilong commanded the ninth-tier flying spirit beast beneath him to descend to the ground. He retrieved a storage pouch and a spirit beast pouch from the dismembered corpse of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Within the storage pouch, he discovered the beast control token for this ninth-tier treasure-hunting ferret. After applying a drop of his blood to the token, he utilized his magical essence to reactivate it. In an instant, he became the master of this token, and the ninth-tier treasure-hunting ferret was transformed into his spirit beast. Generally, as the rank of spirit beasts increases, so does their size. This particular ninth-tier treasure-hunting ferret was comparable in size to a small puppy. However, due to its innate ability, the treasure-hunting ferret possessed the talent to shrink its body, capable of reducing itself to approximately 1 foot in length. Guo Feilong released his grip, comparable to a low-grade magical artifact, and commanded the ninth-tier spirit beast, the treasure ferret, to assume its maximum form. In an instant, its pristine white fur shimmered with brilliance, and its body inflated like a balloon, growing ever larger. Ultimately, it surpassed the size of an ordinary adult stallion by a considerable margin before ceasing its expansion. This was the true form of the ninth-tier spirit beast, the treasure ferret. Spirit beasts endowed with the ability to locate treasures are exceedingly rare. In terms of value, they are approximately 3 times more expensive than their avian counterparts of the same tier, rendering them a luxury that even the affluent find challenging to procure. This is because treasure-hunting spirit beasts not only assist their masters in locating spiritual herbs and treasures in the wilderness, but can also sense whether there are valuables within a person's storage pouch. Some cultivators prefer to raise spirit beasts with treasure-seeking abilities not for the purpose of foraging in the wild, but rather to ascertain the presence of treasures in other storage pouches. Generally speaking, when a cultivator discovers that another storage pouch contains valuables and finds themselves at a lower cultivation level, they may be tempted to engage in nefarious activities, such as murder and theft. Guo Feilong had long desired to acquire a treasure-hunting spirit beast. However, such creatures, endowed with this rare ability, were exceedingly scarce, and no cultivator would readily part with them. Throughout several prominent cultivation markets in the northern frontier, he had been unable to procure one. To his astonishment, after slaying a foundation-building cultivator today, he unexpectedly obtained one. It was inconceivable that a foundation-building cultivator of ordinary stature could possess a ninth-tier spirit beast like the treasure-hunting ferret. Guo Feilong deduced that the identity of the cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment was likely affiliated with the Xinfeng sect. Indeed, his conjecture proved accurate. Upon inspecting the storage pouch of the early-stage cultivator, he discovered a token belonging to an elder of the Xinfeng sect. Discarding the sect token beside the corpse, Guo Feilong retrieved a semi-finished magical artifact, the 10,000 Souls banner, from the pouch. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, he gave the banner a gentle shake. In an instant, a multitude of vengeful spirits surged forth, filling the air with an oppressive chill that caused the temperature to plummet drastically. Under his command, these ghastly apparitions ravenously consumed the remains of the Xinfeng cultivator, leaving nothing but white bones behind. Anyone who came to investigate would undoubtedly attribute this act to demonic cultivators, never suspecting his involvement. After dealing with the remains, Guo Feilong turned to the snow-white, ninth-tier spirit beast, the treasure-hunting marten, and bestowed upon it a new name, Xiaobai. "Do you remember that?" The treasure-hunting ferret nodded in acknowledgement, signifying that it understood. The scene of murder was a place of chaos, unfit for lingering. After stowing away the ninth-tier spirit beast, the treasure-hunting ferret, and securing the soul banner in his storage pouch, Guo Feilong mounted the ninth-tier flying spirit beast and continued his journey towards Lingxi sect. 2 days later, he returned to the territory of Lingxi sect. Subsequently, after 2.5 days, he found himself back in his home in Huanshe town. Despite being over 130 years of age, he remained the pillar of strength and reassurance for his family. The affairs of the demon sect had reached the ears of Lingxi sect, causing great concern among his wives and concubines, who were acutely aware of his ventures into the northern borders cultivation realm. Upon witnessing his safe return, they all exhaled in relief. Though he was aging, this family could not do without him. With the brazen emergence of demonic cultivation sects in the northern continent's cultivation realm, Guo Feilong feared for the safety of Huangshe town. In the ensuing days, he began to establish a defensive array in this small town of over 10,000 inhabitants. This defensive formation, when activated, could generate 3 protective barriers. The first barrier would envelop the entirety of Huangshe town, the second would shield the Guo family estate, and the third would protect the main hall of the Guo family's backyard. The most formidable of these was the third barrier, capable of withstanding the assaults of several foundation establishment cultivators for a duration of 10 days to half a month. In a proactive measure, Guo Feilong procured copious amounts of grain from several major agricultural counties under Lingxi sect, enough to sustain 50,000 people for 20 years. He also visited the cave abode of Lingxi sect to meet his children, whom he had sent there, providing them with medicinal herbs for the upper cultivation of the golden body technique. Additionally, he took the opportunity to reminisce with Lu Feiyu and Shang Wanming, gifting them both with cultivation pills suitable for foundation establishment practitioners as a token of gratitude for their years of care towards his children. Only by marrying those with spiritual root qualities and bearing more offspring with such potential could the family's auspicious cloud cauldron yield greater blessings. These clouds were consumable goods, and the more, the better. In his spare time, Guo Feilong would venture beyond Huangshe town and Qingyang County to propose marriages to small cultivation families in surrounding counties. In this patriarchal cultivation world, as long as the bride price was substantial enough, families would consent to wed their daughters or granddaughters to a man over 130 years old. The notion of sacrificing one for the prosperity of the entire clan had long been ingrained in the very marrow of cultivators in this realm. When Guo Feilong sought to propose to the cultivator families, he not only presented a remarkably generous betrothal gift but also revealed his status as a mid-level alchemist. Should they consent to the union, they would thereafter have the privilege of acquiring elixirs for cultivation at an exceedingly low price from him. The position of a mid-level alchemist holds significantly greater prestige than that of an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner, ensuring a warm reception in any sect of the cultivation world. In the absence of enmity, all foundation establishment cultivators would extend a measure of respect to a mid-level alchemist. After all, when it comes time to concoct various elixirs, the alchemist's expertise is indispensable. In the days that followed, every 3, 5, or 7 days, in the residence of Guo Feilong, a wedding is held, allowing the townsfolk to partake in a lavish banquet replete with wine and meat. On this particular evening, the sky is adorned with a multitude of stars. The spirit of the family's auspicious cauldron awakens, and its essence swiftly traverses into the realm of consciousness. Master, it calls. From within the family's auspicious cauldron, a diminutive spirit, a miniature version of the cauldron itself, emerges. This charming entity possesses a nose, eyes, and a mouth, exuding a soft, airy voice reminiscent of a 3- or 4-year-old girl speaking. Guo Feilong beckoned with his spirit, palm facing upward. The spirit of the family's auspicious cauldron instantly soared into his palm. This peculiar little object appeared rather odd, yet undeniably endearing. Guo Feilong gently caressed the family's auspicious tripod with the fingers of his other hand. The little being responded as if it were a person, emitting a melodious, bell-like laughter. Ha ha, master, please refrain from tickling me. I am quite ticklish, ha ha. Guo Feilong paused his fingers, placing the spirit of the vessel before him, and inquired, "What is your name?" The mouth of the spirit emitted the voice of a young girl, responding, "My previous master called me Little Ding. You may also bestow upon me a new name." Little Ding is quite a charming name. I shall not give you a new one, Guo Feilong replied. He then asked, "What was the name of your former master?" Little Ding replied, "My previous master's name was Ji Xianyuan, also known as the Yellow Emperor. It was he who forged and created me. The more wives and concubines my master takes, and the more descendants he begets, the greater the abundance of auspicious clouds will emerge from my true form, the auspicious cloud cauldron." The former master of the auspicious cloud cauldron was an emperor. Guo Feilong was taken aback, then recalled a mythological legend. According to legend, the Yellow Emperor ascended to the heavens with 3,000 maidens in broad daylight, and his legitimate wife bore him 25 sons, among whom 14 were granted fiefs and new surnames. The children born of the Yellow Emperor's other wives and concubines were countless. Although there is scant documentation concerning these offspring, a saying has persisted, All sons and daughters of China are descendants of Yin and Huang. Did the Yellow Emperor's ascent with 3,000 maidens in broad daylight stem from this auspicious cloud cauldron? Guo Feilong promptly inquired of the spirit of the Shangyunding. And indeed, his conjecture proved accurate. The spirit revealed that the emperor, through marrying and begetting offspring, harnessed the auspicious clouds generated within the family as Shangyunding, continuously transcending his cultivation realms until ultimately ascending in broad daylight. The phrase the Yellow Emperor took 3,000 maidens does not imply that the Yellow Emperor married 3,000 wives and thus ascended. Rather, 3,000 serves as a metaphor, signifying that he took an abundance of wives and concubines. Guo Feilong inquired of the spirit of the family as Shangyunding, questioning why he had traversed into this realm of cultivation and when he had become the master of the Shangyunding. The spirit responded that it too was unaware. At that moment, the spirit of the Shangyunding suddenly exclaimed, "Congratulations, master. One of your offspring has transcended to the fourth layer of qi refinement," resulting in the emergence of 400 auspicious clouds within the cauldron. Guo Feilong was taken aback and inquired, "Are you able to sense if any of my descendants have achieved a breakthrough in their cultivation?" "Certainly," the spirit of the small cauldron replied. "As long as they are members of your family, whether they are wives or concubines you have taken, or your offspring, I can discern their breakthroughs. Whenever an auspicious cloud emerges from within the cauldron during a breakthrough, I shall know precisely who is advancing from what realm to what realm." Guo Feilong comprehended the situation and, filled with anticipation, inquired, "Little Ding, having accompanied your previous master for so long, do you possess knowledge of the Yellow Emperor's cultivation techniques, as well as his methods of alchemy, artifact crafting, and the art of talismans and formations?" The vessel spirit, Little Ding, responded, "The Yellow Emperor's techniques are innate, tailored exclusively for him. However, I do retain some knowledge regarding alchemy, artifact crafting, talismans, and formations." With that, a beam of azure light emanated from Little Ding, penetrating into Guo Feilong's soul. This azure light contained the wisdom of the Yellow Emperor regarding alchemy and artifact crafting. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, as if millions of years had passed, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment, when Guo Feilong grasped the essence of the Yellow Emperor's alchemical arts and artifact crafting techniques. The Yellow Emperor's alchemy required an understanding of the properties of all things in the universe, followed by a careful combination based on necessity, with a focus on analysis. There existed two types of analysis: forward analysis and reverse analysis. Forward analysis involves combining various herbs to determine what effects can be achieved in the resulting elixir. Reverse analysis, on the other hand, entails taking a pill, crushing it, and through observation and deduction, inferring the components and proportions of the herbs used to create it. Additionally, the Yellow Emperor possessed a unique insight into alchemical substances, guiding him in both forward and reverse analytical methods. Once one masters this ability, there is no longer a need to spend exorbitant sums on recipes. One need only acquire a few pills. Through analysis, one can ascertain the ingredients and their ratios, thus deriving the alchemical formula. However, it is essential to note that there are no shortcuts in the art of alchemy. The ability to learn these methods greatly depends on one's cognitive acuity. Without sufficient understanding, even if the methods are imparted, they will remain ungrasped. Guo Feilong remained uncertain about his aptitude in this realm. He planned to visit the alchemy market later to purchase a few unused elixirs, hoping to practice reverse engineering and discern the formulas behind them. The Emperor's alchemical techniques are profound and intricate, far beyond his immediate grasp. He resolved to take his time to learn them gradually. The Emperor also possessed remarkable skills in crafting artifacts, relying on the analysis of various materials' properties and the effects produced through their fusion to forge magical treasures. His prowess in arranging formations was equally formidable. He could utilize ordinary flora, stones, and even the vastness of mountains, rivers, and the cosmos to create intricate arrays, showcasing extraordinary talent. Furthermore, the Emperor exhibited unparalleled expertise in inscribing talismans, achieving a flawless success rate in his creations. Despite having inherited the Emperor's teachings in alchemy, artifact crafting, formation arrangement, and talisman creation, Guo Feilong understood that mastery required more than mere knowledge. It demanded extensive practice and research. It was akin to studying physics or chemistry. One could not simply place the textbooks before oneself and expect to conjure results after a single reading. Continuous experimentation and iterative reasoning were essential for genuine understanding and creation. In summary, the methods of the Emperor in alchemy, artifact crafting, formation arrangement, and talisman production were remarkably sophisticated and accessible compared to those in the realm of cultivation. Indeed, they were impressive. The myriad laws of the universe are interconnected, and the great Tao converges into unity. Upon receiving the Emperor's legacies, a sudden flash of insight struck Guo Feilong. If he could analyze elixirs to reverse engineer their formulas, and if he could create by familiarizing himself with the properties of all things, then why could he not combine the upper and middle cultivation techniques of the golden body art to deduce the lower techniques? Even if the derived lower techniques differed from the original, as long as they enhanced his physical strength, they would serve their purpose. Perhaps his version of the lower techniques could even surpass the original. Such a possibility was not out of reach. If others could forge cultivation methods, why could he not do the same? After all, every technique in the world is a product of human ingenuity. The golden body art, alongside other divine spells and techniques, could be created as long as he understood their principles. With this realization, Guo Feilong felt a sense of clarity wash over him, as if a door to the path of creation had swung open. The following day, after breakfast, Guo Feilong rode upon a 9th-tier avian spirit beast, traversing over 8,000 miles to arrive at the alchemical market of Xiaoya village after more than a day's journey. Adorned with a pig's head mask, he entered the medicinal shop of Lingxi's sect. Each visit, he donned a different mask, causing the often attending maid disciple to remain oblivious to his true identity. As she prepared to greet the newcomer, Guo Feilong presented the alchemist collaboration token bestowed by Lingxi's sect, inquiring, "I seek an audience with your esteemed steward, Sunday." Recognizing the token of the renowned Wuhan alchemist, the young and beautiful maid disciple's demeanor transformed into one of warmth, as she eagerly led him to the second floor. Her effusive welcome was not solely due to his status as a collaborating alchemist. Guo Feilong's generosity, offering her 3 to 5 spirit stones as a token of gratitude during each visit, endeared him to her. 3 spirit stones equated to her entire month's wages. Who could resist such kindness? However, this striking maid disciple was not the same one who had attended to him a decade prior. The former disciple possessed a countenance slightly above average, lacking the breathtaking allure of the current maid, whose beauty and figure rated no less than an 8.7. Guo Feilong had always been magnanimous towards young and attractive female cultivators, and today he had arrived rather early, as Sun Yufeng, the steward of the Xiaoya village medicinal shop, had yet to rise from her slumber. Characteristically languid, Sun Yufeng, though unaware that Guo Feilong was her uncle, had encountered him 2 or 3 dozen times over the past decade, making them familiar acquaintances. Thus, in her usual relaxed manner, she emerged from her bed without grooming or washing her face, clad in a nightgown, and greeted him. "Wuhan alchemist, why do you always come so early? I long to indulge in a lazy morning. Why must it be so difficult?" Sun Yufeng languidly stifled a yawn as she settled into her seat across from him, exhibiting an air of lethargy. A decade had elapsed, yet Sun Yufeng remained at the 9th level of qi refinement, having refrained from attempting to establish her foundation. She wished to amass sufficient spirit stones to procure foundation-building pills, for the failure rate associated with such endeavors is alarmingly high. Each unsuccessful attempt at foundation establishment necessitates a recovery period of over 20 years, as failure inflicts damage upon one's spiritual roots, which must be restored to their peak condition before another attempt can be made. Despite the passage of 10 years, Sun Yufeng's appearance had not significantly altered. She still resembled a woman in her mid-20s, though her gaze now held an added allure. This charm was not feigned. Rather, it stemmed from an innate languor imbued within her since childhood, a natural grace that captivated. Her figure, reminiscent of a young matron, further enhanced the visual impact she had on men, especially in contrast to the youthful, barely 20-year-old beauties that populated Guo Feilong's household. He found himself appreciating Sun Yufeng's mature yet youthful allure, which bore a distinct charm. There was no blood relation between them. Their connection was rooted solely in the amicable friendship shared between Guo Feilong and Sun Yufeng's father years ago, leading her to affectionately refer to him as Uncle Guo in her youth. However, after the untimely demise of her parents, she ceased to call him that and instead addressed him as Brother Guo. Setting aside his scattered thoughts, Guo Feilong chose not to mention the lateness of the hour as it approached noon. Instead, he lowered his voice and directly broached the subject. "Sun Taoist friend, I have come not only to sell pills, but also to offer my services as a guest alchemist for Lingxi's sect." "Guest alchemist?" Sun Yufeng exclaimed, her surprise evident as she gazed at his pig-headed mask. The languor that had enveloped her vanished instantly, and she tentatively inquired, "Master Wuhan, have you achieved the rank of intermediate alchemist by refining 4th-grade pills?" An intermediate alchemist capable of producing cultivation pills for foundation-building practitioners holds a status that surpasses even that of ordinary foundation-building cultivators. She shifted her tone to one of respect, addressing him as you instead of Taoist friend. Indeed, my proficiency in alchemy has now reached the level of an intermediate alchemist, enabling me to refine both 4th and 5th grade pills. Guo Feilong retrieved 2 palm-sized porcelain vials from his storage bag and placed them upon the table. Taoist son, these are 104th grade cultivation pills and 5th grade cultivation pills that I have refined. Sun Yufeng waved her hand, and a radiant glow of magical energy manifested in her palm, causing one of the porcelain vials to soar into her grasp. As she uncorked the sandalwood stopper, an intoxicating aroma of medicinal essence wafted forth from the vial, holding a pill in her palm. Her years of discerning the quality of elixirs allowed her to immediately identify it as a genuine 4th grade pill. With another gesture, she summoned the other vial to her hand, uncorked it, and released a 5th grade cultivation pill. To become a dedicated alchemist in the Lingxi sect, one must publicly refine elixirs on-site and have the entire process recorded with a shadow stone, thereby demonstrating their capabilities. Guo Feilong promptly produced a mid-grade alchemical furnace, which he had procured from the northern borders cultivation realm, and commenced the alchemical process in the presence of Sun Yufeng. Sun Yufeng, holding a recording stone, did not aim it directly at him, but rather captured an image of his profile, as the formula and techniques of alchemy are closely guarded secrets of the alchemist. To temper the astonishment regarding his success rate, Guo Feilong utilized only 40% of his usual quantity of auspicious clouds during the process. Upon completion of the 4th grade elixir, the results yielded 4 successful potions alongside 6 failures. Sun Yufeng, putting away the recording stone, beamed with delight as she congratulated him. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on becoming a mid-level alchemist. I shall promptly create a token for you as a venerated alchemist. Those honored as venerated alchemists enjoy the status akin to that of ordinary elders within the Lingxi sect. While they may not receive a monthly stipend, they are afforded discounts when purchasing spiritual herbs and medicines from the sect's apothecaries. Before long, Sun Yufeng crafted the token for Guo Feilong, the nameless alchemist. In the future, whenever you purchase spiritual herbs and medicines from any apothecary within the Lingxi sect, you shall enjoy a discount of 25%. Furthermore, the price at which you sell elixirs will be based on 90% of the market rate. Securing a mid-level venerated alchemist for the sect is also significantly advantageous for Sun Yufeng, as it not only garners substantial contribution points for the sect but also enhances her credentials, influencing the level of responsibilities she may manage in the future. Guo Feilong activated the token of the alchemist and stowed it away in his storage bag. He then turned to Sun Yufeng and said, "Fellow Taoist son, could you do me a favor?" At that moment, Sun Yufeng, in high spirits, smiled and replied, "Master Wuhan, please do not hesitate to ask for my assistance. I shall certainly help in any way I can." Guo Feilong expressed his desire for Sun Daoyu to act as a matchmaker, as he had developed a fondness for the enchanting young shop assistant, Zhang Xiaomei, at the apothecary on the 1st floor. Zhang Xiaomei was the very same servant girl who, on each of his visits, graciously accepted a few spirit stones from him. Sun Yufeng was taken aback. This was the first time someone had requested her assistance in matchmaking. Moments later, she stifled a laugh and said, "Very well, I shall summon her and inquire." Before long, Sun Yufeng returned with the unsuspecting beauty, Zhang Xiaomei. "My dear Xiaomei, our esteemed guest, the faceless alchemist, wishes for me to act as a matchmaker on his behalf, with intentions of marrying you. Would you consent to this?" Sun Yufeng was quite forthright in her approach. The youthful Zhang Xiaomei was momentarily stunned, her lovely face flushing a deep crimson. In her bewilderment, she fumbled with the hem of her garment, stammering several hesitant ums without articulating her agreement or refusal. Finally, as if recalling something, she inquired, "May I see your face? You always wear a mask during your visits." Upon hearing this, Sun Yufeng suddenly realized that she too had never seen the visage concealed behind the mask of the faceless alchemist. Intrigued, she remarked, "Alchemist, this is rather improper of you. If you wish to court our dear Zhang Xiaomei and make her your wife, it is only fair that she knows what you truly look like. How can one discuss marriage while hiding behind a mask?" Guo Feilong remarked, "It is certainly feasible to remove the mask. However, you two must brace yourselves, lest you be taken aback." Upon hearing this, the children pondered. Zhang Xiaomei thought to herself, "Surely he cannot be extraordinarily hideous. Otherwise, why would he caution us against being startled?" Meanwhile, Sun Yufeng reflected, Although the voice of the Wuhandan master is somewhat hoarse, it carries a hint of age. He surely cannot be an utterly decrepit old man, can he? Yes, the Wuhandan master must indeed be a rather aged gentleman, as evidenced by the slight looseness of the skin on his hands, which lacks the firmness typical of youth and middle age. At this moment, Guo Feilong placed his hand upon the pig's head mask and removed it, revealing a head of white hair and a visage that appeared to belong to a man in his 60s or 70s. However, his countenance was striking. Despite the appearance of an elderly gentleman, he exuded a charm that set him apart as a distinguished elder among his peers. The passage of time had imbued his features with an air of refinement, coupled with an undeniable strength. When he smiled, it was as if one were basking in the warmth of spring, evoking the image of a benevolent and kind-hearted elder. Yet, when he assumed a serious or solemn demeanor, he transformed into a figure of authority, radiating an innate dignity that commanded respect without the need for anger. Though Guo Feilong's appearance betrays a hint of age, his looks and demeanor are undeniably of the highest caliber, exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Zhang Xiaomei exhaled in relief, thankful that he was not of the grotesque sort. Yet, for someone of his age, he seemed far too old for her, a youthful maiden in her prime. In her heart, she could never consent to marrying him. Upon witnessing the visage of the faceless alchemist, a cascade of memories from years past surged forth. Back then, she was but a child, often clinging to a remarkably handsome uncle. Although he had already entered middle age, appearing around 40, his charm and appearance were the finest she had ever encountered. In her early years, she delighted in begging this uncle to regale her with tales. Even in her teenage years, she found joy in the same request. Those stories she had heard countless times, yet she cherished the opportunity to engage with the strikingly handsome uncle in this manner. After the passing of her parents, she ceased to call him Uncle Guo, opting instead for Brother Guo. Their bond was devoid of any blood relation, and brother seemed more fitting. As she became a direct disciple of an elder within the sect, her encounters with the handsome Brother Guo dwindled. The last time they met was nearly 20 years ago, a visit she had made on purpose. Time flowed inexorably, and now, at the age of 45 or 6, she remained unwed. Largely due to the lingering shadow of that memory, she constantly compared other men to the image etched in her heart, never finding anyone satisfactory, and thus remained single. "Is it you, uncle?" Sun Yufeng exclaimed, a mixture of shock and joy flooding her as she lifted her hand to touch that familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face. However, midway, she hesitated and let her hand fall. The uncle remained the same, and the brother was still the same, yet he was no longer the strikingly handsome figure of her memories. After all, the difference between the visage of someone in their 40s and that of someone in their 60s or 70s is considerable. "Indeed, it is I," Guo Feilong nodded subtly. "Uncle Guo, you have aged." Sun Yufeng approached, refraining from addressing him as Brother Guo, for the once handsome and dashing visage had transformed into that of a genuine old man. "Uncle Guo, since you recognized me, why did you not reveal your identity to me a decade ago?" Guo Feilong remarked, "Am I not getting old?" Yet, he was acutely aware that Sun Yufeng had harbored affections for him since childhood. However, back then, his sole focus had been on transcending the 7th level of qi refinement. Aspiring to enter the foundation establishment stage, to achieve the golden core stage, and eventually reach the nascent soul stage, dreaming of becoming an immortal, sharing eternal life with the universe. Regrettably, such lofty ambitions were mere fantasies, overshadowed by his remarkably poor spiritual roots. Moreover, Sun Yufeng was a girl he had watched grow up. He could not bear to harm someone so familiar, akin to a rabbit refusing to nibble on the grass near its burrow. For all these reasons, he had never revealed his true self before her. After reminiscing for a while, Sun Yufeng posed numerous inquiries, primarily questioning how he had suddenly become so proficient in alchemy and where he currently resided. Regarding alchemy, Guo Feilong merely stated that he had devoted several decades to the craft, and one day, he had an epiphany, leading to a remarkable improvement in his skills. Such occurrences, while rare, were not entirely uncommon in the realm of cultivation, among thousands devoid of innate talent for alchemy. It was conceivable for 1 or 2 individuals to experience a sudden breakthrough after years of dedicated study, achieving rapid advancement. Though this phenomenon was infrequent, the vast number of cultivators in this world made such stories quite prevalent, not only in alchemy but also in the realms of artifact forging, array formation, and talisman crafting. There existed individuals who experienced similar sudden awakenings. Guo Feilong also shared his current residence with Sun Yufeng, extending an invitation for her to visit whenever she had the chance. After engaging in light conversation and reminiscing further, Guo Feilong turned to Zhang Xiaomei, who stood beside Sun Yufeng, and smiled, saying, "Would you consider marrying me? First, allow me to disclose the bridal price, and then you may decide." The female cultivators in the realm of cultivation tended to be quite pragmatic. Guo Feilong, seasoned in such matters, understood that to win their hearts, one must wield wealth as a means of persuasion. "I shall not squander time on a woman whom money cannot sway. With the same resources, I could easily attract a younger and more beautiful companion. If you agree to become my bride, I shall offer you 20,000 spirit stones and a 9th-tier flying spirit beast as your dowry. Furthermore, I will ensure that all the elixirs and spirit stones you require for your future cultivation are readily available." It is often said that wealth stirs the heart. A 9th-tier avian spirit beast is valued at 150,000 spirit stones, a fact well known among all cultivators. Wang Xiaomei, serving as a menial disciple in the Lingxi sect, earns merely 3 spirit stones a month, and, with the addition of medicinal subsidies, her annual income amounts to a mere 50 spirit stones. Over the course of a decade, this totals 500 spirit stones, in 40 years, 2,000. And in 400 years, 20,000 spirit stones. To amass 150,000 spirit stones, she would need to toil as a menial disciple for 3,000 years. Having just resolved in her heart that she would never marry the elderly Guo Feilong, Zhang Xiaomei's heart began to race at the question, "Is the bride price you mentioned true? Will you truly bestow upon me a 9th-tier avian spirit beast?" "Indeed, it is true. If you agree, I shall present you with a 9th-tier avian spirit beast right now." With a swift motion, Guo Feilong tapped his spirit beast pouch, and a 9th-tier avian spirit beast materialized within the room. His generosity does not stem from a whimsical desire to give a 9th-tier avian spirit beast to a female cultivator simply for taking her as a wife. Rather, it is customary for him to provide each of his wives and concubines with a 9th-tier avian spirit beast. Each of the female cultivators in his household currently possesses one such avian spirit beast, along with 1 or 2 9th-tier terrestrial spirit beasts. To offer the 9th-tier avian spirit beast as a bride price is far more enticing than presenting it afterward. It is certainly a more alluring proposition. Zhang Xiaomei gazed at the magnificent 9th-tier avian spirit beast, her eyes sparkling with desire, and declared, "I am willing to marry you." She consoled herself, pondering that marrying an older man was inconsequential, as long as he possessed wealth and could provide her with the life she yearned for. Guo Feilong is a man of his word, directly presenting the beast-taming token of this 9th-tier avian spirit beast to Zhang Xiaomei, along with 5,000 spirit stones. Sun Yufeng watched with envy and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Guo, why not gift me a 9th-tier avian spirit beast as a betrothal gift? I would marry you. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Her address shifted from Uncle Guo to Brother Guo. Sun Yufeng's words momentarily stunned Guo Feilong, who replied, "Little Phoenix, do not jest with me. If I were to give you a 9th-tier avian spirit beast, you truly would marry me?" Sun Yufeng responded, "Why not? I have saved spirit stones for many years and only need about 140 to 150,000 more to purchase a foundation establishment pill. If you were to gift me a 9th-tier avian spirit beast, marrying you would be quite advantageous. I could sell the beast and acquire the pill to break through to the foundation establishment realm." Sun Yufeng exemplified the allure of a mature and sophisticated woman. Although Guo Feilong and her father share a commendable friendship, there exists not a shred of blood relation between them, thus rendering his desire to marry her entirely reasonable. Consequently, Guo Feilong, with a blend of jest and sincerity, remarked, "In that case, I shall not only offer you a 9th-tier avian spirit beast as a betrothal gift, but also an additional 200,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Sun Yufeng found herself momentarily at a loss. What began as a light-hearted jest had taken on an earnest tone. A 9th-tier avian spirit beast, coupled with 200,000 spirit stones. Such an enticement would be irresistible to any female cultivator in the qi refining stage. Within the inner sect of Lingxi sect, disciples typically earned only 30 to 40 spirit stones in a month. As a master under the guidance of a foundational elder, her own rank at the 9th level of qi refining allowed her to serve as a steward in the sect's external enterprises. Yet her monthly income barely reached 100 to 180 spirit stones. This amounted to nearly 1,000 spirit stones in a year, culminating in 10,000 over the span of a decade, necessitating 3 centuries to amass 300,000 spirit stones. Of course, the role of a steward is primarily tied to contributions to the sect, and the pill hall of Lingxi sect produces a limited number of foundation establishment pills each year. However, Given the abundance of cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining within the sect, the demand for these pills far exceeds their availability. Disciples must complete sect tasks to accumulate contribution points, which can be exchanged along with spirit stones to purchase foundation establishment pills at a reduced price within the sect. Sun Yufeng had calculated that, at most, in 40 years, she could acquire a single foundation establishment pill through her contribution points and spirit stones. In this moment, Guo Feilong enabled her to save over 30 years. Coupled with her existing supply of spirit stones, she could afford a high-quality foundation establishment pill. It is essential to note that foundation establishment pills are categorized into various grades. The first-grade pills are the least effective, while the second-grade pills offer a slightly higher success rate. This pattern continues, with the 9th-grade foundation establishment pill yielding the best results, enhancing the success rate by 50%. Given her superior mid-tier spiritual root, ingesting a 9th-grade foundation establishment pill would provide her with at least an 80% chance of success in her cultivation. The allure of the foundation establishment phase is immensely compelling, promising not only longevity of around 500 years, but also a return to youthful appearance. Sun Yufeng, her eyes sparkling with fervor, remarked, "Guigij, if you can truly provide me with such a generous betrothal gift, I would gladly marry you. After all, my parents have long since passed, and I am free to choose my spouse without anyone's interference." In her heart, Guigij was the object of her affection since childhood. Though he had grown older, marrying the boy she had secretly admired would fulfill a long-standing emotional desire. Moreover, Guo Feilong was now a mid-level alchemist, making wealth acquisition quite effortless. Whether from a perspective of personal gain or emotional attachment, marrying Guo Feilong, with whom she shared no blood ties, seemed advantageous. Sun Yufeng's master was an alchemist, yet regrettably, he belonged to a cultivation family with descendants possessing spiritual roots. The spirit stones her master earned through alchemy primarily supported his own family's future generations, leaving little assistance for her as a student. With over 10 disciples under her master's tutelage, she was merely one among many and could not expect substantial financial support from him. Additionally, her innate talent in alchemy was not particularly remarkable. She could only produce second-grade pills, and her success rate was quite low, often resulting in losses. Now that Sun Yufeng had expressed her intentions so candidly, any reservations regarding Guo Feilong, who sought to marry a woman with spiritual roots, vanished. Her late friend had been laid to rest, and it seemed fitting to her that his daughter be taken as a wife, cared for within a familial setting. Perhaps her old friend, from the depths below, would feel grateful for the care she provided his daughter, ensuring she had support and a home. With this thought, Guo Feilong's smile grew even brighter as he presented Sun Yufeng with a 9th-tier avian spirit beast and a betrothal gift of 200,000 spirit stones. He advised her not to rush into the foundation establishment, suggesting that they venture into the dark forest to procure some spiritual materials and stones, which would enhance the quality of the foundation establishment platform. 3 days later, Guo Feilong arrived at Xiaoye village, first taking Sun Yufeng as his bride, and a day later, he brought Wang Xiaomei into his home as well. Sun Yufeng's master, an elder of the Lingxi sect in the foundation establishment stage, attended their wedding as a family elder. Many of Sun Yufeng's close disciples and fellow sisters were also present. It must be said that several of her senior and junior sisters were indeed strikingly beautiful and still unattached. Unfortunately, they could not comprehend why their sister son would marry a man on the brink of death, an elderly gentleman nearing the end of his lifespan. Naturally, Sun Yufeng refrained from disclosing the substantial betrothal gifts she had received, as revealing such information would paint her as overly materialistic. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared. Although Guo Feilong was somewhat aged, he held the esteemed title of a mid-level alchemist, which conferred upon him a respectable status. Sun Yufeng possessed a superior medium-grade spiritual root, resulting in the emergence of 400 auspicious clouds from her family's auspicious cauldron. Wang Xiaomei, endowed with an upper-grade spiritual root, contributed 600 auspicious clouds to their family cauldron. Thanks to Guo Feilong's support and the resources he provided for her cultivation, Wang Xiaomei had severed ties with the Lingxi sect and was no longer a menial disciple, thus freeing her from the obligation to work at the sect's apothecary in Xiaoye village. Conversely, Sun Yufeng could not afford such a luxury. She was an elite disciple of the inner sect and would be bound to the Lingxi sect for life. On the 10th day after their marriage, both women found themselves pregnant within a mere 2 days of each other. In the days that followed, Guo Feilong either sought out unmarried, beautiful female cultivators in the surrounding counties, or devoted himself to the study of alchemical formulas derived from medicinal herbs, as well as the mastery of talisman crafting. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years had elapsed. Guo Feilong possesses a total of 178 wives, among whom 108 are endowed with spiritual roots, while 70 are ordinary individuals of unremarkable beauty. The total number of his offspring has reached an astonishing 976, with 82 of them possessing spiritual roots. In Huangsha town, the inhabitants find themselves relieved from agricultural toil, as every household's women have become servants and caregivers for his numerous wives and children. One fateful afternoon, while immersed in his cultivation, Guo Feilong suddenly opened his eyes. He had successfully traversed the 10th level of qi cultivation, becoming one of the rare few among the millions of 9th-level practitioners to achieve the pinnacle of the 10th level, thus paving the way for the creation of an exceptional foundation establishment platform in the future. In the next moment, his consciousness transported him to the space within his dantian, where he observed his spiritual roots. His water attribute's spiritual root, upon reaching the perfected 10th level of qi cultivation, had doubled in size compared to its form at the 9th level, consequently increasing his stored magical power by the same factor. When he establishes his foundation platform will also be twice the size of that of other early-stage foundation establishment practitioners, allowing for an equivalent increase in stored magical power. When a practitioner progresses to the foundation establishment phase, the platform formed by their spiritual roots is classified into various grades. An exceptional foundation platform possesses 60 more magical power than a lower grade one. Therefore, a practitioner who reaches the perfected 10th level of qi cultivation will undoubtedly forge an exceptional foundation platform upon successful establishment. This platform will not only be double the size of a standard one, but will also yield an additional 60 more magical power compared to the ordinary foundation platform. To illustrate, if we liken the foundation platform to a fuel tank, a standard foundation platform established by a 9th level practitioner can hold 1,000 milliliters of gasoline, while an exceptional foundation platform established by a 10th level practitioner can contain significantly more. Should he successfully establish his foundation, his magical power would surpass that of a lower grade foundation platform established by a 9th level practitioner by a factor of 3. 2. The foundation establishment phase is further divided into 4 sublevels: early, mid, late, and perfected. Each advancement through these sublevels results in a doubling of magical power. Consequently, the exceptional foundation platform he creates at the 10th level will provide him with greater magical power even in the early stages of foundation establishment compared to an ordinary mid-stage practitioner. Not only does the foundation platform determine the amount of magical power stored, but it also reflects the rate and intensity of magical power output. To illustrate with strength metrics, both being lower-grade foundation platforms, the maximum magical power output for an early-stage practitioner is 100, while a mid-stage practitioner achieves 150. Under conditions of magical power collision, the early-stage practitioner's power would falter. If we were to equate this to physical strength, an early-stage practitioner possesses 100 tons of strength, whereas a mid-stage practitioner wields 150 tons. Thus, upon successful establishment, he would surpass the magical power and potency of an ordinary mid-stage practitioner. This is precisely why countless 9th-level practitioners aspire to break through to the 10th level, striving to dismantle the bottleneck that confines them at the 9th level. Unfortunately, the odds are disheartening. On average, only 1 or 2 out of a million 9th-level practitioners will ascend to the 10th level, rendering the probability exceedingly low. It is said that those with celestial-grade spiritual roots are guaranteed to break through to the 10th level of qi cultivation, yet such celestial-grade roots are exceedingly rare, comparable to the proverbial phoenix feather or unicorn horn. Since its founding over 600 years ago by its first patriarch, Lingxi sect has seen the emergence of fewer than 20 practitioners with celestial-grade spiritual roots, despite the countless practitioners, estimated to be in the billions, who have graced the expansive lands of the sect, which are several times the size of the earth. Thus, the occurrence of a celestial-grade practitioner is a rare event, transpiring only once every 2 to 3 millennia on average. Guo Feilong has now attained a superior quality earth-grade spiritual root, even though he is yet to break through to the 10th level of qi refinement. Once he elevates his spiritual root to the heavenly grade, he will undoubtedly reach the 10th level of qi refinement. The success rate for transitioning from the completion of the 10th level of qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage is at least 80%. With a superior earth-grade spiritual root, the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is nearly 100%. Therefore, he is guaranteed to ascend to the foundation establishment realm at any moment, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. However, he is currently unable to make this leap because he needs to venture into the dark forest to procure certain spiritual materials that enhance the quality of the foundation establishment platform during the cultivator's forging process. Once a cultivator surpasses the chi refinement stage, entry into the dark forest is forbidden, as it is akin to a celestial realm. His own foundation establishment does not necessitate the enhancement of the platform's quality, but his children will require such resources in the future, especially since he has two wives who have already qualified for foundation establishment. One is Sun Yufeng, who has been at the 9th level of Qi refinement for many years, and the other is Wang Yuyan, possessing a medium-level Earth-grade Thunder spiritual root. It must be acknowledged that individuals with Earth-grade spiritual roots are indeed formidable. Wang Yuyan, despite only having practiced for 12 years, managed to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement this past spring. In contrast, cultivators with inferior spiritual roots may toil for 100 to 140 years, with 90% of them remaining at most at the 6th level of Qi refinement until the end of their days. The disparity between the two is glaringly evident. Furthermore, Wang Yuyan's rapid advancement to the 9th level of Qi refinement in just over 11 years is also attributable to her ample access to cultivation resources throughout the years. Otherwise, even an exceptional medium-level Earth-grade spiritual root would not suffice to achieve such a feat in such a brief period. Over the past 2 years, Guo Feilong has leveraged the alchemical legacy from the Yellow Emperor to reverse engineer numerous alchemical formulas, including that for the foundation establishment pill. The spiritual herbs required for concocting the foundation establishment pill are neither exceedingly rare nor difficult to acquire. The scarcity of foundation establishment pills is primarily due to their dismally low success rate. From 100 furnaces producing 1,000 pills, only one might emerge as a foundation establishment pill, or perhaps none at all, with the rest being deemed failures. The alarming low success rate of producing foundation establishment pills is indeed terrifying. Additionally, as a 6th-grade pill, only intermediate alchemists are permitted to forge them. However, with the auspicious clouds surrounding Guo Feilong, he is free from concerns regarding low success rates. He has successfully crafted 309th-grade foundation establishment pills. Some treasures are stored within a spatial pouch, while others are hidden in a subterranean chamber. No cultivator can guarantee their safety from unforeseen demise when venturing outside. To place all belongings within the spatial pouch would be akin to delivering wealth and warmth into the hands of one's adversaries. Therefore, it is imperative to retain some possessions at home. A 9th-grade foundation establishment pill is valued at 300,000 spirit stones, yet it remains a rarity, elusive even to those who seek to acquire it. Cultivators who have surpassed the Qi refining stage are prohibited from entering the dark forest. However, within its depths dwell sprites comparable to those at the foundation establishment level. Prior to his journey into the dark forest, Guo Feilong devoted each day to inscribing seals of magical techniques upon beast hides, crafting talismans imbued with water attribute spells. As a practitioner of the water elemental affinity, he could only produce talismans sealing water-based techniques and mana sword chi. Over the course of 2 years, he has created several hundred 9th-grade talismans, ensuring that every individual in his household possessing spiritual roots has at least 1 or 2 of his refined talismans. Moreover, he has recently advanced to the 4th layer of the golden body technique, elevating his physical form to a level comparable to that of a mid-grade magical artifact. It can be said that in these 2 years, Guo Feilong's abilities and strength have experienced remarkable growth. On this particular noon, Guo Feilong found himself astride a 9th-tier avian spirit beast, soaring alone toward the dark forest. The decision to embark without Wang Yuyan and Sun Yufeng stemmed from the fact that the realm of the dark forest is one of the most perilous locations in the North Pole continent's cultivation world, notorious for its high casualty rates among practitioners. In this treacherous domain, the gravest threats are not the sprites akin to foundation establishment cultivators, but rather the unscrupulous cultivators who engage in murder and pillaging. The entrance to the dark forest lies not within the boundaries of the Lingxi sect, but at the confluence of the Lingxi sect and 3 other sects, a territory devoid of jurisdiction. Yet every sect yearns to dominate this realm, only to be consistently suppressed by the united forces of the other 3 sections. Through friction and negotiations, the dark forest has transformed into a no-man's land, allowing any cultivator to enter and exit freely. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Guo Feilong arrived at the periphery of the entrance to the dark forest. From a high vantage point, the exterior of the dark forest was shrouded in a faint white mist barrier, resembling an inverted giant bowl resting upon the land. This white mist barrier, a natural formation of the power of rules, obstructed any existence above the chi refinement stage from entering the dark forest. In the same vein, it also confined the spirits within the dark forest, preventing them from entering this realm of cultivation. Such a place as the dark forest, housing spirits and resembling a genuine miniature world, is not unique in the Arctic continent's realm of cultivation. There exist several others throughout the entire cultivation world. The number of such locales is beyond reckoning, albeit under different names. The dark forest is considered a treasure trove, containing not only spiritual materials that can elevate the quality of foundation building platforms for those at the chi refinement stage, but also an abundance of spiritual herbs and various precious resources. With around 80% of the primary ingredients for foundation building pills sourced from such miniature worlds. Moreover, many medicinal pills consumed by golden core stage cultivators contain numerous auxiliary spiritual herbs produced by these miniature realms. Within the cultivation world, there exists a profession known as the spirit planter, adept at cultivating various spiritual herbs, holding a status only slightly inferior to that of alchemists. Certain spiritual plants can only thrive in specific environments. Should they be relocated, they would wither and perish. However, spirit planters possess the unique ability to transplant these delicate spiritual plants to different locales without them dying. Clouds of auspiciousness are nearly omnipotent, enhancing the adaptability of spiritual plants to new environments. With the aid of auspicious clouds, Guo Feilong confidently asserts that he can successfully transplant any spiritual plant. From an external perspective, the white mist barrier surrounding the dark forest encompasses an area of merely 100 miles. However, the expanse of the dark forest miniature world is vast beyond measure. The portion connected to the realm of cultivation is merely the tip of the iceberg. Guo Feilong referred to the 9th-tier avian spirit beast, which effortlessly traversed the white mist barrier, entering the shadowy realm of the dark forest. Subsequently, his vision was engulfed in darkness. Aside from the bright white mist barrier behind him, the light in this world resembled that of a sudden, overcast evening. The ground was cloaked in black soil, while the trees predominantly displayed shades of gray-brown and dark red, with the grass retaining its normal green hue. Gazing into the distance from above, the undulating mountains appeared akin to waves upon the sea, endlessly layered. He sought not treasures, but the spiritual materials required for foundation building. Patting the back of the 9th-tier avian spirit beast, which immediately understood and began its descent towards the ground. Upon landing, Guo Feilong stored the avian spirit beast in his spirit beast pouch and released the treasure-hunting ferret, Xiaobai, along with his canine companion. The canine would serve as his mount while Xiaobai was tasked with uncovering treasures. His role was merely to remain relaxed and manage unexpected situations. Positioned close to the entrance, he had little hope of discovering anything valuable. Any treasures would have long since been claimed by others. The spiritual materials he required could only be acquired by vanquishing spirits and extracting the essence from them. Here, the term spirits referred to sentient flora, trees, and stones that had attained consciousness and possessed varying degrees of cultivation, capable of movement and wielding an array of magical abilities. Such spiritual materials, essential for enhancing the quality of the foundation platform during the foundation building stage, were not omnipresent among spirits. It might take the defeat of 100 spirits to procure merely 2 or 3 pieces of spiritual essence. These essences manifested in a crystalline form, akin to spirit stones, which could be absorbed by practitioners at the 9th level of chi refinement, integrating into their spiritual roots. A spirit could be an inconspicuous tree, an unremarkable blade of grass beneath one's feet, or even a mere stone on the ground. The act of slaying spirits to extract their internal essences was known as obtaining spiritual crystals. Moreover, spirits would retaliate against humans and spirit beasts, regarding their corpses as prime fertilizer for absorption. There existed a mutual covetousness for each other's possessions. Even if one failed to discover spiritual essences, the essences would opportunistically strike against the practitioners. Though the intelligence of spirits did not match that of humans, they were cunning like foxes, adept at concealment, ambushes, and fleeing when outmatched. At that moment, the treasure-hunting ferret, Xiaobai, suddenly became animated, transmitting a mental wave to Guo Feilong. "Master, there are spiritual herbs over there. Subai dashed towards an unassuming blade of grass, halting before it. Not only did the ferret possess the ability to seek treasures, but it also excelled at excavation. A soft yellow glow emanated from its claws as it swiftly unearthed the spiritual herb without damaging a single root. Guo Feilong picked up the spiritual herb unearthed by Little White and glanced at it. It was a relatively common third-grade spirit herb, often utilized in the concoction of many low-level elixirs, with a market value of approximately 530 spirit stones. Although it held little monetary worth, Guo Feilong felt a surge of joy and promptly rewarded Little White with this third-grade herb as a snack. Spirit beasts do not possess the ability to refine elixirs. When they discover spirit herbs or similar items, they typically consume them directly, often achieving effects that rival, if not surpass, those of elixirs crafted by cultivators. Conversely, cultivators cannot simply ingest spirit herbs. Doing so would yield subpar results, far inferior to the outcomes of refined elixirs. Certain spirit herbs can even be toxic to humans, necessitating a process of extraction and blending with other elixirs to transform them into beneficial potions for cultivators. The art of alchemy fundamentally involves the combination of various spirit herbs with distinct effects. It is akin to preparing a meal with flour, pickled vegetables, and pork belly. Eating these ingredients raw, flour, pork belly, and pickled vegetables would not only be unappetizing but could also lead to digestive distress. However, when these components are crafted into dumplings, buns, or savory noodle dishes, the experience is entirely transformed. Similarly, a single spirit herb, when combined in varying proportions with others, can yield dozens of distinct elixirs with varying effects. This is the essence of alchemy. All spirit beasts possess an innate ability to locate spirit herbs. However, treasure-hunting spirit beasts excel in this regard. For instance, the ice fire hound can identify spirit herbs but is only sensitive to those of ice and fire attributes. When presented with other types of spirit herbs, it perceives them as worthless refuse, disregarding their potential. The treasure-hunting ferret is exceptionally adept, having discovered 13 spirit herbs within less than a day. While these were all low-grade herbs of the first to third tier, their sheer quantity amassed a total value of approximately 100 to 300 spirit stones. The Dark Forest, as a miniature world of hidden realms, presents both opportunities and dangers for low-level cultivators. Some may fortuitously encounter rare, high-tier spirit herbs, capable of fetching thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones, thereby elevating their status above that of their peers. Conversely, others may find themselves unfortunate, falling prey to formidable spirits or ruthless cultivators, meeting their demise within. During his few days in the Dark Forest, Guo Feilong stumbled upon the skeletal remains of 3 human cultivators, one of which had perished no more than 2 months prior. After another week, Guo Feilong finally encountered his first spirit, a seemingly unremarkable stone, no larger than a dining table, which suddenly transformed into a stone golem, brandishing a stone axe to ambush him. When motionless, this stone spirit appeared as an ordinary rock, illustrating just how adept the spirits of the Dark Forest are at concealing themselves. Guo Feilong has attained the 10th level of Qi cultivation. Yet the aura emanating from the stone sprite that unexpectedly ambushed him is only comparable to that of the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Nevertheless, the stone body of this sprite is akin to a low-grade magical artifact, resembling a humanoid weapon forged from stone. Crash! Guo Feilong's skin shimmered with a golden radiance as he unleashed a powerful fist against the descending stone axe of his opponent. His physique rivaled that of a supreme magical artifact. In this clash, while his fist remained unscathed, the adversary's stone axe suffered a significant fracture, illustrating the disparity in damage between a supreme magical artifact and an inferior one. Guo Feilong's figure flickered as he appeared before the stone sprite, his fist, comparable to a superior magical artifact, struck forcefully upon the creature's head. With 2 successive blows, the sprite's cranium shattered with a resounding crack. However, it did not succumb to death. In an instant, a radiant yellow glow enveloped the stone sprite, and a new stone head sprouted from its neck. Aware of its disadvantage, it promptly turned and fled. Guo Feilong would not allow it to escape. He immediately pursued it, and with a series of resounding punches, he reduced the stone sprite to a heap of rubble. Amidst the debris, a round, egg-sized, earthy yellow crystal emitted a faint, warm glow, standing out conspicuously. The first sprite he vanquished yielded a precious spirit stone. Indeed, his fortune was remarkably favorable. With a wave of his hand, Guo Feilong summoned a yellowish spirit stone, which gracefully flew into his palm. This particular stone was a low-grade earth attribute spirit stone, valued at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones in the market. Accumulating 10 such low-grade earth attribute spirit stones equated to a single medium-grade earth attribute spirit stone, enabling a cultivator to establish a foundation base of medium grade. However, no amount of low-grade spirit stones could assist a cultivator in forging a high-grade or superior-grade foundation base. It required 10 medium-grade spirit stones to construct a high-grade foundation base. And conversely, 10 high-grade spirit stones were necessary for a superior-grade foundation base. Even 10 superior-grade spirit stones would still yield only a superior-grade foundation base. No more could be gained. It was akin to a cup with a capacity of 1,000 milliliters being incapable of containing 10,000 milliliters of water. The superior-grade foundation base represented the pinnacle of achievement, an insurmountable peak. Spirits, unlike spirit beasts which could be subjugated by humans through beast-taming cards, possessed value beyond their crystal stones. Their remains were also of worth after death. Some could be utilized as spiritual herbs or medicines, given that they originally possessed sentience through their spiritual cultivation. Others could serve as materials for crafting magical tools and treasures. For instance, the shattered remnants of the stone spirit he had slain could be refined into metal. Thus, slaying a spirit, regardless of whether it contained spirit stones within, proved profitable. Nevertheless, the most valuable aspect remained the spirit stone within. The remainder held considerably less worth. Guo Feilong meticulously gathered the fragments of the stone spirit and stored them in his spatial pouch, while perched upon the back of his loyal canine companion. He ventured deeper into the abyss of the dark forest's miniature world. The further he delved into the forest shadows, the greater the likelihood of encountering spirits. For those less fortunate, they might even cross paths with entities rivaling the foundational stage of cultivation. The higher the level of the spirits, the more potent the quality of the ethereal crystal within them, and consequently, the dangers they posed intensified. As time swiftly passed, another 5 days elapsed, marking Guo Feilong's 13th day within the dark forest. During this period, he encountered a total of 7 spirits. However, only the first, the stone spirit he vanquished, yielded a low-grade ethereal crystal. Meanwhile, his 9th-tier treasure-seeking ferret, Xiaobai, discovered an increasing number of medicinal herbs, including a rare 6th-grade herb. The 9-hole blood spirit plant, which was an exceptional material for concocting healing potions, valued at over 100,000 spirit stones. He also encountered several groups of cultivators, ranging from 20 members to as few as 5 or 6. Not all of them were 9th-tier Qi refinement practitioners. Many were lower-ranked cultivators who banded together for safety. For it was only through such camaraderie that they could navigate the perils of the dark forest with a semblance of security. Guo Feilong traversed the perilous terrain of the dark forest, accompanied solely by his 2 9th-tier spirit beasts. Despite the multitude of cultivators present, none dared to provoke him. They instinctively altered their paths upon encountering him. With little obstruction along his journey, Guo Feilong ventured into the treacherous area where spirits comparable to foundational stage cultivators roamed. Ordinary Qi refining stage cultivators would find themselves utterly incapable of advancing in this domain. No matter how formidable, they could not contend with spirits of such caliber. However, Guo Feilong was an exception. He could withstand encounters with spirits akin to early or mid-foundational stage beings, unless faced with those at the late or perfected stage. He held the confidence to vanquish any spirit of the foundational early or mid-stage, bolstered by the extraordinary might of his 9th-grade talismans under the auspices of auspicious clouds. Furthermore, he could elevate the golden body technique to a level where his physical form rivaled that of mid-grade or even top-grade magical artifacts. Not even a formidable golden core stage cultivator could effortlessly strike him down. As the adage goes, men perish for wealth and birds for food. There were indeed Qi refining stage cultivators who gambled on their fortunes, wagering that they would not encounter foundational stage spirits while foraging for spiritual herbs and lower-tier spirits within the perilous zone. Such individuals often met grim fates, with 7 or 8 out of 10 succumbing to the dangers of the area. Yet, the few who emerged unscathed often returned with significant treasures of valuable herbs and medicines. On the 2nd day within the hazardous confines of the dark forest, his 9th-tier frost firehound, Ha, suddenly barked softly, "Master." There are fluctuations of battle emanating from 10 miles ahead. The acute senses of spirit beasts, exponentially superior to those of humans, allowed Ha to perceive what Guo Feilong could not. "Let us investigate," Guo Feilong said, conjuring several 9th-tier talismans, both defensive and offensive. His motivation to proceed stemmed from his strength. Without it, survival was paramount. Strength allowed one to remain discreet yet unafraid. Approaching the source of the battle, Guo Feilong soon discerned the magical fluctuations and sounds of conflict. The intensity indicated a clash far beyond the capabilities of Qi refining stage practitioners. It was evident that two spirits of foundational stage caliber were engaged in combat. As he drew nearer, he beheld the combatants. One was a trance spirit, towering at 30 meters, with a trunk so robust it required the embrace of several individuals. This trance bore a mouth, eyes, and ears, with branches morphing into hands, its roots swiftly navigating the terrain. It unleashed beams of green light that transformed into sharp locks, assailing its adversary. The opponent was also a trance spirit, albeit of a distinct species. This one radiated a vibrant purple hue, crackling with electric energy that produced a crisp, rhythmic popping sound as it expelled lightning orbs. The two clashing trance spirits, each formidable in their own right, were locked in a fierce struggle, both embodying the prowess of mid-foundational stage cultivators. Guo Feilong carefully stored the 9th-tier spirit beast, Xiaobai, along with the Siberian husky, into his spirit beast pouch, wary of their substantial sizes attracting the attention of the two trance spirits. In the presence of these trance, who possessed strength comparable to mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, the 9th-tier spirit beast appeared as a mere infant taking its first steps, easily susceptible to a single, decisive strike. Wang Yuyan, embodying the power of lightning, and Sun Yufeng, representing the essence of wood, harmonized perfectly with the elemental attributes of these trance spirits. It is hoped that within the bodies of these trance lie crystalline stones imbued with spiritual essence. Guo Feilong concealed himself behind a grand tree. His gaze fixated on the two trance engaged in a fierce battle, calculating the opportune moment to strike. Moments later, as their internal magical energy dwindled, the trance resorted to vigorous physical assaults. Their branch-like hands collided with a cacophony, akin to the sound of slaps exchanged. These trance, comparable to mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, possessed bodies akin to high-grade magical artifacts. Had their magical energy been sufficient, their physical forms could have rivaled those of top-tier magical artifacts. After another half-hour, the trance stamina waned, their blows lacking the vigor of nourishment. It was the perfect moment for a stealthy ambush. Guo Feilong conjured 2 9th-grade sword energy talismans, infusing each with 100 auspicious clouds, and hurled them towards the two trance. Boom, boom. The 2 9th-grade sword energy talismans transformed into twin blades of energy, each 100 meters long, descending from the heavens with lethal intent. Exhausted, the trance hastily raised their branch-like hands in a futile attempt to shield themselves. Crack, crack. The 9th-grade sword energy talismans, augmented by the 100 auspicious clouds, displayed a power magnified beyond 100-fold. The trance, formidable as they were, found their branch hands severed in an instant beneath the onslaught of the monumental sword energy. The blades nearly cleaved their trunks from top to bottom. Guo Feilong gasped. He had not anticipated that the two trance, drained of magical energy, could withstand such a formidable assault. The towering trance, standing several dozen meters tall, were taken aback by the sudden devastation, realizing they were not alone in their conflict, as a third party lurked to ambush them. The lightning element trance swiftly pinpointed Guo Feilong's hiding spot, its colossal hand descending upon him. Guo Feilong, having activated a 9th-grade gale talisman, enhanced by 50 auspicious clouds, experienced a tripling of his speed. Just as the lightning trence's massive palm descended, he vanished in a flash, retreating 70 to 80 meters away. Boom. While he evaded the strike, the tree that had sheltered him succumbed to misfortune, obliterated into splinters by the lightning trence's hand, the shards crackling with arcs of electricity. That single blow from the lightning trance could have reduced any Qi refining cultivator to a mere puddle of flesh. However, for Guo Feilong, who had cultivated the golden body technique to a level akin to top-tier magical artifacts, such a blow posed no threat to his existence. In the realm of cultivation, all spells and techniques depend on magical energy, much like a car consuming fuel to maintain a high speed. Body refinement techniques can enhance physical resilience to that of magical artifacts, yet should a cultivator's magical energy be depleted, all spells and techniques would become ineffective. Had he not evaded that strike, enduring the blow would have left him unscathed. However, the internal magical energy would undoubtedly diminish significantly. At all times, ensuring an ample supply of magical energy is the most prudent course of action. Even in dire circumstances, one must exercise restraint in its consumption. in battles where both parties are of comparable realms. The outcome ultimately hinges on who possesses more magical energy and who can continue to unleash their divine spells and martial techniques. Although having cultivated the physical enhancement technique known as the Golden Body Art, Guo Feilong's physique, akin to a magical artifact, would never engage in a direct confrontation with any cultivator of superior realm unless absolutely necessary. Should the opponent possess a technique or artifact capable of augmenting physical strength, it would be folly for him to confront them head-on, especially if they were of a significantly higher realm. Such overconfidence could lead to dire consequences. He would prefer to evade the attacks of two tree spirits, akin to mid-foundation cultivators, rather than confront them directly. Upon realizing that he was merely a lowly chi-refining insect, the two tree spirits relaxed their tense expressions. Nonetheless, they did not resume their mutual assault. Instead, their gaze fixated intently on Guo Feilong, the diminutive figure before them. After all, it was this insignificant being who had nearly cleaved them in half with two bursts of sword energy moments ago. Buzz! Buzz! The two tree spirits emitted a simultaneous glow, utilizing their dwindling magical energy to heal the severed portions of their trunks. The vitality of all spirits is remarkably resilient. Unless their core vital points are destroyed, they can regenerate even from the loss of a head, sprouting a new one or even a body beneath it. As the saying goes, one must strike when the enemy is vulnerable. Guo Feilong would not grant the two mid-foundation tree spirits an opportunity to recover. In his hands, he held a 9th-grade sword energy talisman in each hand. Swish, swish. He hurled the two 9th-grade sword energy talismans, each enhanced with 100 clouds, sending forth two streaks of sword energy soaring toward the tree spirits. Boom, boom. The two tree spirits, moving at a sluggish pace, were unable to evade the onslaught of the sword energy, nearly cleaved from crown to root. However, before the tree spirits could regain their composure, Guo Feilong launched another pair of 9th-grade sword energy talismans, each infused with 100 clouds. Boom, boom. The two tree spirits, from their crowns down to the roots, were similarly bisected. Yet, even in such a state, the tree spirits persisted in their struggle, attempting to rejoin the severed halves of their trunks. At that moment, Guo Feilong beheld two tree spirit elves, each possessing a bifurcated trunk adorned with a round, lustrous orb. One emanated the crackling energy of lightning, while the other radiated a verdant glow. These orbs were akin to the foundational platforms utilized by cultivators in the chi refinement stage. However, should a cultivator of that stage meet their demise, their foundational platform would disintegrate into luminous rain, vanishing from existence. In contrast, the primordial orbs within the spirits would not dissipate. They would remain, capable of being fashioned into potent explosive artifacts, wielding formidable power sufficient to inflict damage even upon golden core cultivators. Such primordial orbs were exclusive to tree spirits of comparable stature to those in the foundation establishment stage, as ordinary spirits akin to those in the chi refinement stage did not possess them. Furthermore, the primordial orbs served as repositories for the spirit's consciousness and soul. At this juncture, Guo Feilong charged toward the lightning attribute tree spirit, elevating his body to a level akin to that of a low-grade magical artifact, using Cloud of Auspiciousness to enhance his prowess. Even if the adversary were to retaliate, he remained undeterred. Whoosh! Guo Feilong's figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages upon the split trunk of the thunder attribute treant. His fingers, as sharp as steel claws, effortlessly penetrated the trunk, extracting the fist-sized core thunder pearl of the thunder attribute. In the next instant, the treant spirit, comparable to a cultivator of the mid-foundation establishment stage, perished immediately. Observing this, another wood attribute treant spirit was struck with terror, abandoning its other half, which lacked the source wood pearl, and fled with its remaining trunk. Though its roots moved swiftly through the soil, they could not possibly outpace Guo Feilong, who was enhanced by a swift wind talisman, and soon he caught up with it. Guo Feilong, with no mercy, extracted the wooden essence orbs from the fallen beings. Thus, he had successfully vanquished two treants, both comparable to those at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The bodies of these spiritual entities were treasures in themselves, suitable for alchemical concoctions or artifact refinement. Naturally, Guo Feilong could not allow the precious wooden forms of these treants to escape his grasp, and he stowed them away in his storage pouch. However, much to his astonishment, while searching for spiritual crystals amidst the wooden corpses, he discovered 3 thunder attribute spiritual crystals on the thunder treant, and similarly, 3 wooden attribute spiritual crystals on the wooden treant. Notably, one of the thunder attribute crystals was of superior quality, while the remaining 5 were of medium grade. This revelation filled Guo Feilong with both joy and perplexity. Initially, he believed finding a single crystal would be a stroke of luck, yet he had stumbled upon 6. His curiosity was piqued. Did every spirit of comparable caliber to the foundation establishment stage truly harbor 3 spiritual crystals within, or was this merely a fortuitous coincidence? This question lingered in his mind. Guo Feilong chose to cease his contemplation. After all, he would soon discover the truth upon encountering spirit beings comparable to those of the foundation establishment stage. This time, he vanquished 2 spirit treants of mid-foundation establishment caliber. Utilizing 6 ninth-tier sword energy talismans and 1 swift wind talisman, amounting to a total expenditure of 750 clouds of auspiciousness. To elevate his physique to a level akin to that of a low-grade magical artifact, he expended an additional 50 clouds, bringing the grand total to 800 clouds. His children, all possessing spiritual roots, advancing in their cultivation signifies the burgeoning strength of their lineage, thereby generating a certain number of clouds of auspiciousness within the Family Auspicious Cauldron. Whenever any of his offspring reaches the first layer of chi refinement, the cauldron can yield 100 clouds of auspiciousness in a single instance. Upon reaching the second layer, it can produce 200 clouds, and at the third layer, it generates 300 clouds. This pattern continues such that upon reaching the 9th layer, the cauldron can output 900 clouds at once. Currently, the most accomplished of his children has attained the 3rd layer of chi refinement. The cauldron spirit of their auspicious cauldron informed him that at the 9th layer, 900 clouds would be produced. Should any of his children eventually attain the foundation establishment stage, the output of auspicious clouds would increase significantly. The 2 spirit treants of mid-foundation establishment caliber possess physical forms comparable to high-grade magical artifacts, serving as materials for their creation, each valued at 1 million low-grade spirit stones, or a total of 2 million for both. Indeed, slaying spirits of mid-foundation establishment caliber is far more arduous than defeating a practitioner of the same stage. Mid-grade spirit crystals are valued at 50,000 low-grade spirit stones each, and high-grade spirit crystals are worth 500,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Thus, the total worth of 6 spirit crystals amounts to 750,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, the most precious items remain the 2 origin pearls akin to the foundation establishment stage, each worth no less than 1.5 million low-grade spirit stones. Their exorbitant price is attributed to the immense power of the one-time explosive magical artifacts crafted from them, which can pose a significant threat even to golden core stage cultivators. Furthermore, acquiring the origin pearls within spirit beings of foundation establishment caliber is exceedingly challenging. Cultivators beyond the chi refinement stage are barred from entering the dark forest, and those at the chi refinement stage would not dare seek out spirits comparable to foundation establishment practitioners. Otherwise, it would be akin to an old immortal consuming arsenic, an invitation to an untimely demise. Certainly, apart from the dark forest's small world cave, cultivators in the foundation establishment stage can access higher-level small world caves. However, these elevated realms are equally perilous, where foundation establishment cultivators may find themselves prey to spiritual entities, potentially leading to their demise. The worth of 2 essence pearls from the spirits amounts to 3 million inferior spiritual stones. Guo Feilong calculated that by vanquishing 2 tree spirit beings comparable to those in the mid-foundation establishment stage, he could amass a total value of approximately 6.25 million inferior spiritual stones. Yet, whether it be the essence pearls within the spirits or the crystals from spiritual beings, these are scarce resources that hold value but are difficult to acquire. Wealth alone does not guarantee possession. Securing such treasures is often a matter of fate. The 2 essence pearls could be fashioned into a one-time explosive magical artifact, posing a significant threat even to golden core cultivators, and thus, Guo Feilong has no intentions of selling them. Since receiving the legacy of the Yellow Emperor from the spirit of the Qi Ling, Guo Feilong has made notable advancements in the art of crafting magical artifacts. The magical tools belonging to his wives have largely been personally forged by him. Shortly thereafter, at the foot of a low hill, Guo Feilong took out a premium flying sword from his storage bag with a swift motion. Under his command, the sword sliced through the mountain surface with ease, causing a cascade of stones to tumble down. In just over half an hour, he had excavated a cave within the hill. The passageway of the cave measures 1.5 meters in width and 2 meters in height. culminating in a circular hall 5 meters high and 10 meters in diameter. A high-grade refining furnace was summoned from his storage bag, landing steadily on the ground. As he prepared to refine the 2 essence pearls into a one-time explosive treasure, the more life-preserving methods he possesses, the better. He placed several firestones into the furnace's base, igniting a roaring blaze that filled the stone chamber with intense heat. Although it was his first attempt at refining essence pearls, Guo Feilong was well aware of how to transform them into explosive artifacts. During his century as an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect, he devoted his idle time to reading extensively. Any book permitted in the sect's library, including those on alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting, he diligently studied. While crafting the essence pearls into explosive artifacts is not overly challenging, the true difficulty lies in acquiring the essence pearls themselves. Akin to the ease of firing a gun, yet the challenge lies in obtaining the weapon. Despite the relative simplicity, the process of refinement is far from effortless. It consumed a full 13 to 14 hours, depleting much of his internal mana. This time, he succeeded in refining the lightning attribute essence pearl into a one-time explosive artifact. As for its potential power, he was unaware, yet the magnitude was undoubtedly immense. Should one inject it, the power of the auspicious cloud could be significantly amplified. The force might surge several-fold, perhaps even a dozen or more times. In a moment of unexpectedness, it might even obliterate a cultivator at the golden core stage. Contemplating this possibility, Guo Feilong felt a tremor of excitement coursing through his body. Even if a single explosion could not vanquish a golden core cultivator, what of 2, 3, or even a multitude, numbering in the dozens or hundreds? He was convinced that, given sufficient quantity, it would surely be capable of annihilating a golden core cultivator. However, such an approach would entail exorbitant consumption of the auspicious cloud. Once he returned, he resolved to marry more female cultivators endowed with spiritual roots to bear more children, and to produce a greater number of offspring with spiritual roots. Guo Feilong resolved to take action. He held in his hand the meticulously crafted Thunder Elemental Source Orb, which, upon completion of its refinement, bore a distinctive name, the Spirit Explosive Pearl. This denoted a formidable, one-time explosive artifact forged from the essence of the elemental source. With a swift motion, he tapped the Spirit Beast pouch, releasing the 9th-tier Spirit Beast, the treasure-hunting weasel, Xiaobai, to stand guard. Guo Feilong produced a multitude of inferior spirit stones and seated himself upon them to commence his cultivation, replenishing his magical energy. Approximately 2 hours later, his practice concluded, and his magical power was restored to its full capacity. Guo Feilong tossed several strips of beef to the 9th-tier Spirit Beast, the treasure-hunting weasel Xiaobai. He then retrieved a wood attribute spirit essence bead from his storage pouch and placed it into the refining furnace, commencing the second round of crafting spirit explosion beads. Drawing upon the experience gained from the initial crafting session, the second spirit explosion bead was completed in less than 10 hours. A remarkable enhancement in speed by nearly 1/3, while conserving approximately 1/5 of his magical energy. Naturally, due to the apprehension of potential failure, he employed some auspicious clouds during the crafting of these 2 spirit explosion beads to ensure absolute success. These 2 beads represented his most formidable trump cards, which he would reserve for dire situations where life and death hung in the balance. After meditating to replenish his expended magical energy, Guo Feilong exited the cave and released several land spirit beasts from his storage pouch, instructing them to disperse and search for spiritual herbs in the vicinity. Whether human, spirit beast, or elf, each possessed their own territory. Having vanquished 2 spirit tree beings comparable to those in the mid-foundation stage, the area was temporarily secure. Devoid of any comparable foundation stage spirits, the released land spirit beasts, true to his expectations, gradually returned with various spiritual herbs, including 5 6th-tier spiritual herbs and over 10 5th-tier medicinal herbs. Guo Feilong was not in a hurry to depart. Instead, he allowed the spirit beasts to search the area spanning several dozen miles for a full 3 days and nights, uncovering an abundance of spiritual herbs and medicines. He was venturing deeper into the dark forest, specifically into its perilous zones, which to him represented a veritable treasure trove, overflowing with spiritual plants and remedies. Once he confirmed a particular area was devoid of danger, he would unleash a multitude of spirit beasts, instructing them to scour for spiritual herbs. He organized these beasts into small groups, ensuring they did not stray too far from one another. The relatively safe zones were defined as those lacking spirits comparable to the foundation establishment stage, though some spirits equivalent to the chi refining levels still lurked about. Should a spirit beast find itself isolated, it would likely fall prey to a stealthy ambush by these spirits. After all, the physical prowess of the spirits was not inferior to that of the spirit beasts, and in some cases, even superior. When a few spirit beasts were gathered together, however, the spirits would hesitate to attack, wary of the potential consequences. All ninth-tier spirit beasts operated independently, even if they encountered a spirit. The latter would not dare to launch a direct assault. Thus, Guo Feilong's primary objective was to eliminate spirits of the foundation establishment level within a certain area, while the spirit beasts he commanded searched for spiritual herbs in the relatively secure zones. After vanquishing several spirits of comparable strength, Guo Feilong discovered that each possessed 3 spirit crystal stones, all at least of middling quality. Days turned into weeks, and before long, Guo Feilong had remained in the perilous regions of the dark forest for over 3 months. He had not dared to venture deeper into more treacherous territories, instead traversing the periphery of the danger zones in search of spirits akin to the foundation establishment level. In the span of these 3 months, he had slain a total of 48 spirits of that caliber, amassing an incalculable number of spiritual herbs and medicines, all carefully stored in his bags, which now resembled towering mountains. Fortunately, he had brought a sufficient number of storage bags, each of superior quality, with ample internal space. Otherwise, accommodating all the items would have been a challenge, especially since some spirits of the foundation establishment level were extraordinarily large. One such entity, a stone spirit, resembled a low mountain over 100 meters tall when stationary. The materials harvested from the 48 spirits were rich and varied, providing abundant resources for both weapon forging and alchemy, as their very essence was composed of top-grade materials. During this period, Guo Feilong has become utterly fascinated with the art of weapon forging, particularly captivated by the ancient techniques attributed to the Yellow Emperor. In his leisure moments, he diligently analyzes and studies the characteristics of various forging materials. Notably, a month ago, he vanquished a metallic spirit, acquiring a silvery white metal of considerable size, approximately the dimensions of 2 rooms. This metal possesses exceptional strength, qualifying it as a top-tier forging material. Merely a few kilograms could yield a superior magical artifact, with the entirety of this colossal silvery metal estimated to weigh between 2 to 300,000 jin. He could forge a staggering 100,000 elite flying swords. This output rivals that of a large-scale, premium-grade metal mine for magical artifacts. Most intriguingly, Guo Feilong discovered a remarkable property of this silvery metal. It has the ability to absorb other metals, thereby enhancing its own quality. Even though the spiritual consciousness of the silvery metal was vanquished, its unique characteristic of assimilating other metals remains intact. He had never encountered such a metal before. Should he forge it into a magical artifact and supply it with additional metals, it could undoubtedly ascend to become a treasured item, or even attain a higher echelon of magical artifacts. In addition to this rare silvery metal, half a month prior, he also defeated a metallic spirit comparable to the late stages of foundation establishment, which was composed of a blood-red metal. This blood-red metal weighed around 30 to 40,000 jin and possessed remarkable self-repairing abilities. When injured, it would seamlessly merge back together like mercury. At that time, he exerted tremendous effort to slay this blood-red metallic spirit, ultimately reducing it to dozens of fragments. Upon collecting the crimson metal shards into his storage bag, he was astonished to discover, the following day, that the fragments had automatically fused into a single piece. In recent days, Guo Feilong has been diligently researching the fusion of silver and red metals to create a novel alloy. This new metal possesses the remarkable ability to absorb other metals while also exhibiting self-repairing properties. Within this realm of cultivation, once magical tools or treasures are forged, any damage or shattering renders them useless, transforming them into mere scrap iron. Even if they are remelted, they cannot regain their status as magical artifacts, relegating them to the realm of ordinary iron implements. Guo Feilong, a man of action, had not ventured out in search of elusive spirits akin to those of the foundational realm for several days. Instead, he toiled within the confines of a cave he had excavated, meticulously cutting 2 types of metal into small pieces and placing them within a furnace for fusion. He first melted both metal samples into molten iron, contemplating the amalgamation of these 2 liquids, akin to pouring blue ink and red ink into a single basin. However, the outcome was disheartening. The 2 metals behaved like water and crude oil, utterly incapable of merging. Upon ceasing his magical stirring, the molten metals naturally separated, one to the left and the other to the right. This method proved futile. Undeterred, he heated the metals until they glowed red and employed the techniques of a blacksmith, repeatedly folding and hammering the two pieces together. After over 100 folds, the result resembled a multi-layered pancake, each layer distinct and unable to coalesce into a singular entity. His stubborn resolve ignited. He fixed his gaze on the two fist-sized pieces of metal and invoked the ancient techniques of the Yellow Emperor's legacy in metalworking. Unbeknownst to him, he immersed himself in this endeavor for another week. One day, as rain began to fall outside the cave, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, Guo Feilong, after several days of contemplation, conceived a method for fusing the two metals, yet hesitated to proceed. The potential failure of this technique loomed over him, threatening the loss of two primordial spirit pearls, each comparable to those of late foundational stage spirits, far more valuable than their mid-stage counterparts. One such pearl was worth 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Thus, two would amount to a staggering 10 million. The stakes included not only the loss of millions in spirit stones but also the forfeiture of two potent trump cards, after all. The crafting of spirit explosion pearls from these materials promised even greater power. The exorbitant price of primordial spirit pearls, akin to those of the foundational realm, stemmed from their potential to be transformed into single-use explosive treasures capable of threatening even the most formidable golden core cultivators. Alas, one cannot capture a wolf without relinquishing a child. If he clung too tightly to these primordial pearls, he might never acquire the novel metal he so desperately sought. With a determined grit, Guo Feilong retrieved a crimson essence orb and a silvery white essence orb from his storage pouch. These two orbs represented the primordial essences of metallic spirits, and Guo Feilong intended to reduce them to powder. Once powdered, he would blend them together, subsequently melting the two metals into molten iron and amalgamating them through vigorous stirring. Without hesitation, he set to work, grinding the two essence orbs into a fine powder. The essence orbs of the spirits were not particularly hard, akin to pearls, and could be pulverized with ease. Before long, the two orbs, each comparable to the foundational platforms of late-stage cultivators, yielded two mounds of powder, one silvery white and the other a darker hue. Next, he placed the powders into a larger porcelain vessel and employed his magical force to stir them within. In no time, the two powders merged seamlessly. Following this, Guo Feilong cast the two types of metal into the smelting furnace, where they melted into molten iron and quickly fused together under his magical influence. This fusion was delicate. Should he cease his efforts, the two metals would instinctively separate. He poured the entirety of the powdered essence from the porcelain vessel into the furnace. In the next moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The two metals erupted in dazzling brilliance, actively merging under the influence of the powdered essence. As the molten iron of both metals combined, Guo Feilong's consciousness perceived a reduction in their volume. After 3 days and nights, he unleashed a surge of magical energy, causing the furnace lid to open with an audible click. Out sorted dark red metal, the size of a human head, radiating intense heat. At that moment, the spirit of the Family Auspicious Cauldron within his consciousness spoke. Master, swiftly infuse this metal with 3,000 auspicious clouds, and add a single drop of your life essence. By refining it into your desired shape, it shall become your innate magical treasure, and in turn, give rise to a spirit of its own. Upon hearing these words, Guo Feilong's face lit up with delight. He immediately infused 3,000 clouds of auspicious energy into the head-sized crimson iron, while simultaneously extracting a drop of his life essence blood from the tip of his left middle finger, resembling a radiant red sun, which then fell into the heated iron. He found himself at a loss regarding the shape of the artifact he wished to forge from this intensely heated crimson metal. It is imperative to understand that life-bound treasures can only be crafted by cultivators at the golden core stage. Those at the foundation establishment or chi refinement stages lack the qualifications to forge such artifacts. As the name implies, a life-bound treasure is of paramount importance, akin to a cultivator's second name, capable of perfectly housing one's spirit and golden core. Should a cultivator's physical form be destroyed, and if they cannot find a suitable vessel for their spirit in a timely manner, their essence may dissipate into nothingness. However, if this cultivator possesses a life-bound treasure, upon the destruction of their body, their spirit can enter this artifact, which serves as a second body. In the future, should the opportunity arise to acquire rare materials capable of regenerating flesh, The cultivator may even reconstruct their physical form. Guo Feilong never anticipated that his aspiration to forge a metal capable of advancement and self-repair would culminate in the creation of a substance that could directly transform into a personal magical artifact. Logically, being proficient with flying swords, he ought to have crafted this artifact into a sword. However, he harbored a disdain for combat. Knowing well that frequent encounters by the river would inevitably lead to dampened shoes, constant fighting bore the risk of encountering an insurmountable challenge, which could result in his own downfall. Perhaps he could mold this metal into a shield? After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly dismissed this notion. Various tools flickered through his mind, and ultimately, he resolved to shape this innovative metal into a humanoid figure. Should his physical form ever be destroyed, he could transfer his spirit into this humanoid artifact. Determined, he proceeded without hesitation. Moments later, utilizing his magical prowess, he sculpted the metal, the size of a human head, into a 2-foot-tall figure reminiscent of his younger self, arms and legs outstretched in a grand stance. Notably, the mouth was slightly ajar, complete with teeth and a tongue, showcasing exquisite detail. Next, he began to inscribe various magical seals upon the metal figure. Only through these inscriptions could it be deemed a magical instrument. Without them, it was merely a hunk of scrap metal. The process of imprinting seals onto magical artifacts is the most pivotal aspect of forging. Even the slightest negligence could undermine the entire endeavor. The capabilities of any artifact are dictated by these seals. For instance, when forging a soul-subduing bell, it is imperative to engrave seals for soul subjugation and sound waves upon it. When crafting a defensive shield, it is essential to inscribe defensive seals to bestow the shield with its protective abilities. In the case of a flying sword, seals enhancing sharpness and speed must be applied. Similarly, a defensive tower requires the application of defensive seals, along with other necessary symbols. The art of forging is profound and intricate, encompassing myriad seals with diverse functionalities, with the effectiveness of identical seals varying based on the materials used in the forging process. Guo Feilong meticulously inscribed numerous robust seals and velocity inscriptions upon his Iron Man-shaped life treasure, alongside several other mystical symbols. After an exhaustive 7 days and nights of diligent engraving, he finally completed the last seal. In the very moment his life-preserving artifact took form, an overwhelming pressure from the heavens and earth suddenly descended from above. Guo Feilong was taken aback and inquired of the family artifact spirit, the small ding, about the situation. "Congratulations, Master," the artifact spirit replied. "This is the manifestation of your life-bound treasure, which has attracted the thunder tribulation. As long as your life-bound treasure successfully endures the tribulation, it will give rise to an artifact spirit and may even acquire other extraordinary abilities. This is indeed a positive development." However, Guo Feilong's heart was instantly filled with concern upon hearing the small ding's words. The thunder tribulation was a double-edged sword. He was aware that while treasures undergoing tribulation during the golden core stage could yield immense benefits if they succeeded, failure would result in their destruction. He asked the artifact spirit, "Is there a way to enhance the success rate of my life-bound treasure during the tribulation?" "Rest assured, Master," the artifact spirit assured him. "Your life-bound treasure has integrated over 3,000 auspicious clouds during its refinement. The auspicious clouds are the blessings of heaven and earth, cherished by the universe as if they were its own children. The thunder tribulation is a tool of both punishment and reward from heaven, and no parent would harm their own offspring. The tribulation will bestow endless benefits upon your life-bound treasure without causing it any harm." With these reassurances, Guo Feilong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then focused his thoughts, and his humanoid life-bound treasure flew out of the cave and into the open air. At that moment, above in the sky, the calamity clouds were spreading at a terrifying speed. Amidst the ominous clouds, lightning flickered like countless serpents dancing within. All living beings in the world trembled in fear of the heavenly thunder of the tribulation, for it had the power to obliterate both the physical form and the intangible soul. As the tribulation clouds loomed, every sentient spirit in the dark forest realm instinctively concealed their presence, blending in with ordinary creatures. Those spirits comparable to the golden core level were particularly frightened. Seeking refuge, some hid in caves, others burrowed underground, while some sank to the riverbed or the depths of valleys. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from the calamity clouds, striking the metallic figure like an enraged thunder dragon. The metallic figure crackled as it absorbed the lightning. Boom! Another bolt of tribulation lightning struck, and the metallic figure continued to harness its power. Boom! Boom! Lightning after lightning rained down from the calamity clouds. A total of 81 bolts before the storm subsided. At that moment, Guo Feilong's life-bound treasure, the metallic figure, suddenly radiated brilliant light, revealing numerous mysterious runes. Each rune appeared as if it were a celestial script, and Guo Feilong, observing from a distance, soon felt dizzy from the overwhelming sight. Guo Feilong understood that he could no longer gaze upon those runes. He promptly closed his eyes, and after more than a minute, the dizzying sensation gradually dissipated. Upon reopening his eyes, a smaller metallic figure appeared as a shadow above his innate magical treasure, the metal Iron Man. This was the newly born spirit of the artifact. The spirit, filled with curiosity, surveyed its surroundings, and Guo Feilong felt an extraordinarily profound connection with it. As if he were the spirit and the spirit were him. This was the bond between a magical treasure and its master. In a sudden flash, the innate magical treasure, the metal Iron Man, soared before him, merging with the spirit into a beam of light that entered his body, ultimately residing within his Dantian's Qi. Shrinking to a diminutive size, it then nestled upon his spiritual root, akin to a human absorbing the magical energy within for cultivation. This process was, in essence, a form of cultivation for the innate magical treasure, scientifically referred to as nurturing the innate magical treasure. The longer the nurturing lasted, the deeper the bond between the treasure and its master, thereby enhancing its potency. Simultaneously, Guo Feilong's soul consciousness ventured into the Dantian's Qi. Eager to converse with the magical treasure seated upon the spiritual root and discern its unique abilities, for it could not have absorbed the heavenly tribulations in vain. Yet, before he could voice his inquiries, the spirit of the magical treasure emitted a childlike voice. "Master, I am so sleepy. I shall take a nap." Consequently, Guo Feilong sensed the spirit of his innate magical treasure succumbing to slumber, compelling him to merge his consciousness within the metal Iron Man. In the next moment, Guo Feilong's consciousness experienced a sensation akin to returning to his body. He attempted to lift his arm, and the arm of the metal Iron Man rose in accordance. Whatever motion his consciousness desired, the metal Iron Man would replicate. In an instant, Guo Feilong commanded the form of the metal Iron Man to manifest outside his physical body, establishing a subtle connection with his spiritual root within the Dantian. Although his soul resided outside his corporeal form, his thoughts could still manipulate the magical energy within the spiritual root, as if the energy were unaffected by spatial distance. Guo Feilong, with his mastery over the manipulation of metal through the control of his spirit, soared to the summit of a low mountain standing 200 to 300 meters tall. With a singular, forceful punch directed at the mountain, a thunderous roar erupted as the metallic giant strike shattered the towering landform into countless fragments, sending a barrage of debris flying in all directions, a display of sheer, terrifying power. Guo Feilong gasped in astonishment at the outcome. This single blow possessed the capability to shatter any top-tier defensive artifact. The might of his innate treasure, the metallic Iron Man, transcended all expectations. A mountain rising 200 to 300 meters was reduced to mere rubble. At that moment, the profound shock within Guo Feilong was beyond the realm of verbal expression. Cultivators adept in body refinement possess physiques that rival those of treasures, signifying the resilience of their bodies rather than their offensive power. For instance, a Qi refinement stage cultivator may have a physique comparable to a treasure, rendering them impervious to harm from foundation establishment cultivators. However, this does not imply that the Qi refinement cultivator possesses the combat prowess of a foundation establishment practitioner. It is akin to an ordinary person donning a bulletproof vest. While they can withstand bullets, they themselves lack any offensive capability. In contrast, treasures are distinct. Not only are they exceedingly durable, but they also wield tremendous power. Imagine a common individual clad in a bulletproof vest while wielding a handgun. Such a figure embodies both offensive and defensive capabilities. His humanoid metallic innate treasure was forged using 3,000 auspicious clouds and subsequently refined through the trials of 81 heavenly tribulations, rendering it far from an ordinary low-grade artifact. It is, in fact, an exceptional treasure that approaches the pinnacle of low-grade spiritual treasures, which accounts for its immense strength. The rarity of spiritual treasures is such that even the Lingxi sect does not possess one. However, Guo Feilong is not among the upper echelons of the Lingxi sect. Whether the Lingxi sect possesses spiritual treasures remains a mystery. They may exist or they may not. In any case, it is publicly acknowledged that the Lingxi sect lacks spiritual treasures. Guo Feilong governs this humanoid metallic innate magical treasure, aware that under the tempering of celestial tribulation, it has acquired the ability to unleash the formidable powers of thunder and lightning. The magnitude of its might is contingent upon the amount of strength he bestows upon this innate treasure. The more spiritual energy he channels into it, the greater the potency of the thunderous forces it can release. Thunder and lightning manifest in myriad forms, classified into various categories based on their intensity. For instance, the common lightning during rain possesses moderate power. Different cultivators have mastered an array of lightning types, such as the Insha lightning, the Nine Suns lightning, the Purple Cloud divine lightning, Palm lightning, and the Five Thunder formation, among others. However, the tribulation lightning stands as the most formidable and tyrannical force in existence, capable of annihilating all, sending even gods and immortals into disarray. In summary, the power of tribulation lightning can be deemed the paramount lightning of the world. Its might truly terrifying. Guo Feilong gazed at a towering mountain, 500 meters high, situated 1,000 meters away. He deftly maneuvered his humanoid metallic artifact, raising his palm as lightning flickered. In an instant, a bolt of thunder, as thick as an arm, surged forth. Boom! The mountaintop was struck, shattering half of it into particles no larger than grains of sand. If such a force were to strike a person, not even ashes would remain. The might of this thunderous calamity was overwhelming. Even a foundational stage cultivator would be instantaneously reduced to nothingness upon impact. One can only ponder whether the formidable physique of a core formation master could withstand such a tyrannical celestial tribulation. Guo Feilong pondered for a moment. He was certain that a powerful cultivator at the Golden Core stage could withstand the assault, albeit with injuries. Naturally, Golden Core cultivators possess protective divine light, endowing them with formidable defensive capabilities, making it unlikely that the arm-thick force of the tribulation lightning could penetrate their defenses. While the terror of the tribulation lightning is indeed formidable, it is also exceedingly taxing on one's spiritual energy. Just that single strike of arm-thick lightning consumed a third of his mana. The most efficient use of mana at that moment was to employ his humanoid metallic lifebound treasure for physical attacks against his target. Although it lacked the destructive power of the tribulation lightning, it was still effective, regardless of the circumstances. If he were to engage in combat with a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of their abilities, he would confidently assert that the one to perish would undoubtedly be the foundation establishment cultivator. With a flash, his lifebound treasure, the humanoid metallic form, returned from the air to reside within his dantian. Once the spirit of the treasure awakened, he would not need to control it directly. The spirit could autonomously fight on his behalf. Upon his return, he resolved to practice a dual-purpose divine ability, allowing him to allocate a portion of his consciousness into the lifebound treasure for more adept control in battle. Guo Feilong withdrew his consciousness from the dantian, settling into a meditative state to replenish his magical energy to its fullest. He continued to explore the perilous regions of this dark forest. A day later, Guo Feilong encountered a spirit comparable to the later stages of foundation establishment. This spirit, composed of a mass of defensive black soil, flowed like sludge when soft and was as formidable as a high-grade magical artifact when hardened, making it exceedingly difficult to vanquish. It even exhibited a degree of immunity to physical attacks. When severed into multiple segments, it could dissolve into a puddle of mud and reconstitute itself. Fortunately, Guo Feilong had adequately prepared, possessing an array of magical spells and talismans with varying elemental attributes. By employing a 9th-tier freezing talisman in conjunction with 100 clouds of auspiciousness, he managed to immobilize this black mud spirit, subsequently shattering the earthen layer that encased the primordial spirit pearl. Only then did the adversary perish. This black mud, akin to the later stages of foundation establishment, was a treasure in itself. Planting spiritual herbs and elixirs upon it not only ensured a high survival rate, but also promoted rapid growth. With the conclusion of this battle, Guo Feilong released dozens of spiritual beasts to scour the vicinity of 30 to 50 miles for spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, yielding a bountiful harvest. As 2 months swiftly passed, Guo Feilong had ventured deep into the dark forest, encountering 2 or 3 spirits comparable to foundational stage beings daily, and his fortunes had only increased. However, he could no longer press forward. An ominous intuition told him that he was approaching the territory of a spirit akin to a nascent soul master. At this moment, Guo Feilong stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at the towering forested mountains ahead, contemplating his return home. He had been away for over 5 months, nearing half a year, and as long as he did not reach the foundational stage, he would have ample opportunities to return. Yet, Just as Guo Feilong prepared to depart from the dark forest, a fire-red figure suddenly soared from the depths of the mountain woods. It resembled a dragon-like creature, yet it possessed a uniqueness, for it bore two pairs of wings upon its back. A terrifying aura emanated from this dragon-like being, spreading in all directions. And even from 2,000 to 3,000 meters away, Guo Feilong felt an immense pressure that disrupted the flow of his internal energy. A nascent soul master. It was undoubtedly a nascent soul master, though he could not discern the precise realm of its power. Guo Feilong had no desire to provoke a spirit of comparable strength to that of the Golden Core stage. Yet, he remained perplexed by the nature of the spirit that resembled a dragon but longed for wings. Spirits are born from the consciousness of flowers, grasses, trees, and stones. Having absorbed the essence of the world around them and undergone countless years of cultivation, upon reaching a level akin to that of a formidable practitioner at the Golden Core stage, they evolve into a form reminiscent of a certain creature, revealing their true essence only upon their demise. Guo Feilong wished to avoid provoking his adversary, yet the other party swiftly detected his presence. Akin to a dog spotting a bone, with eyes as large as lanterns gleaming with insatiable desire. With a swift flutter of wings, the formidable figure, stretching over 100 meters in length, hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Guo Feilong was taken aback, enhancing the golden body technique to a level comparable to that of a middle-grade magical artifact using auspicious clouds. Simultaneously, his humanoid metallic life source artifact soared from his dantian and was grasped firmly in his hand. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, bolts of lightning began to flicker across the surface of the metallic figure. With a resounding hum, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a human arm, surged forth like a spear, targeting the approaching sprite, which was on par with a high-ranking Golden Core cultivator. All living beings in the cosmos hold an inherent fear of thunder tribulations, and how could a sprite evolved from mere sustenance and earth withstand such might? Upon sensing the formidable power of the thunder tribulation, the sprite, akin to a Golden Core master, nearly succumbed to terror, desperately activating its protective divine light. A fiery red, translucent spherical barrier enveloped it. Boom! The thunderous bolt struck against its protective divine light barrier. Yet, the barrier proved remarkably resilient, ultimately managing to withstand the force of the thunder tribulation. Guo Feilong felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he understood that such emotions were quite natural. After all, the being before him was comparable to a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage, while he was merely a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. A disparity of two significant realms. At that moment, the spirit, akin to a powerful Golden Core cultivator, regarded Guo Feilong with a fierce glint in its eyes. Yet it did not dare to approach. It was afraid. The recent surge of lightning, imbued with the essence of tribulation, invoked an instinctual dread akin to that of a mouse confronting a predator. However, it could not fathom why such a trivial human, a mere source of nourishment, could unleash lightning laden with the aura of tribulation. It defied all logic, absolutely nonsensical, cursing under its breath. It contemplated enhancing its power with additional auspicious clouds for another attempt, vowing that even if it were to slay him, it would ensure he fled. Observing the being's reluctance to retreat, Guo Feilong swiftly channeled his energy and infused it with auspicious clouds into his humanoid metallic artifact. In the next instant, lightning manifested upon the surface of his innate treasure. This time, he infused a staggering 200 auspicious clouds, uncertain of how much the power of the tribulation would be amplified. With a resounding hum, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a dish, shot forth. Boom! The lightning struck the spirit's crimson protective barrier, producing a crisp crack as fissures appeared upon the once impregnable shield. Upon witnessing the scene, Guo Feilong felt a surge of joy within him. Gritting his teeth, he continued to channel his spiritual energy into his intrinsic magical treasure. As the power intensified, the force of the lightning grew in magnitude. With a resounding crash, the crimson protective barrier was shattered by the lightning, which struck the opponent. The elfin creature, comparable to a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage, let out a piercing scream and turned to flee, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Though it was not slain, it had indeed sustained injuries. The extent of its wounds remained unknown to Guo Feilong. An entity of such caliber, akin to a magical artifact, could not be easily vanquished. He understood that while his intrinsic magical treasure could inflict harm upon a Golden Core cultivator, it could not bring about their demise. This was not due to a lack of power in his treasure, but rather the vast disparity in cultivation levels. No matter how potent his treasure, it could not overcome such a gap. After a fortnight, Guo Feilong emerged from the dark forest. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 cultivators approached him. Among them, the most powerful was a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, while the others ranged from the 7th to the 8th layer. They were clad in matching white robes, adorned with an emblem of a silver flying sword on the left side of their chests, accompanied by the words Cloud Sword Sect. The Cloud Sword Sect possessed strength comparable to the Lingxi sect, but their practitioners were particularly adept in the art of flying swords, making them exceedingly formidable. In one-on-one confrontations, it was rare for cultivators from other sects to best those from the Cloud Sword Sect. This prowess fostered an air of arrogance among them, leading to a habitual demeanor of superiority when encountering others. Given their numbers and the reputation of the Cloud Sword Sect, they regarded Guo Feilong, who had just emerged from the dark forest, as an easy target. Typically, those who exit the dark forest return with spoils, which only fuel the ambition of these 7 or 8 Cloud Sword Sect practitioners as they encircle them. The 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator among them stated, "If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage pouch and spirit beast pouch. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your demise." The act of killing for treasure was a commonplace occurrence within the realm of cultivation, and the ease with which these individuals expressed themselves revealed their seasoned familiarity with such nefarious deeds. How could Guo Feilong possibly relinquish his storage bag and spirit beast pouch? Without a moment's hesitation, he struck his waist storage bag, and an exquisite flying sword materialized before him. With a swift incantation, the sword launched towards the 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator of the Cloud Sword Sect. How dare a mere rogue cultivator wield a flying sword before a member of the Cloud Sword Sect? He truly knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. The 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator from the Cloud Sword Sect regarded Guo Feilong with utter disdain. He too possessed a supreme flying sword. Those who could wield such exquisite weapons during the Qi refinement stage were not of ordinary standing. Clang! The 2 flying swords clashed violently. In the next instant, the expression of the 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator from the Cloud Sword Sect shifted to one of alarm, as his sword was sent careening away by Guo Feilong's blade. Unbeknownst to him, Guo Feilong was at the 10th level of Qi refinement, concealed by a magical artifact that masked his true cultivation, making him appear as a mere 9th-level cultivator. In the absence of foundation establishment cultivators, those at the 9th level of Qi refinement were considered the pinnacle, rarely looked down upon, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. "Be careful, senior brother," someone cautioned. Yet, the warning proved futile. Guo Feilong's exceptional flying sword severed his opponent's neck, causing the head to roll away, followed by the body tumbling from his flying spirit beast. To eradicate the threat completely, Guo Feilong, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, unleashed several 9th-tier avian spirit beasts, swiftly dispatching the remaining cultivators of the Cloud Sword Sect. He collected the storage bags and spirit beast bags from the corpses, commanding a fire-breathing spirit beast to incinerate the bodies to ashes. He then began to scrutinize the contents of the storage bags. Any item bearing the insignia of the Cloud Sword Sect was discarded, leaving only objects unrelated to the sect. As for the wealth contained within these bags, Guo Feilong paid them no heed, not to mention the modest fortunes of these Qi refinement cultivators. Even the wealth of a foundation establishment cultivator would not warrant his interest. After all, the riches he amassed over the 5 to 6 months spent in the dark forest surpassed that of even the most affluent golden core cultivators. However, within the storage bag of a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator from the Cloud Sword Sect, he discovered a sword technique inheritance known as the 9 Swords Technique, which allowed the simultaneous control of 9 flying swords in combat. Furthermore, these 9 swords could form a formidable Qian Kuan sword array, exhibiting immense power. Guo Feilong had heard of this sword technique, a treasured skill of the Cloud Sword Sect, reserved solely for elite inner disciples. Should anyone else learn this technique, it would inevitably lead to relentless pursuit and vengeance from the Cloud Sword Sect. Guo Feilong, unperturbed, had no intention of engaging in combat using the 9 Swords technique of the Cloud Sword Sect. Instead, he aspired to master the art of one mind, 9 uses, a method of manipulating multiple magical artifacts. Several days later, Guo Feilong finally returned to his home in Huangshi town, where he presented his wife, Sun Yufeng, and Wang Yuyan each with a high-grade spiritual stone that matched their attributes. Additionally, he bestowed upon each of them a 9th-grade foundation establishment pill that he had personally refined. Guo Feilong entered the underground secluded chamber, where layers of defensive formations were activated. He settled cross-legged upon the ground, commencing the foundational cultivation. This foundational establishment is of paramount significance for all Qi refining stage practitioners. Upon successful completion, not only does one ascend a tier in status and identity, but one's lifespan can increase to over threefold, allowing one to live for 5 centuries or more. For Guo Feilong, success in this endeavor is assured. First, there is the auspicious cloud, which guarantees a complete breakthrough past the bottleneck of his cultivation realm. Next, his spiritual root is of high-grade earth quality, which affords him a success rate of approximately 90 for the foundational establishment. Lastly, he possesses a 9th-grade foundational elixir that enhances his success rate by an additional 50%. With these 3 elements combined, failure is simply not an option. The time required for a Qi refining stage practitioner to transition to the foundation establishment stage can range from a year to merely 10 days or half a month. The higher the quality of the foundational platform being forged, the longer the duration needed. Guo Feilong aims to create an exceptional foundational platform. Thus, the time required will naturally extend. However, this time, he does not intend to genuinely establish his foundation. Rather, he seeks to simulate the process. His ambition extends to the spiritual objects and crystalline stones found within the bodies of the comparable beings in the dark forest, as well as their source spirit pearls. Should he successfully establish his foundation now, entry into the hidden realms of the dark forest would be forever barred to him. For the sake of long-term strategy, it would be wise to delay true foundational establishment for another 10 to 8 years. He has communicated his intentions regarding this foundational cultivation to all his wives and children. It will not be long before news of his seclusion and foundational establishment spreads throughout the entire Qingyang County's cultivation community, especially since some members of the local cultivation families are kin to his wives. Guo Feilong desired an outcome where everyone would be aware of his foundation establishment. Then, after half a month, he would emerge to announce his failure in this endeavor. After a span of 7 or 8 years, when he genuinely achieved foundation establishment, it would indeed be the most opportune moment. After all, a man over 120 years old, having left the sect for merely 12 or 13 years, successfully establishing his foundation would provoke undue speculation among those with ulterior motives, questioning the sudden surge in his prowess. It would be prudent to adopt a long-term perspective. Enduring a single failure in foundation establishment would ultimately prove advantageous. As the saying goes, true mastery arises from the highest realm of deception. At this moment, Guo Feilong commenced his foundation establishment, witnessing a profound transformation between the magical power within his spiritual root and the root itself, evolving from a seed-like form toward the foundation platform. After half a month, Guo Feilong voluntarily concluded his foundation establishment, resulting in a failure that left his spiritual root with minor injuries. However, this was not a significant concern, as he had long since concocted a superior elixir capable of restoring his spiritual root's vitality, ensuring a full recovery within 3 to 4 months. Upon emerging from the basement, he bore a somewhat sickly pallor, his breath slightly weak, a lingering effect of his failed endeavor. His wives and concubines grieved for several days upon learning of his setback. Guo Feilong was their husband, the pillar of their household. His failure signified that this pillar might succumb to the ravages of time within a mere decade or so, plunging the entire Guo family into profound turmoil. It is crucial to recognize that the family's current cultivation resources relied entirely on Guo Feilong, a mid-level alchemist. Should he pass away, the family's resources for cultivation would cease. Although Guo Feilong had endeavored to train his wives, concubines, and children in alchemy and artifact crafting, none exhibited the requisite talent to sustain the financial demands of over 100 cultivators within the family. For a cultivation family, the inability to provide for its practitioners spells dire consequences. In due time, the vast lineage shall fragment into numerous smaller families. Should he meet his demise, chaos will inevitably ensue within the entire clan, leading to its collapse. The wives and concubines will either return to their maternal homes with their children or establish their own branches of the Guo family. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that Guo Feilong has deliberately failed his foundational cultivation. They believe his lifespan will soon dwindle, leading to his inevitable demise. Ironically, his failure in cultivation has elicited even greater affection from his wives and concubines, for their intentions are straightforward, to win his favor and whisper sweet nothings, thereby securing additional resources for their children. If they do not amass these cultivation resources while he still breathes, acquiring them posthumously will prove exceedingly arduous. Ultimately, when the time comes for division, the distribution of wealth will favor the strongest. The underlying motivations of his wives and concubines stem from the fragile foundation of the cultivation family he has established, which has developed too swiftly. It is noteworthy that he possesses over 100 wives and nearly 1,000 children. The family's primary source of cultivation resources relies on his alchemical endeavors. In stark contrast to those ancient families that have flourished over centuries, possessing a well-established system of resource generation to maintain unity among their members. Although each wife and concubine harbors her own schemes, such behavior is quite natural. Following his failure in foundational cultivation, Guo Feilong frequently visited various cultivation families in Qingyang County and nearby regions, informing them of his setbacks. He hoped that when he eventually succeeded, others would attribute it to mere luck. Regrettably, among the nearby cultivation families, he had already taken all suitable female cultivators as wives or concubines. Only a handful of eligible ones remained, but they, along with their families, were not inclined to agree to such unions. As not everyone is swayed by the promise of a hefty dowry. This is entirely understandable, for Guo Feilong's reputation, with his multitude of wives and children, is exceedingly well known in the vicinity. Even if they were to marry their daughters to him, upon his passing, the families would receive scant resources from the division. After his failure, not only did Guo Feilong frequently visit the various cultivation families in nearby counties, but he also often ventured to the entrance of Lingxi's sect's cave, seeking to meet those children who had joined the sect, as well as the beautiful senior and junior sisters, such as Lu Feiyu, Shangguan Mingwei, and Sun Yufeng, who had yet to find their partners. Guo Feilong is remarkably generous. Each time he meets with the ladies for tea, he bestows upon them some tokens of appreciation, justifying his actions by saying that when his other children grow up, he hopes they will look after them. Furthermore, he adds that in the event of his demise, he would appreciate their continued care for his wives and concubines. If they encounter any troubles, please lend them your assistance. In truth, he harbored but two intentions. The first was to inform Lingxi's sect of his failure in foundation establishment, revealing that he would age and perish within a mere decade, devoid of any secrets. The second was to cultivate an impression among the beautiful senior and junior disciples, Lu Feiyu, Shangguan Mingwei, and Sun Yufeng, that he was generous and worthy of friendship. Everything was meticulously orchestrated to lay the groundwork for the future, primarily to ensure that everyone perceived him as an ordinary cultivator who had suddenly gained insight into alchemy. With no hidden agendas, all his current wealth stemmed solely from his alchemical endeavors. As for how he had ascended from the 6th level of qi refinement to the 9th in just over a decade, it was merely the result of abundant cultivation resources being rapidly amassed. 5 months had swiftly passed since Guo Feilong's failure in foundation establishment. Sun Yufeng and Shangguan Mingwei, who were similarly engaged in secluded cultivation to break through to the foundation stage, emerged from their meditative retreats 2 days apart. Both had successfully established their foundations, achieving high-quality foundation platforms. Any cultivator who successfully establishes their foundation is expected to host a grand feast within a month, akin to a child's full-month celebration, necessitating the invitation of friends and family to partake in the festivities. Given that Sun Yufeng and Wang Yuyin's foundation celebrations were merely 2 days apart, Guo Feilong arranged for their celebratory banquets to coincide on the same day. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the day of the celebration arrived. Wang Yuyin had few acquaintances in the cultivation world. Her family and relatives were ordinary citizens of Huangshe Town. While her parents were seated in the inner hall to enjoy the feast, the rest of her relatives were accommodated in other courtyards. As for the townsfolk of Huangshe, they were all invited to partake in 3 days of celebratory banquets, with 2 hearty meals each day, ensuring their joy and satisfaction. As an elite disciple of Lingxi's sect, Sun Yufeng had spent over 20 years serving as the steward of the apothecary in Xiaoya village, thus knowing countless cultivators. Additionally, under her master's tutelage, she had many senior and junior disciples, and today, over 300 individuals came to congratulate her on becoming a foundation stage cultivator. A cultivator at the foundation stage is destined to become an elder in the Lingxi sect, thereby attaining a position of considerable influence and power. They are entitled to a county seat, along with a territory extending 500 miles around it. Since Huangshe Town lies within Qingyang County, Lingxi sect granted Sun Yufeng the county seat of Qingyang as her domain. Within the 500 miles surrounding Qingyang County, which includes Huangshe Town, there are a total of 9 towns, with a combined population exceeding 300,000. Lingxi sect also dispatched a foundation stage elder to congratulate Sun Yufeng on her achievement, presenting her with the token of her territory. Although Huangshe town is within Sun Yufeng's domain, it remains under Guo Feilong's jurisdiction. The county seat of Qingyang and its surrounding area, however, rightfully belong to Sun Yufeng. In the future, only the offspring of her union with Guo Feilong would inherit her territory, while the children born of Guo Feilong's other wives would inherit only the rights to Huangshe town. At the celebratory banquet for the foundation establishment, onlookers gazed at Guo Feilong, whose hair had turned white, presenting the visage of an elderly man. And then at the two enchanting foundation stage cultivators, Sun Yufeng and Wang Yuyan, their beauty evoking deep envy among all present. In the decade and more since Guo Feilong arrived in Huangshe town, he has befriended numerous cultivators, primarily from the Xiuxian families of Qingyang County and its neighboring regions. Although their cultivation levels are relatively modest, their numbers are impressive, with over 2,000 cultivators bringing their families along. Each one offers heartfelt congratulations and presents. Given the sheer volume of attendees, it is impractical for all to dine with Guo Feilong in the main hall. Many are relegated to the outer courtyard and gardens. The expansive Guo residence scarcely accommodates the influx of these congratulatory visitors. On the day of the banquet, all the cultivators departed after paying their respects. Except for a few beautiful senior and junior sisters closely associated with Sun Yufeng, who chose to linger at the Guo residence for several more days. Their intent in staying was clear. They sought to persuade Sun Yufeng to negotiate a favorable price for foundation-building pills from Guo Feilong, despite their status as inner disciples of Lingxi's sect. However, it is merely a slight improvement over the plight of smaller clans and solitary cultivators. Faced with the exorbitant price of foundation-building pills, they may save for decades yet still find themselves unable to gather sufficient spirit stones to purchase one. The ascendance of the 10,000 Demons sect, which has supplanted the Qian Yuan sect, has instilled a pervasive sense of impending threat among the various cultivation factions across the northern polar continent. Consequently, the regulation of foundation-building pills has tightened considerably, and these vital elixirs have become increasingly scarce. Prior to the rise of the 10,000 Demons sect, the Lingxi sect would annually allocate 200 foundation-building pills to the contribution hall, which could be purchased by inner disciples using their sect contribution points and spirit stones. Now, however, the Lingxi sect has reduced this number to a mere 80 pills per year, and the requirements for both contribution points and spirit stones necessary for their acquisition have risen dramatically, rendering them even more unattainable. This practice is not unique to the Lingxi sect. All major cultivation powers in the northern polar continent have adopted similar measures to control the distribution of foundation-building pills. This situation is also intrinsically linked to the internal structure of these great sections. The upper echelons of each major sect are comprised of various larger and smaller cultivation families. For instance, the current leadership of the Lingxi sect consists of the families of over a dozen Golden Core elders, each of whom occupies a significant position within the sect, thus reaping numerous benefits. In addition to these prominent families, the Lingxi sect is home to dozens of large foundation-building clans that have endured for millennia, some even for tens of thousands of years. These clans are deeply entrenched within the sect and maintain close marital ties with the families of the Golden Core elders, ensuring that they are the first to benefit from any advantages that arise. Following them are the ordinary foundation-building families, whose existence spans less than a millennium. Although their status is significantly elevated compared to ordinary cultivators, they pale in comparison to the long-established foundation-building families within the sect. Lastly, there are individuals like Sun Yufeng, foundation-building cultivators who lack a prominent lineage and have ascended to the rank of elder solely through their own efforts. As for Sun Yufeng's peers, despite nominally being disciples of a foundation-building elder, their relationship with their master resembles that of obedient servants, receiving scant resources for their cultivation. With the multitude of cultivation resources available, their sect must also provide for its descendants and the future generations of their families. Ultimately, it boils down to a singular truth: those without the backing of a prominent family are regarded as outsiders. It can be said that the internal structure of sects within this cultivation world is composed of various families, leaving disciples without prestigious backgrounds at a distinct disadvantage. Unless one possesses a spirit root of the earth grade and is accepted as a disciple by a Golden Core elder, access to ample cultivation resources remains elusive. Other disciples without such connections, regardless of their superior spirit roots, must toil arduously to ascend the ranks. This predicament bears a striking resemblance to the socio-political dynamics of ancient Earth, particularly during the early Tang dynasty, where individuals of common standing could only aspire to be low-ranking officials in the court. Mid-level officials were drawn from local noble families, while high-ranking positions were predominantly held by influential aristocratic clans. Historical emperors often found their attempts to curtail the power of these families thwarted, resulting in either their overthrow or the installation of a more compliant ruler. Each dynastic transition failed to alter the entrenched dominance of the aristocracy over the court. For instance, even if the son of a marshal could not ascend to his father's rank, he would at the very least secure a position as a general. It is not that the son of the marshal is inherently more intelligent or wiser than others. Rather, it is his privileged background that sets him apart. A prestigious sect like Lingxi's sect does not lack inner disciples at the 9th level of qi refinement. There are at least 4,000, if not 5,000 or more, at such a cultivation level. Foundation establishment pills are not as common as cabbages, and the disciples from prominent families within the sect have their share that is insufficient. Thus, it is implausible to expect the sect to allocate a surplus to the contribution hall for ordinary disciples without status or background to procure, regardless of the circumstances. The resources for cultivation are predominantly held by a select few in the higher echelons. For lower-tier cultivators, obtaining such resources is exceedingly arduous. Take the foundation establishment pill. For instance, for the offspring of esteemed families in the sect, upon reaching the 9th level of qi refinement, their families will prepare a pill for them. Should their attempt at foundation establishment fail, they must then gather their own funds to acquire a second one. In stark contrast, ordinary disciples lacking any notable background must toil for years on end, completing sect tasks to earn contribution points and spirit stones for purchasing a single foundation establishment pill. It takes decades of relentless effort to amass enough spirit stones and contribution points for such a purchase. The disparity between cultivators from influential families and those from ordinary backgrounds is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Whose sect is it? One may ponder. The sect does not belong to any individual or family, but is instead a collective of various families that divide the majority of the sect's profits among themselves. The resources available to ordinary cultivators are merely the remnants left after the division of profits, barely substantial enough for their needs. Currently, foundation establishment pills are in high demand. When Sun Yufeng utilized one, and her enchanting senior sisters learned that it was crafted by Guo Feilong and of exceptional quality, they began to consider their options. If they cannot procure a foundation establishment pill from the sect, why not seek a way to obtain one from Guo Feilong? Without a foundation establishment pill to enhance their chances of success, given their innate roots, achieving even a 50% success rate would be commendable. However, with access to a high-quality foundation establishment pill, their chances of successfully establishing their foundations would increase significantly. A lifespan of 500 years, elevated status. The chance to regain youthful beauty. These are temptations that no female cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement could resist. Who wouldn't he wish to marry? If Sun Yufeng can marry Guo Feilong, so can I. Securing a wife or concubine with superior innate roots is far more advantageous than marrying Tin with mediocre roots. Firstly, the higher the cultivation level of the wife or concubine, the greater the number of auspicious clouds produced in the Family Auspicious Cauldron. Secondly, the better the innate root quality of the spouse, the higher the probability that their offspring will possess innate roots. Thirdly, marrying a female cultivator with a lower cultivation level is less desirable. Not only does it require decades of time and a plethora of cultivation resources to elevate them to the 9th layer of qi refining, but at that point, it is also necessary to provide these wives with foundation establishment pills to assist them in becoming foundation establishment cultivators. It would be far more advantageous to directly marry a female cultivator of the 9th layer of qi refining as a concubine, needing only a single foundation establishment pill. This not only conserves decades of time, but also saves all the cultivation resources required to progress from the lower levels of qi refining to the 9th layer. For Guo Feilong, this is exceedingly cost-effective. Furthermore, taking a female cultivator of the 9th layer as a concubine would enable him to cultivate a greater number of foundation establishment cultivators within the Guo family in the shortest time possible. Using foundation establishment pills as dowries, Guo Feilong's household hosts weddings every few days. The townsfolk, with little else to anticipate, gather around the Guo residence to partake in the feasts and festivities. Over a month later, several of Sun Yufeng's senior sisters successively wed into the Guo family. In the present realm of cultivation on the Arctic continent, the presence of the 10,000 Demons sect has instilled a sense of trepidation among all major cultivation factions. They fear the emergence of other demonic sects that might wage war against their sects to usurp their positions. Foundation establishment pills are not sold to the public. Thus, The various families within the sects are striving to secure these pills for their descendants to aid in their foundation establishment. For qi refining cultivators without any notable background, the path to foundation establishment becomes increasingly arduous. While the cultivation world is not lacking in female cultivators of the 9th layer of qi refining, nor in their beauty, I am confident that if I were to present foundation establishment pills as dowries, I would likely succeed in marrying those female cultivators of the 9th layer who lack powerful connections. Guo Feilong believed that by adopting this approach, he could swiftly acquire more female practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement, thereby enriching his household with a greater number of foundation establishment cultivators in a short span of time. However, he refrained from immediate action, choosing to wait until he himself attained the foundation establishment stage before proceeding. After all, should others discover that he possessed an abundance of foundation establishment pills, coupled with the fact that he was not yet a foundation establishment cultivator, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain cultivation families, who might seek to take advantage of him. Discretion. Indeed, a measure of discretion was essential. As time passed, 8 to 9 months slipped by. In recent days, the fellow disciples of Sun Yufeng had begun to give birth. 8 women welcomed 8 children into the world, 3 boys and 5 girls. Among them, 5 possessed spiritual roots, while 3 did not. Of the 5 children with spiritual roots, 1 was graced with a top-tier spiritual root. Guo Feilong utilized auspicious clouds to elevate the child's superior spiritual root to an inferior earthly grade, significantly enhancing the likelihood of becoming a golden core cultivator in the future. 3 months after giving birth, they took the 9th grade foundation establishment pill, along with the mid-grade spiritual crystal provided by Guo Feilong, to enter seclusion and endeavor to attain the foundation establishment stage. Guo Feilong harbored the hope that they would all successfully transcend the foundation establishment stage. Should this occur, his family would boast 10 foundation establishment cultivators within the Lingxi sect. A family comprising 10 cultivators at this stage would indeed be considered a notable sect within the realm of cultivation. It is worth noting that the term notable family is used here, as within the Lingxi sect, there exist numerous families with more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Only when the number of his family's cultivators surpasses 20 can it be rightfully deemed a prominent cultivation family within the Lingxi sect. To be classified as a top-tier family, one must produce golden core cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how many foundation establishment cultivators a family possesses, it cannot ascend to the ranks of a top-tier family. While they were in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundation establishment realm, Guo Feilong once again ventured into the depths of the dark forest's cave paradise. A veritable treasure trove for him, filled with an abundance of low to mid-grade spiritual herbs and medicines, countless in number, particularly within the perilous regions. Numerous spirits comparable to the foundation establishment realm awaited, representing an immense fortune. After spending 3 months within the dark forest cave paradise, Guo Feilong finally returned to his home in Huangshi town, which had long since been expanded into a grander city. Guo's family has constructed a magnificent edifice, twice the size of the imperial palace on Earth, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people without difficulty. The county seat of Qingyang is now the domain of Sun Yufeng, although Guo Feilong is not particularly fond of the location of the county town. Thus, he issued a decree for half of the population residing in the county town to relocate to Huangshi town. Presently, Huangshi town boasts a permanent population of 150,000, making it the most populous area in Qingyang County. Expansive tracts of farmland have been cultivated outside Huangshi town. In years of drought, when rainfall is scarce, Guo Feilong calls upon his wife, who possesses the water spirit root, to employ the spring rain technique to irrigate the fields. Conversely, during years of heavy rainfall, there is no cause for alarm, as Huangshi town and its surroundings are situated at a higher elevation, preventing the inundation of the fields. Instead, temporary lakes and small rivers form in the lower-lying areas. This is the advantage enjoyed by ordinary people in the realm of cultivation. With cultivators present, they need not fear natural disasters, but only the tribulations brought by malevolent forces. A few days after Guo Feilong returned from the dark forest cave, Sun Yufeng's several fellow disciples gradually concluded their meditation aimed at breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Although the 9th rank foundation establishment pill can significantly enhance the success rate, it does not guarantee absolute success. Among the 8 of them, 5 successfully established their foundations. Their appearances transformed into that of vibrant young maidens, exuding youthful exuberance. In contrast, 3 experienced failure in their attempts, their complexions pale, breath shallow, and their spiritual roots afflicted by injury. Guo Feilong had long anticipated that some would falter in their foundational cultivation. In preparation, he had concocted exquisite elixirs designed to restore the essence of their spiritual roots, enabling recovery within 3 to 5 months rather than the 2 to 3 decades typically required. To the 5 wives who successfully established their foundations, he bestowed upon each a youth preservation pill, ensuring their eternal youth. Every foundational cultivator must host a celebratory banquet, and the festivities for these 5 were scheduled for the same day. On that occasion, 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators gathered, including an elder from the Lingxi sect, who sealed off the entirety of Qingyang County for their celebrations. As the elder departed, he conveyed a message. Should any foundational cultivators arise from the Guo family in the future, the Lingxi sect would no longer grant any additional territories. To expand their land and population, significant contributions to the Lingxi sect would be required. This was the sole method available to all foundational families within the sect for enlarging their domains, and it was not specifically aimed at Guo Feilong. Should a member of his family ascend to the Golden Core stage, it would represent a substantial contribution to the Lingxi sect, potentially resulting in the allocation of vast territories. Guo Feilong was already exceedingly content with the county as his domain, for Qingyang County was vast, far exceeding the size of provincial capitals on earth. Guo Feilong currently possesses numerous wives and concubines, and he no longer desires to take ordinary women devoid of spiritual roots as spouses. Nor does he wish to wed female cultivators with poor spiritual aptitude in low realms. Despite his vast wealth, it is implausible for him to provide cultivation resources for an excessively large number of practitioners. As a mid-level alchemist, it is already quite strained for him to support an entire family of cultivators until he reaches the foundation establishment stage. Guo Feilong does not intend to take any additional wives or concubines, as over 100 are presently sufficient. In the ensuing years, Guo Feilong would venture into the Dark Forest's cave realm twice annually to harvest spiritual herbs, medicines, and fruits, as well as to vanquish spirits comparable to those at the foundation establishment stage. After his 17th expedition into the Dark Forest, he had nearly eradicated the spirits at that level. However, when it came to spirits akin to Golden Core Grandmasters, despite being thoroughly prepared on one occasion, he still could not overcome them and narrowly escaped death. Since then, he has refrained from provoking spirits of that caliber and has avoided entering their territories. Regrettably, within the territory of the Lingxi sect, there are over 30 cave realms similar to the Dark Forest, yet they are monopolized by the sect, forbidding entry to anyone outside of its disciples. Otherwise, he would have surely explored those realms. Time has passed year after year, and in the blink of an eye, a decade has swiftly elapsed. As Guo Feilong ages, particularly in the last 2 or 3 years as his lifespan draws near, he has grown increasingly haggard. What was once merely loose skin has now begun to display age spots. Over the years, Guo Feilong has come to realize a certain truth. After each of his wives and concubines bear him 10 children, the likelihood of their subsequent pregnancies diminishes significantly. Guo Feilong resolved that upon the successful establishment of his foundation, he would promptly take a new wife and concubines. One day, he entered the underground chamber, deactivated the defensive array, and commenced the true phase of closed-door foundation establishment. For Guo Feilong, this foundational period was an assured success, with no possibility of failure whatsoever. At this moment, within his Dantian's reservoir of qi, his spiritual root radiated like a miniature sun, emanating resplendent light. Streams of water spiritual energy surged forth, weaving into an ethereal image of an 8 directions platform above the spiritual root. This platform served as the foundation stage. Currently, he was at the initial step, forming the shape. The higher the quality of the foundation platform, the longer the time required for foundation establishment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. On this day, the ethereal image of the 8 directions foundation platform fully coalesced, resembling a bagua disc suspended within his Qi Si Dantian. Next came the second step of foundation establishment, solidification. This phase necessitated a substantial infusion of magical power into the foundation platform to solidify it into a state akin to spiritual stone. Guo Feilong struck his storage bag, and a myriad of spirit stones materialized around him. The initial 2 steps of foundation establishment are guaranteed to succeed for any cultivator without exception. The most challenging aspect of this process lies in the final step, the capacity to bear. The foundation platform, solidifying into a crystalline form, serves as a vessel for the infusion of the earthly and celestial laws. Should it fail to sustain this force, the foundation platform would shatter, reverting back into spiritual roots. The role of the foundation pill is to assist the platform in bearing the cosmic laws during this critical third step. However, Guo Feilong had no need for such a pill. As time flowed on, 4 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. His foundation platform had fully crystallized, resembling a finely carved piece of transparent crystal, now prepared to endure the power of the cosmic laws. A hum resonated as the spiritual root integrated into the foundation platform, unleashing an invisible force that surged towards it from the dantian. The higher the quality of the spiritual root, the stronger the platform's capacity to bear the celestial laws. This is precisely why those with inferior spiritual roots are seldom accepted as disciples by the major sects. Their chances of successfully establishing a foundation are exceedingly low. Nurturing cultivators with poor spiritual roots is merely a waste of valuable resources. It is far more prudent to invest these resources in disciples with superior aptitude, thereby increasing the likelihood of successful foundation establishment. Clouds of auspiciousness allowed him to transcend the bottlenecks of cultivation realms. As long as the auspicious clouds were sufficient, any realm could be breached with absolute certainty. Swiftly, 5 months passed. A thunderous roar erupted from Guo Feilong's foundation platform within the dantian, radiating an intense light. His spiritual root fully merged with the platform, marking the successful establishment of his foundation. Concurrently, streams of profound energy surged forth from the platform, cleansing his internal organs and sinews. The pores of his skin began to expel dark, oily substances, forming a cocoon-like shell that enveloped him. He was undergoing a rejuvenation, a return to his youthful self. Time continued its relentless march, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had elapsed. On this day, Guo Feilong opened his eyes and made a slight movement. The dark, cocoon-like substance adhering to his skin cracked and fell away, reminiscent of peeling wall plaster. As the last remnants of the black cocoon detached from his skin, Guo Feilong rose from the ground. With a tap on his storage bag, a copper mirror, towering to his height, appeared before him. In the mirror, he beheld a visage of a young man, around 21 or 22 years of age, with striking features, taut skin, and well-defined abdominal muscles. Gone was the frail, aging figure of before. He had been completely rejuvenated. In this form, none of his wives, concubines, or children would recognize him. The vitality of youth was indeed a splendid gift. Guo Feilong nodded in satisfaction before the bronze mirror, then tucked it away, donned a long gown as white as snow, and, holding a fan, stepped out of the underground meditation chamber with an air of handsome elegance. Outside, the sky was a brilliant blue, and the time was approximately 9:30 or 10 in the morning. Given that it was autumn, the leaves of the various trees in the courtyards he passed had turned a resplendent gold, creating a picturesque scene. Before long, he encountered a young maid at the entrance of a separate courtyard. "Who are you, and why have you emerged from the forbidden place?" The young maid did not recognize him. After all, the appearance of a frail old man was worlds apart from that of a youthful lad. "It's me, Xiaotsue," he replied. With a smile gracing his face, Guo Feilong remarked, "Ah, you are the master of the house." The maid, Xiao Chui, gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide and her mouth agape in an O shape, capable of accommodating a goose egg. "Indeed, it is I," Guo Feilong declared, as he elegantly unfurled the white paper fan in his hand, boasting, "The master of this household has grown youthful. You scarcely recognize me, do you?" "Ha ha." Guo Feilong walked past the astonished maid, Xiaotsue, feeling an immense sense of pride. An elderly man, now transformed into a handsome young gentleman. It would be unjust for her not to be taken aback by his striking appearance. If he were to evaluate his own attractiveness, devoid of any embellishments or exaggerations, he would confidently bestow upon himself a remarkable score of at least 9. 9 in handsomeness. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that the readers possess a level of beauty that far surpasses his own charm. Guo Feilong has successfully established his foundation, and all of his wives and concubines are utterly elated. A cultivator in the foundation establishment stage possesses a lifespan of 500 years. And at just under 130, Guo Feilong has approximately 370 years of life remaining, ensuring the prosperity of his family is undoubtedly secure. Moreover, Guo Feilong has transformed from an elderly man into a youthful and strikingly handsome figure, the kind that captivates all. Has he not struck gold? A month later, the foundation-laying banquet hosted by Guo Feilong attracted numerous cultivators. Among them were several individuals with whom he had no prior acquaintance or rapport. These unfamiliar cultivators predominantly brought along their own young and beautiful female relatives, hoping to marry off their daughters or granddaughters to him. Guo Feilong is not only a foundational period cultivator, but also a mid-level alchemist. If one were to marry off their daughter or granddaughter to him, they would not only gain a considerable bride price, but also enjoy substantial discounts when purchasing his elixirs in the future. Moreover, a foundational period cultivator, as long as they are not slain, can typically live for around 5 centuries. Therefore, aligning oneself with such a formidable figure ensures that one's family lineage remains unmolested for at least 300 to 500 years. Guo Feilong has now reached the foundation establishment stage, and naturally, his aspirations have elevated accordingly. He would not consider marrying any woman lacking spiritual roots. Unless she were exceptionally beautiful, even a woman with a mere 9 points in attractiveness would not suffice for him to take as a wife or concubine. Although the realm of cultivation is rich in spiritual energy compared to Earth, ordinary individuals without spiritual roots seldom live beyond 80 years, typically passing away in their 50s or 60s. Even with the continuous consumption of miraculous elixirs, it is exceedingly rare for an ordinary person to reach the age of 90. Guo Feilong has turned down not only those beautiful women without spiritual roots, but also those who possess them yet have inferior qualities. Now that he has become a foundation establishment cultivator, his standards have naturally risen beyond mere beauty and figure. He is now concerned with the quality of a woman's spiritual roots. The auspicious clouds within his family's auspicious cauldron can only enhance his own bloodline and descendants, offering no improvement to the spiritual roots of his wives or concubines. The cultivation world is vast. The territory of the Lingxi sect is comparable to several Earths combined, with a population reaching hundreds of billions and millions of cultivators, including many beautiful female practitioners. Guo Feilong is no longer the novice who struggled to find a female cultivator to marry and had to settle for an ordinary yet attractive woman. Now, he is not only a foundation establishment cultivator, but also a mid-level alchemist at the same stage, which has garnered significant attention from the Lingxi sect. For his foundation establishment celebration banquet, the Lingxi sect even sent a vice sect leader to attend. The reason for such high regard, allowing the sect to dispatch a vice leader, lies in his status as a mid-level alchemist at the foundation establishment level. Certain 6th-grade cultivation pills require the proficiency of a foundation establishment cultivator to produce, which mid-level alchemists at the qi refining stage are incapable of crafting. The Lingxi sect has few mid-level alchemists at the foundation establishment stage, resulting in an abundance of medicinal materials yet a shortage of qualified alchemists to refine them. Large sects like Lingxi typically have a leader and several vice leaders responsible for the myriad affairs of the sect, akin to a CEO and vice CEO in a large corporation. Ultimately, the true power resides with the golden core cultivators within the sect. However, these esteemed golden core elders are often either in secluded cultivation or indulging in life's pleasures, leaving them little time to manage the mundane affairs of the sect. In the absence of the golden core elders, the authority of the sect leader and vice leaders is substantial, enabling them to influence many matters. Guo Feilong was pleasantly surprised when a vice leader from the Lingxi sect, Ma Huayun, chose to stay after most guests had departed from his foundation establishment banquet. Aware that Ma had something to discuss with him, Guo Feilong gestured for his wives, daughters, and servants to leave before inquiring, "Might I ask, Vice Sect Leader Ma, if there is something you wish to discuss with me?" The deputy sect master of Lingxi's sect, Ma Huayun, has attained the consummate stage of foundation establishment and appears to be a refined gentleman in his 30s, exuding an air of scholarly elegance akin to that of a private tutor. "Elder Guo," he began, addressing Elder Guo Feilong, "I represent the sect to discuss a matter that would be advantageous for both you and the sect." Regardless of the reasons that led Guo Feilong to previously sever ties with Lingxi sect, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he automatically assumed the title of elder within the sect. However, due to his prior departure, his position as an elder is largely nominal, lacking the authority to engage in specific affairs, rendering him an idle elder. In contrast, his wife, Sun Yufeng, along with her senior and junior sisters, who successfully advanced in foundation establishment, hold considerable influence within Lingxi's sect and receive substantial benefits annually. Deputy Sect Master Ma, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Guo Feilong inquired, his expression turning earnest as he pledged his loyalty to the sect. If there is any way I can contribute, I shall do so without any complaint, eager to offer my meager assistance. Under the eaves of a roof, one must bow their head. Despite being a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he remains acutely aware of his dependency on Lingxi's sect. As his territory is granted by them, and he belongs to an affiliated cultivation family under their jurisdiction. Lingxi's sect has the power to bestow land upon him, just as they can reclaim it at will. They can allow his entire family to reside here or expel them at any moment. Regardless of what Deputy Sect Master Ma Huan intends to discuss, as long as it does not concern the matter of taking away his wife, Guo Feilong is resolved to obediently comply with the arrangements set forth by Lingxi's sect. Notably, Ma Huayun's demeanor revealed no trace of malice or any hints of distress. Guo Feilong speculated that it was not particularly troublesome for him, and it could even be a fortuitous opportunity. After all, he had numerous offspring who were disciples of the Lingxi sect, and he also had 6 wives who were foundational elders of the sect. He himself hailed from the Lingxi sect, making him one of their own. How could the Lingxi sect possibly impose excessively burdensome demands upon him? Therefore, he would eloquently articulate his thoughts to the best of his ability. His demeanor greatly pleased Ma Huan, the vice-sect leader of Lingxi sect, who smiled and said, "You are aware that our sect possesses many foundational practitioners, yet the number of intermediate alchemists at this level is scarce. The supply of cultivation elixirs is often insufficient, leaving many foundational elders lacking the necessary potions for their practice. What I wish to discuss on behalf of the sect is the provision of spiritual herbs and alchemical formulas. You would be required to submit 40% of the finished elixirs to the sect each month. The remaining elixirs would serve as your reward. And should you agree to collaborate with the sect, it would be a significant contribution to our cause. Your children within the sect, as well as your future descendants, will also enjoy certain privileges. Furthermore, the sect could allocate the nearest first-rate cave world to you, granting it as your fiefdom. As long as you do not betray the sect, this first-rate cave world will remain a sanctuary for your family. Consider whether you wish to cooperate with the sect and contribute to our endeavors. Alchemy is a profoundly time-consuming and labor-intensive pursuit. The higher the grade of the elixir, the longer the refining process. For certain special elixirs, the time required for a single batch can extend to 10 days or even half a month. Moreover, the success rate for an intermediate alchemist typically hovers just above 40%. Submitting 40% of the finished elixirs to the sect results in minimal profit for the alchemist. Given that the Lingxi sect provides both the recipes for elixirs and the necessary spiritual herbs, Guo Feilong could surmise that the sect would supply him with ample materials, effectively turning him into a tool for alchemical production, incessantly crafting elixirs for the sect. Otherwise, what merit would there be in granting him a first-rate cave world as a refuge for his family? Even the smallest of such worlds would possess a spiritual energy density twice that of the outside world and span over 300 miles in diameter. Residing within a cave world, one need only safeguard the entrance to the outside realm to avoid the calamities posed by demons and malevolent cultivators. Furthermore, within these worlds, there are areas abundant in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivating spiritual fields and extensively planting spiritual grains and herbs. A typical intermediate alchemist at the foundational stage would undoubtedly hesitate, as the demands of extensive alchemical production are exceedingly time-consuming. Guo Feilong, however, perceives this as a fortuitous opportunity. With the assistance of auspicious clouds and alchemy, not only can he achieve a remarkable 100% success rate in pill creation, but the time required for the process is also significantly reduced, an advantage unparalleled by any other alchemist. The Lingxi sect provides him with both the formulas for the pills and the necessary spiritual herbs for their concoction. After submitting 40% of the finished products, he is left with a profit of 60%. Furthermore, he is granted access to a first-grade cave world, which, for Guo Feilong, constitutes an extraordinary and immensely lucrative gain. Guo Feilong immediately, without any hesitation, spoke with utmost sincerity. The sect has shown me immense kindness. As long as the sect requires my assistance, I am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, unflinchingly facing death. I consent to collaborate with the sect in alchemical pursuits. Excellent. Well said. The sect truly needs individuals like Elder Guo, praised Ma Huayun, the vice-master of Lingxi's sect, with evident delight. If everyone within our sect shared Elder Guo's sentiments, how could we not flourish and thrive? Regrettably, within the sect, there exist numerous parasites who, while reaping the benefits of the sect, contribute little to no effort. Often reluctant to exert themselves, they consistently shirk responsibilities and, when opportunities for profit arise, rush forth, flushed with eagerness. At this point, Vice Master Ma Huayun adopted an expression of frustration, lamenting the behavior of certain elders within the sect whom he truly despised. Yet, he felt powerless, for within the sect, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of familial factions. Not even he, as the vice master, nor even the Golden Core ancestors could alter the internal dynamics of the sect. Each of those Golden Core ancestors has their own descendants, and it is not uncommon for them to exploit their power for personal gain. Of course, even Vice Master Ma Huayan himself has been complicit in numerous acts of favoritism, attending to the needs of his own children and kin. Elder Gui, allow me to escort you to the Grade 1 Cave Heaven. In a few days, once the sect members have relocated, you may move your family there. Being an impatient man, Vice Master Ma Huayan wasted no time. Upon reaching the courtyard, he clapped his spirit beast pouch, and a mid-stage Foundation establishment flying beast emerged into the yard. Guo Feilong stood atop the mid-Foundation stage avian spirit beast, which then unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. The speed of this mid-Foundation stage avian spirit beast was astonishing, covering approximately 1,500 miles within an hour. If one were to exert themselves to the utmost in a desperate flight, they could reach an astonishing distance of 2,000 miles within an hour. Guo Feilong gazed with profound envy. Even the swiftest 9th-tier flying spirit beasts could only manage a speed of 7 or 8 miles per hour when fleeing, and their usual travel pace barely exceeded 500 miles in an hour. Regrettably, Foundation establishment pills hold no efficacy for spirit beasts. Otherwise, he would have long since reserved a stockpile at home for all 9th-tier spirit beasts, enabling them to ascend to a level comparable to that of the Foundation establishment period. The first grade cave world that the Lingxi sect promised him lies 3,000 miles north of Qingyang County. It is a relatively insignificant cave of the Lingxi sect, which has cultivated over 13,700 acres of spiritual fields within, planting numerous spiritual grains and low-level spiritual herbs. Although this first-grade cave has been designated for Guo Feilong, he is still required to pay annual taxes to the Lingxi sect. This vast expanse of spiritual fields was not granted without obligation. Fortunately, the tax is not excessively burdensome, regardless of what he cultivates. It is calculated based on the yield value of spiritual grains and rice, amounting to approximately 40% of the income per acre. Before departing from the Lingxi sect, Guo Feilong's final task was to oversee the cultivation of spiritual grains and rice. He knew that cultivating 1 acre of spiritual grains could yield 800 pounds of spiritual rice. Consequently, with the annual tax of 40%, he would need to remit 320 pounds of spiritual rice per acre. The value of spiritual rice stands at 1 low-grade spirit stone for every 100 pounds. The cost of cultivating an acre of spiritual fields for grains is roughly 3 spirit stones, equating to 300 pounds of spiritual rice. Thus, after accounting for both the tax and costs, he would be left with a profit of 180 pounds of spiritual rice from the 800 pounds produced, translating to a mere 22.5% profit. Meanwhile, the Lingxi sect, with no burdens of management, enjoys a net profit of 40%. Though his profit margin may seem modest, the extensive 13,700 acres of spiritual fields still promise substantial returns. With a profit of 1.8 low-grade spirit stones per acre, the total profit from these fields amounts to approximately 24,700 low-grade spirit stones, which is quite commendable. Furthermore, any additional spiritual fields he cultivates within the cave world will not be subject to taxation, as they fall outside the realm of the initial 13,700 acres. A typical elder at the Foundation establishment stage within the Lingxi sect receives a fixed monthly allowance of 400 low-grade spirit stones, culminating in an annual income of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Should they undertake additional tasks to accrue contribution points, an elder at this stage could potentially earn over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones annually. If such an elder specializes in a particular cultivation technique, such as alchemy, artifact forging, or talisman crafting, their earnings could soar even higher, reaching anywhere from 30 to 50,000 spirit stones, or even exceeding 100,000 spirit stones in a year. While income for Foundation establishment cultivators is high, their expenditures are equally substantial. Their earnings not only cater to their own needs for cultivation pills, but also support their descendants endowed with spiritual roots. Should any of their progeny reach the 9th layer of qi refinement, they must provide a Foundation establishment pill for their offspring. Should the Foundation be successfully established, not only would the family's strength be significantly enhanced, but they would also be able to inherit their ancestral lands. If, within a decade following the death of an elder in the Foundation establishment stage, none of his direct descendants achieve a breakthrough to the same stage, the ancestral lands will be reclaimed by the sect. At that juncture, a once mighty family may find itself fragmented, with its descendants leading disparate lives due to the loss of their lands. This transformation from a family of foundation establishment practitioners to numerous families of chi practitioners is a scenario that all foundation establishment cultivators dread, prompting them to spare no effort in paving a prosperous path for their descendants. Although Guo Feilong is also an elder at the foundation establishment stage of the Lingxi sect, he previously distanced himself from the sect, resulting in a significantly lower status compared to his peers, receiving only 200 low-grade spirit stones as monthly welfare, with no additional benefits. However, as a mid-level alchemist, he has now consented to produce a substantial quantity of elixirs for the Lingxi sect. His remuneration mirrors that of other mid-level alchemist elders within the sect's alchemy hall, ensuring a fixed monthly salary of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones along with other perks. This compensation surpasses that of ordinary foundation establishment elders and is deemed quite satisfactory. The deputy sect master, Ma Huayun, holds a favorable view of Guo Feilong, engaging him in extensive discussions regarding the intricate power dynamics among the high-ranking members of the Lingxi sect. He also enlightened Guo Feilong about certain matters within the vast world of cultivation, emphasizing the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The reason the Lingxi sect granted him a first-grade cave world as a fief is due to his youth. At under 150 years of age, he has the potential to live another 350 years, provided he is not slain. The benefits derived from his alchemical endeavors during these years would be immensely advantageous to the sect. Moreover, the wealth accumulated by a mid-level alchemist at the foundation establishment stage over 350 years is remarkable, capable of nurturing several foundation establishment cultivators within a single family through various resources. Upon learning of Guo Feilong's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the Lingxi sect conducted an investigation and analysis, discovering that he, at over 120 years of age, had suddenly excelled in alchemy, producing a 9th-grade foundation establishment pill that facilitated his advancement. The sect directly inquired with Sun Yufeng and other women who had become his wives and concubines after his success, as they too had achieved their foundation establishment following their union with him. The higher-ups of the Lingxi sect were also aware of his acquisition of over 100 wives and concubines, many of whom possessed spiritual roots, all obtained through substantial bridal prices. Their offspring included several with spiritual roots, some of whom have already become disciples of the Lingxi sect. Among his children who joined the sect, a few possessed superior spiritual root qualities, presenting a significant opportunity for them to become foundation establishment cultivators with the use of foundation establishment pills. Based on the analysis of these factors, the Lingxi sect concluded that Guo Feilong, through his capabilities as a mid-level alchemist at the foundation establishment stage, could ensure the prosperity of his family for at least a millennium, resulting in multiple generations attaining the foundation establishment stage. Thus, the Lingxi sect bestowed upon him a first-grade cave world as his fief. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for any foundation-building practitioner to effortlessly acquire a small world of the cave. Along the journey, the two engaged in conversation, with most of the dialogue emanating from Ma Huayun, the vice president of Lingxi's sect, while his companion listened attentively. 2 hours elapsed, and a flying spirit beast, comparable to the mid-foundation level, descended upon the entrance of a first-grade cave world. The entrance manifested as a circular whirlpool of mist, over 100 meters in diameter, resembling a polished bronze mirror, guarded by several outer disciples of Lingxi's sect, adorned with the intricate embroidery unique to the vice president of Lingxi's sect. Ma Huayun presented their identity tokens, prompting the outer disciples to respectfully clear a path. Guo Feilong followed the deputy sect master Ma Huayun into the entrance passage. In a mere distance of over 100 meters, the two traversed the spatial corridor, entering the interior of this first-grade cave heaven. Here, one could also behold the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, yet at the periphery of this celestial realm, a dense white mist loomed, resembling a barrier. Even a formidable cultivator at the golden core stage could not penetrate the fog by even the slightest margin. At this moment, Deputy Sect Master Ma Huayun spoke. The first-grade cave heaven is not particularly vast, with a diameter of 370 miles. We can traverse it on flying clouds. He instructed the full-screen display. Guo Feilong nodded, forming a hand seal as his spiritual energy coalesced beneath him into a white, flying cloud. Subsequently, the two of them stood atop their respective clouds and soared into the sky. Here, the author wishes to kindly request the esteemed readers for a 5-star rating. If a 5-star rating is not feasible, a 4-star rating would be greatly appreciated. Thank you all for your support. This first-grade cave heaven is a circular realm with a diameter of approximately 370 to 80 miles, encompassing an area of around 32,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 5 magic cities of Earth in size. Disregarding the issue of food supply, this cave heaven could comfortably sustain around 30 million inhabitants, translating to 1,000 individuals per square kilometer. In the future, the Guo family he intends to establish will undoubtedly boast a substantial population. And with the inclusion of servants and others, accommodating 5 to 6 million people here would be just right. In this first-grade cave heaven, the northwestern region consists of vast grasslands, while the northeastern section is predominantly forested. The southeastern area features expansive plains interspersed with gentle hills, and the southwestern part is mountainous. Water resources are abundant, with 4 notable rivers and hundreds of lakes of varying sizes. The sources of the rivers appear to originate from the edge of the white mist, as if the waters flow endlessly from there. Meanwhile, the rivers downstream culminate at the same misty periphery, suggesting that beyond the fog lies an ocean that embraces all. Guo Feilong, accompanied by the deputy sect leader Ma Huayun, soared gracefully above the pristine expanse of this first-grade cave world, circling it twice to behold its entirety with clarity. Elder Guo, the deputy sect leader remarked, gesturing towards the vast terrain of the cave world. The sect shall arrange for the disciples to construct a city here that can accommodate a population of 100,000 at no cost to you. Where do you think the city should be established? Upon hearing this, Guo Feilong's gaze settled on the semi-hilly region of the southeast plain. He pointed to the northern bank of a river and remarked, "This would be an ideal location for establishing a city. From here, we could easily navigate by boat to the vast grasslands in the northwest. By excavating these rivers horizontally, we could also facilitate north-south waterway traffic, making it convenient to transport timber from the forests beyond. In the future, this first-grade cave paradise will undoubtedly witness a burgeoning population, leading to the gradual establishment of numerous cities, each capable of accommodating 100,000 inhabitants, strategically distributed throughout the area. It is vital to position the central city at a key transportation hub. After all, not all of my descendants, unlike those maids and servants, will possess spiritual roots as cultivators. Hence, efficient transportation will be essential for ordinary people to travel and explore." The deputy sect master, Ma Huan, marked the proposed city site on the map of this first-grade cave paradise with a red circle. Adjacent to it, he drew a straight line across the several rivers. He then stated, "Elder Guo, the city will be completed within 3 months, allowing your family to relocate here. At that time, the sect will dispatch disciples with avian spirit beasts to assist you in the free migration of 100,000 ordinary people. Should you wish to move additional populations, extra fees will apply." "Thank you very much, Deputy Sect Master Ma," Guo Feilong replied, gesturing appreciatively. Subsequently, the two departed from this first-grade cave paradise. Guo Feilong returned to Huangshe town in Qingyang County, while the deputy sect Master Ma proceeded to the headquarters of Lingxi sect in Dantian to attend to matters concerning the cultivation city. The Lingxi sect conducted its business with remarkable acumen. On the 3rd day after Guo Feilong's return to Huangshe town, Ma Huan, the deputy sect master of Lingxi sect, delivered to him the refining formulas for 5 ordinary 6th-grade elixirs, along with 12 portions of the necessary spiritual herbs for each of these 5 elixirs. The process of refining a batch of ordinary 6th-grade elixirs typically requires around 4 hours for a mid-level alchemist at the foundation establishment stage. In total, there are 60 batches of 6th-grade elixirs to be produced. With 30 days in a month, this averages out to 2 batches per day, amounting to 8 hours of work each day. It is evident that they expect him to toil without respite, without a single day off throughout the month. Guo Feilong served as an outer disciple at Lingxi sect for over a century, spending more than 20 years as the foremost outer disciple within the alchemy hall. It is known that those elder alchemists at the foundation establishment stage are required to refine merely 20 batches of medicinal pills each month, submitting 7 pills per batch to the sect, which constitutes their fixed monthly task. This equates to approximately 10 pills per batch, accounting for failures. In contrast, he is obliged to refine 60 batches monthly, surrendering 40% of the finished products. It is truly disheartening that he is not treated as one of their own, but rather as a mere tool for concocting elixirs. Fortunately, every pill he refines contributes to his sect's merit points, which can be exchanged for various cultivation resources within Lingxi's sect, alleviating some of the burden. His descendants, upon joining Lingxi's sect, will enjoy certain privileges unattainable by ordinary disciples. This can be seen as a sacrifice on his part for the prosperity of future generations. Guo Feilong is aware that the mid-level alchemists at the foundation establishment stage possess the capability to produce a greater quantity of pills each month. However, after fulfilling their sect's monthly obligations, they devote the remainder of their time to refining pills for themselves and their families. Guo Feilong knows that there are a total of 43 mid-level alchemists in Lingxi's sect, with 13 elders at the foundation establishment stage and the remaining 30 at the qi refinement stage. The qi refinement stage alchemists, due to their limited spiritual power, require significantly more time, approximately 12 to 13 hours, to refine a batch of ordinary 6th-grade pills. The recovery of their spiritual power also takes considerable time. And after accounting for their cultivation and other commitments, those at the qi refinement stage are similarly restricted to submitting 10 batches of pills at a rate of 3.7. Moreover, certain specialized 6th-grade pills necessitate the foundational laws of the foundation establishment stage for their refinement, rendering them unattainable for qi refinement stage alchemists. The efficacy of pills requiring the foundational laws of the foundation establishment stage is optimal for cultivators at that level. The 5 formulas provided by the sect's vice master, Ma Huan, do not require the foundational laws, indicating that Lingxi's sect is reluctant to part with such significant recipes. The number of low-level alchemists within Lingxi's sect is exceedingly vast, numbering in the thousands, with at least 100 being elders at the foundation establishment stage. Mastery in alchemy is largely determined by innate talent. Even those at the foundation establishment stage lacking such talent can only achieve low-level alchemical skills, preventing them from advancing to mid-level alchemists. Guo Feilong, proficient in alchemy, is now at the foundational stage of his cultivation. He can concoct a standard 6th-grade elixir in approximately 1 hour. Guo Feilong is a man of action. After the departure of Vice Sect Master Ma Huan, he entered the alchemy chamber and began to concoct the 6th-grade elixirs recently delivered to him. After a brief glance at the formula, he comprehended it effortlessly. Next, he placed fire spirit stones at the bottom of the cauldron and ignited the flames to commence the alchemical process. An hour later, Guo Feilong unleashed a surge of magical energy, causing the cauldron's lid to open, from which 10 6th-grade elixirs soared into the air. These 10 elixirs, of vibrant emerald green, resembled exquisite jade carvings and exuded an indescribable aromatic essence. Guo Feilong meticulously placed the 10 6th-grade elixirs into a porcelain vial. This particular elixir, known as the Lesser Rejuvenation Pill, commands a market price of 500 low-grade spirit stones per piece. The cost of producing 2 pills in a single batch is equivalent to the production price. With 10 elixirs in a single furnace, he intends to allocate 4 to the Lingxi sect, thereby securing a profit of 6 elixirs for himself. After deducting the cost of 2 elixirs, the Lingxi sect will net 2, equating to a profit of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Lingxi sect has dispatched 60 furnaces to him, representing a month's supply, thus yielding a profit of 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Over the span of a year, comprising 12 months, this translates to a remarkable profit of 720,000 low-grade spirit stones. TSK. Guo Feilong let out a soft click of his tongue, recognizing the astute calculations of Lingxi's sect. He generates a profit of 720,000 spirit stones for the sect annually. Over a decade, this amounts to 7.2 million lower-grade spirit stones, and over a century, it totals 72 million. Given that he is likely to live for at least 350 years by the time of his passing, he could potentially yield an astounding 252 million lower-grade spirit stones for Lingxi's sect. Such is the formidable earning potential of a mid-level alchemist in the foundation establishment realm, a truly terrifying prospect. However, when it comes to amassing spirit stones, he remains the most adept. With a smile gracing his lips, Guo Feilong contemplated his situation. Each batch of his alchemical endeavors yields 10 pills, 4 of which he donates to Lingxi's sect, while he retains 6 for himself. This arrangement ensures that he earns 720,000 lower-grade spirit stones for the sect annually, while his personal profit reaches an impressive 2.16 million lower-grade spirit stones, 3 times the profit of the sect. Thus, it seems he is, in essence, employed by Lingxi's sect rather than the other way around. In truth, procuring the necessary materials for alchemy independently would prove quite challenging. Many of the auxiliary ingredients for alchemical concoctions, alongside the primary materials, are tightly controlled by the various sects of the cultivation world. The quantities available for public circulation are scarce, making them inaccessible to ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners. Collaborating with Lingxi sect for alchemical purposes is far more advantageous than merely being a guest elder providing alchemical services. He need only focus on the technical aspects of alchemy, while the sect handles the procurement of various materials. This line of thought bolstered Guo Feilong's enthusiasm for alchemy, lifting his spirits considerably. To be candid, the most lucrative elixirs are the Foundation establishment pills. Regrettably, some auxiliary materials required for their production have recently come under the stringent control of the major sects, making them exceedingly difficult to acquire in the marketplace. Fortunately, he had procured a substantial stockpile of the necessary materials before the major sects imposed their restrictions on the primary ingredients for these pills. Currently, he possesses enough materials to craft 123 batches of Foundation establishment pills, yielding a total of 239th grade pills. For other practitioners who have reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, the availability of Foundation establishment pills may seem inconsequential. Regardless, his wife, concubines, and children do not currently require them. In the days to come, Guo Feilong dedicates 10 hours each day to the production of 6th grade pills for Lingxi sect. He completes the 60 batches of pills in just 6 days, as preparations are underway for his family's relocation to a 1st grade cave world in 3 months. His numerous wives and children have been equally busy, given that their estate encompasses the entirety of Qingyang County, which houses nearly 3 million ordinary citizens, an impractical number to transport into the 1st grade cave world. Guo Feilong's plan is to relocate 100,000 ordinary people in the first migration 3 months hence. Subsequently, he aims to gradually transfer approximately 500,000 individuals into the small celestial realms. The remaining 200,000 or so will remain in Qingyang County. It is widely acknowledged that moving into the small celestial realms offers numerous advantages. The abundance of spiritual energy there significantly reduces the likelihood of illness among ordinary individuals and contributes to an extension of their lifespans. Countless individuals aspire to migrate into these celestial realms. His wives and concubines, each with their own families, are currently occupied with registering their relatives, including distant aunts and uncles, and various kin. As for the relocation of ordinary people, Guo Feilong has taken on the role of a hands-off manager, delegating the responsibilities to his wives and concubines. After refining the elixirs, Guo Feilong emerged from the alchemy chamber and proceeded to the family training grounds. His children, all possessing spiritual roots and under 10 years of age, who have yet to join Lingxi sect, were diligently practicing their combat skills. In this realm of cultivation, regardless of the size of the family, all cultivator clans begin instructing their offspring with spiritual roots at the age of 5, and by the age of 7, they train them in combat techniques. Guo Feilong is no exception. He is likewise affected. In terms of cultivation, one need not worry excessively about the spiritual roots. Those blessed with superior spiritual roots cultivate swiftly, while those with inferior roots progress at a more languid pace. Guo Feilong treats each child with equal regard. Upon their birth, when their spiritual roots were merely of inferior quality, he utilized auspicious clouds to elevate their spiritual roots to a moderate level. For those possessing roots of moderate quality, he enhanced them to a superior grade. As for the children endowed with superior spiritual roots, Guo Feilong elevated their roots to a higher echelon of excellence. It was not that he lacked the desire to elevate all children's roots to the highest grade. Rather, the quantity of auspicious clouds required to transform a superior root into an exceptional one was exceedingly vast. He simply lacked the capacity to elevate every child's roots to the pinnacle. Thus, he could only augment their innate foundations to a balanced extent. In terms of combat training for his offspring, Guo Feilong employed unique methodologies that contrasted sharply with those of other families in this realm. At this moment, in the family training grounds, his children were engaged in various practices. Some were honing their skills in spellcasting, conjuring fireballs, water orbs, ice spikes, and lightning. Others were mastering the manipulation of flying swords, striking iron targets from diverse aerial angles. Meanwhile, several of his daughters found themselves encircled by a group of ordinary archers, ranging from 5 to 10 in number. These archers continually loosed arrows at his surrounded children, who, with bare hands, deftly dodged the incoming projectiles from various directions. To prevent any accidental harm, the arrowheads were fashioned into semicircular shapes, ensuring that even if they struck the body, they would not breach the skin and possessed no lethal force. Initially, the ordinary archers hesitated to genuinely aim their bows at his children. Guo Feilong addressed them. assuring that in the event of any injuries, he would not hold them accountable. Furthermore, he promised a reward of 1 tael of silver for each arrow that struck the target, 2 taels for 2 arrows, and so forth. With each successful shot, the reward would increase by an additional tael of silver. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Motivated by the prospect of silver, the ordinary archers found themselves not only unafraid, but rather enthusiastic. Presently, his estate boasted 3 teams of ordinary archers, each comprising 100 archers, with a captain of commendable skill among every 10 archers. The finest marksman in each team was designated as the chief captain, overseeing a 100-strong contingent. The management of these 300 archers was entrusted to a maid well-versed in accounting, who was assisted by 10 other maids proficient in writing and arithmetic. Their responsibility was to meticulously record the number of successful shots made by each archer. At the end of each month, they would visit the treasury to collect funds and distribute bonuses to the archers. Being surrounded by multiple archers firing arrows served to enhance the evasive capabilities and instinctive reflexes of his children. "Father, my lord." Individuals of varying statuses addressed him with distinct titles upon their encounters. Guo Feilong addressed them, "Continue with your training without pause. In the future, whenever I arrive at the training grounds, unless I command you to cease, you shall ignore my presence and train as you see fit." "Yes, my lord." "Understood, father." Although Guo Feilong's face is usually adorned with a cheerful smile, exuding an amiable and approachable demeanor, he commands great respect from everyone. With the exception of his wives and concubines, his children, akin to ordinary archers, persist in their training as if he were absent. After observing their practice at the family training grounds for a brief while, Guo Feilong departed. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the family's private academy, where his ordinary children, devoid of spiritual roots and incapable of cultivating immortality, were engrossed in their studies. In the realm of cultivation, there are no imperial examinations. Literacy and reading are not pursued for the sake of obtaining fame or accolades, but rather for the sheer ability to comprehend written language. Nevertheless, Guo Feilong had transcribed the 3-character classic and other memorable texts from his childhood on Earth, entrusting the tutor to teach his children to recite them. He had already devised a future for these ordinary children lacking spiritual roots, planning to establish a small village for each of them within the fief, allowing them to serve as village heads. A village does not require a large population. Merely 40 to 50 households would suffice. They need not toil, as managing a village would ensure a lifetime of sustenance and comfort. Should the future yield an overwhelming number of descendants, provisions are already in place. Guo Feilong suggested that they venture into other counties to engage in commerce, becoming small affluent landlords, living a life free from worries. However, they showed no interest in business or in becoming village leaders. Instead, he decided to nurture them within the confines of the Xiaotian world, as he had ample resources to support them. Time passed swiftly, and a month had elapsed since the day Deputy Sect Master Ma had delivered the alchemical formula. Lingxi Sect dispatched Elder Zhao, a consummate practitioner at the late Foundation establishment stage, bearing materials for 60 furnaces of 6th-grade elixirs, along with the potions he had refined to return to the sect. As Elder Zhao prepared to depart, Guo Feilong cheerfully remarked, "Elder Zhao, it has been quite some time since I last saw my beloved children at Lingxi Sect. Shall we travel together? I would like to take advantage of your flying spirit beast at the Foundation establishment level." Elder Guo was being polite, and Elder Zhao was eager to forge a friendship with a mid-tier alchemist of the Foundation establishment realm. With a radiant smile, he invited Guo to mount the back of his flying spirit beast, wishing everyone a joyous new year. May 2024 bring the fulfillment of all your wishes, prosperity to every reader, and good health to all your dear family members. In passing, the author humbly requests a 5-star review from all esteemed readers, expressing heartfelt gratitude for your support. The flying spirit beast comparable to the Foundation establishment stage is indeed remarkable, far surpassing the cloud-stepping speed of Foundation establishment practitioners. Guo Feilong was consumed with envy. Unfortunately, there were no places to purchase spirit beasts of the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly acquire a few. Once his strength increased, he was determined to visit the myriad beast sect and clandestinely learn their methods of cultivating spirit beasts. Guo Feilong silently resolved his determination. Although spirit beasts, like human cultivators, can elevate their realms by absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, they are similarly influenced by their innate qualities. The better the innate quality, the greater the likelihood of reaching higher levels. Unlike human cultivators, whose innate quality is judged by the grade of their soul. Spirit beasts are assessed based on the rank of their bloodline. The bloodline grade of spirit beasts corresponds to the root level of human cultivators. A low-grade bloodline equates to a low-grade root, while a medium-low-grade bloodline corresponds to a medium-low-grade root, and so forth, maintaining a consistent equivalence. Furthermore, spirit beasts possess a distinct advantage over human cultivators. The offspring born from high-ranking spirit beasts are remarkably powerful from the moment of their birth. Guo Feilong had come across records in ancient texts detailing spirit beasts that rivaled the formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Their offspring, born directly from such beings, emerged at the levels of 7th, 8th, or even 9th-tier spirit beasts, exhibiting no bottlenecks until they reached the foundation establishment stage. Remarkably, these descendants could surpass even the mightiest of nascent soul spirit beasts. It is said that some spirit beasts are born with the prowess akin to that of golden core cultivators, exhibiting extraordinary combat capabilities. In contrast, the progeny of 2 human cultivators tend to be particularly fragile, with some lacking spiritual roots entirely, rendering them incapable of cultivation. However, the heavens maintain a sense of fairness. The more powerful the spirit beast, the more challenging it is for them to bear offspring. Some exceptionally potent spirit beasts may require hundreds of years to conceive and even thousands to give birth. While it is true that human cultivators also find it increasingly difficult to produce descendants as their realms ascend, the disparity is not as pronounced as that observed among spirit beasts. The bloodline of spirit beasts can be elevated. Yet the knowledge of how to enhance these bloodlines remains confined to a select few specialists. Even large cultivation factions like Lingxi sect lack methods for such enhancements. Only specialized sects like the 10,000 Beasts sect possess this knowledge, treating their methods as treasured family heirlooms, seldom divulged to outsiders. The 10,000 Beasts sect not only has techniques for elevating spirit beast bloodlines, but also possesses methods for concocting spirit beast elixirs, both of which Guo Feilong yearned to acquire. On the journey, Guo Feilong engaged in light conversation with Elder Zhao of Lingxi sect. Unlike the loquacious deputy sect master Mo Wan, Elder Zhao is more reserved, primarily responding to Guo Feilong's inquiries. Before long, a day and a half had slipped by. Guo Feilong and his companions traversed nearly 30,000 miles to arrive at the headquarters of the Lingxi sect, situated within a third-grade cave world. Having been an outer disciple of the Lingxi sect for over a century, he was exceedingly familiar with the sect's headquarters, akin to returning to his own home. Had he not advanced to the foundation establishment stage and become an elder of the Lingxi sect, he would have lacked even the qualification to re-enter the sect. His children, whom he entrusted to the Lingxi sect, became disciples under Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei. The masters of Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei are newly ascended golden core ancestors of the Lingxi sect, notably the elder sister of the venerable elder he once saved. A golden core cultivator, indeed, represents an immense support. Thus, Guo Feilong entrusted his offspring to Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei for by lineage. His children are disciples of the golden core ancestor, ensuring they would not be easily bullied within the sect. Moreover, Guo Feilong sought a connection with the golden core ancestor of the Lingxi sect, which further motivated him to place his children under the tutelage of Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei. The Lingxi sect granted him a first-grade cave world as a fief, not merely due to his status as a mid-level alchemist at the foundation establishment stage, but primarily because of his children's connection to the golden core ancestor. This relationship is of paramount importance. Otherwise, even a first-grade cave world would not be easily bestowed upon others. Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyue's golden core master excels in alchemy and is the only high-level alchemist of the Lingxi sect, presiding over the sect's alchemy hall. Presently, Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyue serve as elders of the alchemy hall, residing near the peak of the alchemy hall's mountain. When Guo Feilong served as an outer sect disciple in the Dan Hall of Lingxi sect, Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyue had yet to be born, and their master, a golden core cultivator, had not yet attained the golden core stage. After parting ways with Elder Zhao in the mystical realm of Lingxi sect, Guo Feilong soared upon the clouds, making his way directly to the alchemy hall. His current role is that of an outer elder in the alchemy hall, akin to an honorary elder. However, in terms of connections, his ties to Lingxi sect are more profound than those of the honorary elders, as he hails from Lingxi sect, having merely distanced himself from it. In contrast, the honorary elders have no affiliation with Lingxi sect. They come from various backgrounds and possess a myriad of identities. Guo Feilong was familiar with the entire layout of the alchemy hall. However, he was unaware of the whereabouts of Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyue. Although he had come to visit his children, it was customary to first pay respects to their masters as a matter of etiquette. Atop the peak of the alchemy hall, numerous disciples, both inner and outer sect members, were present. Guo Feilong casually called to a passing female disciple of the inner sect, inquiring, "My dear young lady, do you happen to know where the two elders, Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei, reside?" The disciple he addressed appeared to be no more than 13 or 14 years of age, adorned in a flowing white gown, with a cherubic face that radiated charm. As she gazed at Guo Feilong, she was momentarily taken aback, contemplating to herself, "What an exceptionally handsome man. I have never encountered one so strikingly beautiful." Guo Feilong was not adorned in the robes of an elder from the alchemy hall of Lingxi sect. Having returned to his youthful appearance post-foundation establishment, he looked to be in his early 20s, with his aura carefully concealed. The young girl, unfamiliar with his identity, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Who are you? What business do you have with my master and uncle?" Upon her mention of master and uncle, Guo Feilong immediately discerned the identity of her teacher. Guo Feilong chuckled and remarked, "Little girl, your master must be Shangguan Mingwei. I share a deep friendship with your master and your grandmaster. I am the father of Guoxiang, Guozhan, and Guo Wei." The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this handsome man was indeed the father of Guoxiang and the others. A sense of disappointment welled up within her, and she replied, "So you are the father of my junior sister and junior brothers. I, Ma Xiaoling, have met Uncle Guo before. Allow me to escort you to my master." Guo Feilong retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage bag. "Since you have addressed me as Uncle Guo, and considering our friendship and your status as a senior disciple to my children, I have not prepared any gifts. Hence, I present this third-grade cultivation elixir to you as a token of our meeting." Before Ma Xiaoling could utter a word, Guo Feilong placed the vial into her hands, saying, "If you refuse, I shall be quite displeased." With a mix of joy and shyness, Ma Xiaoling replied, "Thank you, Uncle Guo. I shall accept it." The vial contained 10 elixirs, equivalent to over 100 low-grade spirit stones, which represented a significant fortune for Ma Xiaoling. Her demeanor towards Guo Feilong instantly became warm and enthusiastic as she led him to the abode of her master, Shangguan Mingwei. "Father, what brings you here?" she exclaimed joyfully. As her daughter, who happened to be near the entrance of Shangguan Mingwei's cave dwelling, leaped into his embrace, Guo Feilong lifted his daughter, affectionately ruffling her hair and gently pinching her cheeks. "I have missed you all," he remarked, hence the reason for his visit to see his beloved children. Due to the overwhelming number of children in the family, which numbered in the hundreds, Guo Feilong had only held them at birth, seldom embracing them thereafter. After all, with so many children, choosing to hold one while neglecting another could easily foster feelings of favoritism in their hearts. Guo Feilong was not one to easily embrace children. Unlike him, others took pleasure in holding the little ones. After a brief moment of holding his daughter, he gently set her down and retrieved a communication jade slip, uttering, "Taoist Shangguan, I have come to see you. I am now at the entrance of your cave dwelling." As he conveyed this message, he added a festive note wishing everyone a happy new year, expressing his gratitude for the support of his readers and requesting a 5-star review, along with a small gift to fuel his passion. Once the message was sent, before Guo Feilong could even put away the jade slip, the defensive barrier at the cave's entrance parted in the center, resembling a curtain being drawn aside. "Why did you not notify me in advance, Taoist Guo? I could have gone to welcome you with my senior sister." Shangguan Mingwei emerged, adorned in a gown as white as snow. After her foundation establishment, she had reverted to her youthful appearance. Having consumed the beauty-preserving elixir provided by Guo Feilong, her looks had remained unchanged over the years, exuding the vitality of a 17 or 18-year-old maiden. Lu Feiyu, who was visiting her junior sister Shangguan Mingwei, accompanied her out. She too appeared as a youthful girl of 18 or 19, but her demeanor was more composed, lacking the exuberance of youth. With a smile, she said, "Taoist Guo, please come inside." Guo Feilong followed them into the cave dwelling. The interior was resplendent, with an expansive space that exuded grandeur. The various pieces of furniture and decorative items were all exquisitely crafted. Describing them as opulent would be an understatement. The floor was adorned with golden, intricately carved tiles, while the walls and the semicircular ceiling were embedded with numerous fist-sized luminous pearls, casting a gentle yet brilliant light. Additionally, an array of fragrant spiritual herbs and medicinal plants adorned the hall, enhancing its vibrant beauty. Women, as they are, wore charming attire, and their living quarters were exquisitely decorated. Guo Feilong believes that if he were to be granted a cave dwelling, a simple table and chair would suffice, and it should be as unadorned as possible. On the day of Guo Feilong's foundation-laying banquet, Lu Feiyu and Shangwan Mingyue both attended. Upon witnessing Guo Feilong's youthful and handsome demeanor, they were truly astonished. It was unexpected that such an elderly man would possess such striking good looks in his younger years, exuding a quintessential masculinity. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group took their seats according to their statuses. Guo Feilong presented 2 storage bags, one for Shangwan Mingyue and one for Lu Feiyu. Inside each bag were 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and several bottles of 6th-grade cultivation pills suitable for foundation-building practitioners. With a total worth of approximately 70 to 80,000 spirit stones, he expressed his gratitude for their care towards his offspring and for their favorable words on his behalf within the Lingxi sect, which led to the sect granting him a 1st-grade cave realm as his territory, considering the esteemed status of their children as Golden Core Masters. Despite his wife, Sun Yufeng, and others now holding the rank of foundation-building elders within the Lingxi sect, their status paled in comparison to that of Lu Feiyu and Shangwan Mingyue. Although both women were also foundation-building elders with masters who were Golden Core cultivators, they still had to earn their own cultivation resources. The expenses for a foundation-building practitioner are substantial, even if they could earn 50,000 low-grade spirit stones in a year. Their annual cultivation expenses would be around 40,000 spirit stones. Coupled with the cost of social obligations and gift-giving, they would require at least several thousand spirit stones, leaving them with little at the end of the year. Occasionally, if a disciple performed well, they might receive some spirit stones or pills as a reward, which made their financial situation somewhat strained. Thus, 70 to 80,000 spirit stones was not an insignificant sum for them. After some polite refusals, the 2 women graciously accepted the gifts. The relationships between individuals cannot solely rely on affection. It is the tether of mutual benefit that sustains enduring connections. Guo Feilong, well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships, adeptly maintained connections through the strategic use of money and gifts, having mastered this art through experience. Anyone who had collaborated with him held a remarkably favorable impression of his character. Shangwan Mingyue and her children, under the impression that his intentions were genuinely directed towards the welfare of their offspring, dispatched individuals to summon all of Guo Feilong's children residing in Lingxi sect. Guo Feilong embraced each of his children affectionately before setting them down, bestowing upon each a storage pouch containing 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 10 bottles of cultivation elixirs suitable for qi refinement stage practitioners. This is the advantage of having affluent parents. Their children are spared the arduous task of undertaking missions to earn spiritual stones for cultivation resources, as everything is meticulously prepared in advance. With no need to engage in any tasks, they have an abundance of resources at their disposal. In contrast, those ordinary disciples lacking any significant background or support from their families must toil tirelessly to acquire additional cultivation resources, often at the peril of their very lives. There exists a prevalent misconception regarding the offspring of wealthy families. They are often perceived as spoiled, lacking in skills, akin to delicate flowers reared in a greenhouse, incapable of withstanding adversity, the foolish scions of landlords. Yet, in truth, most children from affluent families exert more effort and endure greater hardships than their less privileged counterparts. Though their basic needs are met without worry, they are subjected to rigorous education and intricate social maneuvering from a young age. In this realm of cultivation, the survival of the fittest prevails, governed by the law of the jungle. The wealthy 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th, 5th, and 6th generations may not engage in menial tasks, yet they dedicate extensive hours to practicing spells and engaging in fierce training duels. The principle instilled in them from childhood is that if they do not strive, their family will not flourish. If they fail to exert themselves, their lineage may very well face disintegration. Should they neglect their efforts, it is their own lives that may be forfeit in combat. If they do not labor, the women they desire may belong to others. If they do not endeavor, their descendants will not continue to enjoy a prosperous existence. As for those 2nd-generation cultivators who appear to lack ambition and skill, they are merely individuals whom their families have recognized as lacking potential and thus relinquished any efforts to cultivate them, allowing them to remain insignificant. Just as there are exceptionally gifted children in ordinary families, there are also those who amount to nothing. However, society often envies and resents those who, from the moment of their birth, possess everything without effort. They are perceived as living a life free from toil, indulging in pleasure and leisure without the necessity of hard work. Meanwhile, the ordinary disciples within the various cultivation sects, devoid of any status or connections, must navigate their path through sheer determination and resilience. To them, the sect serves merely as a source of labor, a means to engage in various trivial pursuits. The ability of ordinary disciples to advance to the foundation establishment stage is not of significant concern to the prominent cultivation sections. An increase in foundation establishment practitioners corresponds to greater expenses for the sect. Moreover, the territory of a sect is fundamentally fixed, and the value of the cultivation resources it possesses is similarly constrained. In a scenario where resources are scarce, major cultivation sects and families invariably direct their resources towards descendants and direct disciples with superior spiritual roots and qualifications. They are unlikely to allocate much benefit to ordinary disciples who, while possessing acceptable qualifications, lack any notable background. If one possesses a foundation establishment elixir, capable of guaranteeing a successful advancement, the choice is clear. Would you bestow it upon your disciple or your own child? Any rational individual would naturally choose to give it to their offspring rather than to a disciple. This mirrors the ancient emperors who would invariably pass the throne to their biological sons rather than to adopted heirs. In an environment where cultivation resources are not abundantly available, those from affluent backgrounds can enjoy their resources without concern, while ordinary disciples, devoid of such privileges, must toil relentlessly to procure them. For instance, previously, it was exceedingly challenging for an ordinary ninth-layer Qi refinement disciple to obtain a foundation establishment elixir, and it has become even more arduous now. Disciples with esteemed backgrounds once faced no such worries regarding the elixir. Their families would ensure its provision. Presently, the situation remains unchanged, as their families continue to supply them with what they need. The author wishes everyone a joyous new year. Additionally, I kindly request your 5-star reviews and support, which are greatly appreciated. The elders at the foundation establishment stage of Lingxi sect can acquire a cultivation cave within the Lingxi sect's headquarters. Guo Feilong is currently a foundational elder of the Dan Hall within the Lingxi sect. He possesses the privilege of having a personal cultivation cave within the headquarters of the Lingxi sect's cave world. His visit to the headquarters serves 3 purposes. First, to reunite with his daughter. Second, to present gifts to Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei in hopes of fostering closer relationships. And third, to establish a cave dwelling within the Lingxi sect's domain. Guo Feilong is currently an elder in the alchemy hall of the Lingxi sect, residing in a cave dwelling situated atop the alchemy peak. The masters of the golden core stage, namely Shangguan Mingyue and Lu Feiyu, oversee the alchemy peak, holding the highest authority there. Typically, the eminent golden core cultivators are either engrossed in secluded meditation or preoccupied with various affairs, seldom attending to the day-to-day management of the alchemy peak, let alone dealing with trivial matters such as cave dwellings personally. In reality, the affairs of the alchemy peak are managed by the senior sister of Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei, who is the 3rd daughter of their master, gifted in the art of alchemy. At this moment, Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei are leading Guo Feilong to meet their senior sister, Yuan Yanhong. Yuan Yanhong boasts a pinnacle foundation establishment realm. Due to her youthful consumption of the youth preservation pill, she perpetually appears to be in her late teens, possessing both exquisite beauty and a splendid figure, which Guo Feilong rates a commendable 9. 2. In truth, Guo Feilong was acquainted with Yuan Yanhong even before. As he had spent over a decade as an outer disciple in the alchemy hall, it was impossible for him to be unaware of the elders there. However, during his earlier days of laboring under the pressures of the alchemy hall, Shangguan Mingyue's master had not yet attained the golden core stage, and Yuan Yanhong had not assumed command of the alchemy peak. Guo Feilong is acquainted with Yuan Yanhong, although she does not recognize him. Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingwei share a close relationship with their senior sister, Yuan Yanhong. Both have honed their alchemical skills under the tutelage of their esteemed senior. Additionally, the elder who Guo Feilong saved years ago happens to be Yuan Yanhong's maternal uncle. As a result of these connections, Yuan Yanhong has graciously arranged for him an exceptional cave dwelling on the alchemy peak. Within this sanctuary, the spirit gathering array amplifies the natural spiritual energy, rendering it tenfold compared to the outside world, thereby facilitating a remarkably efficient cultivation experience. Absent these affiliations, he would have been granted merely an ordinary cave, where the spirit gathering array would only concentrate the spiritual energy to 3 or 4 times that of the outside environment. Guo Feilong did not intend to remain in the main headquarters of Lingxi sect for an extended period. He wished to return to his own fief. After all, that was his true home, where many wives and children awaited him. The cave dwelling he occupied was intended for his offspring residing at the headquarters of Lingxi sect. It was quite commonplace within Lingxi sect and even throughout the broader realm of cultivation for one to allow their progeny to inhabit such spaces, even if they themselves did not reside there. Sun Yufeng, along with Guo Feilong's 5 other wives, all of whom were at the foundation establishment stage, served as resident elders outside the main headquarters of Lingxi sect. They were all situated near Qingyang County, with some overseeing responsibilities in the cultivation market while others acted as guardians within various cave abodes, none of them residing within the main cave dwelling of Lingxi sect. The abodes of Sun Yufeng and the other wives were now occupied by Guo Feilong's children. This exemplifies the notion of nurturing one's own kin rather than allowing resources to flow to outsiders. Once the matters concerning the cave dwelling were resolved, Guo Feilong did not hasten back to his home in Huangshe town. He had another exceedingly significant task to attend to within the main headquarters of Lingxi sect. On the 3rd day of his arrival at the headquarters, Guo Feilong donned the ceremonial robes designated for elders of the alchemy hall, holding a fan in hand. His handsome, sun-kissed visage, coupled with his suave and refined demeanor, rendered him irresistibly captivating wherever he went. Both the female disciples from the inner and outer sects and the foundation establishment female elders could not help but pause and steal glances at him. It was not that they had never encountered attractive men, but a man as striking as Guo Feilong was a rare sight, not easily encountered. As the adage goes, it is exceedingly difficult for one individual to aspire to another of a higher social standing. Those from disparate circles or levels often disregard one another. However, it is considerably simpler for an individual of higher status to engage with someone of lesser standing, especially in matters such as marriage and concubinage, which are quite prevalent. For instance, a county magistrate of the 7th rank aspiring to take a princess, the daughter of an emperor, as a concubine would be engaging in a fanciful dream. Yet, this same magistrate could very well secure a commoner from his jurisdiction as a concubine, with near certainty. The rationale is straightforward. One possesses the power to command, while the other lacks the ability to decline. Lingxi sect boasts hundreds of thousands of disciples within its inner and outer sects, over 90% of whom lack any notable background. For the foundation establishment elders, any ordinary disciple without connections is regarded as a figure of considerable stature. The task hall stands as the most populated area for disciples of both the inner and outer sections. At this moment, Guo Feilong entered the task hall, causing a palpable tension among the many disciples accepting tasks. "Continue with your duties. I am here to find someone," Guo Feilong remarked with a warm smile directed at everyone. The disciples of ordinary status, both inner and outer sects, breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their activities. As an elder of the pill hall at the foundation establishment stage, it was somewhat unusual for him to stand in the task hall. An inner sect disciple responsible for overseeing tasks promptly brought forth a chair. With great respect, he said, "Esteemed elder, it must be tiring to stand while waiting. Please, have a seat here. Should you require assistance, kindly inform me of the name of the person you await, and I shall gladly wait on your behalf." Guo Feilong waved his hand nonchalantly, producing a bottle of 2nd-tier cultivation elixirs intended for chi refinement stage practitioners, and tossed it to the perceptive inner sect disciple, saying, "I shall wait here. You may attend to your matters. Should I require your assistance, I will seek you out." "Thank you for your generous gift, elder," the disciple replied, bowing respectfully before retreating. Once in a secluded spot, he uncorked the porcelain vial, discovering it contained 10 2nd-tier cultivation elixirs, which only deepened his reverence for Guo Feilong. To bestow such a lavish gift so casually, this elder truly exemplified generosity, warranting his utmost flattery. Guo Feilong casually handed him a bottle of 2nd-grade cultivation elixir, though the intention behind this gesture remains unspoken for the time being. At this moment, Guo Feilong's keen eyes roamed the hall of the task hall, scrutinizing one inner and outer door female disciple after another. While observing, he murmured to himself, "This one possesses striking beauty, yet her gait betrays a past entangled with men. She is unsuitable for my taste. That one is also quite appealing, yet the long hair over the black mole at the corner of her mouth is a detraction. No, she won't do either. This figure is truly commendable, at least a D-cup to start, with a slender waist and long legs, alas. Her facial features only score a modest 7 out of 10, which simply won't suffice. But this one is genuinely impressive. Her face merits an 8 rating. Standing approximately 172 centimeters tall, she boasts a golden ratio physique, also at least a D-cup, with a slender waist and skin as delicate as jade. Her figure earns my utmost admiration. Guo Feilong's eyes suddenly brightened as he rose from his seat and approached a female disciple from the inner sect who had just entered the mission hall. Upon reaching her, Guo Feilong cleared his throat and addressed the stunning young woman, whose beauty was rated at an impressive 8 and whose figure was exceptionally perfect. Please step outside with me. I have a matter to discuss with you. Without waiting for the disciple to respond, he turned and strode towards the entrance of the mission hall. The inner sect disciple was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed him outside, curious about what this unfamiliar alchemist might want. However, she felt no fear, for there was no trace of malice in Guo Feilong's gaze or tone. Furthermore, the Lingxi sect upheld a stringent code of conduct, which prohibited anyone from imposing themselves on female disciples. While she did not worry for her safety, she was indeed perplexed as to why this foundation establishment elder sought her out. With this curiosity lingering in her mind, she accompanied Guo Feilong into the open air. Guo Feilong led her to a secluded, desolate place before finally coming to a halt, turning to gaze at the female disciple of the inner sect. What is your name? Guo Feilong inquired of her. May I ask your name, elder? The inner sect female disciple responded, My name is Feng Changqing. Feng Changqing. Guo Feilong was momentarily taken aback. This instantly reminded him of a film he had once watched titled Shanghai Dan, in which the female protagonist was named Feng Changqing. Of course, it is not unusual for many individuals to share the same name. Even Wang Yuyan and Zhou Zhuo do, so it is hardly surprising to encounter multiple Feng Changqings. Guo Feilong inquired further, How old are you this year? Which prominent family do you belong to within the sect? Feng Changqing replied, Respected elder, I am 38 years old. I do not hail from a distinguished family within the sect. Rather, I am a descendant of a minor cultivation family affiliated with the sect. At 38, one might be considered a middle-aged woman on earth, yet in this realm of cultivation, the protagonist is regarded as a remarkably youthful woman. Being from a small cultivation family is advantageous for Guo Feilong, as such families lack foundational period cultivators, rendering her background seemingly insignificant in his eyes. Guo Feilong, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, could discern at a glance that Feng Changqing's cultivation level was at the 9th tier of qi refinement. At the tender age of 38, possessing such a level of cultivation indicated without a doubt that she had top-tier spiritual root aptitude. There was at least a 2 to 3% chance that she could eventually cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. After grasping this information, Guo Feilong smiled and inquired, Do you have a master? Upon hearing this, Feng Changqing's face lit up with delight. Her thoughts racing. Could it be that this elegantly striking elder wishes to take me as her disciple? Surely that must be the case. Attempting to maintain her composure, she replied, Esteemed elder, I have yet to take a master. The Lingxi sect governs over more than a dozen nations and hundreds of billions of people. Although the ratio of individuals with spiritual roots to ordinary folk is quite low, the sheer size of the population, combined with the offspring of cultivators who possess spiritual roots, increases the likelihood of inheriting such traits. Thus, the total number of cultivators within the territory of the Lingxi sect is indeed substantial, with many possessing top-tier spiritual root aptitude, qualifying them as prodigies. Given a foundation establishment pill, there is a considerable chance for them to reach the foundation establishment stage. Regrettably, foundation establishment pills are a scarce resource. For the offspring of prominent cultivation families, it is certain that their families would procure a foundation establishment pill for them, even if they possess only mid-tier spiritual roots. Conversely, for those hailing from ordinary, lesser-known cultivation families, even possessing top-tier spiritual roots may not guarantee access to a single foundation establishment pill, as their families would have to exhaust generations of resources to afford one. Moreover, within this realm of cultivation, there exists a prevailing notion. Once a daughter is married, she becomes part of another family and is no longer considered a member of her own. If a cultivation family has both a son and a daughter, and the son possesses mid-tier spiritual roots while the daughter possesses top-tier ones, the family would undoubtedly allocate the sole foundation establishment pill to the son. This is because the son's offspring would carry on the family's lineage, while the daughter's children belong to her husband's family, rendering her own family's connection merely that of distant relatives, lacking true bloodline inheritance. While Feng Changqing was filled with anticipation, believing that the elder wished to accept her as a disciple, Guo Feilong posed another question. Has your family prepared a foundation establishment pill for you? Feng Changqing shook her head and replied, No. Guo Feilong inquired once more, Have you accumulated enough sect contribution points and spirit stones to purchase the foundation establishment pill? Feng Changqing shook her head and replied, I do not possess any. She urged him internally. Hurry, accept me as your disciple. Elder, please. However, Guo Feilong suddenly pointed to a male outer sect disciple passing by and asked, if given the choice to marry him or to marry me, whom would you choose? Feng Chengsheng was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such a question would arise so suddenly. At that moment, Guo Feilong continued to inquire, to speak candidly, if given the choice. Would you prefer to marry him, or would you choose to marry me? Feng Chengsheng confirmed that she had indeed not misheard. She glanced at a male outer disciple passing by not far away. He was of unremarkable appearance, neither handsome nor unattractive, somewhat short in stature, not overly heavy, yet possessing a slight paunch. Feng Chengsheng averted her gaze and turned her attention back to Guo Feilong. In comparison to that male outer disciple, the two seemed to belong to entirely different realms. One was strikingly attractive, causing hearts to race, while the other was utterly ordinary, evoking no feelings whatsoever. Suddenly, Feng Chengsheng's cheeks flushed, and in a barely audible voice, she replied, I would choose you, elder, had it not been for Guo Feilong's keen hearing. An ordinary person would certainly have failed to catch such a faint utterance. Guo Feilong felt a surge of amusement in his heart and decided to be straightforward. He candidly declared, I have feelings for you and wish to take you as my wife. Feng Chengsheng was utterly taken aback, her face flushing a deep crimson. For in her more than 30 years of life, she had never encountered such a bold declaration. Guo Feilong continued, urging her not to hastily reject or acquiesce, but to allow him to fully articulate his thoughts. He then conveyed telepathically, stating that should she consent to marry him, he would bestow upon her a 9th-grade foundation establishment pill as a dowry. Furthermore, in the event that she were to falter in her foundation establishment, he pledged to provide her with restorative elixirs for her spiritual root, as well as foundation establishment pills until she ultimately succeeded. He assured her that after their union, he would generously supply her with ample cultivation resources each month. He did not conceal the fact that he had other wives and concubines, yet promised to treat them all equally without favoritism. He requested her to produce the transmission jade slip so they could leave a telepathic mark, stating that he would inquire within 3 days whether she agreed or disagreed. Feng Chengsheng, blushing, exchanged telepathic marks with Guo Feilong on the jade slip. Guo Feilong retrieved a 9th-grade foundation-building pill from his storage bag and presented it to Feng Chengsheng. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight as she thought to herself, indeed, there exists a 9th-grade foundation-building pill. He is not deceiving me. These several bottles of elixirs are for you. As a token of our first encounter, Guo Feilong declared, producing 10 bottles of 3rd-grade cultivation pills from his bag. Just as Feng Chengsheng was about to voice her thoughts, he placed the 10 bottles into her hands, leaving her no choice but to accept, otherwise they would tumble to the ground. After bestowing the cultivation pills, Guo Feilong gracefully took his leave, soaring into the distance. Feng Chengsheng remained rooted in place, cradling the 10 bottles of elixirs, her mind a tempest of confusion, yet acutely aware of Guo Feilong's sincerity. If I were to marry him, my life would undoubtedly be exceptionally splendid. Feng Chengsheng is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, endowed with a superior spiritual root. Many individuals, including affluent scions from various sects, are enamored by her. Although these wealthy heirs possess riches, such wealth pales in comparison to those of ordinary inner and outer disciples without status or background, as they can merely offer a foundational pill as a betrothal gift. Furthermore, the affluent youths within the sect would never bestow a foundational pill upon her, for such scarce resources are reserved solely for the male members of their own families, not for a foreign wife or concubine. Moreover, the foundational pill that Guo Feilong presented earlier was a 9th-grade foundational pill. Utilizing a 9th-grade foundational pill, coupled with her superior spiritual root, would yield a success rate of approximately 70% for foundation establishment. At the foundation establishment stage, one enjoys nearly 500 years of lifespan, and one's social standing vastly eclipses that of the Qi refinement stage. In this world, there are indeed few female cultivators, particularly those at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who could resist such temptation. Within the expansive population of the cultivation realm, there exists an abundance of beautiful women. In a city with tens of thousands, one could easily find dozens or even hundreds of stunning maidens. For the scions of prominent cultivation families, acquiring the company of beautiful women can be achieved at a minimal cost. It is inconceivable that one would use a foundational pill as a betrothal gift to marry a wife. At this moment, Feng Chengsheng felt an intense desire for the 9th-grade foundational pill, wishing to promptly use a communication jade slip to inform Guo Feilong of her consent to marry him. However, she quickly relinquished the impulse to respond immediately, intending to wait until Guo Feilong inquired through the communication slip to express her agreement, thus presenting herself as more reserved and less mercenary. Meanwhile, Guo Feilong had already reached a relatively elevated peak, and upon observing Feng Chenqing leave the mission hall, he returned to continue his search for targets. In less than a day, Guo Feilong identified 5 additional targets. He engaged in conversation with these 5 enchanting female cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, conveying the same message and offering them 10 bottles of 3rd-grade cultivation elixirs. This method, akin to casting a wide net, is bound to yield results. For the next 2 consecutive days, Guo Feilong stationed himself at the mission hall, seeking targets among the female disciples who were exchanging tasks. Within this brief span, he discovered 17 more targets, bringing the total to 23 female inner disciples with ratings above 9, to whom he had extended identical propositions and offered 10 bottles of 3rd-grade cultivation elixirs. At this juncture, Guo Feilong retrieved the communication jade slip and sent a voice message to Feng Chenqing, inquiring, "What have you decided? Will you marry me?" Soon after, the jade slip vibrated softly, and upon infusing it with a bit of spiritual energy, Feng Chenqing's voice resonated from the slip. I agree." Upon hearing her affirmative response, a subtle smile graced Guo Feilong's lips. Her consent was hardly surprising. He possessed wealth, charm, and a distinguished status. It is well known that beauty not only adores heroes, but is also drawn to power and riches. After a brief conversation with Feng Chenqing and establishing a wedding date, Guo Feilong proceeded to inquire with the 2nd and 3rd female disciples of the inner sect. In no time, he had approached all 23 of them. Among them, some agreed to marry him, while others held differing opinions. Out of the 23, 18 consented to the union, while 5 remained uncertain. Guo Feilong assured these 5 that should they choose to marry him in the future, they could contact him at any time, and he would reserve a 9th-grade foundational pill for them. After setting wedding dates with the 18 inner sect female cultivators, Guo Feilong no longer lingered in the task hall, waiting idly. Instead, he summoned the disciple who had offered him a chair that day. For a modest price of 10 low-grade spirit stones per person, he tasked a disciple named Lu Sancher with compiling the identity information of the beautiful women in the task hall. Every month, Guo Feilong would visit Lingxi's sect, meticulously following the list to find the enchanting inner sect female disciples and engage in detailed conversations with them. He regarded Lu Sancher as a matchmaker, seeking out lovely women on his behalf, while Lu Sancher viewed Guo Feilong as a benefactor, for the number of beautiful female disciples in Lingxi's sect was exceedingly vast. And for just 10 low-grade spirit stones, he could gather an abundance of spiritual stones. Thus, every other day, Guo Feilong has married only once. In Huangshe town, the matter of his taking concubines has long been a commonplace, evoking envy and resentment among the townsfolk. When he wed Feng Chenqing and her companions, they were accompanied by friends, predominantly female disciples from the inner sect of Lingxi's sect. The adage that a beautiful woman's circle is filled with beauty rings true. Feng Chenqing's friends were all strikingly attractive. Initially, they envied Feng Chenqing and her companions for marrying a uniquely exceptional elder at the foundation establishment stage, who also happened to be an intermediate alchemist. However, their admiration waned upon discovering that Feng Chenqing and her friends were wed to the same man, and that Guo Feilong had over 100 wives and concubines. Consequently, they lost all envy when Guo Feilong wished to extend their stay as guests. Each of them quickly concocted excuses to decline, fleeing faster than rabbits. Guo Feilong pondered that there was no need for them to rush like hares. Once Feng Chenqing and the others gave birth and became foundation establishment practitioners through the use of the 9th-grade foundation establishment pill, their status would elevate them to elders, granting them lifespans of approximately 500 years. He would then relish the envy of others. The foundation establishment pill had become a highly regulated item, making its acquisition exceedingly challenging, especially since they were not of the earth-grade spiritual roots. Even those with superior grade spiritual roots possessed only a meager 2 to 3% chance of reaching the foundation establishment stage without the aid of the pill. By the time they looked upon Feng Chenqing and her companions, now renowned foundation establishment practitioners, Guo Feilong intended to engage in heartfelt discussions with them, confident that they would eventually consent to marry him. The timing was not yet ripe, and Guo Feilong remained unhurried. In the months that followed, he personally visited the headquarters of Lingxi's sect in the cave world, submitting pills to procure alchemical materials. Most crucially, He obtained detailed information about enchanting female disciples from Lu Sanshire of the Task Hall, subsequently seeking meaningful conversations with those beautiful practitioners. As a result, each month he returned from the Lingxi sect headquarters with prospective wives and concubines. After achieving the foundation establishment stage, Guo Feilong felt time passed remarkably swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qingqing and her group had given birth. Among the 5 children, all possessed spiritual roots, while 13 did not. Regrettably, none of the 5 with spiritual roots were of superior quality. The finest among them was of medium superior grade, while 2 others were merely of lower medium grade. Guo Feilong utilized auspicious clouds to elevate their spiritual roots to the medium grade. Feng Qingqing and her companions, all at the 9th layer of qi refinement, received the 9th grade foundation establishment pills after giving birth. Additionally, each was bestowed with a medium-grade spiritual artifact crystal. 3 months later, with only a few days difference between them, they emerged one after another, having successfully broken through. Among the 18, only 7 encountered failure in their foundation establishment, while the remaining 11 successfully advanced to the foundational stage. When Feng Qingqing and her 10 companions held their foundation establishment banquet, their close friends, who initially believed they had made a poor choice in marriage, were filled with envy. Guo Feilong would not miss such a splendid opportunity. Seizing the moment, he discreetly established a telepathic connection with each of Feng Qingqing's beautiful friends, under the auspices of the 9-rank foundation establishment pill as a bridal gift. Guo Feilong wed a total of 15 of Feng Qingqing's closest companions within a span of 20 days. Time swiftly passed, and Guo Feilong now boasts an impressive harem of over 240 wives. The majority of them possess spiritual roots, with more than 100 being female disciples of the Lingxi sect's inner circle, resulting in an astonishing daily consumption of cultivation resources. When the number of his wives and concubines reached 251, Guo Feilong hesitated to take another wife, as he was already feeling the pressure of resource expenditure. It is worth noting that he currently has 168 children with spiritual roots, alongside nearly 200 wives and concubines who also possess such roots. The spiritual stones he earns from alchemy merely balance his expenditures. More critically, within a year, over half of his wives and concubines at the 9th level of qi refinement are likely to break through to the foundation establishment stage. At that juncture, his cultivation resources would not only be strained but entirely insufficient. I must devise a plan to acquire alchemical formulas for pills of at least the 7th rank or higher. For the 7th, 8th, and 9th rank pills are specifically designed for the use of formidable cultivators in the Golden Core stage. On this day, Guo Feilong arrived at the headquarters of Lingxi sect and sought out Lu Feiyu and Shangguan Mingyue. He requested that they accompany him to meet their senior sister, Yuan Yanhong. As the 3 conversed, they soon found themselves at the entrance of Yuan Yanhong's cave dwelling. Shangguan Mingyue produced a communication jade slip, infused it with her spiritual energy, and announced, "Senior sister, I have brought Elder Guo Feilong to see you." Moments later, a fissure appeared in the protective barrier at the cave's entrance, parting like a curtain to reveal an entryway. With her spirited nature, Shangguan Mingyue boldly stepped inside. Guo Feilong and Lu Feiyu followed closely behind and soon entered as well. Before long, the 3 of them encountered Yuan Yanhong. Although she possessed the appearance of a beautiful young maiden of 18 or 19, her true age was a remarkable 350 to 60 years. Having overseen the pill refining peak for over 50 or 60 years, her presence exuded a regal grace reminiscent of a queen, embodying an aura of authority and composure. They had the honor of meeting their esteemed companion, Yuan. Guo Feilong slightly cupped his hands in greeting. "Taoist Guo, you are being too polite. Please, the 3 of you, make yourselves comfortable." Yuan Yan's voice was remarkably clear and melodious, akin to the gentle tinkling of a mountain stream, a delightful sound to the ears. Guo Feilong and the 2 others took their seats and engaged in casual conversation for a while. Yuan Yanhong then inquired if he had something on his mind. Guo Feilong, no longer hesitant, expressed that he had recently gained profound insights into his alchemical skills. He felt that his proficiency in refining elixirs had significantly advanced and sought a formula for a 7th grade cultivation pill. He hoped that the sect could provide him with both the formula and the necessary spiritual herbs for crafting such a potion. The formula for a 7th grade elixir was not a trivial matter. Yuan Yan furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "I can personally authorize a formula for the 7th grade cultivation elixir. However, your claim of being able to refine a 7th grade elixir remains unproven until I witness it myself. Each ingredient required for the 7th grade elixir is quite rare and expensive. Should you fail in your attempt, it would result in considerable losses for the sect. Therefore, you must procure the spiritual herbs for refining the 7th grade elixir on your own. Once you truly succeed in creating it, the sect will naturally provide you with the necessary materials. Upon hearing this, Guo Feilong immediately nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. He was, of course, eager to obtain the formula for the 7th grade elixir free of charge and understood the sect's stance on not supplying the spiritual herbs for its refinement. After all, the spiritual herbs and medicines required for refining 7th grade elixirs are indeed precious and not easily obtained. Even he would not readily entrust such expensive and rare materials to a mere alchemist who has yet to attain the rank of a senior master. Having acquired a formula for a 7th grade cultivation elixir from Yuanyanhong, Guo Feilong departed. In the realm of cultivation on the Arctic continent, obtaining the spiritual herbs and medicines for refining 7th grade elixirs was virtually impossible. Such high-tier materials were not available in ordinary cultivation markets. Consequently, Guo Feilong resolved to leave the Arctic continent's cultivation realm and venture to the northern frontier continent's cultivation realm. The northern frontier continent boasted a far larger territory and a greater number of formidable cultivation factions, where the quality of spiritual herbs and medicines available in the markets was superior. However, there was no rush to head to the northern frontier continent. Guo Feilong returned to the Guo family's cave world and produced a considerable quantity of cultivation elixirs suitable for qi refining and foundation establishment stage practitioners, distributing them among his wives and children. Only after this did he set forth towards the northern frontier continent. He dared not traverse the waters of Wanma sect, opting instead to sail from the treasure artifact sect's harbor for safety. In the absence of golden core stage masters, the foundation establishment stage practitioners represented the pinnacle of the Arctic continent's cultivation realm. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any robbery incidents, and he arrived at the treasure artifact sect's harbor without incident. After paying the fare and boarding the ship, Guo Feilong settled into a luxurious cabin. Occasionally, he would stroll onto the deck to admire the rippling waters of the Weiyang River, though most of the time was spent resting in his room. After 5 days and nights aboard the vessel, Guo Feilong finally set foot on the shores of the northern frontier continent at the harbor of Tianshan sect. This was his second visit to the northern frontier continent, and he was now quite familiar with the surroundings, no longer the novice he once was. Upon arriving at the northern frontier continent's cultivation realm, Guo Feilong's first priority was not to procure the spiritual herbs and medicines for refining 7th grade elixirs, but rather to acquire an abundance of materials for refining the beloved Dingyan Dan, a favorite among all women, whose prices remained consistently high. Over the course of half a month, he successfully refined over 4,000 Dingyan Dan and began to sell them in batches across various large cultivation markets. Once all the Dingyan Dan were sold, his storage bag brimmed with over 50 million low-grade spirit stones, enabling him to purchase the materials for refining 7th grade elixirs. One afternoon, Guo Feilong entered a potion shop named Qijia Dafang. If one were to compare the Arctic cultivation realm to the northern frontier cultivation realm using Earth as a reference, the level of prosperity would be akin to that of a county town in the north versus a second-tier city in the south. The disparity between the two was indeed vast. In the Arctic cultivation realm, a mere fake infant stage practitioner represented the highest echelon. Subsequently, one ascends to the realm of the golden core, followed by the foundation establishment stage, and finally, the qi refinement stage. In the cultivation realm of the northern frontier continent, not only are there practitioners at the nascent soul level, but also those who have transcended into the incarnation stage. The expanse of the cultivation realm on the northern frontier is several hundred to 1,000 times larger than that of the Arctic continent. The Qi family apothecary stands among the top 10 apothecaries in the northern frontier's cultivation world, with its business flourishing across numerous cultivation markets throughout the continent. The staff at the Qi family apothecary greet every visitor with radiant smiles and utmost warmth. There is no trace of disdain, even towards those clad in tattered garments or those of lower cultivation levels, such as refinement practitioners of the first or second tier, who receive the same level of cordiality and enthusiasm. As Guo Feilong approached the Qijia Dan pharmacy, his gaze wandered across the hall, where only 5 or 6 cultivators of the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement were engaged in conversation with a female shop assistant at the counter, creating an atmosphere of desolate tranquility. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful female attendant, exuding charm and elegance, stepped forward with a warm smile, greeting him with, "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Wang Xinrong, a staff member of Qijia Dan Pharmacy, at your service." The transactions conducted on the first floor are limited to those under 1,000 spirit stones. Transactions exceeding 1,000 spirit stones may take place in private rooms on the second floor, designed to ensure the confidentiality of our esteemed clients. Guo Feilong suggested. Let us proceed to the private room on the second floor. The enchanting female attendant guided him upstairs, where the setting resembled that of a hotel. Featuring a lengthy corridor lined with 2 to 3 dozen doors. A layer of moon-white array light enveloped several of these doors, effectively muffling sound and thwarting any probing of spiritual consciousness, thus preventing unexpected intrusions from the outside. However, this moon-white barrier posed no hindrance to those within, allowing them to exit freely. The rooms marked by the array indicated occupancy, while those devoid of such a glow suggested emptiness. The most lucrative transactions for the chief family pill shop transpired within these second-floor chambers, where the monetary exchanges could potentially reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions of spirit stones. At that moment, as Guo Feilong and his companions passed by one of the doors, the barrier abruptly vanished. 2 female cultivators, their faces obscured by dark conical hats, emerged through the open door. The one on the left lingered her gaze on Guo Feilong for a few seconds, her brow slightly furrowing, before departing alongside her companion. Once outside the chief family pill shop, one of the female cultivators inquired, "Sister, do you recognize that cultivator? You seem to gaze upon him for quite some time." The cultivator wore a mask. "How could I possibly know him?" The elder sister replied. "You are aware of my innate sense of danger. That individual exuded an aura capable of effortlessly dispatching both of us." "Surely not, sister. We are both at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, while he is merely a novice in the initial phase. How could he possibly pose a threat to us?" "Sister, how many times must I remind you? One should never judge by appearances. What is seen may not be the truth, and what is heard may not reflect reality. The aura we perceive indicates he is a foundation establishment novice, but could he not be a higher-tier cultivator concealing his true power?" "Oh, enough with the lecturing, sister. Our parents and grandfather already inundate us with admonitions. We have finally ventured out for a reprieve. Please refrain from preaching. I have etched our parents' and grandfathers' words in my heart. While outside, do not provoke anyone unnecessarily and steer clear of affairs that do not concern us. If a confrontation is unavoidable, strike first to gain the upper hand, lest we suffer the consequences. If we can overpower our opponent, we must eliminate them and erase all traces. If not, we should flee immediately and signal for assistance. By the way, sister, let us head to that newly revealed third-grade cave world. I can hardly contain my excitement." "Very well." The elder sister nodded and released a flying spirit beast from her spirit beast pouch, one comparable to a late-stage foundational cultivator at the peak of its realm. The 2 sisters ascended upon the back of the flying beast, soaring into the heights and vanishing beyond the horizon. Inside the private room, the enchanting female cultivator and attendant, Wang Xinrong, poured a cup of spirit tea for Guo Feilong. The fragrance was delightful, invigorating his mind significantly. This tea, known as awakening spirit tea, was harvested from the leaves of a 4th-grade spirit tea tree, each ounce costing 400 low-grade spirit stones. To order a pot of awakening spirit tea at the tavern would require 10 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to the earnings of an ordinary low-level qi refinement cultivator over 2 months, merely to savor a pot of this exquisite brew. While the spirit tea does not enhance one's cultivation level, it accelerates the recovery of spiritual energy, alleviates mental fatigue, and leaves one feeling refreshed, with a lingering aroma that is truly delightful. Guo Feilong had sold several dozen pounds, and, when entertaining guests of similar status, he would brew a pot or 2 of invigorating tea for their pleasure. Although the beautiful female attendant poured the fragrant tea that wafted through the air, Guo Feilong abstained from partaking, as he refrained from consuming any food or drink offered by others while conducting business. Should someone have surreptitiously added an invisible and tasteless poison to the consumables, the misfortune would befall him alone. Vigilance in the outside world was paramount. Not only the food and drink, but even his appearance was concealed from view. Guo Feilong donned a mask resembling human skin, ensuring that no one could glimpse his true visage. After Guo Feilong mentioned the names of the medicinal herbs he wished to purchase, the beautiful shop assistant, Wang Xinrong, displayed a gleeful expression and remarked with a hint of joy, "The spiritual herbs and elixirs you seek possess a rather elevated grade, which exceeds my capabilities as a mere shop attendant. Please allow me a moment to inform our manager, who will assist you further." Not long after her departure, she returned accompanied by a middle-aged cultivator, Qi Ping, who appeared to be at the late stage of foundation establishment. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Qi Ping, a junior manager at the Qi family alchemy shop, he said, bowing respectfully to Guo Feilong. The two, being of equal cultivation level, reciprocated the gesture, with Guo Feilong replying, Greetings, Qi Daoist. Qi Peng continued, Regrettably, one of the spiritual herbs you wish to purchase has just been acquired in its entirety by another customer a few days ago. However, if you are willing to wait, it will be restocked in 7 days. 7 days is manageable, Guo Feilong acknowledged. The herbs he intended to buy were all necessary for refining 7th-grade cultivation pills, and as long as he could procure them, waiting an additional week or so was inconsequential. Prior to visiting the Qi family alchemy shop, he had explored several other shops, where the availability of the spiritual herbs varied significantly, with some present and others absent, often requiring even longer waits. The materials required for crafting 7th-grade cultivation pills were indeed exorbitantly priced. Moments later, Guo Feilong noted that half of the spirit stones in his storage pouch had dwindled, leaving him with approximately 25 million remaining. Just as he was about to exit the private room, Qi Ping inquired, May I ask, Guo Daoist, whether you are purchasing these materials for your personal alchemy endeavors or on behalf of your esteemed master? Guo Feilong remarked, as a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. It is implausible for me to possess such an abundance of spirit stones. They are, of course, intended for my master. Qi Peng inquired, Could you convey my message to your esteemed teacher? The Qi family is eager to form alliances with all esteemed alchemists across the realm. Should your master agree to collaborate with the Qi family as a guest alchemist, any high-grade elixirs he produces will not only be purchased at a substantial price, but we shall also offer an 85% discount on the prices of spirit herbs and medicines acquired from our Qi family apothecary. We possess the means to procure even the rarest spirit herbs and medicines, and furthermore, your master would be invited to participate in our Qi family's Advanced Alchemist Exchange Conference. This gathering would allow for the sharing of experiences with other esteemed alchemists and foster collaboration in the research of new elixirs and formulations. Most importantly, as a guest alchemist of the Qi family, your master would be able to redeem contributions for exclusive spirit herbs and medicines that are otherwise unattainable. Moreover, with sufficient contribution points, he could request our assistance in any endeavor, including the elimination of foes. After hearing these propositions, Guo Feilong felt a twinge of temptation. He nodded, saying, Rest assured, my friend Qi, I shall relay your message to my master. However, I cannot guarantee whether he will agree to become a guest alchemist for the Qi family. Qi Ping replied with a smile, As long as you convey my words. That will suffice. Without alchemists, even the finest spirit herbs and medicines cannot be transformed into elixirs. The profits from selling spirit herbs and medicines cannot compare to those from elixirs. Any cultivation faction places immense value on alchemists. A high-ranking alchemist can serve as a guest for multiple factions simultaneously. Whenever a high-ranking alchemist is encountered, various cultivation factions extend invitations for collaboration, aiming for mutual benefit. Upon exiting the Qi family apothecary, Guo Feilong walked along the bustling thoroughfare, contemplating how to assume another identity without revealing his own, thereby becoming a guest alchemist for the Qi family. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, he felt diminutive, akin to a fly or an ant. In the presence of such a colossal entity as the Qi family apothecary, should they discover that he is a high-ranking alchemist at the foundation establishment stage, there exists a possibility, albeit slim, that they might harbor malicious intent and confine him to a dark chamber for relentless elixir crafting. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence is low, it remains a concern, given his own lack of strength. An advanced alchemist capable of crafting 7th-grade elixirs generates immense profits annually. In this ruthless world of cultivation, where the strong dominate, countless dark deeds transpire for the sake of profit. One cannot tread along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Thus, I must not place my vulnerable self beneath the roof of a tiger. The resources I gain from cultivation should suffice to provide for my wife and children. One must not be overly greedy. Ultimately, Guo Feilong relinquished his aspiration to become a guest alchemist for the Qi family. Selling high-level cultivation elixirs to the Lingxi sect emerged as the most prudent choice. Although the Lingxi sect could not rival the formidable Qi family alchemy shop, Guo's connections within the sect were robust. A close friend's master was a formidable golden core cultivator. Moreover, many of his wives and children were practitioners of the Lingxi sect. Should he succeed in refining a 7th-grade cultivation elixir, it would affirm his status as a high-level alchemist, earning him the reverence akin to that of the golden core ancestors within the sect. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, where life is as expendable as grass. Guo Feilong adhered to the maxim of exercising utmost caution in his endeavors. He was only one ingredient short of crafting the seventh-grade elixir. Having exhausted all other avenues in various alchemy shops, and he would have to wait 7 days for the Qi family supply. The dinging pill, due to its low success rate, offered substantial profits, prompting Guo to scour numerous smaller alchemy shops to procure materials for 1,000 dinging pills. He also acquired several 8th and 9th grade cultivation elixirs, confident in his ability to analyze and deduce their formulas. Despite the potential years required to unravel the complexities of the higher-grade elixirs, upon returning to his rented room in the inn, Guo Feilong commenced the refining of dinging pills, his alchemical proficiency having vastly improved over the past decade. Now at the foundation establishment stage, he was able to produce first-grade elixirs with remarkable speed, averaging a furnace of dinging pills every half hour. Utilizing auspicious clouds during the process ensured that each batch yielded 10 successful pills. In his inn room, Guo diligently refined 30 furnaces of dinging pills daily, dedicating 15 hours to this pursuit. The remainder of his time was split between cultivation and studying 8th and 9th grade elixirs, leaving him thoroughly occupied, though he lamented the absence of his wives, who could otherwise contribute 2 additional hours to the continuation of life's essence. 7 days swiftly passed, and Guo Feilong arrived at the Qi family's alchemy shop, spending 15 million on the final essential ingredient. The 7th grade cultivation elixirs cost 150,000 low-grade spirit stones each, while the 8th grade elixirs were priced at 250,000 and the 9th grade elixirs at 350,000. The production cost for a furnace of 7th grade cultivation elixirs was 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Guo Feilong procured a total of 150 cauldrons of spiritual herbs and elixirs from the Qijiao apothecary. Upon returning to his lodging, he devoted over 20 days to successfully refining all 150 cauldrons of 7th grade cultivation pills. Each cauldron yields 10 pills, culminating in a total of 500 7th grade cultivation pills, valued at a staggering 225 million low-grade spiritual stones. After deducting a cost of 45 million, he netted an impressive 18 million spiritual stones. In comparison to the Dingyan pill, the 7th grade cultivation pills proved to be far more lucrative. A single practitioner requires merely 1 Dingyan pill throughout their lifetime, whereas a conditional golden core practitioner typically consumes 1 7th grade pill daily, while those without such conditions might partake every 3 to 5 days, or even once every 10 to 15 days. In truth, it is the advanced practitioners within each sect that constitute the greatest consumers of cultivation resources. Each 7th grade cultivation pill is priced at 150,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Assuming a daily consumption, this amounts to 365 pills annually, equating to a staggering consumption of 54,750,000 low-grade spiritual stones per year. The Lingxi sect boasts several golden core masters, and collectively, their annual consumption exceeds 700 million spiritual stones. Fortunately, the Lingxi sect is abundant in resources, possessing numerous small realms and various cultivation resources, as well as cultivating a diverse array of low to mid-grade spiritual herbs and grains. Without such an abundance of resources, sustaining the operations of such a large sect would be impossible. What perplexes Guo Feilong the most, however, is the nature of spiritual stones. Unlike ores that are excavated from the earth, spiritual stones have existed in the cultivation world for countless years, with no clear understanding of how many cultivators have possessed them. If spiritual stones were indeed mere ores, they would have been depleted long ago. Guo Feilong has cultivated with spiritual stones for over a century, yet he remains utterly oblivious to their origins. Not only him, but even the venerable golden core ancestors of the Lingxi sect are equally uninformed. They are merely aware that spiritual stones are distributed by the alliance of human cultivators within the realm of cultivation. In his leisure moments, Guo Feilong would often study spirit stones as if they were medicinal pills. He speculated that spirit stones were likely refined from certain celestial treasures using techniques akin to alchemy. If he could master the method of producing spirit stones, it would be tantamount to possessing the ability to print money. The spirit stone appeared as a semi-translucent white stone, possessing a texture reminiscent of jade. Once absorbed, it would vanish entirely, akin to melting ice, as one's magical energy diminished. In the following days, Guo Feilong traversed numerous large alchemical markets within the northern frontier's cultivation realm, selling his concocted beauty-enhancing pills and 7th grade cultivation elixirs to over 100 different apothecaries. Given the arduous journey to the northern frontier, Guo Feilong expended his amassed billions of spirit stones on a plethora of cultivation resources, including various spiritual herbs, alchemical metals, and the hides of spirit beasts for crafting talismans. He also procured ample primary materials like magic pearls for beauty-enhancing pills and mirror-breaking pills. After nearly depleting his several billion low-grade spirit stones, Guo Feilong refined a multitude of foundation-building pills and 7th-grade cultivation elixirs once more, generating another fortune in spirit stones, which he used to acquire over 200 9th-tier flying spirit beasts. Additionally, he secured a recipe for crafting 3rd-grade spirit beast pills at a prestigious auction, accessible only to those at the foundational cultivation stage. Previously, he had analyzed spirit beast pills, discerning the varieties of spiritual herbs involved in their creation. However, a significant obstacle remained. 7 of the herbs were unidentified. Without knowledge of their names, he could neither procure them nor concoct the spirit beast pills. With the acquisition of the 3rd-grade spirit beast pill recipe, he finally learned the names of those 7 elusive herbs. Upon becoming an elder in the Lingxi sect's alchemy hall, he diligently studied all the texts on spiritual herbs available to him within the sect. Unfortunately, the Lingxi sect was not primarily focused on alchemy and lacked the depth of knowledge found in more powerful cultivation sections. If the entire cultivation world boasted 1,000,000 varieties of spiritual herbs, the Lingxi sect's records would barely document less than 10,000. Certainly, while the cultivation realm teems with countless varieties of spiritual herbs, many share similar medicinal properties. In cases where a primary herb is unavailable, alternatives with comparable effects may be substituted. For instance, if one intends to make dumplings with a filling of sauerkraut and pork but lacks these ingredients, they might opt for chive and egg filling instead. They are still dumplings, albeit differing in flavor. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, Guo Feilong had spent over 3 months in the northern frontier's cultivation realm. It was time for him to return. Guo Feilong, with nearly 600 or 700 million spirit stones in his possession, was en route to the water's edge port of the Tianxian sect, returning to the northern polar continent's realm of cultivation. Along the way, he passed through a bustling cultivation market and, while in a tea house, overheard a piece of intriguing news. 10 days prior, a 4th-grade cave world had suddenly manifested 5,000 miles to the east of this very market. Any newly emerged cave world, regardless of its rank, even the most rudimentary 1st-grade ones, harbors countless treasures, representing uncharted territories of wealth. This 4th-grade cave world had only recently integrated with the cultivation realm, and presently, only qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators were permitted entry, in a span of several thousand to 10,000 years. Once the laws governing the entrances between the two realms solidify, cultivators of any level will be able to access it. The newly emerged 4th-grade cave world is indeed an opportune haven for lower-tier cultivators seeking fortune. And many qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners have already ventured forth in search of treasures. Given this fortuitous encounter, it would be a pity not to explore its depths. Guo Feilong contemplated the newly emerged 4th-tier small world, having inquired about its precise location from the other cultivators in the tea house. He promptly set off towards it. The small worlds of Dantian are numerous and diverse, with entrances connecting to the realm of cultivation that are equally bizarre, some shrouded in mist, others veiled by luminous screens, some resembling dark voids, and others adorned with rippling water patterns. The distance of 5,000 miles was traversed by a 9th-tier flying beast in nearly 10 hours, and Guo Feilong soon beheld a colossal azure light screen, resembling an inverted dome, resting upon the earth and enveloping an expanse of 50 to 60 miles. From the outside, the azure screen was obscured by swirling mist, rendering everything within indistinct. As Guo Feilong approached the cerulean barrier, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground. "Fellow cultivator, please hold." The figure addressed him. Guo Feilong lowered his gaze and beheld a young man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his mid-20s. The individual exuded an aura characteristic of the mid-foundation establishment realm, boasting a robust physique, towering approximately 185 centimeters and weighing over 200 pounds. "Fellow cultivator, I am Zhou Qiang," the man introduced himself, then continued, "Surely, you two are here to venture into this 4th-grade cave paradise in search of treasures?" Guo Feilong nodded, affirming the statement. Zhou Qiang remarked, "The newly emerged 4th-grade cave world, while a treasure trove awaiting exploration for us cultivators, equally poses considerable peril. Within this 4th-grade cave world, There exist not only numerous formidable spirit beasts but also many foundation-building cultivators with ulterior motives. Entering alone would be exceedingly hazardous. It is far wiser for friends to journey together. Once we gather around 20 foundation-building cultivators, we shall enter as a collective, ensuring mutual support. Strength in numbers will deter any encounters with rival foundation-building factions. What say you, my friend? Guo Feilong followed the direction of his finger and looked down, spotting a clearing in the woods where several cultivators were seated in small groups, each appearing unfamiliar with one another. Ah, he exclaimed, recognizing two female cultivators donned in black hats. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he recalled their encounter 3 months prior when he first visited the second floor of the Qi family's elixir shop, where he had seen these two women exiting. Although he had not seen their faces, the distinct aura of their magical energy was unmistakable. Just as a person's fingerprints are unique, so too is the signature of one's magical essence. His recollection of the two women was not solely due to a cultivator's enhanced memory, but rather because one of them had gazed at him several times, leaving a more profound impression. Upon recognizing the two female cultivators, Guo Feilong became convinced that the numerous foundation-building practitioners below posed no threat, and he nodded in agreement to join their ranks. Guo Feilong descended to the ground alongside a foundation establishment cultivator named Zhou Qiang. The dozen or so foundation establishment practitioners present merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning their attention elsewhere. Only the two female cultivators, adorned with black conical hats, lingered their gazes upon him for a moment longer. The rest engaged in their own pursuits, some meditating with closed eyes, while others conversed quietly with acquaintances. Zhou Qiang, the organizer of this assembly, briefly introduced Guo Feilong to the names of the others, though the veracity of these names remained uncertain. He also casually mentioned the pseudonym Guo Chang'an to the group. The two female cultivators in black hats were named by Hu Xianzi and Hong Hu Xianzi, names that appeared to be whimsically chosen, with no surnames disclosed. Zhou Qiang aimed to gather a total of 20 foundation establishment practitioners to travel together. Currently, there were only 15, leaving 5 more to join. The 4th-rank Cave Heaven small world was not going anywhere, and a few days of waiting were of little consequence. After all, the warmth of camaraderie was far preferable to venturing alone. Guo Feilong casually selected an empty spot to sit down, commencing his observation of the auras emanating from the others. Excluding himself, there were 15 individuals remaining. Among these 14, 8 were at the initial stage of foundation establishment, 4 at the mid-stage, and 2 at the late stage of foundation establishment. One of these late-stage practitioners was Zhou Qiang, while the other was a man named Su Liang. However, the realms observable were not necessarily indicative of their true capabilities. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, and deception is rampant. What one perceives with their eyes or hears may not reflect the truth. For instance, the 2 female cultivators adorned with black hats. Guo Feilong recalled their auras from their encounter on the 2nd floor of the Qi family's pill shop, where they exuded the formidable energy of perfected late-stage foundation establishment. Yet, at this moment, the auras they displayed suggested they were merely at the initial stage. Should someone naively attempt to bully them, mistaking them for mere initial-stage practitioners, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. The perfected late-stage foundation establishment represents the pinnacle of this realm, bestowing the qualification to forge the golden core of the great Tao. Just then, a melodious voice resonated in Guo Feilong's ears, a transmission of divine consciousness. Friend Guo, I am the White Fox Fairy. My sister, the Red Fox Fairy, and I wish to form an alliance with you. Once we enter this 4th-grade cave world, regardless of the trials we face, shall we stand united in our endeavors? Guo Feilong turned his head and gazed at the 2 female cultivators, clad in black conical hats, situated several meters away. One of them offered him a subtle nod, causing the black hat to sway gently. An alliance can be formed. Guo Feilong slightly parted his lips, sending forth a thought transmission. Since others were eager to form an alliance with him, only a fool would refuse. Regardless of whether the alliance was sincere or feigned, a superficial agreement was far preferable to a direct rejection. In the realm of cultivation, where one navigates the complexities of the immortal world, it is essential to maintain a facade of smoothness, avoiding unnecessary conflict, rather than adopting an aloof demeanor that dismisses everyone. Guo Feilong, while at home, imparted his wisdom to his children and naturally adhered to these principles in his ventures beyond. Presently, he donned a mask, wary of any potential trouble that might lead to his identification through his visage. The 2 female cultivators, adorned with black hats, sought to clandestinely ally with him due to the elder sister, Wu Xueming, possessing an innate sensitivity towards perilous individuals, which instilled a certain fear of Guo Feilong within her. Thus, proposing a covert alliance to transform a formidable presence into an ally was indeed a sagacious decision. This fourth-tier cave realm was undeniably captivating. Guo Feilong had scarcely settled for half an hour when he observed 5 or 6 groups of individuals ascending into the cave realm above. Most were Qi refinement stage practitioners, although among them were several foundation establishment stage cultivators, including a group of 6, whose substantial presence posed a challenge to internal unity within the alliance. Shou Qiang sought companions limited to 3 foundation establishment stage practitioners for their coalition. Upon spotting 3 or fewer of such cultivators approaching, he would eagerly soar towards them, employing his eloquence to invite them into their temporary alliance. An hour and a half later, Zhou Qiang amassed a total of 20 members. He addressed the assembly. Esteemed fellow cultivators, our numbers are now sufficient. We shall proceed into this 4th-tier cave realm. Allow me to reiterate the rules. Should we encounter valuable treasures, 30% shall be pooled and evenly distributed based on worth. The remaining 70% will be allocated according to individual contributions. Those who contribute more shall receive more, and those who contribute less shall receive less. Moreover, any mid to low-grade spiritual herbs or medicines discovered shall belong solely to the finder, with no need for division. Are there any additional suggestions? The crowd shook their heads in negation. Subsequently, Guo Feilong entered the 4th-tier cave realm alongside the others. The author has been more prolific in updates recently, kindly requesting 5-star reviews and free gifts to fuel the passion. Immense gratitude for the support. Upon entering the cerulean light veil, the dense fog resembled boiling water. Even at the foundation establishment stage, visibility was limited to a mere 4 or 5 meters. The fog possessed the ability to obstruct spiritual perception, rendering it ineffective within its confines, making one susceptible to ambush. Exercising caution, Guo Feilong invoked the golden body technique, instantly suffusing his entire being with magical energy. A layer of golden radiance enveloped his skin, augmenting his physical strength to that of a mid-grade magical artifact. Even a full-force assault from a formidable golden core stage practitioner would leave him unscathed. However, the greater the force of the attack, the swifter his magical energy would deplete. Once exhausted, the golden body technique could no longer maintain the strength akin to a mid-grade magical artifact. Guo Feilong has engaged in combat with an elf comparable to an early-stage golden core cultivator. He is at the 10th level of Qi refinement, possessing an exceptional foundation establishment platform. His current magical power is 2 times that of a standard early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. For cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, each advancement through a minor realm approximately doubles their magical power. In terms of magical energy, his internal capacity exceeds that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator but falls short of a late-stage one. During regular cultivation, without breakthroughs between the minor and major realms, the upper limit of magical power remains unchanged. Routine cultivation serves as preparation for the next breakthrough. To illustrate, the early-stage foundation establishment can be likened to a single building, while magical power equates to the number of residents. Daily cultivation during the early stage essentially involves constructing a second building on the foundation of the first. However, until the second building is completed, residents cannot inhabit it. Once the second building is finished, residents can then occupy it, signifying a transition from early to mid-stage foundation establishment, where magical energy has a designated space for storage. In this analogy, an early-stage foundation establishment is akin to 1 building, mid-stage to 2 buildings, late-stage to 4 buildings, and the consummate late-stage foundation establishment to 8 buildings. Guo Feilong's magical power is 1.5 times greater than that of an ordinary cultivator in the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, and less than a quarter less than that of an ordinary cultivator in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. It is approximately 30 times more than the magical power he possessed at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Guo Feilong, while in the dark forest cave world, engaged in battle with a spirit comparable to the early stages of the golden core. At that time, he was at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Guo Feilong calculated that he could withstand attacks comparable to those of an initial stage golden core cultivator 10 times over before his internal mana would be entirely depleted. Presently, his mana is 30 times that of what it was at that time. Thus, it would take 300 strikes from an initial stage golden core practitioner to exhaust his internal energy, as long as his mana remains unspent. The effects of the golden body technique, which render his physique akin to a mid-grade magical treasure, will not fade. In this murky haze, where his spiritual awareness is obscured, he remains unperturbed by the ambushes of formidable golden core cultivators, let alone those of foundation establishment practitioners. At this moment, as he traverses the dense fog, Guo Feilong bears the most relaxed expression, entirely unconcerned about potential surprise attacks from others. Conversely, the other cultivators are not as at ease. Each one is taut with tension, fearful of an unexpected ambush emerging from the mist. The fog, which effectively severs spiritual perception, is approximately 2,000 meters thick. It is precisely this obscuring haze that prevents cultivators above the foundation establishment realm from entering the fourth-grade cave world. After several hundred to 1,000 years, once this fog dissipates entirely, it will no longer impede the entry of higher-level practitioners. After a brief interval, the group finally emerged from the more than 2,000 meters of fog and entered the fourth-grade cave world. Without encountering any ambushes from their comrades, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The perpetual twilight within the cave world mirrors the celestial realm, with sunrise and sunset occurring at identical intervals. The four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, along with variations of cloudy and clear days, differ from the cultivation realm, and some cave worlds may even experience but a single season. In the midst of summer's noon, the small world of the seventh-grade cave, where Guo Feilong and his companions have entered, is adorned with a resplendent sun hanging high in the sky, casting a brilliant and piercing light. Each of them treads upon white clouds, suspended in the air, while below lies a vast expanse of verdant grasslands, dotted with ordinary livestock such as cattle and sheep, contentedly grazing. As one gazes into the distance, the horizon of the prairie gives way to a sprawling forest plain. Beyond this forested expanse, undulating emerald mountains rise and fall like the rhythmic waves of the sea. The dimensions of small cave worlds vary according to their grade. Among the first three grades, the largest third-grade cave spans approximately 1,000 miles in diameter. In the fourth, fifth, and sixth grades, the smallest fourth-grade cave measures at least 10,000 miles across. The fifth grade stretches to 20,000 miles, and the sixth grade extends to 30,000 miles. In the realms of the seventh, eighth, and ninth grade caves, the smallest seventh-grade cave begins at a minimum diameter of 100,000 miles, while the ninth grade can reach up to 1,000,000 miles. Beyond the ninth grade, there exist even loftier realms of cave worlds. However, within the texts Guo Feilong has perused, there is no record regarding the dimensions of cave worlds beyond the ninth grade. As the grade ascends, so too does the strength of the beings inhabiting these cave worlds, along with the level of peril they present. Zhou Qiang organizes these foundation-building practitioners into groups, ensuring that in the face of danger, they can unite to bolster their capacity to withstand threats. At this moment, Guo Feilong subtly sensed the environment and discovered that the spiritual energy within this fourth-grade cave world was at least 4 to 5 times denser than that of the outside world. However, the abundance of spiritual energy does not necessarily equate to a proportionate increase in the speed of cultivation. It merely implies that the effects of training here would be slightly more pronounced than outside, though not excessively so. Regions rich in spiritual energy are more conducive to nurturing rare materials and medicinal herbs, as well as formidable spiritual beasts or sprites. For external cultivators, this cave world is a realm teeming with medicinal herbs and precious materials, yet fraught with peril. Here, a cultivator might amass great wealth, or conversely, meet their demise. Esteemed friends, the organizer of the group, Zhou Qiang, interjected, this prairie has undoubtedly been scoured countless times by previous cultivators, and it is likely devoid of any remaining medicinal herbs. He continued, we shall select a direction and search for herbs and materials towards the forest and mountains. Maintain a distance of 150 meters from one another and advance in a single line. Remember, we must function as a cohesive unit. It is imperative that we adhere to the agreed-upon rules. Any breach will make one a common adversary to us all. Any spiritual herbs or rare materials discovered within an individual's effective range shall belong solely to that person. No one is permitted to act out of envy and seize another's findings. In the event of encountering high-grade herbs or materials guarded by powerful spiritual beasts or sprites that one cannot handle alone, we will collectively engage to subdue them. The spoils will be divided as previously discussed. 30% will be shared equally among all, while the remaining 70% will be allocated based on each individual's contribution to the resolution of the challenge. Now, esteemed friends, please select a direction and begin your advance towards the forest. Upon the conclusion of Zhou Qiang's remarks, The group erupted into a lively discussion, proposing several different paths. Guo Feilong observed in silence, refraining from uttering a word. For him, it mattered not from which direction they advanced. The two women, adorned with black hats and covertly allied with him, likewise offered no opinions, quietly watching the unfolding situation. Ultimately, after a round of voting, the assembly chose a singular direction in which to proceed. Comprising approximately 20 individuals, they maintained a distance of about 150 meters between each other, forming a linear formation stretching 3 miles long as they journeyed towards the verdant expanse of the forest at the horizon. Guo Feilong occupied the position at the far right, entirely devoid of companions by his side, thus granting him a broader and more expansive territory for the search of spiritual herbs and mystical plants. Most significantly, should the individuals in the center encounter peril and find themselves unable to prevail, he could swiftly make his escape. Naturally, if he were to face grave dangers, the others would likewise flee with remarkable speed. To his left stood the two sisters, the White Fox Fairy and the Red Fox Fairy, who had clandestinely allied themselves with him, both adorned with black hats. Aware of Guo Feilong's formidable prowess, they desired to remain close to him. After all, the area of the fourth-grade cave paradise spanned tens of thousands of miles in diameter, and the spiritual energy here surpassed that of the outside world by 4 to 5 times. Being in proximity to someone as powerful as Guo, akin to those at the Golden Core stage, offered them a greater sense of security. At that moment, Little Bai commenced its task as Guo Feilong released the 9th-tier treasure-hunting ferret from his spirit beast pouch. This ferret, a natural adept at locating treasures, was indeed a specialist in this regard. Just as Little Bai emerged from the pouch, Guo Feilong's spiritual perception detected a fluctuation of energy akin to that of the mid-foundation establishment stage. He turned his gaze towards the left, where the White Fox Fairy resided. There, amidst the trees, was a white fox, its size vastly surpassing that of a fully grown horse, clearly visible in the woodland. The aura reminiscent of the mid-foundation establishment stage emanated from this magnificent creature. Little Bai, we shall rely on you for the spirit herbs and medicinal plants, the White Fox Fairy declared as she gracefully seated herself upon the back of the white fox, gently stroking the treasure-seeking spirit fox's head. Guo Feilong gazed enviously at the scene before him. The treasure-seeking spiritual fox of another, named Xiaobai, was a mid-stage foundational beast. In contrast, his own treasure-seeking spiritual ferret, also named Xiaobai, was merely a chi-refining stage beast. Despite sharing the same name, the disparity between them was striking. Xiaobai, when will you two ascend to the mid-stage? Guo Feilong produced several spirit beast pills, resembling candies, and offered them to his 9th-tier spirit beast, the treasure-seeking ferret, Xiaobai, with the hope that it too might ascend to the foundational stage. The disparity between a foundational stage treasure-seeking spirit beast and one at the chi-refining stage is profoundly significant in terms of treasure detection. Although cultivators possess spiritual awareness akin to infrared scanners, enabling them to perceive objects within a certain radius without the need for sight, challenges remain. Even if a cultivator envelopes an area within several hundred meters with their spiritual awareness, that space could be teeming with thousands, if not tens of thousands, of plants. It is implausible for them to instantly identify spiritual herbs amidst such a multitude. The broader the span of spiritual awareness, the more detailed the perception of objects becomes. Unless the sought-after object is particularly distinguishable, such as locating a person amidst the flora of a forest, where one figure starkly contrasts with the surrounding vegetation, finding it becomes a challenge. For a cultivator covering 100 miles with their spiritual awareness, locating a single individual among tens of thousands proves to be an arduous task. Only by recalling the individual's unique spiritual imprint can one swiftly pinpoint their location within the range of their awareness. Attempting to effortlessly locate spiritual herbs across several miles using broad spiritual awareness is utterly unattainable. This is because the spiritual energy contained within these herbs is inherently subtle and not outwardly emanating, even if spiritual awareness sweeps over them. The absence of noticeable energy fluctuations may lead one to mistakenly perceive them as ordinary plants, unless the spiritual herbs enter a unique phase. Radiating their energy, much like lights illuminating the night, they remain undetectable. Human cultivators must rely on their vision and limit their spiritual awareness to a confined area for rapid identification. In contrast, treasure-seeking spirit beasts possess an acute sensitivity to the essence of spiritual herbs, capable of detecting scents imperceptible to human cultivators. Much like a dog's nose can discern scents over several hundred meters, even up to several kilometers, the capabilities of these spirit beasts far surpass those of humans. At that moment, Guo Feilong's spiritual awareness detected a sudden presence, comparable to that of a mid-foundational stage. He turned his gaze to the left, his perception traversing the white fox maiden and numerous shrubs and tall trees, revealing another female cultivator adorned with a black hat, alongside a fiery red fox. This was yet another treasure-seeking fox spirit beast, akin to the mid-foundational stage, which filled Guo Feilong with envy. This sight also implied that these two sisters, both wearing black hats, hailed from an extraordinary lineage. The scarcity of treasure-seeking spirit beasts is notable, with those at the foundational stage being even rarer. Guo Feilong was well aware that within the Lingxi sect, there existed merely 4 treasure-seeking spirit beasts at the foundation establishment stage, each belonging to venerable ancestors of the sect at the golden core stage. The range of divine perception for a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment extends approximately 10 miles. For those at the mid-stage, it reaches 20 miles. And for the late stage, it spans 30 miles. At the pinnacle of the late stage, this range can extend up to 40 miles. The extent of a cultivator's divine perception is intrinsically linked to the strength of their soul. When at the same realm, a more potent soul allows for a greater distance of perception, while a weaker soul restricts it. There are several methods to enhance one's soul. The first involves cultivating techniques that can augment the soul, yet such methods are exceedingly rare and precious, with the Lingxi sect lacking them. Only larger immortal cultivation factions are likely to possess such knowledge. The second method entails consuming rare and invaluable natural treasures or elixirs that can fortify the soul. The availability of these extraordinary materials is equally scarce and cherished. Guo Feilong traversed numerous cultivation markets and attended countless auctions in the northern frontiers realm of immortal cultivation. Yet he had not encountered such a rare treasure capable of enhancing one's soul. The third manner in which a cultivator's soul naturally expands is during breakthroughs of varying realms. In truth, regardless of the being, the soul is the essence of true life. The physical body merely serves as a vessel for the soul. When the soul perishes, true death ensues. Conversely, if the soul endures while the physical form perishes, it is akin to not having died at all, allowing for the possibility of seizing another's body or reconstructing the corporeal form. Guo Feilong perused a tome within the Lingxi sect, which elucidated that the nascent soul of a cultivator in the Yuanying stage serves as a second corporeal vessel for the divine spirit. Even if the physical body perishes, the divine spirit can take refuge within the nascent soul, thereby continuing to exist within the realms of heaven and earth. However, detached from the protection of the physical form, the nascent soul becomes exceedingly fragile over time, making it susceptible to being shattered by adversaries. The only recourse is to reconstruct the physical body or to seize another's form. The ancient text further elucidates that when a cultivator ascends to a certain realm alongside other beings, they essentially engage in the cultivation of the divine spirit. By refining the spirit to a state devoid of a physical body, one can persist in the world as long as one with a corporeal form. With a mere thought, one could incinerate mountains or boil seas. With another, one could shake the heavens and move the earth. However, such contemplations felt distant at present, and Guo Feilong reigned in his thoughts, choosing not to dwell on them. In this fourth-grade cave world teeming with formidable spirit beasts, he feared for the safety of the treasure-seeking spirit beast, Xiaobai, and thus chose to perch upon its back. Should danger arise, he would be poised to respond immediately. The presence of humans, spirit beasts, and fairies, when shrouded in suppressed auras, becomes exceedingly difficult to detect by divine consciousness. Yet, prudence is the mother of safety. He could not afford to lose this singular treasure-seeking spirit beast in this perilous domain. This unexplored fourth-grade cave world truly resembled a grand treasury. Within merely 3 hours of entering the forest, Xiaobai had unearthed 4 6th-grade spiritual herbs and over 25th-grade spiritual herbs, along with a plethora of lower-grade spiritual herbs numbering in the hundreds. Undoubtedly, such bountiful finds were made possible solely through the assistance of the treasure-seeking spirit beast. Without it, relying solely on eyesight and limited divine perception to meticulously search would yield negligible results. Achieving even 1/10 of this bounty would have been remarkable. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. Guo Feilong and his companions had traversed over 200 miles of forested plains, arriving at the edge of a seemingly endless mountain range. During their 2 days in the forested expanse, they encountered only a single spirit beast comparable to the early stage of foundation establishment, while the rest were merely akin to those at the chi refining stage. They also stumbled upon several corpses, whose spiritual energy fluctuations indicated they belonged to chi refining cultivators. This was quite reasonable, considering that this fourth-grade cave world had only recently connected with the realm of cultivation a mere 10 days prior, making it akin to a treasure trove of spiritual herbs and grasses. Those who entered earlier must have collected a considerable amount of these resources. To cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, those at the chi refining stage appeared as weak as fledglings, making it commonplace to slay them and seize their treasures. In their 2 days of direct travel through the forested plains, Guo Feilong and his group also encountered other foundation establishment cultivators. These individuals often traveled in groups of 5 or 6, though some ventured alone. Witnessing their numbers, the others kept their distance, too intimidated to approach. There must be many spirit beasts comparable to those at the foundation establishment stage within the mountains, so let us all exercise caution, Zhou Qiang advised. If we encounter foes that are beyond our capabilities, fellow cultivators nearby should come to assist. We are a team, and only through mutual cooperation can we achieve greater rewards. The group readily agreed, though whether they would indeed rush to aid one another remained uncertain. A mere moment after entering the mountains, Guo Feilong encountered a spirit beast akin to the early foundation establishment stage, a frost-white tiger. The distance between them was less than 200 meters. The frost-white tiger naturally possessed the ability to wield ice. With a powerful roar, the temperature within a kilometer plummeted. A layer of frost swiftly cloaked all the surrounding vegetation, and the ground beneath the tiger's paws rapidly formed a thin sheet of ice that spread outward. Simultaneously, hundreds of ice spikes coalesced above and behind the frost-white tiger, each over 2 feet long, tapering to a sharp point and exuding an aura of chilling cold under the sunlight. Though the description may seem lengthy, all this transpired in the brief moment of a single tiger's roar. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, hundreds of ice spikes, akin to arrows unleashed from a celestial bow, shot towards Guo Feilong and his treasure-hunting ferret, Xiaobai. Each ice spike was not only imbued with formidable power, but also traveled at remarkable speed, capable of effortlessly slaying any cultivator at the 9th level of chi refinement. The perceptive range of a foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual sense begins at a minimum of 10 miles, and Guo Feilong found himself confronted by a spirit beast. The ice-white tiger, comparable to the initial stage of foundation establishment, which the other foundation establishment cultivators in his team could perceive through their spiritual senses. Before ascending to the foundation establishment stage, Guo Feilong had been able to easily dispatch beings at the initial stage of foundation establishment using talismans, let alone now. However, Guo Feilong had no desire to reveal his true prowess before the others, opting instead to display only his capabilities at the standard level of early foundation establishment. The moment the ice-white tiger appeared, Guo Feilong retrieved a top-tier defensive artifact shield from his storage pouch. After infusing it with spiritual energy, the exquisite shield began to rotate around him, simultaneously manifesting 5 additional shield barriers. These barriers enveloped him from all sides, including above, creating a circular defensive screen that sheltered both him and the treasure-hunting ferret, Xiaobai, within. Artifacts hold great value in the realm of cultivation, and not all foundation establishment cultivators possess them. Most early foundation establishment practitioners rely solely on top-tier artifacts. Clang, clang, clang. The ice spikes struck the defensive shield barriers, producing a cacophony of sounds. Some were deflected by the barriers, while others were shattered upon impact. Damn beast! Witness my blade, Guo Feilong bellowed, channeling his mana into the exquisite flying sword artifact. With a resounding hum, the exceptional sword quivered, emitting a harmonious resonance. Under the command of his sword technique, the blade surged forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the icy white tiger. The more formidable the spirit beast, the stronger its physical defenses. The icy white tiger raised its paw and swatted at the flying sword. With a resounding clash, the exquisite sword was sent flying several dozen meters, while the tiger's paw remained unscathed, showing no signs of injury. This demonstrated that the icy white tiger's physical defense was on par with that of a supreme artifact, capable of withstanding such an attack without sustaining any damage. Roar! After swatting away the exquisite flying sword, the icy white tiger flickered and appeared before Guo Feilong, striking at the shimmering barrier of his supreme defensive artifact. The barrier trembled violently, reverberating with a series of loud bangs. Guo Feilong, while infusing mana into the defensive shield to sustain the luminescent barrier, simultaneously formed a sword technique with one hand. directing the exquisite flying sword to strike at the ice-white tiger. This formidable beast, whose physical defenses rivaled those of top-tier magical artifacts, paid no heed to the assault of the exceptional flying sword. Instead, it relentlessly clawed at the shimmering barrier, intent on shattering it. If it could breach this protective shield, it would have the opportunity to eliminate the intruder encroaching upon its territory. Though the spiritual beasts within the small world of Dongtian possess high intelligence and cunning, they are characterized by their volatile tempers and ferocious natures. They are relentless against any existence of the same realm that dares to invade their domain, either exterminating or driving off the intruder, or facing death or retreat themselves, conceding their territory. At this moment, Guo Feilong exhibited the prowess characteristic of a practitioner in the nascent foundation stage, engaging in a fierce contest with the ice-white tiger of the same realm, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. The ensuing battle would ultimately hinge on which combatant would exhaust their mana first. Without mana, one would be as good as dead. Naturally, when two cultivators of equal standing engage in combat, the one unable to prevail would invariably seek an escape rather than stubbornly contesting to the bitter end. "Friend Guo, I am here to assist you." A melodious call resonated from Guo Feilong's left as Wu Xiuema, adorned with a black hat, swiftly approached atop her treasure-seeking white fox. This creature was of the mid-nascent foundation level, surpassing the ice-white tiger by a small tier. The ice-white tiger, not lacking in intelligence, sensed the superior cultivation level of the treasure-seeking white fox and promptly abandoned its assault on Guo Feilong's defensive shield, turning to flee. Nowhere to run. Wu Xiuema conjured a beam of earthy-hued mana, directing it to the ground before the ice-white tiger. With a resounding crash, a massive earthen wall rose, stretching for dozens of meters and reaching heights exceeding 100 meters, effectively blocking the tiger's escape route. Subsequently, Guo Feilong, alongside Wu Xiuema and the mid-nascent foundation-level treasure-seeking white fox, swiftly collaborated to vanquish the ice-white tiger, which was comparable in strength to a nascent foundation novice. Upon the visage of Guo Feilong, a mask of gratitude emerged as he clasped his fists together, saying, "I am deeply indebted to the white fox fairy for your assistance. Otherwise, my life would have surely succumbed to the clutches of this frosty white tiger. The carcass of this beast shall be offered to you, dear fairy." Although the remains of a foundation-level spirit beast could fetch several tens of thousands of spirit stones, Guo Feilong held little regard for such trivial wealth, believing that a practitioner of his purported prowess should at least feign authenticity in his display of strength. Observing his expression of gratitude, Wu Xiuema, hidden beneath her black hat, couldn't help but curl her lips in skepticism. His act was indeed convincing. Had she not been acutely aware of Guo Feilong's true capabilities, which sent shivers down her spine, instilling a sense of dread akin to confronting an ancient ferocious beast, she might have been entirely taken in by his facade of sincerity. Yet, she chose not to expose him and proposed. "This frosty white tiger, at the foundation stage, was vanquished by our combined efforts. Let us share its spoils. The source beast core shall belong to me, while the carcass shall be yours, if you agree." The source beast core, residing within spirit beasts, held considerable value, while the creature's hide was also prized, serving as material for talisman crafting. "Agreed," Guo Feilong nodded in acquiescence, then wielded his exquisite flying sword to pierce the frosty white tiger's skull. While the beast was alive, its body rivaled that of a top-tier magical artifact. However, in death, it lost such formidable capabilities. Swiftly, he performed the cranial incision, retrieving the source beast core and tossing it to the white fox fairy, Wu Xiuema. Following this brief interlude, Guo Feilong continued on his steed, Little White, into the depths of the mountains in search of spiritual herbs. As time unfolded, their bounties grew increasingly abundant, with high-grade spiritual herbs becoming more prevalent. After 7 days of traversing over 1,000 miles through the mountains, the leader of their party, Zhou Qiang, suddenly called out, "Esteemed friends, come forth. My treasure-seeking artifact has detected valuable metal ore. Let us excavate it together and share the gains." Guo Feilong, accompanied by others, soared towards Zhou Qiang. Upon arrival, Guo Feilong fixated on Zhou Qiang's treasure-seeking artifact, as though he had been granted access to a gateway into an entirely new realm. This artifact, resembling a small UFO, was capable of flight and emitted a beam of white light from its base. When this luminous beam illuminated land rich in metallic ores, the treasure-seeking device would radiate a crimson glow. Was this not akin to a metal detector within the realm of cultivation? It was Guo Feilong's inaugural encounter with such a device in the world of immortals. He inquired of its owner, Zhou Qiang, dear Zhou. Where did you procure this treasure-seeking artifact, and at what price? Zhou Qiang turned his gaze towards him and replied, this artifact was recently devised by a friend of mine. It can detect various metals. Initially, I was skeptical, but to my astonishment, it truly can unearth metallic treasures. The metals suitable for crafting artifacts in this cultivation world are referred to as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At that moment, Zhou Qiang held a piece of dark red stone, which exhibited a slight rust-like substance on its surface. This stone is known as red star iron ore, he explained. It can be refined into red iron, a prime material for creating exceptional artifacts. If we can extract red iron steel, it can be fashioned into a treasured item. This mountain is likely teeming with red star iron ore. If we shatter this mountain, the ore we unearth can be equally divided among us, allowing each person to potentially earn several million low-grade spirit stones. The mention of millions of low-grade spirit stones made the eyes of the foundation-building cultivators, predominantly from small sects and clans, glimmer with greed. One individual immediately brandished a formidable hammer artifact, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, what are we waiting for? Let us commence digging at once. Ordinarily, a typical foundation-building cultivator might earn only 20 to 30,000 spirit stones in a year, accumulating merely 200 to 300,000 over a decade. The prospect of millions of spirit stones represented a sum that would take a century to amass, inciting envy in anyone. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the mountainside, creating an explosion akin to that of a small missile. The impact excavated a substantial pit, sending debris flying in all directions. The hole created by the hammer measured approximately 13 to 14 meters in diameter and 3 to 4 meters in depth. This demonstrated the astonishing might of a foundation-building cultivator wielding a premier artifact. Upon witnessing this, other foundation-building cultivators ceased their hesitations, drawing forth their own artifacts to unleash upon the towering mountain, which stood over 1,000 meters high. The red star iron ore unearthed from the mountain was promptly gathered and levitated into a collective pile using their magical powers, ensuring an equitable distribution and averting any potential disputes or conflicts. Guo Feilong harbored little interest in the red star iron ore, as his storage bag was already filled with an ample supply of finished red star iron. However, he was quite intrigued by Zhou Qiang's treasure-seeking artifact. Thus, he inquired, Friend Zhou, may I have a look at this treasure-seeking artifact? Of course, came the reply. Thank you. After all, they were companions. There was no need for formalities. Guo Feilong held the treasure-seeking artifact in his hand. It was the size of a dinner plate, resembling a UFO or two plates conjoined. Under the scrutiny of his divine perception, he swiftly comprehended the structure and principles of this treasure-seeking device. It was merely a low-grade artifact, and he realized that replicating and forging it would not pose a significant challenge. Guo Feilong returned the treasure-seeking artifact to Zhou Qiang, and a fervent thought ignited within him. Why not forge a flying artifact akin to an airplane or a rocket? On Earth, the swiftest aircraft can reach speeds exceeding 7,000 kilometers per hour, which translates to approximately 14,000 miles. In the realm of cultivation, a flying spirit beast comparable to the consummate stage of foundation establishment boasts a maximum flight speed of around 3,000 miles, or roughly 1,500 kilometers per hour. A spirit beast at the early stage of golden core can achieve a flight speed of approximately 4,500 kilometers per hour, equating to about 9,000 miles in an hour. Meanwhile, rockets on Earth can attain astounding velocities of 22,800 kilometers per hour, equivalent to 45,600 miles. This speed surpasses that of golden core practitioners by 4 to 5 times and may even exceed the swiftest pace of nascent soul cultivators. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Guo Feilong felt a surge of excitement. If he could create a flying artifact resembling a rocket, he could evade any nascent soul cultivator he encountered, even if he could not best them in combat. The world of cultivation lacked the omnipotent beings that could effortlessly obliterate the heavens or pluck stars from the sky, as often depicted in novels. Previously, Guo Feilong had experimented with gunpowder, but the formulas from Earth yielded no significant effects in this realm. They merely produced a substance that burned easily, lacking the explosive potential he sought. Just as Guo Feilong pondered how to craft a rocket-like flying artifact, a voice of displeasure interrupted his thoughts. That Guo fellow, everyone is toiling away mining, and you're just standing there in a daze. If you don't start working, you won't be entitled to any share of the ore. Others chimed in with similar sentiments. Exactly. Everyone is laboring, and you are just watching. What does that mean? Apologetically, Guo Feilong replied. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. I'll get to work right away. Guo Feilong presented himself with modesty, wielding his flying sword alongside others in their mining endeavors. Among the 20 or so Foundation establishment cultivators, each individual's attacks resembled infinitesimal missiles. In scarcely a day, the towering mountain, rising over 1,000 meters, was shattered into countless fragments. The valuable red star iron ore was amassed into a towering heap, reaching a height of over 30 meters. Subsequently, within less than half an hour, the group managed to evenly distribute the 30-meter-high pile of red star iron ore, each participant receiving a share worth millions of low-grade spirit stones. Some of the Foundation establishment cultivators present had never experienced such wealth in their lifetimes, their faces blooming with joy like flowers. In the days that followed, Guo Feilong and his companions ventured 200 miles deeper into the mountains each day, gathering a plethora of spiritual herbs and grasses. However, after delving 2,000 to 3,000 miles into the mountainous expanse, the other Foundation establishment cultivators hesitated to proceed further. They had just witnessed, from a distance, a fierce battle between 6 or 7 spirit beasts, comparable in strength to the Golden Core stage. This signified that they were encroaching upon the territory of Golden Core spirit beasts. Should they encounter such formidable opponents, the Foundation establishment cultivators would merely serve as fodder. With no option to retreat along their original path, they heeded Zhou Chang's suggestion to navigate laterally to the right, harvesting spiritual herbs and mining metal ores as they encountered them. During these days, Guo Feilong and his companions also encountered other groups of Foundation establishment cultivators, some numbering nearly the same as theirs, while others were as few as 6 or 7. They had yet to cross paths with any solitary cultivators. The reasons for this could only be twofold. One possibility is that solitary treasure-seeking cultivators had fallen victim to larger groups who had slain them for their spoils. The other reason could be that those lone hunters had banded together, forming larger factions of Foundation establishment cultivators. A month later, Guo Feilong and his companions found themselves ensnared by a formation, encased within a shimmering barrier. Ha ha ha, Junior Brother Zhou, Junior Brother Su. If you two don't bring your people over soon, I might just assume you've perished, echoed a voice from beyond the barrier. A figure cloaked in black, donning a mask adorned with a ghastly visage, gazed intently at Zhou Qiang and Su Liang. The aura emanating from the masked figure indicated a late-stage Foundation establishment mastery. The names Zhou and Su clearly referred to the leaders of Guo Feilong's contingent. Daoist Zhou, Daoist Su, what on earth is happening here? Someone inquired urgently. Zhou Qiang and Su Liang had, unbeknownst to them, distanced themselves from Guo Feilong and the others. In response to the inquiry, Zhou Qiang, who typically wore a benevolent expression, suddenly revealed a cold and ruthless demeanor, declaring, "Bringing you here, of course, means I intend to kill you." As the conversation unfolded, the auras emanating from Zhou Qiang and Su Liang suddenly transformed, elevating from the late Foundation establishment stage to the consummate level of the same stage. "Dear friends Zhou and Su, I am willing to relinquish all my wealth. Might you spare my life?" A fearful voice pleaded. "No," Zhou Qiang replied in a grim tone. "By slaying you, all that you possess will naturally belong to us. There is no need to take the unnecessary step of releasing you. Zhou Daoist, Su Daoist. We bear no enmity towards you, neither in the past nor recently. Why must you pursue our total annihilation?" One individual inquired with a furrowed brow. "Even in death, we seek clarity." "Very well, I shall grant you that clarity, for we are demonic cultivators." Zhou Chang's entire being was enveloped in a surge of demonic energy, and in an instant, he morphed into a humanoid demon. His body was adorned with dark red scales, his hands resembling talons, and his feet akin to hoofs. From his back sprouted 2 enormous wings reminiscent of a bat. His head bore a lizard-like visage, with teeth interlocking in a grotesque manner as he uttered with an eerie voice, "Esteemed friends, I require your flesh, blood, and souls to refine elixirs and transcend to the Golden Core stage. You cannot escape. Rather, stand there and close your eyes, and I shall grant you a swift end." Demonic cultivators were once human practitioners who had adopted the techniques of demons, mastering the gruesome art of refining elixirs from human flesh and souls, rendering them exceedingly cruel and bloodthirsty. Upon realizing Zhou Qiang and his companions were demonic cultivators, those trapped within the Grand Formation's luminous barrier immediately relinquished any hope of verbal negotiation for survival. "Guo Daoist, what shall we do?" At this moment, the sisters Wu Xueming and Wu Yuming approached Guo Feilong, softly inquiring. The power of demonic cultivators far surpassed that of their counterparts at the same level. their physical forms formidable enough to rival magical artifacts, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. Having spent nearly 2 months in close proximity, Guo Feilong had forged a strong bond with the sisters, who were both adept alchemists. In conversing with them, he had gained much knowledge, especially as they generously gifted him a compendium of spiritual herbs, detailing the characteristics of no less than 100,000 varieties. This was no small favor for Guo Feilong. While others might remain indifferent, he felt compelled to look after the sisters' lives. At the very least, he owed them a debt of gratitude for their invaluable gift. Guo Feilong was well aware of the true capabilities of the two sisters and could surmise that their noble lineage afforded them some invaluable treasures for preservation. Thus, he communicated telepathically, urging them to present any defensive artifacts they possessed, so as to safeguard the three of them. As advanced alchemists, it was certain that each of them possessed a substantial supply of elixirs for rapid mana restoration. The transformation of demonic cultivators into fiends differed from that of true demons. They required a continuous expenditure of mana to maintain their monstrous forms. Therefore, the key was to outlast them in a contest of mana endurance. As long as they could endure longer, victory would ultimately be theirs. Guo Feilong was reluctant to reveal his life-saving treasure and did not wish to squander the auspicious clouds to enhance the talisman's potency. It was indeed most prudent to let these two sisters bear the burden. Very well, we shall heed your counsel, Guo Daoyu. Among the sisters, the younger one, Wu Yumeng, was straightforward. She swiftly retrieved a fist-sized, pearl-like low-grade defensive treasure from her storage pouch. Concurrently, the elder sister, Wu Xueming, performed the cloud manipulation technique, causing a white cloud with a diameter of approximately 3 meters to materialize beneath her feet. Guo Feilong lifted his foot to stand upon the white clouds beneath Wu Xueming, who also ascended to the same ethereal platform. With a flick of her wrist, she infused a surge of magical energy into the low-grade defensive artifact, a precious orb. The orb, the size of a fist, soared to a height of 3 feet above Wu Yumeng's head, conjuring a translucent white protective barrier that enveloped the three of them. Junior brother Zhou, cease your idle chatter with them and resolve this matter swiftly. You must return to assemble a foundational stage team without delay. And remember, do not take so long to bring reinforcements next time. At that moment, the sinister figure clad in a black robe transformed into a monstrous form, joining Shou Qiang and Su Liang in their assault against Guo Feilong and his companions. The true cultivation levels of the other foundational stage cultivators matched their usual displays. Only Shou Qiang, Su Liang, and the two sisters, Wu Xueming and Wu Yumeng, concealed their prowess. Before the foundational stage cultivators of the early to mid-phase, the demonic cultivator at the pinnacle of the late foundational stage appeared as fragile as a fledgling chick. Furthermore, trapped within the confines of this formation's luminous barrier, spanning merely a few hundred meters, escape was impossible, and the space for evasion was severely limited. Before long, several individuals fell victim to the lethal onslaught of Zhou Qiang and his two demonic allies. Wu Xueming deftly maneuvered the clouds beneath her to evade incoming attacks, while Wu Yumeng directed the low-grade defensive orb to counter the strikes. Guo Feilong appeared unperturbed, yet in his grasp lay a spirit-explosive pearl, a formidable artifact capable of injuring even the most powerful golden core cultivators. Naturally, it could also harm demonic cultivators at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Even though the bodies of these demons were akin to inferior magical treasures, they could not withstand the might of the spirit-explosive pearl. Seeing that they could not breach Wu Yumeng's protective barrier, Shou Qiang and his two companions decided to eliminate the other foundation establishment cultivators first before turning their attention to the trio. The might of the demonic cultivators was overwhelming. Within a mere 10 minutes, aside from Guo Feilong and his companions, all others within the array's luminous barrier had been vanquished. With each slain opponent, the three demons employed a peculiar vessel to capture both the souls and corpses of the cultivators. The nature of this vessel was enigmatic. Once the souls were ensnared, they emitted anguished cries, as if enduring unspeakable torment. After several agonizing seconds of wailing, each foundation establishment cultivator's soul would abruptly fall silent, as though it had met its ultimate demise. At this juncture, Zhou Qiang and his two companions, all at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, surrounded Guo Feilong and his friends, launching a fierce assault on the protective barrier. Their strikes were exceedingly potent and relentless. Within less than a minute, the barrier faltered, flickering ominously as if on the brink of collapse. Mana was paramount, and as the barrier endured the onslaught, Wu Yumeng's mana was rapidly depleting. From her storage pouch, She retrieved a vial of mana-restoring elixir. Upon consuming it, her internal mana surged forth, fortifying the barrier and dispelling the ominous signs of impending rupture. However, despite the elixir's restorative properties, her mana continued to dwindle at an alarming rate. Taoist Guo, what should we do? Even with the mana-restoring elixir, my mana is being consumed faster than it can be replenished. I can hold out for no more than half an hour, she lamented. The strength of the late-stage Foundation Establishment demons was indeed frightening. Their bodies were comparable to inferior magical artifacts. Even when facing formidable golden core cultivators, they could muster the audacity to engage in combat, though the inevitable outcome would be their demise at the hands of such powerful adversaries. Nevertheless, in their demonic forms, they could contend with golden core cultivators for a brief period, largely due to their overwhelming physical prowess. Half an hour would suffice. Perhaps the three demons would not endure for that long. Although Guo Feilong had limited interactions with demonic cultivators, he was aware of the existence of the Wanma sect on the Arctic continent, a notorious sect known for its practitioners of dark arts. From various sources, he learned that the energy consumption required to maintain their monstrous transformations was exceedingly rapid. Indeed, within less than half an hour, the auras of the three demonic cultivators began to wane, reverting to the appearance of ordinary humans. However, after each consumed a blood-red elixir, their energy surged dramatically, regaining their formidable strength. The potency of the blood-red elixir was evidently far superior to the mana-restoring potion that Wu Yameng had taken. Taoist Guo, what shall we do now? The two women inquired anxiously, their thoughts racing. How much longer will Taoist Guo continue to feign restraint? At such a critical moment, why has he not yet unleashed his true power? At that moment, Guo Feilong spoke up. Esteemed friends, if you possess any formidable treasures or artifacts, do not keep them concealed. Let us each wield one, and you too can hold off our adversaries. After uttering these words, Guo Feilong swiftly consumed 2 7th-grade pills designed for rapid mana restoration. With a mere thought, he activated the golden body technique, which he had cultivated to a level comparable to that of a low-grade artifact. A billowing white cloud, unique to him, rose beneath his feet as he departed from Wu Yuming's protective barrier, charging towards the demon practitioner clad in a black robe with a ghastly visage. Sister, you engage Zhou Qiang, while I contend with Su Liang. The two women separated, their formidable auras of perfected Foundation establishment surging forth as they raced towards their respective targets. The demon with the ghastly face sneered, I expected you three to possess remarkable abilities. Yet it turns out there are merely 2 perfected Foundation establishment practitioners and 1 body cultivator whose physical prowess rivals that of a low-grade artifact. With a sudden flap of his bat-like wings, he surged forward with the speed of crimson lightning, launching a punch towards Guo Feilong. Come forth. As Guo Feilong observed his opponent approaching with intent to strike, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. He utilized the auspicious clouds to elevate the power of the golden body technique, enhancing his physical form from the level of an inferior magical artifact to that of a superior one. Suddenly, a whimsical idea struck Guo Feilong. He endeavored to see if he could conserve the auspicious clouds by individually enhancing a specific part of his body to an even higher tier.